Chapter 1 No next time. Light smoke. Today you're going to receive another confession. Say, you've rejected Lu Xingchen so many times. Aren't you afraid that he'll be really disappointed and ignore you again? Lu Xingchen, who was holding flowers in his hands, was preparing to confess his love again after this party organized by the school, and had just arrived at the backstage restroom when he heard this conversation. The voice of the person inside was very familiar. He didn't even need to think about it. It should be Jiang Chengyan's so-called male best friend Lu Yuan. It was impossible for him not to be present at this kind of occasion. Lu Xingchen originally wanted to push the door to enter, the action also stopped. Through that was pushed open a little gap. Looked at that sitting in front of the makeup mirror Qingmei. After so many years, he also wanted to hear her answer so that he could completely die. Jiang Chengyan lightly glanced at Lu Yuan and just wanted to say something. Suddenly, she saw a flash of eyes from the makeup mirror in front of her at the doorway slit. Those starry eyes that she was too familiar with. Thinking of Lu Xingchen's superior body and the dazzling eyes that had just enrolled in school and parachuted to number 1 on the school grass list, her eyes darkened slightly. Pretending as if she didn't see it, she used a powder puff to make up the makeup on her face and faintly returned. I don't care. The people who want to chase me are lined up all the way to France. Lu Xingchen and her are childhood sweethearts, together since birth. Until now he has never left. This kind of friendship is not simply a few times of confession can be dissipated. She could also feel Lu Xingchen's favor to her. Since childhood, she was the only one in his starry eyes. She also said that when she went to college she would be his bright girlfriend and would definitely marry him in the future. But as the two of them got older and older, Lu Xingchen also got better and better. She fought her hardest to get into the top university, while he easily got full marks, became the top student, and was approached by the admissions office teacher. From that moment on, her heart became apprehensive. She couldn't control this man, so after going to college, the agreement to be his girlfriend is also unsettled, but also made Lu Yuan, the male best friend, with time and again refused to solidify their position in his heart. Jiang Qingyan did not lower her voice in order to let Lu Xingchen outside the door here, because of the reason that Lu Xingchen, the school bully who was the first in the list of school herbs, had just enrolled in school. The two of them were basically known to everyone as childhood sweethearts, which was also the reason why she was able to say these words today. Hearing Jiang Qingyan's cold and unfeeling answer, the crowd in the background silently glanced at each other, all of them fighting for Lu Xingchen. Last year, when there was a huge rainstorm in High City, Jiang Chengyan was trapped in the library, and it looked like the library was about to close. A message. Lu Xingchen braved the rain to send an umbrella for her. While she took the umbrella and Lu Yuan, two people left, leaving Lu Xingchen to go back to the dormitory against the wind and rain. Jiang Chengyan was often too late for breakfast because she wanted to sleep in. It was Lu Xingchen, rain or shine, who worked tirelessly to send her breakfast every day, just so she could not go to class hungry. There were countless such things, and all the people saw everything Lu Xingchen did in their eyes. They also didn't understand why the hot Lu Xingchen, why she was the one who had to be the one who didn't know how to cherish her. Thinking about this, the crowd can't help but sigh for Lu Xingchen. Love brain is equally fatal to the school bully. In the background, there were also Lu Xingchen's little fans. Hearing this, they held for him. What do you think a schoolmaster is? A dog that you call around at will? People's patience is limited, even if they love again. In this many times of hurt, Lu Xingchen late at night will not ask himself a worthwhile? Jiang Chengyan glanced at that little fangirl with her afterglow, and the obscurity under her eyes sank a few more points. What she disliked the most was those women holding out for him and having unrealistic thoughts about him. And up to now Lu Xingchen hadn't come out to give this delusional idiot a head start. What was he thinking? Sure enough, she was right, and more was needed. That way, he could really understand who was the only one in his life. With a cold snort, I didn't force him if he doesn't want to. Just leave if you don't want to. Your leg isn't lame. That little fangirl heard this shameless speech and was about to gasp and laugh. When senior wakes up and doesn't want you, you won't even be able to regret it. I'm looking forward to the day you get punched in the face. You won't see that day. Jiang Qingyan coldly looked at this unashamed elementary school sister. The two of us have been childhood sweethearts for 21 years. He knows everything about me, and I know everything about him. You will never have a chance. You're right. He's willing to be the dog I call my name. So what can you do? The moment these words came out, the people present all stared at Jiang Qingyan with wide eyes. They had never imagined that there was really someone so brazen. Outside the door, Lu Xingchen's face was flat as he looked at the woman who called herself dog. 21 years together had never been more than wishful thinking on his part. He couldn't imagine that people who had gotten along for 21 years couldn't say such words even if they had a tiny bit of friendship. Thinking back to all the previous things, keep up the good work. Next time we'll see how you perform and then consider whether or not to accept you after every confession. Lu Xingchen only felt very ridiculous. He raised his hand and touched his heart. Strangely enough, the place that should have been torn apart by pain, At the moment it was as calm as a windless lake, not able to set off a single ripple. Perhaps, his heart had long since died when she rejected herself over and over again and turned her head to talk and laugh with her male girlfriends. Hawk. The little fangirl who was so disgusted that she wanted to go out to catch her breath had just opened the door when she saw Lu Xingchen's reserved and cool front face. First, she blushed in shame, but noticing that Lu Xingchen had obviously been standing here for a long time, she suddenly thought of the conversation in the house just now and cast a sympathetic gaze. Thinking that Lu Xingchen was an infatuated kind and love brain, she didn't know what to say. She just patted his shoulder and sighed before hastily slipping away. When the crowd heard that girl scream, their gazes shifted to the doorway, and after seeing Lu Xingchen's 188 slender and tall golden figure, his white jade flawless side face, and the bouquet in his hand, they all revealed eating expressions. As we all know, college students love to watch the fun. Jiang Qingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of joy after seeing that the bouquet in Lu Xingchen's hand was her favorite mix, but thinking of the scene just now, she resumed looking at strangers with indifferent eyes. Coldly, she spoke. Next time, I'm tired. In a while, Lu Yuan has to accompany me to go shopping. Lu Xingchen looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Jiang Qingyan in front of him, indifferently raised his eyes. His voice as cold as frost. There is no next time. I still want to be a person. Turning around and walking away, Lu Xingchen was decisive to the extreme. Recalling his indifferent eyes that had never appeared on him just now, Jiang Qingyan's heart was a little flustered. Just when she wanted to chase after him to explain, she was stopped by Lu Yuan next to her. Light smoke. We won't be able to catch up with the scheduled beauty treatment in a while. Don't you understand Xingchen's nature? Let him calm himself for a few days. Men just can't be too spoiled. If you chase him out now, all your previous efforts will be wasted. This sentence was said in Jiang Qingyan's heart. The little fangirl who stood up for him just now was the best proof. After hesitating for a moment, she still sat back down. Chapter 2 Expressing White Silk Schoolgirl. Walking out of the school auditorium, Lu Xingchen looked up at the cloudless blue sky. The hot sunlight shone on himself. The haze in his heart seemed to be dispersed by the sunlight. Unusually comfortable. From today onwards, he is going to live for himself, and his previous efforts can afford this 21-year friendship. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the awakening of his consciousness. The Divine Magnificent Raising System is bound successfully. The Divine Magnate Nurturing System helps the host to move towards the top of the Divine Magnate. As long as the host completes the Divine Magnate nurturing tasks or triggers the Divine Magnate's due behaviors, he will be able to obtain generous rewards. Money, beauty, and status will all be yours. So please prepare yourself for a life of materialism and wantonness. Great host. A passionate voice resounded in Lu Xingchen's mind. Lu Xingchen, who originally had no sorrow or joy, was stunned, and then his pupils slightly shook. System? Is it the kind of system written on tomato novels? Could that comment be true? As long as one reads for more than 10,000 hours, they'll be able to randomly obtain a system? Lu Xingchen hurriedly opened his cell phone to look at his 10,000 hours of reading time, and his breath was slightly shortened. Thinking too much. It's all destiny. The voice sounded again in his mind. Lu Xingchen took a long breath. He heard it correctly. It was indeed that legendary system, or his favorite Divine Magnate system. Divine Magnate Raising? Mission? Godly heroic behavior? Lu Xingchen touched his perfect jawline and looked at his bank card balance. There was only over 5,000 on the card, so godly heroic behavior shouldn't be able to touch it. Foster mission, come on. I'm ready. The system mission needs to be triggered by a specific environment, so please ask the host to figure it out on their own. With the system prompt echoing in his mind, Lu Xingchen had already walked to the square in front of the school building without realizing it. Ding bell. The ear-piercing dismissal bell had just rung, and college students crazier than zombies swarmed in. Among the crowd that seemed to be drained of their essence, Lu Xingchen, who had just obtained the system and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising, stood out from the rest. Hiss, Lu Xingchen is really handsome. Help, dying. Don't be delusional. He only has Jiang Qingyan in his eyes. Look at the bouquet in his hand. I think he must have been rejected for confession again. Hey, Jiang Qingyan, what virtue? If there is such a handsome, study and good man chasing me, today I will pull him to the hotel, properly let him feel my love. Alright, rhubarb girl, your mouth is watering. The whispers of a pair of little sisters reached Lu Xingchen's ears. He turned his head to look at the girl with drool coming out of the corner of her mouth, and a flash of light appeared in his mind. Lu Xingchen finally reacted at this moment. How stupid he was before. With such superior conditions as his, why would he give up the whole forest for a single blade of grass? Now is a great time to enjoy the youthful girls. He wants to be a sea king. At least he will not let himself get hurt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. God's ho never misbehaves in pure love. Beauty is all your cup of tea. detecting the appearance of a high-quality redhead within a 50-meter radius, adhering to the excellent virtue of thrift and frugality. Please confess your love to the white silk schoolgirl who was about to walk out of the school building, and let her receive the handmade bouquet. Mission reward, 10 million in cash. Rating the young? 10 million. Lu Xingchen's pupils shrunk. No wonder he didn't have insight. He was also just a child from an ordinary family. Although with the system, the sense of thinking wasn't something that could be converted over in a moment. However, the calm and steady nature of so many years, coupled with his extraordinary roommates, still allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Recalling the task issued by the system, he took advantage of his 188 height and stood in the crowd, cruising around in an attempt to find the dazzling white silk. Xingchen. Lu Xingchen heard someone calling him from afar, and when he raised his eyes to look, he saw Lu Yuan, who was standing beside Zhang Changyan, waving at him. He frowned slightly and looked at them indifferently, not wanting to bother with them. Nothing was as important as 10 million. Suddenly, his afterglow flashed through a first-glance white color. The tip of his eyebrows lightly arched, turned his head to look. Shuangdan's well-known school flower, Bai Shallow, hurriedly walked out from the teaching building. She wore a JK suit. Her slim white shirt perfectly outlined her perfect figure, and a lace bow on her chest was very cute. The lower half of her body a blue and white plaid skirt with the hemline right at her thighs, a pair of slender white legs wrapped in glittering white silk. A waist-length black hair fell wantonly. The tender white slender hand was ruffling the hair, ready to pin the burgundy butterfly hairpin to the head. Hurried footsteps, looking very anxious, shuttling through the zombie-like college students. She who was full of vigor was like a bright moon, making Lu Xingchen's eyes light up. Not surprised in the slightest by Shanshan's outfit, Lu Xingchen knew that she had to rush to work at a JK tavern outside the school, and she seemed to be quite short of money. Thinking of the $10 million rewarded by the mission, he organized the bouquet in his hand. As the famous academic schoolmaster of Shuangdan, he instantly found a way to make Bai Shanshan cooperate with him. Xingchen, why aren't you ignoring me? Is it because you're a little bit emotional from Light Smoke's words just now? Then you shouldn't have said that. Light Smoke is angry. You apologize with Light Smoke. Light Smoke will definitely forgive you. Lu Yuan's raucous tea talk did not enter Lu Xingchen's ears. His entire mind was focused on accomplishing his mission. Zhang Qingyan, who was expecting Lu Xingchen to apologize in her heart, was stunned when her eyes fell on Lu Xingchen's body. She knew Lu Xingchen too well. Now he was like this, and to those strangers who pursued him, no different. The two completely did not enter his line of sight at all. Seeing Bai Shallow pass by in front of him, Lu Xingchen just wanted to go forward when an arm reached out in front of him to stop him. Xingchen, stop it. Quickly apologized to Light Smoke. Lu Yuan turned his back to Zhang Qingyan with teasing eyes, pretending to look like he was doing him a favor. Why did he always look like a cool, unquestioning relegated immortal man? Why did he manage to enter Zhang Qingyan's heart? Why? In front of so many people, he had to take Lu Xingchen's face and make his reputation as a dog real. Lu Xingchen's eyebrows flashed with displeasure, and his eyes were filled with impatience as he stared down at the teetotaling sissy in front of him. Ka Qing, who gave you the guts to tell me what to do? Lu Xingchen cleanly unloaded his shoulder, his intent coldly converging, his eyes staring at him. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Looking at Bai Shanshan who was about to walk away, he didn't even give Zhang Qingyan a look, and ran over with small steps. 10 million can't be lost. Light Smoke, I just want him to apologize with you. Is Xingchen misunderstanding? Lu Yuan covered his powerless slumped shoulders, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to complain to Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan glanced at him faintly, her voice tone cold. You crossed the line. If you're in pain, go to the infirmary yourself, and next time you'd better remember to keep your mouth shut. Lu Xingchen hates it when people interfere with any of his behavior. Even she wouldn't dare. Lu Yuan, what right he has? This end is deserved. Before the words fell, Zhang Qingyan turned around and walked towards the place surrounded by the crowd. He would like to see what is more important than her. A trace of consternation flashed across Lu Yuan's face. He gritted his teeth and still followed. He heard what seemed like someone confessing in the crowd, and when he recalled Lu Xingchen's gesture of trotting with the flowers just now, a flicker of calculation flashed across his face. Chapter 3, I like you. Bai Shallow. Wait. Looking at the schoolgirl who was running like she was about to take off, Lu Xingchen shouted loudly, even though she was very anxious. When she heard someone call her name, Bai Shallow, who was a polite person, stopped and looked back in confusion, gazing at the tall and handsome Lu Xingchen, walking over with flowers in his hands. She frowned slightly. What's up? I'm a bit busy right now. As a fellow classmate, she had also heard of Lu Xingchen's deeds, not wanting to get on Lu Xingchen's side at all. She saved Zhang Qingyan from misunderstanding and bringing unnecessary trouble. Bai Shallow's reaction, Lu Xingchen had already expected. According to the school rumors, she only has money in her eyes. wanting to talk to her. It is best to bring her benefits. Otherwise she will only encounter her rejection. By shallow. I like you. Sick. By shallow indifferently blanked him, coldly cursed and turned around to leave. Lu Xingchen had preempted this and took a step out, blocking in front of her. A palm landed on her waist without warning, and under the tremendous force, By shallow directly jumped into his arms. Take my flowers. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. As long as you cooperate with me in this play, I'll give you $100,000. Lu Xingchen's eyes were deep, looking at Jiang Changyan outside the crowd. He might as well utilize her a bit, whispering in a voice that only the two could hear. With such generous conditions, coupled with his previous reputation as an infatuated species, he thought that Bai Shallow would not refuse. Sure enough, Bai Shallow Smoke, who had originally resisted fiercely, had her eyes light up after hearing these words. Lifting her beautiful eyes to look at Lu Xingchen, her eyelashes fluttered and her pupils shrunk slightly. Really? $100,000 was not a small amount for her. Even after working part-time for a year at the outside JK Tavern, it was still this amount. Moreover, her mom's situation was getting worse and worse. She couldn't wait that long. She needed this $100,000 that didn't cost her innocence. Naturally, you should trust my character. Lu Xingchen's tone was clear and cold, whispering so close, his breath hitting his ears, causing Bai Shallow's cheeks to blush slightly. With this seductive look of hers, Lu Xingchen inexplicably had a feeling of wanting to molest her. Uncontrollably raising his hand, his fingertips gently rubbed over her light lip glaze, the corners of his mouth lightly curling, a look of pleasure on his face. Bai Shallow has never had such an intimate contact. Behind the crowd secretly glared at Lu Xingchen. For the sake of $100,000, it was just as well. Preventing him from crossing the line, she warned in a low voice, "Don't go too far." After saying that, she had a sweet and shy expression on her face and straightened the collar of her white shirt for Lu Xingchen. The afterglow glanced at Jiang Changyan outside the crowd, and the wariness in her heart was a few points less. Doing a full set of drama, she wanted to make this $100,000 worthwhile for Lu Xingchen, and strive to find her again next time. With a flash of her eyes, the corner of her lips hooked up slightly. "Do you really like me? Then before, you wouldn't be using someone else as a shield." Bai Shallow eyelashes lightly drooped, pretending to glance outside the crowd, raising her eyes to look at Lu Xingchen's slightly aggressive eyes, softly questioning. This time, it stunned the surrounding college students who were watching. Legendary career maniac. Let's slip that she is not interested in men's school flower. Bai Shallow surprisingly did not reject Lu Xingchen on the spot, but instead, pampered questioning, cooed. In less than a minute, on the campus network, the picture of Lu Xingchen wrapping his arms around Bai Shallow spread rapidly, causing a crowd of dreamy men and women to have their hearts broken. Outside the crowd, Jiang Qingyi was superficially cloudy, but her hands tightly pinched the corners of her coat, and her gaze locked onto Lu Xingchen. The ears seemed to ring with his words in the auditorium, and her heart was inexplicably a little apprehensive. No, it won't be. He loves me. On the side, Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, glancing at Jiang Qingyan's creased corner of her coat, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. He was looking forward to Lu Xingchen's answer. This opportunity, he had finally waited. Lu Xingchen naturally saw the wryness that flashed in Bai Shallow's eyes, and the corner of his lips hooked up a little arc. "Shallow, I only like you." He put the bouquet in his hands and placed it on Bai Shallow's hands, looking down at the glazed light on Bai Shanchan's lips, brimming with a few points of scarlet. He raised his hand and cupped her chin, directly kissing her. Feeling the warmth at the corner of her lips, Bai Shallow's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the man in front of her whose face couldn't even see his pores, and jerked back a few steps. Shy, don't even think about it. She couldn't wait to castrate him with her own hands now. Male mouth lying ghost. She should not have believed him. Character? Lu Xingchen didn't know what was going on. He looked at Bai Shallow in front of him. An inexplicable impulse arose in his heart, and then his character was lost. His fingertips rubbed his no longer dry lips, and his eyes grew deeper and deeper, churning with unbearable desire. Character? Lost then lost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, confessing to the school flower Bai Shallow, and receiving the bouquet. The system rewards have been issued through legal channels. Please check and receive by the host. As soon as the system's tone fell, a ding tone came from the cell phone in his pants pocket. Lu Xingchen didn't care about the gazes of the people around him, and took out his cell phone to look at it. The latest item in the message bar was a message from the cell phone bank. Tail number 3358 card September 7th, 2030, 11:26 p.m. ICBC income, remittance from other bank, 10 renminbi, 000,000,000. Account balance 10 renminbi, 005, 370, 11. Seeing the number after the account balance, Lu Xingchen's breath hitched for a few moments. and thinking of the current occasion, he forcefully suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. Raising his eyes again, he resumed that cool and reserved air. The line of sight fell on the puffed-up Bai Shallow in front of him. With some laughter in his eyes, he suddenly stepped forward. Bai Shallow's eyelashes fluttered slightly with nervousness, but thinking of the $100,000 he promised, he couldn't bear to lose his face, and could only pretend to be shy, looking down at the bouquet in her hand, while in her heart she was frantically outputting this guy with no character. Shallow, are you hungry? Let's go eat. Lu Xingchen pulled Bai Shallow's soft and boneless little hand and apologized in a low voice in her ear. It was me who was wrong just now. I'll add 50,000 more to you in a while. Good. Hearing Lu Xingchen's apology, Bai Shanshan's smile this time was from her heart. A first kiss of $50,000. It's worth it. Besides, Lu Xingchen looks so handsome, she doesn't lose out. Just as a kiss to pour money on the male model. Looking at the back of the two walking away, the melon-eating crowd began to discuss intensely. TSK, Golden Man and Jade Woman. Perfect match. Damn it, the two of them eat each other too well. My god. School bully schoolboy. Pure schoolgirl, kissing in public. What kind of idle drama bridge is this? Lu Xingchen has finally come to his senses. They're perfect for each other. I'm knocked out. Jiang Qingyan's face was incomparably gloomy at the moment. Her nails sunk into her palms and oozed blood, but she was also blissfully unaware of it, and stared at Lu Xingchen and Bai Shallow's distant back. Light smoke. You're bleeding. Lu Yuan's concerned voice rang out, just wanting to reach out and lift her hand to check. Jiang Qingyan directly took a step back to avoid it. Lu Yuan, who had pounced, looked at Jiang Qingyan's gloomy face, and his obscure eyes flashed. Light smoke. Xingchen did this to make you jealous. Otherwise how would he suddenly find Bai Shallow who has no interactions to confess? And you just saw the way Bai Shallow pushed and shoved at the very beginning. I think it must have been Lu Xingchen who paid her to put on this show before she complied. Xingchen still has you in his heart. Let's go for treatment first now. Xingchen doesn't say he won't let you keep the scar. You shouldn't want him to blame himself later. Lu Yuan knew Jiang Qingyan's mentality. He had no choice but to move out Lu Xingchen and persuade him. Hearing Lu Yuan's analysis, Jiang Qingyan's face looked a lot better, but when she thought that he had just kissed that, her heart was still a little uneasy. Looking down at her palm, she remembered Lu Xingchen holding Bai Shallow's hand. Go to the infirmary. She couldn't leave a scar. She couldn't be worse than that Bai Shallow. Chapter 4 1 month temporary girlfriend. Lu Xingchen pulled Bai Shanshan and just walked out of the school entrance. Looked at the four down without recognizing people. Suddenly stopped and turned around. The first time by the boy's pull hand. Some overwhelmed Bai Shallow did not pay attention. A moment in Lu Xingchen arms. Soft fragrance into his arms. The sweet perfume flavor of her body, wildly surging into his nostrils, occupying his brain, the softness of his arms, so that he was a little difficult to resist, lifted his hand and embraced her, feeling the rolling heat behind her back. Bai Shanshan, who had her nose somewhat sore from the impact, shivered, and the testosterone that she had ignored also took over her breath. In his arms, there was inexplicably a sense of security. Make way! Make way! An abrupt shout rang out. Bai Shanyan abruptly woke up and immediately detached herself from Lu Xingchen's arms. Dog man, let go of me. She had just broken free when the huge force struck again, and she was once again pulled back into his embrace. Be careful of the car. As soon as the words left her mouth, a howling wind sailed past and she regained her freedom. Glaring at the person who rode his bike away, Bai Shanshan looked at Lu Xingchen's eyes that contained a smile, and was instantly a little embarrassed, but she had always dared to admit her mistakes. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's okay, just now you also helped me out. It's even. Card number to me. Internet banking to transfer you. Those two payment software have a limit. Lu Xingchen opened his internet banking, slightly raised his eyes, ready to pay. Hearing that it was related to money, Bai Shallow immediately snapped out of her shyness. Just taking out her cell phone, she suddenly paused. Her card was a Class 2 card. It seemed like she couldn't charge that much money. I'm a Category 2 card. Falling off the chain at the critical moment, Bai Shaoxian was a little embarrassed. Her voice was a few points lower. Like a kitten. I contacted the bank side to withdraw cash. 150,000 needs to be booked a day in advance, so I can only give it to you tomorrow. It was also the first time Lu Xingchen was so rich. Although he had the system, his authority in the bank was not enough to withdraw large amounts of cash on the same day. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Just help you play a scene. I'm also embarrassed to take so much. This money will be treated as I managed to borrow from you, and return it to you later, but there is no interest. Hearing 150,000, Bai Shaoxian was also a bit embarrassed to ask for that much money. Although Lu Xingchen promised, she still has her own insistence. Otherwise she haul double dance school flower, go out to accompany people, but also not to go out to work part-time every day. What? Falling in love with me? Wanting to save money for me so badly? Lu Xingchen's long and white fingers gently pinched Bai Shanshan's chin and teased with a smile. He naturally understood Bai Shallow's insistence, but he also had his own insistence that a godly man should be a promise. Bai Shanshan lightly bit the corner of her lip, and the breath that came on her face made her heartbeat speed up uncontrollably. Looking at Lu Xingchen's handsome face, she is also a normal woman, or a face control. How can she be indifferent? But love can't be talked about. Forget it. Anyway, the first kiss was also given. Not bad. Bai Shallow Heart implied herself a sentence, slowly closed her eyes. Slightly trembling eyelashes indicated that her heart is not calm, but after waiting for half a day, she didn't feel any wetness on her lips. Opening her eyes, Lu Xingchen had long been a few steps away from him, his hands clasped in front of his chest, leaning against a wall to the side, his starry eyes flashing with laughter. Noticing that she had been tricked, Bai Qianliang was furious and turned around to leave. Don't want the money? Lu Xingchen's cool voice came out. Not a second later, he saw Bai Shanshan walking back with a puff of anger, pouting her lips and standing at his side. He found it adorable and let out a light laugh, an interesting idea flashing through his mind. Money, you have to take it. If you feel embarrassed, just pretend to be my girlfriend for another month. Double Dan schoolgirl, 150,000 a month. Still a fledgling, quite suitable. Bai Shanshan protected her hands on her chest, glaring at Lu Xingchen to watch out. Don't even think about it. She couldn't imagine that the always cool schoolmaster schoolmarm, the dedicated infatuation kind, could say such words. It's true that the heart looks at everything dirty. They all say it's a fake. Besides, I'm a hallowed double Dan schoolboy. You think I'll be short of women? Lu Xingchen turned his head and looked straight at him. His eyes were deep and dissatisfied as he questioned. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you again. Bai Shallow apologized very decisively. Humph. Lu Xingchen snorted coldly and turned around to walk towards the mall next to him. Without going far, he turned his head to look at Bai Shanshan, who was still hesitating in place. Still not following. Your boyfriend wants to go shopping for clothes. As a girlfriend, shouldn't you help pick them out? Or is your embarrassment just now just an excuse? Alright, Lu classmate. I will definitely complete the task properly. Bai Qianqian revealed a pleasing smile, quickly followed up, misunderstanding Lu Xingchen twice in a row. She also has some guilt. Besides, the money is not yet in hand. There is no contract, all according to conscience. She can have to put the big gold master good service. Welcome to the Gucci boutique. Handsome and beautiful. Good noon. Just walked into the Gucci boutique. Came face to face with an imperial girl guide. More than 1.7 meters in height. Standard OL uniform. Outlining the body that moves like a rabbit. Two slender fleshy legs wrapped in black silk that was completely different from Bai Shallow's. Paired with shiny black high-heeled shoes, it showed even more of the charm of an imperial lady. The shopper's gaze inadvertently swept up and down, and then glanced at the JK suit with the logo of a certain tavern beside her, and instantly understood the level of their consumption. However, she upheld her professionalism, with an undiminished smile on her face and a very enthusiastic attitude. After all, with Lu Xingchen and Bai Shanshan's two faces here, it was hard not to let people's good feelings rise. Lu Xingchen naturally noticed this guide's gaze. Pocket money, do not care. Turning his head to look at the environment of the store. To be honest, the first time into a luxury store, more or less a bit of curiosity. The store is very clean and tidy. The lighting is just right. The display of goods is unique. A glance is very comfortable. Surprisingly, the store had a wide range of things. From big clothes, shoes and hats, to small rings and earrings. Everything was there. It was also just as well that he didn't have to wander around from store to store, which was too tiring. Is it to choose clothes for this beauty? Recently a new batch of celebrity models have been released. Your girlfriend with this face value and body should be very suitable. You can try it on. The female shopper noticed that Bai Shanshan looked at the new product area with her eyes lit up for a moment, and asked with a smile. Bai Shanshan quickly waved her hand and pointed to Lu Xingchen next to her. No, I'm here to accompany him to choose clothes. A shirt here is at least $1,000 or more, and the star singles side is even tens of thousands. She doesn't have the spare money to spend in this luxury store. The female shopper froze for a moment and immediately responded. Okay, this way please. Soon, under the guide's recommendations and Bai Shanshan's praise, Lu Xingchen picked out a few pieces of clothing that were worth a lot of money. Bai Shanshan looked at the prices and secretly jaw-dropped. A pure black Ankara shirt $129.99, the matching straight-draped pants $119.99, the Gucci necklace on her neck was $8,888, and the ring was $59.99. In total, the set was almost $40,000. She also hadn't heard that Lu Xingchen was a rich second-generation but thinking that he casually gave $150,000 in order for her to act, she didn't say much, and treated it as if people were stupid and had a lot of money. and spent it in retaliation for a lost love. Beauty. Your boyfriend said for you to try that set and buy it if it fits. After the female shopper thoughtfully closed the door of the fitting room for Lu Xingchen, she turned her head to Bai Xiaoqi and inquired about the introduction. Light smoke. Isn't that Bai Shallow? Why is she there? Could it be that she's been adopted by the gold master? The surface of the noble. It is just right to poke her. So that Lu Xingchen that blind see well. He confessed to what goods? On the aisle of the Gucci boutique, Zhang Chengyan's best friend beside her face was full of disdain, pointing at the store and cursing Bai Shallow. Chapter 5, Self-Righteous Zhang Chengyan. Zhang Chengyan looked at the white-skinned Bai Shanchan in the store, and suddenly thought of what Lu Yuan had said to her when she was treating her wounds in the infirmary. Light smoke. You have to be careful of Bai Shallow. That kind of gold-digging woman has the most experience in confusing schoolmasters like Xingchen. Although she could sense Lu Yuan's small mind, she felt that he was right. This kind of money-grubbing foxy girl loved to hook up with men like Lu Xingchen who were handsome and good at studies. She didn't resist as her best friend pulled her towards the boutique. She wanted to see how Lu Xingchen would still use her as a shield after Bai Shanchan and the Golden Master were caught together. Up to this point, she didn't even have the slightest thought that the man inside was Lu Xingchen. Inside the store, Bai Shallow waved her hand in refusal with a bemused face. No need. Really, no need. She wasn't blind. That set of clothes cost close to $30,000. She was just pretending to be Lu Xingchen's girlfriend. How could she afford to accept such expensive clothes? Beauty, this set of clothes really suits you, and it doesn't look like your boyfriend is joking. It was the first time that the female shopper had seen a woman saving money for a man in a luxury specialty store, and patiently persuaded her. Just now, when she guided Lu Xingchen to the fitting room, she had seen the information sent by the bank to make an appointment to withdraw cash, and instantly changed her position on Lu Xingchen's consumption, taking out 150,000 at one time. One could still run out of money to buy clothes. No, he doesn't. Bai Shanchan just wanted to retort, and realized that there was no room to retort, because she was indeed Lu Xingchen's girlfriend on the bright side now. While she was fretting about how to refuse, a contemptuous and piercing snort came from her. Yo, isn't this our great white school flower? How is it that you just snatched someone's boyfriend in the morning and accepted the confession, and not even 2 hours later, you're here shopping with another gold master, worthy of being a famous time management master? Zhang Qingyan's best friend slowly and leisurely walked up to Bai Shanchan, not hiding the disdain on her face, sarcastically lightly heckling. When the female guide at the side saw this scene, she silently took a few steps back, away from the battlefield, and quietly notified the mall security guards to be ready at any time. This kind of scene where the original spouse and the mistress meet head-on is not rare in luxury stores, and is handled with ease. First let them tear for a while. After a big fight, it is better to break something, add some performance to them, pretend to stop them, and then finally let the security guards pull away just. Zhang Qingyan stood beside her best friend, silent, but her eyes kept falling on Bai Shanchan's white silk, staring at her pretty white face and the white silk she wore on her tender and slender legs. A hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, and her fingers secretly pressed lightly on her best friend's arm. Then she retreated to the side, took out her cell phone from her bag, and began to record the video. In a moment, she would take this video to confront Lu Xingchen. Sitting on the resting sofa, Bai Shanchan glanced faintly at this unseen woman. Her eyes glanced down at Zhang Qingyan on the side, her eyes revealing a look of realization. She didn't know how many times she had heard this kind of vicious, mean words since she was a child, and her heart had long been immune to such words without any ripples. She directly ignored this jumping clown, quietly sitting on the sofa, waiting for Lu Xingchen to come out from the fitting room. Hitting the face is best to step on the face to hit to be cool. When Zhang Qingyan's best friend saw Bai Shanchan's silence, she thought that she was covering up her weakness, and a sneer appeared on her face. Don't think you can muddle through by not speaking. Light smoke. Call Lu Xingchen. I'd like to see his expression when he sees Bai Shallow with someone else's gold master. Let him know who is worthy of his love. He's really blind. He even confessed to this kind of goods. Even if it's just to piss you off, you can't be hungry. I think you're right. This time, he must not be forgiven so easily. The female shopper on the side heard Lu Xingchen's name, thoughtfully looked at the calm Bai Shanchan on the side, and secretly glanced at the fitting room. The good show was coming on soon. Click. The sound of unlocking sounded, and all eyes in the store fell on the door of that fitting room. Zhang Qingyan's cell phone camera immediately turned over, and purposely took a few steps back to find an angle so that Bai Shao and the door of the fitting room appeared in the same frame. In the next second, everyone present was stunned. Zhang Qingyan and her best friend, on the other hand, didn't expect the person who walked out of the fitting room to be Lu Xingchen. Bai Shanchan and the sales in the store on the other hand were stunned by Lu Xingchen's face value and temperament. Lu Xingchen's upper body was a pure black Ankara shirt. His bony white palms gently straightened the Gucci necklace on his neck. Through the top two unfastened buttons, he could only see the edge outline of his pectoral muscles and his white and delicate clavicle, but it had more of a sense of atmosphere. Excellent texture. Long and short appropriate straight drape pants, highlighting his long legs. Pure white Air Force One, adding sunshine. Clean. He was a reserved and cool young master of a wealthy family. This was the only thought in the minds of everyone present. Lu Xingchen walked in front of Bai Shanshan, his eyes lazily drooping, looking at her who was stunned by him, his mouth wantonly, handsome? The two of them looked at each other. Bai Shanshan suddenly felt her heart stop suddenly. Her breathing was not smooth. Those two words seemed to explode in her mind like fireworks. Handsome. With a mosquito-like volume, she whispered back a word, then immediately and sheepishly lowered her head, not letting him see the blush on her face to hide her emotions. This kind of face and money, good body, IQ super high school bully school herbs, try to ask that youthful and ignorant girls will not be moved, but she knew that she was not worthy of him, and he could not give her the person she wanted for a lifetime. Jiang Qingyan, who was on the side, saw Lu Xingchen treating her like nothing, and came out to directly interact with that Bai Shanshan, and suddenly had a feeling of heartache to the point of suffocation. The desire in his eyes didn't look like an act. Lu Xingchen looked at Bai Shallow, who had reddened the tips of her ears and lowered her head, and the corners of his lips hooked slightly. Raising his hand and cupping her chin to make her raise her head, he asked in dissatisfaction, "Why don't you try on the clothes?" Before Bai Shanshan could answer, Jiang Qingyan's best friend couldn't help herself and directly stood out angrily. Lu Xingchen, what are you doing? Donate without using your eyes. Lu Xingchen coldly glanced at her, turned his head to stare at Bai Shanshan, and resumed his spring-like smile, his eyebrows slightly raised. Can't you see, I'm talking to my girlfriend? Girlfriend? The moment the three words came out, Jiang Qingyan's best friend was like a fish in her throat, looking at Lu Xingchen incredulously, and then looking back at Jiang Qingyan who had lost the color of blood on her face. Jiang Qingyan also couldn't believe that these three words would come out of Lu Xingchen's mouth. Looking at the intimate movement of him lifting Bai Shallow's chin, her heart was flustered. It seemed like she had expressly forbidden this kind of behavior from him since she had been in college. The thoughts flashed through Jiang Qingyan's mind, and her pupils shrunk slightly, feeling that she couldn't go on like this. Putting down her cell phone, she walked forward, her tone as less icy as possible. Xingchen, stop it. I know you're using her as a shield just to gain my attention. As long as you're a little more obedient in the future, a little less jealous, a little more atmospheric, I'll accept you the next time you confess. Okay, quickly let go of her. It's not good in public. Chapter 6, Consider it a dog's bite. Jiang Qingyan did not recognize her mistake from the beginning to the end, but instead maintained her lofty posture. To Lu Xingchen, I'll give you a chance to come and apologize to me. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll reluctantly forgive you. Jiang Qingyan confidently held her arms and waited for Lu Xingchen to admit his mistake, but Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. Over the years, although he had doted on her, he had always kept to himself. He really didn't understand where this woman got the confidence as if he would definitely go and apologize to her. After merely glancing at her, he turned his head and stared back at the calm-faced Bai Shaoxian. She didn't seem to care at all about what was happening right now. Perhaps she had to be reminded that a qualified girlfriend should cooperate with her boyfriend to stay away from the harassment of her ex. Unconsciously, Lu Xingchen's gaze once again fell on her pink lips. Immediately afterward, in her shocked and flustered gaze, he once again overstayed his welcome. Bai Shallow's ears instantly went all red. At this moment, it was as if all the sounds around her were blocked out. Only her heartbeat, which was fast soaring to 180 mph, kept pounding against her chest. Feeling the warmth on her lips, Bai Shanshan originally wanted to push away this man who had once again lost his character. But thinking about the current situation, if she pushed Lu Xingchen away, then the relationship between the two of them would be recognized. She was just fulfilling her obligation of 150,000 a month now. Anyway, she had been kissed before, so it wasn't too bad to be bitten by a dog, but her tightly closed eyes, trembling eyelashes, and the pair of hands that never lifted to tightly clutch her skirt betrayed her innermost thoughts. She, at all, had no thoughts of resisting. Jiang Qingyan's face was full of incredulity. Looking at the two who were kissing together, her mind was blank. No, it's impossible. How could he kiss Bai Shallow? How could he? He said his first kiss. He wanted to save it for me. Why is this happening? Jiang Qingyan's best friend was also confused. Always only loved Jiang Qingyan. How did he suddenly turn around? Before the confession, she was not present. She could still use Lu Xingchen wanted to be angry with Jiang Qingyan as an excuse. But now, as she looked at the two oblivious people, she had no more reasons. Suddenly, a shrill old-fashioned cell phone ringtone sounded. Bai Shallow had immediately backed away, breaking free of Lu Xingchen's restraints, and took out the cell phone whose screen was covered with cracks from her backpack. I'll take a call. After saying that, he walked to an unoccupied corner of the store. Lu Xingchen, who had tasted the sweetness, was now in a good mood, and with his eyebrows lightly raised, he turned to look at Jiang Qingyan on the side and said coldly, "This is my choice. I want to be a person. Mr. Jiang should go find someone else to be a dog." Jiang Qingyan insight the indifference in Lu Xingchen's eyes and instantly became anxious. "Xingchen, just when she wanted to explain, Bai Shallow came over in a hurry. "Brother Xingchen, I have something very urgent. I have to leave first. I can't accompany you shopping. Next time I'll double compensate you." Bai Shallow heard that her mother's condition deteriorated in the hospital. Her heart was in a hurry, but she didn't mess up. Turning back to pretend intimacy, and Lu Xingchen explained, turned around and left the boutique with fast footsteps. Lu Xingchen looked at the fast departure of Bai Shanshan, had the intention to follow the front, but now the body is still wearing Gucci clothes. Have to pay. To a little time. "Lu Xingchen, if you have difficulties, you can talk to me. Need money, call me at any time." Lu Xingchen sent over a message on the social software, and the mood to consume was not there. "In addition to the sets of clothes that I tried before, that lavender dress is also wrapped up. Check out together." Looking back at the previous female guide, he waved his hand lightly. Then he directly ignored Jiang Qingyan and her annoying best friend, sitting on the sofa in the rest area, waiting for the sales clerk to pack and check out. "Handsome man, a total of 325, 629. Do you see whether to swipe your card or pay online?" The female shopper's attitude was very respectful, bending down to hand Lu Xingchen the small ticket at the same time. A business card of her own was also handed over. A touch of moving white light flashed in front of his eyes, and his palm was gently scratched by a greenish-white finger. Lu Xingchen saw through this female shopper's small mind at a glance, but did not refuse. This female shopper looks not bad, moving like a rabbit body, too slender and slightly fat black silk long legs, the key to her good looks. The face of the makeup is not so heavy. It is not possible to be a girlfriend, but it is still possible to be a female friend who meets occasionally. Swipe the card. Lu Xingchen casually put the card into her hand, following her heart. The tender and smooth feeling was completely different from the kind of Bai Shallow. There was some fleshiness in her hand and it was softer. The female shopper didn't reject Lu Xingchen. Instead she gave him a flirtatious smile. She looked at Lu Xingchen in front of her. It was better to be with him than with those greasy middle-aged men who were married. No more a dewy marriage. It is not a loss. In the nightclub to order a male model of this quality, it is several thousand. Jiang Qingyan had thought that with Bai Shanshan gone, she would have a chance to talk to Lu Xingchen and clear up the misunderstanding between the two. But when she saw that female guide, seducing Lu Xingchen like a fox charming, and Lu Xingchen still not refusing, her face completely blackened, and she couldn't bear it, directly went forward, pull away that female guide, turning to Lu Xingchen with an angry look, angrily rebuked, "Lu Xingchen, I'm wrong, okay? I shouldn't have said you're a dog. I apologize to you. There's no need for you to cheapen yourself so much. I know you're not this kind of person. You keep the way you were before. After you graduate from college, I'll marry you." The black silk female guide was suddenly pushed away and froze for a moment, just wanting to fight back, but after seeing the disgusted expression on Lu Xingchen's face, the anger on her face abruptly disappeared. She stood aside obediently, ready to watch the show. Lu Xingchen looked at Jiang Qingyan in front of him. After the childhood friend filter was removed, she was not even as good as that black silk female guide. Another look at her proud hemp pole body, glanced at the black silk female guide should be fat and thin, the front and back of the full curve. He was wondering if he had been compelled before. Seeing Lu Xingchen silent and lowered his head without saying anything, Jiang Qingyan thought that Lu Xingchen agreed. Reaching out, she took his hand and whispered, "Xingchen, in the future, only hold my hand, okay?" Lu Xingchen was doubting his own vision from before, when suddenly a hand that had been heavily smeared with sunscreen and was a bit greasy was drilled into his hand. When she thought of the hand that the two of them had held earlier when Lu Yuan had taken the opportunity to show her a manicure, she felt very disgusted all of a sudden. "Get away from me!" Lu Xingchen immediately leaned back and shook off Jiang Qingyan's hand. Lowering his brows, he frowned lightly, looking at the sunscreen stained on his hands, feeling a little bad luck. "Rub." The black silk female guide was very insightful, pulling out a few wet wipes from the front desk and handing them to Lu Xingchen. Looking at the white and soft hand in front of him, without the slightest bit of cosmetics and the wet wipes on his hand, Lu Xingchen looked at her in surprise. "Thanks." After receiving the wet wipes and wiping his hands to ensure that there was no more of that greasy feeling, the tightly knit brows were only lowered. Afterwards, directly holding the black silk female guide's soft razor, the mood was suddenly much better. "Which bag do you like? Pick one and check out together." Lu Xingchen ignored Zhang Changro and looked at this knowledgeable guide. The corner of his lips lightly hooked and said carelessly. In his eyes, a bag of tens of thousands of dollars seemed to be worthless as if it could be given away casually. Chapter 7, 100 times cashback on purchases. Then I'll thank my handsome brother. Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, the female shopper's eyebrows were slightly happy as she turned around and walked towards the bag section of the store. She wasn't like by shallow. She wouldn't save a man money, but she wouldn't go too far either. After picking out a bag that was 20,000 or so, she looked at Lu Xingchen's unconcerned eyes and cheerfully twisted her crotch and went to the counter to settle the bill. Jiang Qingyan just stared blankly at the interaction of the person who came, as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't believe that the person who was full of himself before, why would he become so fast? It wasn't just that she rejected his confession a few times and cared about Lu Yuan during some festivals. Other than that, she didn't do anything but she forgot that she really hadn't done anything for Lu Xingchen. Handsome brother, your card. After calling the mall's home delivery service, the smiling female guide put the card into Lu Xingchen's hand, throwing him a wink in the process. The chocolate ice cream that people ate this morning was very sweet. Do you want to try it together? The black silk female guide's body was close to Lu Xingchen's arm, and the hints in her words were very obvious. She had already made up her mind to catch this high-flying handsome with super high face value and very generous, and reserve was all a means to those poor people who had no money. VX sent it over. Agree to it. Forget about it today. I'll call you when I have time. Lu Xingchen wrapped an arm around her thin waist, not caring in the slightest about the eyes of the store personnel, kissed the fragrant lips and laughed lightly. Then he turned around and left the boutique. There were too many things that happened to him today. He really didn't have much interest, and had to go back to organize his thoughts. Then people will wait for your news. And also their name is Yao Yan. Yao Yan waved her cell phone, not caring in the slightest about Jiang Qingyan who was staring viciously at her from the side, and shouted at Lu Xingchen who was about to walk out of the store. Lu Xingchen did not turn around, but waved his hand and quickly disappeared in front of the store. This lady, is she buying something? To buy something please find another guy to receive you. Oh. Yao Yan arched her eyebrows lightly, revealing a victor-settled smile at Jiang Qingyan, and said lightly, turning around and leaving in front of them. This kind of dumbass who was covered in ground floor goods and had a very pungent odor of inferior perfume. She didn't even bother to give a single glance. Who said we won't buy anything? You a guide not receiving us. Believe it or not we'll go and complain about you. Jiang Qingyan's best friend couldn't stand the humiliation, and immediately jumped out to clamor. Yao Yan, who had Lu Xingchen's contact information, was very confident and turned back to show a provocative look, laughing softly. Oh, then what are you going to buy? I can apologize to you if you also buy 350,000. Looking at the dumbfounded two, Yao Yan picked up the bag that Lu Xingchen had given her. Or if you guys buy this same bag, I'll admit that I was wrong about you and apologize. Just buy it. Before the words were finished, she was pulled by Jiang Qingyan. Looking at the gesture Jiang Qingyan gestured, she almost didn't catch her breath. Humph, let's go. With a cold snort with an iron face, the two of them then slipped away in ashes. Humph, fighting with my old lady. Don't even look at what kind of goods you are. Yao Na hummed in triumph, gently caressing the long-loved bag in her hand, with a bright smile on her face. Baby, send me the video. I'll treat you to milk tea later. Yao Yan turned around and called out to her colleague, watching the video of herself fighting those two women, and sent it directly to Lu Xingchen. At this moment, Lu Xingchen, who had bought a few more of the latest models of fruit phones, had just walked out of the mall when he received the video. With a light smile, after transferring $10,000 to her, he suddenly lurched his body. Ding! Riches to consume. God ho spend money from not wanting too much. The main fight is a rich and capricious, flat billion close to the people. Congratulations to the host triggered God ho behavior. Received reward, just now in the mall behind the consumption of 412, 589, 100 times cashback. Reward has been issued through legal channels. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Just as the system's voice fell, a familiar ding sounded from the cell phone in his hand. Tail number 3358 card September 23, 2030, 1548 industrial and commercial bank income, remittance from another bank, $41, 258, 900, 00, account balance $50, 851, 681, 11, $50 million. Although he had the first experience of $10 million, Lu Xingchen still could not help but breathe a few times more sharply. He didn't expect that in just a few hours of getting the system, he had gone from a pauper with only $5,000 in his pocket to a multi-millionaire with a balance of $50 million. Suddenly there was a feeling of unreality. Soon, he received a call from the bank's private exclusive customer service, and after a simple chat and a few questions, he directly cancelled his previous cash withdrawal appointment. Thinking of Bai Shallow's hurried appearance before she left, he didn't directly send a message to Bai Shallow saying that he could go and withdraw cash now, and that it would be better to see her tomorrow. He opened his cell phone bank and directly transferred 1 million to his parents respectively. In less than 3 minutes, his dear mom sent a video call. "Son, you've been adopted by a rich woman?" These were his mom's first words. Seeing that her son's complexion didn't change much, Lu's mom looked at her husband next to her in confusion and said in disbelief, "So you won the lottery? It shouldn't be. Your old Lu family shouldn't have this good luck." "Don't guess, didn't the stock market explode recently? I've saved up some money in the past few years, so I've leveraged it to make some more money, and it's all legal." Lu Xingchen, in order to not let his mom think nonsense, found a relatively reasonable reason. The system this matter absolutely cannot be set outside. This reason, with his parents' IQ, is enough to muddle through. "Oh, that's right. My son's IQ can enter the world's top IQ club. I was just guessing with your dad if it's like what's written in the tomato novels, that you've got that godly hero system." This unintentional remark of Lu's mom had made Lu Xingchen sweat. "Lu Xingchen, profit, knife up, read less ebooks. It's just that there's money now. You too should spend it. Don't need to say you're going to travel. Go," Lu Xingchen said in a lazy and reckless tone. "Right, hubby, take annual leave. Immediately book a ticket. I want to go to the grassland." "Right, do you want to help you please the in-laws?" Lu's mother had grown up in favor all her life. Naturally, she didn't have so much guilt education, and directly ordered her husband to book the tickets. At the end, she asked Lu Xingchen again. Lu Xingchen thought of the snobbish face of Jiang Qingyan's parents and frowned slightly. "No need. There is no possibility for Jiang Qingyan and I." Lu Ma froze for a moment, did not discourage, smiled and said, "Okay, Mom supports you. My eldest son has a face and talent. What kind of child can't be found?" The two chatted for a few more sentences, and then Lu Dad's urging to choose a hotel, hung up the phone in a hurry. Lu Xingchen put down his cell phone. His heart warmed. He was very fortunate to be born in such an enlightened, loving family. "Lu Xingchen?" Smiling so brightly. "You're not thinking about my body again?" A soft and delicate snicker suddenly sounded behind him. Chapter 8, $10 million sports car Apollo IE. Hearing this familiar voice, flirting with his own tone, just about to take a step to leave, Lu Xingchen's figure lurched, a trace of helplessness on his face. Turning his head over, his eyes fell on the radiant woman behind him, and he suddenly had a bit of a headache. Qin Shuya, the only daughter of the chairman of the Qin Group, the minister of the investment promotion department of the student union. It so happens that Lu Xingchen was also pulled by his roommate before. With his counterintuitive face value and school bully persona, Ato 3 joined the student union, which happens to be the investment promotion department. This merchants department is said to be good. In fact, it is for the large-scale activities organized by the student body to pull investment. Qin Shuya, the golden lady in. They do not have to do anything. Kissing ass is enough. Since Lu Xingchen dormitory 4 people went in, this is more than 2 years, have not entered a newcomer. The reason why Lu Xingchen had a headache was because this school sister liked to molest herself too much. Those who knew it was because of her character. Those who didn't would definitely think she was a complete female hooligan. "Good day, school sister," Lu Xingchen greeted vigilantly, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shuya's attire. A lavender deep V strapless evening gown, the LV belt outlining her slender and high-quality perfect waist, the pigeon egg-sized ruby at her collarbone made into a necklace that was worth a lot of money at first glance. But it also set off her white and delicate neck that was as flawless as white jade. Her black tea-colored wavy hair was arranged in an orderly manner on her shoulders and neck, and her seductive and bright eyes echoed with her sexy and hot red lips, making her a role model of a noblewoman from a famous family. She was dressed somewhat formally today, with bodyguards following behind her, so she thought she was going to a banquet and didn't have time to molest herself. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Senior sister, you have something to do, first go and get busy. I'm going back here first. Just so afraid of me. Can I still eat you up?" Qin Shuya's lips slightly hooked, stepped forward and grabbed Lu Xingchen's collar. After looking up and down, her eyes had more than a few points of indescribable anger. Coldly glancing at Lu Xingchen, she pulled him by the collar and walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom that was parked on the side. The car was incomparably quiet. Even the sound of the two people's heartbeats were clear, and the driver had gotten out of the car early after the two people had gotten in, and was very insightful in getting out of the car to move around. Lu Xingchen's eyes revealed a trace of doubt, looking at the suddenly angry Qin Shuya, uncertain. Although before the school sister likes to molest himself, but also did not casually throw a tantrum time, always a smiling face. "How now, school sister? Why don't you look for me?" Lu Xingchen was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Qin Shuya in a huff. With a head full of questions, he looked at Qin Shuya in confusion, not understanding what it meant. "I said, since you're looking for someone to adopt, why don't you look for me? Do you not see my face value as a school flower? Or do you not see my Qin group? Qin Shuya turned her head and looked at Lu Xingchen with an ironic expression, and when she saw his designer label of mass goods, she became even more angry. She, who had been wearing top-notch private customization since she was a child, had always seen that she couldn't afford this kind of name brand. It seems that the adoption of Lu Xingchen should be the kind of older, a little money of the old woman. Otherwise send clothes how can be so popular? Cheap, that is. Lu Xingchen face value is high, temperament is good. In order to be hard to give this dress upgrading a few grades, really blind to this good face. This time Lu Xingchen more confused, when he was adopted. Following Qin Shuya's gaze, he looked down at this Gucci brand name on his body and those latest models of fruit cell phones in the bag. His eyes revealed a look of understanding. It must be that she had misunderstood. Senior sister. You. Lu Xingchen was just about to open his mouth to speak when he was blocked by a finger. Qin Shuya's face had already returned to normal, and her white and slender hand gently landed on his white jade flawless handsome face, gently caressing it. In the end, it even landed on his collar, slightly raising her eyes. Her seductive beautiful eyes looked straight into Lu Xingchen's deep and charming eyes. Lu Xingchen was startled by her bold behavior, and his breathing became more and more turbulent. This woman was deliberately playing with fire. Lu Xingchen, let me adopt you. I'm the only daughter of the Qin group. I'm sure I'm richer than that old woman. You can lead a better life by following me. Lu Xingchen was just about to reach out and block her hand when he heard this counterintuitive statement. His eyebrows lightly arched. He didn't expect Qin Shuya to have this kind of meaning towards him. If he didn't have the divine magnate system, maybe he would have agreed. Who didn't like eating soft food? But he was now the one who was heading towards the top of the divine magnate. There was no need to give up an entire forest of ringed fat and thin for a woman. Just as he wanted to refuse, the system's beep once again came to mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. The first principle of the divine magnate, only choose the expensive ones, not the right ones, and the same goes for women. Noble and charming Tianjin schoolgirl, how can you give up lightly? The adult world is never a single choice question. Multiple choice is the answer. In the face of Tianjin schoolgirl's molestation, please make a counterattack. System task, reverse molestation of Tianjin schoolgirl. Mission reward, $10 million sports car Apollo IE top version, total value $35 million. Apollo IE? Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly when he heard the system reward. This system really knew his preference as well. Compared to the more expensive sun god Apollo EVO, he still preferred the dark purple color, Apollo IE that took off when the doors opened. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Qin Shuya's dark purple deep V evening gown, and a hint of unusual meaning was added to his clear white eyes. Lu Xingchen wrapped his arm around Qin Shuya's slender waist, wantonly lethargic tone. Sister, I don't have any old women around me, and also, sister wants to adopt me so much? The distance between the two noses was less than 3 centimeters. Lu Xingchen's breath when he spoke, all hit her face. The sudden surge of testosterone into Qin Shuya's nostrils, originally still a little angry. At the moment all of her anger dissipated, and she allowed herself to be embraced by Lu Xingchen in his arms. But after hearing his words, Qin Shuya violently widened her eyes, raised her head to stare straight at Lu Xingchen, secretly sighing that she was messed up by this male dodgy. Did not go to investigate clearly first, and messed up such a big oolong. I didn't. Qin Shuya who learned the truth. Just now that kind of courage is gone. She thought that she just had a colorful heart but no courage, or else she wouldn't have kept her mouth spent for more than 2 years. Oh, no? Lu Xingchen asked back with a light smile, looking at Qin Shuya who blushed and turned her head sideways. Her deep eyes surged. Qin Shuya's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Turning her head to meet Lu Xingchen's hot line of sight, she hurriedly closed her eyes shyly. After a long time, the rosy-cheeked Qin Shuya sat in the Rolls-Royce and looked at Lu Xingchen's back as he walked into the campus. Her scallion-white fingers landed at the corner of her own lips, gently rubbing them with her fingertips. The corners of her mouth slightly hooked up. It seems that he's really put it down. On the other side, Lu Xingchen, who had just walked into the campus, listened to the system's beeps in his head, and couldn't even suppress the corners of his hooked-up mouth. Chapter 9, by Shallow Seeks Help. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to reverse flirt with Tianjin schoolmate Qin Shuya. Due to the host's over-excellent performance, a VIP parking space has been specially rewarded. The system reward has been issued through legal channels. Please check and receive by the host. As soon as the system's tone fell, Lu Xingchen's mind flashed the image of the underground parking lot of the nearby mall. The dark purple Apollo IE, worth $35 million, with gorgeous flowing light, was parked peacefully in the VIP parking space of the mall. The picture changed again. The car's top accessories and a bunch of relevant documents and contracts came into view. Lu Xingchen's excitement at the moment, more drastic than just flirting with Qin Shuya. No man can resist the temptation of a $10 million sports car. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really a bit tired today, and it was already dark. He had to turn his head to enjoy what was called a pushback feeling. Damn, this is called life. Lu Xingchen took a long breath of turbid air, looked at the boulevard under the dim light of the campus, touched the extra car keys in his pocket. His heart was incomparably cozy. Not long after, Lu Xingchen slowly came to the door of the dormitory. Just knocked the first door. The dormitory door was opened quickly. The three roommates stroked their chins, scanning up and down Lu Xingchen. Their eyes revealed a probing look. Lu Xingchen's jaw lifted slightly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. According to the custom, knocking on the door must be more than 3 times before the door could be opened. Today it was so painful and put up such a big show. It was not right. Just wanted to turn his head to go out to hide. His afterglow caught his hand just out of the fruit cell phone. His heart bottomed out. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome man, Still not quick to greet the king back to bed. Lu Xingchen puffed out his chest and lifted his head, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, strutting in. Here, one for each of you. Don't say that your brother is rich and not thinking of you. Looking at the indifferent trio, he directly threw the bag containing 5 fruit cell phones into the arms of the oldest, Li Think, and sat himself on his stool. Li Think suspiciously looked at the bag in his hand, and when he saw that it contained the just-released fruit cell phones, or 5 of them, he was instantly stunned. Holy, Lao Air, you went looking for a rich woman? Li Think's yell caused the other two's gazes to fall on Lu Xingchen's body. No, second brother, you're not so bad. Lack of money, you tell your brother. Although my family is not as good as Sister Chen's, I can still take out a few million. Dormitory busy old fourth Wangihao said hurriedly. He said this afternoon that a bunch of Gucci things are not the right origin. According to reason, he knows Lu Xingchen is not this kind of person. Then there is only one possibility. He encountered a lack of money, and then committed to a rich woman, in exchange for money and these things. Lao Air, you tell me, what's going on? As the eldest of the dormitory, Lin Feng, although he wasn't a few months older than a few people, his nature was always calm due to his family. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Xingchen's slightly raised eyebrows. It was obvious that he was in a good mood, so he thought that it wouldn't be the things that those two had guessed. Hearing the three people's concern, Lu Xingchen's heart was also warm. I don't know how the other dormitories are. Anyway, their dormitory is comparable to a close brother. He lazily stretched his waist and faintly opened his mouth. I got rich, Also figured out some things today. Happy. One for each cell phone. Consider it a celebration for my return to singleness. Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, the three of them glanced at each other and secretly sighed in relief. What happened in the morning? The school's campus network, and the confession wall had all spread. It was hard for them not to know. The three of them didn't care too much. Lu Xingchen's attitude towards Zhang Changyan's, although he had a request, had always been cool and kept his self-consciousness. The hall school bully schoolchildren. If for a woman to live and die, that really is they look at the wrong person. Alright, I'm relieved when you say so. Celebrate Lao Air's return to singleness. Do you want to drink some? Li wanted to smile and took a cell phone from under his desk, drew out a long time ago bought a good beer. To Lu Xingchen gestures understand. Forget it, I'm tired. Let's go eat hot pot in a few days. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and walked directly into the bathroom. Silence returned to the dormitory once again, and after the remaining one took his cell phone, he saw an extra cell phone and glanced at each other. Hiss, could it be that second brother really chased by shallow into his hands? A bold thought arose in Wang Yihao's mind and he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They had naturally seen the picture of Lu Xingchen turning his head to express by shallow, but everyone agreed that it was just a casual pull of the best-looking match for the act. Not to mention that Lu Xingchen had never been alone with Bai Shallow before. Let's just say that Bai Shanshan, the legendary career-crazed schoolgirl, wasn't that easy to handle. Wang Yihao, as a member of the school's well-known rich second generation, hadn't heard many people in his circle complain that Bai Shanshan was difficult to chase. In the past few years, he didn't know how many rich second generation had failed. He didn't believe that his second brother, who didn't have any interactions, could handle her at once, but he also couldn't figure out where that extra fruit phone belonged. Jiang Chengyan? Impossible. Lu Xingchen is not a person who walks back. Come to think of it, there was only Bai Shallow alone. Terrifying as hell. Li Xiang and Lin Feng spoke in unison. Coincidentally, Lu Xingchen's cell phone, which was placed on the desktop, came to a call and the screen suddenly lit up. Second brother. The phone. Crap. Wang Yihao just wanted to take the cell phone and hand it to Lu Xingchen in the bathroom, but when he saw the caller's memo, a wordy native language came out of his mouth. Lu Xingchen, who was just about to unbutton his shirt, looked at Lao Si, who was holding his own cell phone, suspiciously, and reached out to take his own cell phone. Seeing the name on it, his eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, picked up the phone, and went to the corridor. In the dormitory, Wang Yihao had a serious expression on his face, swallowed his saliva, and pointed at the door. Bai Shallow, It's really Bai Shallow. Damn. I didn't realize that second brother is the real love interest. Just got out of the sea of misery and caught a big fish. Li Xiang and Lin Feng also had unbelievable expressions on their faces. Just now they just thought that Lu Xingchen was still in the process of courting, but this evening's initiative to make phone porridge, the progress was much faster than they had imagined. Lu Xingchen, who was making phone kanji in the corridor at the moment, heard the cries inside the cell phone and looked very grave. Lu Xingchen, can I trouble you to come to the hospital and help me pay for it? My mom's condition is serious again. She needs surgery. Don't worry, that $150,000, I will definitely pay you back. On the phone, Bai Shallow's sobbing and helpless voice reached Lu Xingchen's ears. Lu Xingchen did not expect Bai Shanchan to need money, so it was for this reason, and hurriedly pacified. Send me the location. I'll rush over immediately. As the key person who triggered the system mission to obtain today's $50 million, Lu Xingchen naturally could not be so cold-blooded and heartless, and immediately agreed. Looking at the hospital address sent on his cell phone, Lu Xingchen froze slightly and looked back at the door of his dorm room. I have something urgent to go out. I don't think I'll be back tonight. Li Xiang, remember to look at your cell phone. Lu Xingchen gave an explanation, turned around and went downstairs. Chapter 10. Like the moon, always clean. The three people in the dormitory silently glanced at each other. Ahem, I'm not going to be a godfather. Li Xiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. While Lu Xingchen was driving the $35 million Apollo IE, he was rushing to locate the hospital. Inside the hospital, the red and swollen eyes of Bai Shallow was standing in the corridor outside the hospital room, looking down at the locate that had just been sent over, looking at the time, and was very embarrassed in her heart. Tomorrow mom is going to have an operation. This evening must pay all the operation fees. She from the previous store manager. Her own roommate they're only enough to get together 50,000 yuan. From the surgery fee is still short of 150,000 yuan. This was also the reason why before, she had agreed to accompany Lu Xingchen in the play and had not refused even when she asked him to kiss her. Your mom's disease is deteriorating more seriously. After the first phase of surgery, she still needs to recuperate with the special effect medicine from abroad, and after her body recovers more or less, she still needs the second phase of surgery in order to fully recover. Thinking of the doctor's words, special effect medicine plus phase 2 surgery, at least another 600,000 yuan. Bai Shallow lowered her eyebrows and reddened her eyes again. She felt that life is so difficult. This 600,000 no matter how hard she tries, it is impossible to get together within half a year. She turned around, through the glass in the middle of the ward door, looking at her mother's bloodless and miserable cheeks. Her heart just twinged. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Dad, is Grandpa going to be discharged soon? Grandpa, when we get home, let's play games together, okay? In the hospital room, a crowd surrounded the other bed, laughing and joking. Bai Shallow looked around at her own mother's empty surroundings again, and the envious yet tired eyes. She only had herself. She was the only one who could save her mother, the only one who could stay by her side, the only one who had the power to change her into a quiet hospital room. Bai turned her head to look at the bright full moon in the sky. How she wanted to be like the moon, always clean. Buzz. She looked down at the message sent by Lu Xingchen on her cell phone, and bean-sized teardrops dripped onto the screen. That kiss today might be a memory she would never be able to forget in her life. Senior, thank you. A message was sent over. Bai Shallow raised her head once again, and that trace of just-born ignorant sentiment had long since been pressed deep into the bottom of her heart. Lightly caressing the corners of her pupil's eyes, Bai Shallow breathed a long sigh of relief, the corners of her mouth once again carrying a smile as she walked into the hospital room. Mom, does it still hurt? Bai Shallow caressed the hair at her temples for her mother, softly concerned. Bai Shallow's mother looked at her daughter who should have been youthful and lively, but at the moment she was incomparably mature, very heartbroken. She lightly coughed, slightly tightening her throat, forced down the tears in her eyes, and reached out her hand to touch her daughter's pretty face. Shallow, let mom come home. Bai Shallow lowered her eyebrows and pursed her lips. Her delicate slender hand covered her mother's warm rough big hand, and stubbornly shook her head. Mom, you will be fine. You don't have to worry about money. I can make money. Shallow waiting for you to get better. Then make Shallow's favorite pork and celery dumplings. Shallow, Mom. Bai Shallow's mother was just about to open her mouth to persuade. The door to the ward was opened and a middle-aged man in a white coat walked in. Shallow, come here for a moment. I'll discuss the matter of tomorrow's surgery with you. The person who came was none other than Zhang Chang, the attending physician in charge of Bai Shallow's mother, who looked at the instrument indicators, spoke softly to Bai Shallow, and walked out. Okay, doctor. Bai Shallow answered and turned her head to look at her mother, softly comforting. Mom, rest in peace. It was already late, and only Zhang Chang was left in the doctor's office. Sit on the sofa. Xingchen, who was walking behind Bai Shanshan, glanced at Bai Shanshan's already torn white silk with an impish smile on his face. The moment he entered, he casually unlocked the office door. When Bai Shanshan heard the sound of unlocking the door, her heart thumped, and when she turned around, she saw the lewd smile on Zhang Chang's face, and under panic, she lowered her head and sent a shared location to Xingchen, and muted the dial over to make a voice call. On the other hand, looking at the hospital near at hand, Xingchen and the parking lot security guard attentive guide, parked the car, just locked the car. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Looking at the shared location sent by Shallow, picked up the voice call and fed it a few times. Seeing no one answered, Xingchen's deep eyes instantly darkened, turned around and quickly ran to the hospitalization building. In the office, Zhang Chang's eyes scanned over Bai Shanshan's seductive JK uniform. His sight finally rested on those long, white legs, and he came up to sit on the sofa. Shallow, the surgery fee is not ready yet. Zhang Chang's lewd voice came out, and that big greasy and disgusting hand slowly reached towards Bai Shanshan's legs. Bai Shanshan's eyes instantly became very sharp as she got up to avoid it and walked to a position separated from him by a coffee table. Dr. Zhang, please show some respect. Although I, Bai Shallow, am still in college, I also have a sound sense of law. Bai Shallow's voice was incomparably icy, angrily looking at Zhang Chang, who was still wearing a lewd smile on the opposite side of the room, and coldly threatened, "If you want to commit an act of misdemeanor, I will definitely call the police. I don't believe that in such a large hospital, you're the only doctor that can perform surgeries, and I also believe that the court will tell you about the punishment for breaking the law." Zhang Chang was stunned, not expecting that Bai Shanshan, who usually spoke softly, had such a side. However, this made him even more desirous of conquest. "Don't worry, I will definitely not go against the will of women, but think about it, I'm the one doing your mother's surgery. Even if you go and report it now, without evidence, it will only delay your mother's surgery. Furthermore, as long as you serve me well, I'll give you that $150,000 out of your pocket, and I'll take good care of your mother's illness in the follow-up, so I won't lose out on you." Zhang Chang relied on the sofa and took a sip of tea, confidently looking at the stubborn Bai Qiansheng in front of him. With a faint smile, he continued to speak. "The subsequent treatment of your mother will require at least $600,000. How do you want to sell it anyway, when he is still here to set up a house of cards?" Bai Shallow was dumbfounded, thinking about the decision she had just made. Her sharp eyes instantly laxed, and she sat powerless on the ground. Yes, 600,000. She couldn't meet a good person like Xingchen every time. Zhang Chang didn't proceed to destroy Bai Shanshan's psychological defense, just leaning on the sofa, drinking tea while admiring her desperate expression. He knew that without any surprises, she had already been taken down. At this moment, Xingchen pressed the elevator button and looked at the elevator that was slow to come down. Very manic. He also heard the conversation coming from the phone and recorded it, but he also knew that Bai Shallow should have blocked the sound from his side. Listening to Bai Shanshan's last cry, that helpless and desperate Xingchen glanced at the floor map and rushed into the step room in a flash. After drinking a cup of piping hot tea, Zhang Chang looked at Bai Shanshan, who was lax-eyed and fell to the floor, slowly stood up and turned off the lights in the office. "What are you waiting for? You're rich." Zhang Chang stood in front of his desk, looking at Bai Shallow in the distance. His grim voice came out. Chapter 11 Rescue of Light. In the dark office, moonlight spilled through the window onto Bai Shallow's fair and pretty face. 2 lines of teardrops slid down as she raised her hand to try and grab the elusive moonlight, but it was empty as a cloud of air. As the moon moved, the last vestige of light on her face disappeared, and that stubborn, self-reliant, clean soul full of hope for the future dissipated with the moonlight. A hint of madness and ferocity appeared in Bai Shallow's eyes as she slowly stood up. It's alright, I will teach you what is called rules properly in a while, as if it's an advanced training for you to serve those gold masters in the future." Zhang Chang looked at Bai Shallow, who was slowly getting up like a puppet on strings, a sickly look in his eyes as he smiled lewdly. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the office was hit by a heavy object with an earth-shattering sound. The lock was also unable to withstand gravity and disconnected, and the lights of the corridor formed a sharp dividing line with the dimly lit office. "Bai Shallow, are you just going to give up on yourself?" Xingchen's cool voice came out. The lax-eyed Bai Shallow shivered, turned back to look at Xingchen, who was standing in the light, and froze in place. He, like the hero of a classic bridge in a movie, stood in the light and extended his hand to himself. The policeman who fishtailed and pressed Zhang Chang, whose face was full of panic, to the ground, as if he was a dead dog. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Bai Shao's mouth. Thinking of Zhang Chang's words just now, her heart now actually somewhat rejected Xingchen, not wanting to have too much contact with him. It wasn't aversion, but low self-esteem. He had saved herself today, but she still had to sell her soul for the follow-up treatment. She who had not seen Lu Xingchen's payment thought that he was still just a college student, and although her family had some money, it was impossible for them to come up with $600,000 without a little burden. Lu Xingchen, such an upright, clean and noble person, deep in the muck, how could she be willing to pull him down? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Xingchen thought that Bai Shanshan hadn't slowed down from her fear. He directly walked in and took her in his arms, gently holding her shoulders and softly comforting her. In her arms, Bai Shanshan once again shed hot tears. She still coveted such a clean and warm embrace without a trace of any other desires, unable to push away. Let me be capricious just once, just this once, Bai Shanshan secretly thought in the bottom of her heart. Her eyes reddened as she buried herself in Lu Xingchen's warm embrace, sobbing in a low voice. Everything has me. Lu Xingchen gently stroked across the top of her head, coldly raising his eyes. He looked at Zhang Chang, who was escorted away by the police. The recording of the call just now, he had already sent it to the police, and had asked Li Wan to hire a gold medal lawyer and private investigator. He couldn't get out in this life. Like to spoil people? It's fine. When he is in prison, he will let the boss to arrange him properly, so that his skill of serving people have a use. After making a statement, it was already nearly 3 a.m. Bai Shallow's emotions also calmed down, and at the moment the two of them were sitting side by side in the hospital's payment hall, waiting for the payment staff to go to work. She nervously straightened her back, her afterglow surreptitiously surveying the somber Lu Xingchen, her heart unconsciously generating an oppressive feeling of weakness. Lu student. I'm sorry, I was in too much of a hurry and forgot that they were already off duty at night. Why don't you go to the hotel next to you and take a rest? I'll call you in the morning. Keep this hotel money and 150,000 together. There's still a year left before graduation. I'll definitely be able to pay you back with clean money. Bai Shallow carefully apologized and silently lowered her head when she spoke of returning the money. She swore that she would use the clean money she earned from her honorable and upright work to return the nice and clean him. When Lu Xingchen heard this, his face clouded over for another minute. Did she not know to look for him? Did he look so unlike a rich godly man? Thinking of the godly hoe-raising system, that breath in his heart dispersed again. Well, he admitted that he did still have to make progress. His residual light glanced at Bai Shanshan, who had lowered her eyebrows and pursed her lips, clearly sitting in a side-by-side seat, leaving half a person's space in the middle. With a flash of light in his head, he felt that this was a good opportunity to make progress. Cough. I've already greeted the hospital side. Tomorrow anti-surgery will be led by their chief physician. That scum can't get out in this life. Lu Xingchen coughed lightly, instantly catching Bai Shanshan's attention, pretending to expound carelessly. Seeing her eyes full of joy, turning her head to look at herself adoringly, she smugly hooked her lips. And the subsequent treatment costs, you don't have to worry about that either. I'll cover it. No, I can't. I'm already grateful that Mr. Lu was able to help me find the chief physician for my mother. I don't dare to let Mr. Lu break the bank again. I can take care of the follow-up expenses myself. Bai Shallow sniffed and hurriedly waved her hand. As soon as the words fell, she saw Lu Xingchen, his face as black as charcoal, turn his head. Anger surged in his deep eyes, gritting his teeth as he pinched the back of her neck and pulled her to him. Bai Shallow, you look down on me? Lu Xingchen was about to laugh in anger. This Bai Shallow was simply the biggest obstacle on his path to godly magnificence. I didn't. Bai Shallow felt the breath coming on her face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she forced herself to hold back her shyness as she defended herself. Humph, you better not have. Lu Xingchen snorted coldly, his fingertips gently caressing the corners of her reddened eyes, languidly and wantonly opened his mouth. In order to prevent you from continuing to do stupid things, for 3 years, you can only belong to me. I'll cover all of Auntie's follow-up treatment costs, and I'll give you another 3 million for 3 years. It's not a loss to be with me. A good-looking, well-built, and well-studied schoolmaster who was comparable to a top male model. Lu Xingchen's voice when he spoke was originally that kind of cool, very ascetic voice, coupled with his movements at the moment, deliberately lowering his volume. It was full of deadly temptation, making people unable to resist going to their heads. Bai Shallow looked at this flawless and handsome face in front of her and silently swallowed her saliva. She finally knew why King Zhou was mesmerized. God milk such a vixen seduction. Who could resist Without waiting for Bai Shanshan to speak, Lu Xingchen directly pressed her little head and nodded. A promise is a promise. Lu Xingchen slightly hooked his lips, gently on her delicate face, nodded. Afterwards, he resumed that wantonly lazy, noble and cool look, his arm casually resting on Bai Shanshan's waist, leaning back in his chair to look at his cell phone. Scoundrel, the blushing Bai Shallow, after seeing Lu Xingchen's cell phone bank, the 8-digit balance, muttered in a low voice. Taking the initiative, she moved a few points closer to Lu Xingchen, smoothly leaning on his shoulder, her heart sweet and incomparable. Since Lu Xingchen was so rich, she didn't need to worry about anything else, and Lu Xingchen was right. Following him, she didn't lose out at all, eat dry and still have money to take, and most importantly, she liked him too. Bai Shanshan looked sideways at the sprightly Lu Xingchen, with his golden ratio and toned body, and her pretty face burst into flames. After her mom's surgery, it was time for her to do her part and adapt in advance. Thinking of this, she looked a few more times. Lu Xingchen caught sight of her small movements, and the corner of his lips slightly hooked. At this time, not to his surprise, the system's beep once again sounded in his head. Chapter 12, A Small Goal Arrives. Ding! Doing good deeds and accumulating virtue is an important way for a godly man to maintain good qualities. I let out a roar when I encountered injustice, and reached out to a beautiful woman to save Bai from the quagmire and bear her mother's medical expenses, which is of immense merit, and successfully triggered the godly man's behavior. Reward, 100-fold cashback for the medical expenses. 100 times cashback? Upon hearing the familiar words, Lu Xingchen was instantly energized. According to what Zhang Chang said on the phone just now, the cost of this surgery plus the special effect medicine and the second stage of the surgery totaled 800,000. 100 times that would be 80 million. Wouldn't that mean that tomorrow he would be able to achieve a small goal ahead of schedule? Suddenly, he thought of the ward of Bai Shallow's mother just now. The opportunity to earn money has come again. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? A child's cry suddenly rang out from the second floor. The two people sitting in the payment hall froze for a moment and looked upwards. When Bai Shallow saw the familiar little fat boy, her face suddenly changed and she broke away from Lu Xingchen's embrace and hurriedly ran up. Lu Xingchen looked at the hospital bed that had been pushed out through the glass fence of the second-floor corridor. His brows knitted slightly as he turned around and walked towards the service desk. It was 20 minutes later that he arrived at the entrance of the hospital room. Good day, Auntie. My name is Lu Xingchen. I'm Shallow's boyfriend. Lu Xingchen courteously greeted Bai Mother who had been woken up. Pale-faced Mother Bai, looking at Lu Xingchen who walked in. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Turning her head to look at her unsurprised daughter, a pleased smile appeared on her face. When Lu Xingchen came just now, she had already fallen asleep and did not see him. Late at night, coming to accompany his daughter to visit, and his daughter did not resist, so he thought that he was not the kind of person who took advantage of people's danger. This is good. There is always a person who can accompany Asahi when she is helpless. The face is born from the heart. This young man is so good-looking and courteous, not like a bad person. Hello, let you see me like this. Really sorry. Shallow, you entertain Xiao Lu. I'll rest for a while. Bai Mother, who was hanging a hangnail, smiled and nodded, revealing a warm and pleased smile, taking the initiative to create space for the two of them. Then you rest well. You might have to toss and turn a bit in a while. Mom, you rest well. You still have an operation tomorrow. Bai Shallow glanced at Lu Xingchen suspiciously, and after tucking Bai Mother in, the two closed the door and exited the hospital room. I upgraded the ward for Auntie. The medical staff will come and arrange it later. Lu Xingchen explained with a smile. Lu Xingchen, the top-class ward has a quieter environment, better medical equipment, and private professional care. Auntie can recover better. Lu Xingchen embraced her into his arms and said softly, this reason, Bai Shanshan was absolutely impossible to refuse, and with this 3-month package of SVIP wards and private care, one of his small goals was accomplished. Feeling Bai Shanshan take the initiative to encircle her waist, Lu Xingchen slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, a small goal in hand. Lu Xingchen, thank you. Bai Shallow's pretty face pressed against Lu Xingchen's hot chest, and she softly and stickily said thank you. At this moment, it was as if there was an extra tall and warm figure in her heart, no longer empty and cold. Just thank you? Lu Xingchen lowered his head, close to her ear, and teased in a low voice. Bai Shallow felt the breath on her ear. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly in shyness, and her hands that were gripping Lu Xingchen's shirt were a few points harder. In the next second, when Lu Xingchen was caught off guard, she raised her head violently, reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and landed on Lu Xingchen's lips like a dragonfly. Quickly disengaging from Lu Xingchen's embrace, she turned around with the tips of her red ears and returned to the ward to pack her bags. Lu Xingchen's eyebrows and eyes were all filled with triumph, and his fingertips gently rubbed the corners of his moist lips, and he let out a light laugh. The first time being initiated by a girl, another different feeling, compared to Qin Shiya's desire to refuse. This kind of light initiative is more fascinating. Early the next morning, Lu Xingchen directly paid the entire fee, totaling a little over 1 million. Ding! The total cost of this treatment is 1,008,593.36, and the cashback amount is 100,859,336.00. The system rewards have been issued through legal means. Please pay attention to the host to check. Just after paying the fees, the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Tail number 3358 card September 8, 2030, 8:48 p.m. ICBC income, other bank remittance, 100, 859, 336, 00 yuan. Account balance 150, 702, 423, 75 yuan. Looking at the bank text message, Lu Xingchen was a little dizzy with excitement, holding onto the wall and taking several big deep breaths before he slowed down a little. No blame for his lack of talent. It took a real encounter to understand this feeling. In less than 24 hours, his life had been turned upside down. Realizing a small goal and a half, one could only say that it deserved to be called the divine hero raising system. It was too trenchant. Are you okay? A voice as clear and cold as moonlight, which carried concern but could also be felt as indifferent and distant, sounded behind him. He turned his head. A face that was cold and clean to the point of not having half a bit of smoke and fire, like an exiled fairy girl, was reflected in his eyes. It's okay, thanks. Lu Xingchen met the indifferent and distant, slightly aggressive eyes of the woman behind him and politely expressed his gratitude. Slight poisoning from respiratory alkaloid brought on by too much excitement. Just drink more water. Lin Qingying coldly left a sentence, hands inserted in the pockets of her white coat, directly skipped Lu Xingchen and walked towards her office. It seemed that a big handsome guy like Lu Xingchen did not have an ounce of attraction for her, not even a second glance. Lu Xingchen naturally wasn't someone who loved one after seeing one, calmed down and turned around to go up the stairs. Shallow, don't worry, Auntie will be fine. Lu Xingchen sat in the doorway of the operating room, his big hand covered by Shanshan's soft razor that was so tense that it was cold, and he softly comforted. Aha! Bai Shanshan unconsciously answered. Her entire mind was now in the operating room in front of her. After all, she only had one relative in this world. 2 hours later, the door to the operating room opened. Doctor, my mom, the surgery was successful. The patient's condition is very good. Follow up and cooperate well with the treatment. The chances of healing are very high. Hearing the doctor's words, Bai Shallow's lifted heart finally let go. The whole person leaned powerlessly in Lu Xingchen's arms, tears of joy wetting his shirt. Lu Xingchen, too. Just as she opened her mouth, Bai Shallow's eyes went black, startling Lu Xingchen. It was identified that Bai Shanshan was too excited, coupled with a day of tense nerves, did not close her eyes, was too tired, and slept for a while. At 10 p.m., in the presidential suite of the hotel, Bai Shallow stretched and slowly opened her eyes. Surveying the unfamiliar yet flashy surroundings, she glanced down at her pajamas that were clearly not her own and hurriedly got up and about. Filling your stomach? Lu Xingchen, who was eating a hotel late-night snack in the living room, looked at the radiant Bai Shanshan, gestured at the steak on the table, and invited. Looking at the rechanged Lu Xingchen, Bai Shanshan suddenly blushed with a pretty face. Doesn't it say that the first time is always painful? Seemingly thinking of something, she looked at Lu Xingchen's tall figure and revealed a gaze of pity. Lu Xingchen felt that questioning gaze and was about to laugh in anger. His good intentions had been exchanged for questioning. Chapter 13, I want to fulfill my obligations. Can't do that kind of thing where you take advantage of someone while they're unconscious. The waiter changed your clothes. I'm not that. Lu Xingchen slowly spoke. Cough. Thanks. Bai Shallow immediately put away her questioning eyes. The tips of her ears reddened, and she coughed falsely, with a tone of heartfelt shyness. She then said, in how it was, the first time would definitely hurt. Somehow, when Bai Shanshan heard Lu Xingchen's clarification, her heart instead had more than a hint of disappointment. Looking at the dashing and reckless Lu Xingchen, Bai Shanshan thought of the $1 million he paid in medical bills. Gritting her silver teeth, she lowered her head and stepped in front of him, lowered her head and lowered her eyes, and didn't say a word. Lu Xingchen's deep eyes surged darkly, subconsciously reaching out and wrapping his hand around her slender waist, his other hand grabbing her raised wrist. Curiously, he asked, what for? Feeling her right hand being confined, Bai Shallow inexplicably rose in rebellion. Stubbornly raising her other hand, she looked up with her bright and moving beautiful eyes staring straight at his perfect jawline. Whispering softly, I want to fulfill my obligation. You spent $1 million for me. I can't let you suffer. You said a promise is worth 1,000 words. Lu Xingchen only felt cute when he saw the scene. Lifting his hand and cupping Bai Shanshan's chin, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, and a wantonly lazy smile appeared on his face. Then, Bai Shanshan looked up with mesmerized eyes, looking at Lu Xingchen who walked away, her face full of doubts. He himself had said so. He even just threw her on the sofa and stood by himself in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to stare. Lu Xingchen overlooking the brilliantly lit sea city, the air conditioning set to 16 degrees, the coolness emanating from it, gradually suppressed the flames burning in his body. Turning his head to look at the innocent-faced Bai Shallow, he gritted his teeth in a voice. You don't even know when your relatives come? Bai Xiaolu's eyes steeply widened. Her face instantly bursting red, she sheepishly glanced at the date on her cell phone, looked at Lu Xingchen who was standing by the bed, and shrunk her head guiltily. Her body is really considered the top health among girls, and when her period comes, it doesn't hurt at all. Bai Xiaolu looked down at her pajamas and what appeared to be rechanged sheets, and it all explained itself. I'm sorry. Looking at Lu Xingchen's ugly expression, Bai Xiaolu suppressed the crazy upturned corners of her mouth. This matter? Inexplicably funny. Lu Xingchen's line of sight fell on Bai Shanshan who was laughing so hard that her shoulders were trembling and moving like a rabbit, and the flame that had just been extinguished flared up again. A few moments of indignation flashed in his deep eyes, and he walked step by step towards Bai Xiaolu on the sofa. Lu Xingchen, you. Bai Xiaolu looked at Lu Xingchen's expression, suddenly sensing that something was not right. She was just about to get up and go back to her room. In the next second, no one is better off. The next morning, Lu Xingchen stood refreshed in front of the hotel's huge floor-to-ceiling windows, moving his muscles. The corners of his mouth hadn't been lowered at all, his eyebrows lightly arched, and a smug smile hung on his face. And behind him, on the huge double bed, Bai Xiaolu glared at Lu Xingchen with a face of indignation, raising her fists behind him and gesturing back and forth. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Xingchen looked at the reflection on the window and hooked up a smile. Alright, get ready to go see our mom. Lu Xingchen turned around, glanced at Bai Xiaolu who immediately put down her fists and pretended to be a good girl, and laughed lightly. That's my mom. Bai Xiaolu's eyes widened as she cursed Lu Xingchen for being shameless. Oh! Lu Xingchen suddenly stepped forward. Bai Xiaolu was startled and immediately covered her mouth, staring at him warily. Your mom is my mom. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the room. After seeing Bai's mother, Bai Xiaolu stayed there to accompany Bai's mother, and Lu Xingchen very consciously retreated. After promising to help Bai Xiaolu take a week's vacation, he left the hospital in his Apollo IE, preparing to buy a house near the university to entertain his confidants. The life was cozy with clear skies and enjoying the pushback of the sports car and the roar of the engine. But before he could enjoy it for a few minutes, a phone call directly broke the peace. Student Council President Gao Ming, looking at the name of the person whose name was displayed on his cell phone's caller ID, Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was reasonable to say that the student council shouldn't be calling him even if there was something going on. Things in the merchants department were basically dominated by Qin Shuya, and the four of them said they were officers, but in reality, they didn't do anything at all. Lu Xingchen looked at the dormitory group again. There was no movement, slightly frowned, still picked up. Xingchen, that Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, not together. Our student union is going to hold a party, and we specially invited some alumni companies this evening to talk about the Mid-Autumn Festival party. I just called Sister Qin, he told me to come find you. Student Council President Gao Ming's tone was very humble, and one could even hear more or less some caution. After all, although there were only 5 people in the merchants department, they were not oil-saving lamps, and he could not afford to offend a mere student union president. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. He disliked this kind of noisy banquet. Ding! Social my sister Qin, you can just go through the motions at night. I've ordered the sponsorship. As soon as Gao Ming's words fell, a message from Qin Shuya came on his cell phone. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Guarantee to complete the task, crooked mouth? Lu Xingchen didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction, especially after he had molested her the night before. Although he was now a billionaire, he was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the behemoth that was the Qin group. Without even thinking about it, he responded, anyway, it was just a walk in the park, dabbling in food and drink. At 5 in the afternoon, Lu Xingchen arrived early at the hotel Gao Ming had positioned himself in. When he walked into the banquet hall, he looked around at the people inside, and several department heads of the student union had basically arrived. After he glanced at the 2 people in the corner, he sighed in his heart for bad luck. He didn't expect that the ones from the propaganda department would be Zhang Chengyan and Lu Yuan. Lu Xingchen nodded to the crowd before sitting away from the 2 people, leaning back in his chair and looking down at his cell phone. The crowd looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise, and then looked at Zhang Chengyan in the corner, with a melon-eating look in their eyes. Suddenly it didn't feel so painful to have a meeting on the weekend. Ahem, since everyone has arrived, then this meeting officially begins. Gao Ming looked at the awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to stand up, starting the meeting before the banquet. Lu Xingchen listened drowsily and raised his hand to yawn. Feeling Zhang Qingyan's fiery gaze, a hint of boredom appeared between his eyebrows. Without giving the slightest bit of face, he directly turned around, turning his back to Zhang Qingyan and Lu Yuan to continue playing with his cell phone. Suddenly, a pair of black glittering high heels appeared in his line of sight. He slowly raised his head, and a long, happy and slightly chubby long leg was presented in his line of sight. Chapter 14 Drool at the corner of her mouth. Looking good? A lazy, light laugh came from overhead. good looking. Lu Xingchen's attention was all focused on this pair of beautiful legs, and his mouth didn't cross his mind at all. It was only after the words came out that he reacted, raising his eyes and tilting his head. A warm and pretty face with a slight smile, like a spring breeze, fell into his line of sight. Glancing at the slightly snickering eyes of the person in front of him, Lu Xingchen coughed lightly in embarrassment. Sister Chang, why are you here? He Chang, the youngest professor of Shuangdan University, was very affable and did not have a bit of a stance. She was only 29 years old this year, and had already made a big splash in the biomedical field. It was said that they had also recently proposed the development of recombinant protein wall repair technology, which had attracted a lot of attention, and had even been on the hot search for a few days. With all the favorable messages below, Lu Xingchen and her acquaintance was still in the sophomore year, originally picked an elective course that was easy to get credits, plus Lu Xingchen was very interested in biomedical anti-aging. One after another and she became friends. Even now, he Ching also from time to share with him some of the new methods in the field of anti-aging, or else how could he, a man who never applies cosmetics, achieve skin pores more delicate than the vast majority of women. Lu Xingchen saw that after He Ching heard his inquiry, she didn't joke and jest as usual, but instead revealed a hint of sadness hidden between her eyebrows. Sitting directly beside him, he let out a long sigh, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. It's not that your student council has invited some of the more famous alumni, and to be honest, I'm very short of money right now, so, He Cheng affixed herself to Lu Xingchen's side and sat down, waving her hand at Gao Ming, signaling that there was no need for him to stop, after which she didn't shy away from it in the slightest, and directly stated her intentions. The attention of the people at the table was all focused on He Ching. After all, it was hard for such a beautiful professor to be ignored. Hearing her words, some curiosity appeared in the eyes of the crowd. College students loved to get together, not to mention their own school was on the hot seat, and everyone knew something about He Ching's project research. Lack of investment? In their opinion, it was unbelievable. How could no one invest in a project that was so well received? Besides, it has been more than 1 year. The previous capital should not give up at this time. Lu Xingchen was also very puzzled. When he was chatting with He Chang, he also talked about some public content. This project had received a huge amount of investment at first, and she had even happily invited him to eat a famous Hunan cuisine at that time. Seeing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, He Ching smiled faintly and did not intend to hide it from the crowd. After all, today was not only borrowing someone else's venue, it was possible that their cooperation would be needed in a while. With a light smile, she spoke steadily. When our experiment had not yet begun, the company that invested in it wanted to publicize it in advance, and use the idea to make a profit first. I naturally disagreed, and the two sides disagreed, so forget about it. After that, there are some capital to find me. Most of them hope that my project in the direction of more conducive to commercialization, but I don't want the research direction to be interfered with. This is more than a year or I use their own money to support. Now that I've encountered a technological bottleneck and need money to buy more highly sophisticated equipment, I thought that there are quite a few biomedical faculties coming out of the alumni enterprises you invited this time, so I wanted to come to take my chances in case someone could understand my persistence. Hearing this, everyone nodded with understanding. Everyone was still college students who hadn't stepped into society yet, with clear-cut edges, so they all supported He Ching's persistence. Lu Xingchen looked at He Ching thoughtfully. He had heard He Ching's outlook on this technology. He Ching's father was a warrior who died from excessive injuries on the battlefield in the first place. This technology, if cooperated with the officials and applied on the front line, although it wouldn't earn much money, it would be able to greatly reduce the mortality rate of the warriors. This was her only original intention for starting the project. Alright, I'd better not delay your meeting here. I'll be coming in later when the banquet starts. When He Ching saw her come in, everyone's attention turned to her, and besides, with her being a teacher here, the crowd didn't dare to heckle like before. In order to not make Gao Ming's job difficult, she took the initiative to get up and leave. Perhaps it was because she had been suffering from frequent insomnia these days, or perhaps it was because she had come in a hurry today and hadn't eaten all day, and just after taking 2 steps, she suddenly went black. Lu Xingchen reacted quickly and got up in a flash, catching He Ching with his chest. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly got up. He Ching also recovered, not wanting to trouble everyone, waved her hand. It's fine, I have low blood sugar. I'll be fine after eating something. You guys don't need to care about me. You guys continue the meeting. I'll just take care of Sister Cheng. Lu Xingchen, who had nothing to do in the first place, said to the crowd, and with both arms exerting force, he directly picked up He Ching in a princess embrace and walked towards the door. I'm fine. Being princess hugged in public, the widowed king all the way to Shuabo's. He Ching blushed. Lu Xingchen acted like he didn't hear it, hugging her and walking out. Light smoke. Lu Yuan reminded in a low voice. Only then did Jiang Qingyan come back to her senses. Glancing at the eyes of the crowd falling on her, her face shifted a bit, and she methodically said about the arrangements of the propaganda department and the need for funding. However, her heart had long since flown away with Lu Xingchen, who was carrying He Cheng away. Lu Xingchen, why do you still have to appear in front of her? Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Qingyan, who had finished her speech and was soulful. Knowing that her heart had long since flown away with that man, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Thinking of the person who was going to come in a while, he looked a little better, and was vaguely pleased with himself. In a private room in the hotel, Lu Xingchen returned the ordering tablet to the waiter and turned his head to look with concern at He Cheng, who was asleep on the side of the table. She was really stunning today. The champagne-colored evening gown mirrored her fair skin, and there was only a tiny silver-white silver chain around her neck, chopping down her delicate and clear clavicle as the finishing touch. The lower half of the body, not to mention a pair of white and delicate long legs. No black silk, white silk and other decorations, but there is a kind of clear water out of the hibiscus, natural to carve the beauty. Now she, with the usual kind of gentle, approachable eyes but refused to people outside the different. Asleep, she inexplicably has a kind of naive, soft to the heart soft beauty. Lu Xingchen just like this, very patiently watched the sleeping beauty for half an hour. Suddenly, the corner of He Cheng's mouth in his line of sight left a trace of crystal clear saliva. He looked at the waitstaff who quietly came in to serve the food, and in order to maintain her positive professor's face, he silently picked up a napkin and gently landed it on the corner of He Cheng's mouth where the drool flowed out. Just about to wipe the saliva, He Cheng slowly opened her eyes as if she had a sense. Looking at Lu Xingchen's hand that only looked like it was touching her face, the doubt in her eyes instantly turned into a rancor, and then she closed her eyes again. She must still be dreaming. After all, this kind of dream, every spring have to do several times. Know it, she is a face control, otherwise it would not be 29. Still mother single. Lu Xingchen spoiled her with a smile, gently wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Sister Cheng, hungry drooling out, why don't you eat before you go to sleep? Chapter 15, is sister going to adopt me? At this moment, Lu Xingchen's words were like a magic voice circling around her ears, constantly echoing in He Cheng's mind. She looked at Lu Xingchen's starry eyes gently staring at her, and unconsciously her nymphomania attribute was offended. Dumbly lying on the table, she surprisingly didn't block such an intimate action as Lu Xingchen wiping her saliva for her, and even enjoyed it a little. Sir, the dishes are served. Call me if you need anything. The waiter's voice awakened He Cheng's daydreams. Immediately sat up straight, and her afterglow caught the water-stained napkin in Lu Xingchen's hand. A few moments of chagrin showed on her face. Her saliva was going to drop the chain. You're not allowed to say anything, He Cheng pleaded in a threatening tone. The corner of Lu Xingchen's lip slightly hooked as if it hadn't happened. Pretending to look at her dumbly, what happened? Didn't Sister Cheng come for dinner? Put. He Cheng was amused by his pretending to be dumb, charmingly blanked him and pouted. Count on you to know what you're talking about. She then turned her head to look at the dining table, and when she saw the mountain of food on the table, her eyes widened. You wouldn't deliberately trap me. He Cheng gritted her teeth and looked at the smiling Lu Xingchen. This table of King Crab and Buddha jumping over the wall together couldn't go down without 30,000, and she was very poor right now. But thinking of Lu Xingchen taking care of her just now, and herself drooling in front of him, she sighed. Forget it, just this once. Today's plate must be licked clean, or I'll bet you here to scrub the plates. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. He knew what He Cheng was thinking, but for the sake of her being able to eat more, he didn't retort. The two of them ate for more than an hour, and looking at the table with the discs in front of him, Lu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. He Cheng, on the other hand, glared at him with a grudging face. It's true that good-looking men are all vases. You're full after eating so little. Not as good as spicy hot pot. Lu Xingchen took a sip of tea to rinse his mouth and shook his head after a long time. To be honest, these king crabs, Buddha jumping over the wall, and small green dragons were really not as tasty as spicy hot pot. Mountain pigs can't eat fine chaff. He Cheng glared at him fiercely, although she also felt that it was average. This meal was tops his 1 month's salary. Even if it wasn't good, it was still a delicious meal. Waiter, check out. He Cheng gave a glance at Lu Xingchen, who got a bargain but still sold out. If it wasn't for the fact that he was handsome, spoke well, and had the friendship of chatting with herself for a consecutive year, she would have to let him stay and wash the dishes today. The waiter heard the greeting and came over in confusion. Ma'am, the bill this gentleman has already settled. Ah, much, how much? He Cheng looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise and turned her head to the waiter. A total of 53,678. 33, do you need to add some more dishes? The waitress didn't understand but still asked patiently. No need, she shouldn't want to be a brace. It's fine, you go down. Lu Xingchen looked at the wide-eyed two and waved his hand flirtatiously. He Qing's lips slightly open, up and down scanning this Lu Xingchen. After seeing him in a valuable name brand, tentative opening, you were adopted? There's this kind of good channel. Don't share it with me. This was the third time he heard this kind of question. Doesn't he look like a man who got rich on his own? Through the mirror of the box, Lu Xingchen saw his own alabaster, flawless, ascetic face. Well, it was indeed not like that. Lu Xingchen smiled and spoke. You need? How could a female professor who was less than 30 be adopted by someone else? He Qing's face sank slightly when she heard Lu Xingchen's words. Her tentative gaze steeply became grave as she stared straight at Lu Xingchen. I said you need money. I can help you. Why are you doing this? Suddenly questioned. Lu Xingchen slightly stunned. She seems to be really angry. But why? He Chang didn't understand why she was. She was just thinking that she didn't want this good-looking boy to fall into the plaything of those ugly women. To fall, she could only fall into her own. Blah blah blah. She stared at the silent Lu Xingchen. Thinking she was right, she sighed and raised her hand to land on his handsome face. Xingchen, there are many solutions to the money thing, but you made the dumbest decision. Luckily it's not too late to turn back. Break it off with that person. How much money do you need and talk to me? Even though I'm lacking investment right now, I can come up with a few million. Lu Xingchen slowly raised his head, a deeper smile blossoming on his face. Sister Chang, is this to adopt me? Silence, silence, silence. He Chang didn't expect Lu Xingchen to have this idea. She originally meant to help Lu Xingchen. With his ability he could always pay it back later. But looking at Lu Xingchen looking at her pitifully like a cute puppy, a bold idea rose in her heart, to adopt him. If I adopt him, he won't fall into the hands of those bad women, and I'm such an honorable woman. I won't do anything to him. So think about it, it's not impossible to adopt him. A black cherub kept rotating above her head, affirming her thoughts. Originally, she wanted to hear what the white cherub said, but after waiting for half a day, she didn't see any white cherub. Her gaze once again fell on Lu Xingchen who was gently rubbing his face against her hand, and she made a bold decision. Yes, I'm going to adopt you. If you let those old women keep you, you might get abused by wire balls and such, but I won't, and I'm good looking, so you'll follow me. It's a deal. How much money do you need? Report it to me. I'll fix it for you. Lu Xingchen also froze. He was just joking. He didn't expect He Qing to really agree. He was a future godly hero with the godly hero nurturing system, but he had been adopted by a woman who lacked money. However, his heart was not filled with a sense of rejection like before when Qin Shiya brought it up. Instead, he found it very interesting. The corner of Lu Xingchen's mouth slightly hooked, reaching out to hold He Qing's waist. Then am I going to offer myself for my sister now? He Qing didn't even react before she was in Lu Xingchen's arms. She pursed up her pink lips, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes followed Lu Xingchen's open collar, saw his shocking figure, and silently gulped. Lu Xingchen looked down at the woman whose eyes were full of panic, and the refreshing light fragrance of her body crazily filled his nostrils, constantly impacting his last sanity. Cough. He Qing coughed lightly, forcing herself to be calm and suppressing the true thoughts in her heart. No need. I'm not that kind of person. It would have been more convincing if she had controlled her eyes that kept staring at his collar when she said this. Lu Xingchen saw through everything with a lightly arched eyebrow. But, I want to accompany my sister. Lu Xingchen was pitiful. Bony fingers rested against her smooth chin, lifting it slightly and gently, gazing into her eyes. That way I'll feel more secure. The low, husky, seductive voice, paired with hormone-filled breathing, He Qing's cheeks instantly exploded red. Staring at the pitiful Lu Xingchen, she thought in her heart, also, it's not impossible. She's not coveting beauty. She just wants to give him a meager sense of security. Miss, you can't go in. He Qing was just about to agree when a waiter's voice came from the doorway, as if he was blocking someone. She also quickly came to her senses and hurriedly broke away from his embrace, but her pretty face was still red. Chapter 16, I'll pay for today's spending. I'll go take a look. Lu Xingchen watched the fat meat that was about to reach his mouth slip away. His eyes steeply darkened and coldly got up and walked towards the door. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Xingchen saw that tiresome face. The person in here is my friend. Xingchen. I came to see how Prof. He is doing. The person coming over there is almost done. Jiang Qingyan, who was still explaining with the service staff saw Lu Xingchen open the door from inside and her face was delighted. When her line of sight passed through Lu Xingchen in the doorway and looked towards He Qing in the room whose face was covered with redness, a trace of panic unexpectedly rose in her heart, and a woman's sixth sense made her heart slightly uneasy. She dropped her gaze on Lu Xingchen's body again, looking at his somewhat dry lips, her tightly clenched fist slowly loosened. It should be that she was overthinking. So soon? He Qing exclaimed, glancing at her watch and realizing that it was already past 7 o'clock, immediately getting up. She directly crossed over Lu Xingchen and Jiang Qingyan and hurried towards the banquet hall. She had to pull in investments today so that she could use her savings to help Lu Xingchen. None of them are waiting for me. Lu Xingchen's eyes burned as he stared at He Qing's skeletonized beautiful back and muttered in dissatisfaction. Ignoring Jiang Qingyan, he chased after He Qing's footsteps. Jiang Qingyan stood in disbelief. She looked at Lu Xingchen's departing back, recalling the scorching heat and rolling desire in his eyes, her heart aching. In the past 2 years, she had never felt this desire to erupt from Lu Xingchen's eyes. Every time she locked eyes with him, his starry eyes were so clear, so clean that she was afraid that if she left one day, he wouldn't even have a single rise or fall. But she forgot. That graduation adult night, his sincere and fiery confession, was ruthlessly rejected by her. It was her own hand to extinguish that hot flame. Lu Yuan, who was on the far corner, looked at the disoriented Jiang Qingyan and slowly walked to her side. Reaching out and grabbing her hand, he softly consoled, "Light smoke, you still have me. A bosom friend is bigger than the sky. There are many men, there is no need for you to." Lu Yuan had just gotten halfway through his sentence when his hand was ruthlessly shaken off by Jiang Qingyan. Her eyes were obscure and unknown, and she coldly stared at him. "Lu Yuan, you crossed the line. Again and again. No more," Jiang Qingyan indifferently admonished. Turning around and walking towards the banquet hall, Lu Yuan suppressed the intense love in his eyes, and after Jiang Qingyan turned the corner and disappeared, his eyes steeply shot out malice and jealousy. "Lu Xingchen, you won't be able to be complacent for long." In the banquet hall, Lu Xingchen followed He Qing's lead, walking in step. Seeing those greasy, pot-bellied middle-aged men, sizing up He Qing with lewd eyes, he was very unhappy in his heart. Even looking at He Qing's very beautiful clothes, he was a bit upset and wanted to ruthlessly tear them apart when it was just the two of them. "Professor He, this way." Gao Ming's voice came from not far away. He was surrounded by a few competent ministers, in addition to a few fat-headed Mediterranean men. He Qing's eyes brightened slightly when she saw those few people beside Gao Ming. She came here today just for these people. They were all the chairmen of the more famous school enterprises in the biomedical field, and the one in the middle, Wang Liang, even accounted for 70% of the shares and was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so he should be able to afford to invest in her project. "Be honest, don't mess up again, or I won't have money to support you." He Qing thought of the several previous disagreements and turned her head to solemnly warn Lu Xingchen behind her. Obviously an adopted one, possessiveness is still so strong. Shaking a hand is not even an option. Seeing Lu Xingchen's silence, she glared fiercely at him, turned her head to reveal an affable smile and walked over. "This is General Manager Wang, right? I've heard a lot about you. Your deeds are really like a thunderclap. I remember when I was in school, my teacher in biopharmaceuticals often mentioned you." He Qing lifted his wine glass, uttered the long-prepared words, smiled and greeted several people one by one, in order to prevent Lu Xingchen from making a mess, using the wine glass in his hand, instead of shaking hands. "Professor He, joking aside, in the end, you're the one who should be the pride of those teachers." Lu Xingchen silently stood behind He Qing, listening to those smooth and greasy words are very boring. Gradually his eyes fell to He Qing's white and delicate back, straight waistline, across the shoulder blades that God had carved, so tantalizing that he couldn't help but want to gently caress it. He Chang, who was dealing with these greasy old men and trying her best to sell her research ideas, felt the hot gaze behind her and blushed slightly, cursing a little rascal. "TSK, Professor He, to be honest, this project of yours has a high intention, but it's not very profitable. Do you know that when you enter the officialdom, you can't commercialize it, and if you can't make money for the company, I'm afraid." Wang Liang words are very direct. He Qing also understand this reasoning, not very disappointed. Today came just to take advantage of the sentiment of the same school and the same department, in case he could understand. "I know Mr. Wang, but this is my insistence." "Excuse me," He Qing smiled back. "Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished yet." Wang Liang's words caused He Qing to stop her turning movements and looked back at him in surprise. Wang Liang's eyes swept over He Qing's front and back figure, as well as the pair of long, slender and fleshy legs. His gaze lewdly opened his mouth and said, "I would also like to regain my initial feelings of learning biomedical, only that I haven't read any books over the years. I'll vote for this project, but I hope that Prof. He will be able to go to my home to give me lessons to fill in the knowledge gaps." He Chang, who had regained hope, instantly darkened her face after hearing this. "Ha, my project can't be tainted with a bit of filth. Put away your obscene dog eyes." He Qing wasn't used to him at all and cursed angrily in public, huffing and puffing as she turned around to leave. Wang Liang's face suddenly changed, and he snorted coldly. "Don't know what's good for you, He Chang. You think your project is really good. A project that can't lay an egg just like you. Without me, I'd like to see who'd vote for it. Don't think I don't know. So young to be a full professor. maybe climbed into someone's bed, when he is still here to set up a house of cards. What are you pretending? Heqing's face instantly surged with incomparable anger when she heard this. What right did he have to deny his so many years of hard work day and night without any proof? What right did he have to tarnish his dream with stinking commercialization? Exasperated, she just wanted to raise her hand to fiercely whip that stinking mouth that polluted the air. In the next second, her wrist was held by a large hand. Don't dirty your hands, Lu Xingchen coldly spoke. He then shielded Heqing behind him and kicked the middle-aged greasy man in front of him to the ground, followed by punching after punching on his mouth. Don't open your mouth if you're spewing feces. You're a pain in the ass. Lu Xingchen looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, and inadvertently kicked the teeth that had fallen to the ground. I'll pay for the consumption here today. As an apology to Senior Gao Ming, the sponsorship has already been arranged. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to look for me. Lu Xingchen, apologizing with Gao Ming, his gaze swept over those with greasy men who had paid too much attention to Heqing, and he coldly opened his mouth. Just as he was about to pull the worried Heqing away, a slurred voice came from behind him. Chapter 17, is $50 million enough? Heqing, I'll release the whole industry about what happened today. No one will invest in you again. This little white boy can't give you anything. Only I can make your dreams come true. The annoying barking dog managed to stop Lu Xingchen's advance. He was just about to turn back to give that greasy man some more profound lessons when he turned his head and saw the worried look on Heqing's face. Sister Cheng, don't worry. He can't do anything to you. Your project Lu Xingchen just wanted to say that I voted for your project, but his mouth was blocked by Heqing's slim white jade finger. Heqing shook her head at him and worriedly lifted his blood-stained hand, gently wiping the blood on it with a sterilized wet wipe. I was worried about you. Did it hurt? Why are you so stupid? Wiping the blood clean. Seeing that although his hand did not bleed, it had broken a little skin, his heart was actually a little heartbroken. Lu Xingchen really did not expect to be this answer. Deep eyes staring at her, heartbeat a few minutes faster. The people present were inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food, and even the hobbyist Wang Liang, who fell to the ground, stared in disbelief at what he heard. Looking at Lu Xingchen's wound that was about to heal, she decided to make quick work of it. He must be in a lot of pain. Turned his head, coldly stared at Wang Liang. Who do you think you are? A district market value of more than $100 million of small business is just a small business. If I want to commercialize, even Qin's group will find me to cooperate. And don't you compare with him? He is younger than you. Better than you, more hair than you, not as greasy as you. Your whole body can't compare to a single hair of his sweat. You are a piece of garbage, complete and utter lechery. After scolding, Heqing reached out and wrapped her hand around Lu Xingchen's arm, like a victorious cockfighting hen, walking outward with a smug face. Suddenly, she was yanked back by a strong force. Looking at Lu Xingchen who was motionless in place with suspicion, she gently patted the back of his hand, signaling him not to be angry. Lu Xingchen recklessly and languidly looked sideways at Heqing, drew out her arm that she was holding, and landed on her slender waist in front of the crowd, wrapping her into his arms. Taking advantage of his height, he condescendingly looked down at Wang Liang and said in a cold voice, I can't give him anything? Baby, that project of yours, I invested in it. Is $50 million enough? Lu Xingchen sincerely stared at Heqing and inquired. Ha 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 ha, $50 million. Wang Liang seemed to have heard the funniest joke under the sky, with blood still flowing from his mouth, hilariously laughing. Kid, there's a degree to bragging. My company's market capitalization is hundreds of millions of dollars. I can't even get $50 million in one breath. Do you think this is playing house? Heqing, you just followed such a brat. Ha, no wonder you're so old and still so naive. Talking about love somewhere. What a foul mouth. Even though Wang Liang was on guard, he was still kicked down by Lu Xingchen. Buzz. In the crowd's astonished gazes, Lu Xingchen took out the Apollo IE's car key and lightly pressed it. In the banquet hall, the crowd watched through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows as the Apollo IE, the top-of-the-line supercar directly facing the banquet hall, suddenly lit up. They all turned their heads to look at the dark purple car key in Lu Xingchen's hand and stared in shock. Most of the people in the banquet hall had already seen it long ago, and even most of this banquet was spent discussing which top-rich second generation was eating here, still thinking about whether they could rush up to get to know each other when the time came. After all, today to come to the alumni enterprise is the best Wang Liang, market value of more than 100 million, or this banquet cannot be Gao Ming hosted. There is no one inside the school. Unexpectedly, that top-rich second generation was Lu Xingchen. Those small bosses who had coveted Heqing suddenly trembled and silently hid behind the crowd, hoping that Lu Xingchen would not remember them. Wang Liang also froze, looking out the window at the Apollo IE not far away, not daring to believe. $50 million, is that enough? Lu Xingchen ignored this waste, looked sideways at the unperturbed Heqing. The palm of his hand clasped around her waist tightened slightly. and asked softly, "Enough, $30 million is enough." When He Chang and Lu Xingchen were chatting, they had talked about the members of his dormitory and knew that Wang Yihao had a good relationship with him. And Wang Yihao was the top rich second generation in the Beijing circle. His old man's name was as good as a thunderbolt in every field, and he could definitely afford to buy a mere Apollo IE. So subconsciously thought that this is still Wang Yihao's car. She also obediently cooperate with Lu Xingchen play this drama. Men, the most important thing is face. Go! Lu Xingchen nodded at Gao Ming, swept He Qing out of the banquet hall, and under the gaze of the crowd, drove away in style in a $35 million supercar. This, light smoke. Did you know that Lu Xingchen is so rich? Lu Yuan glanced at Zhang Chengyan, who was blushing furiously, and asked tentatively, Zhang Qingyan and Lu Xingchen are neighbors. If they already knew, then Zhang Qingyan's identity. If he didn't know, it was just the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to let her die. No matter what, it was in his favor. Zhang Qingyan naturally knows Lu Xingchen's family situation, and also knows that his three housemates with unusual origins. However, she did not directly poke Lu Xingchen and coldly glanced at Lu Yuan. It's not for you to know. Since Lu Xingchen ignored her, Lu Yuan had already lost his role with her. Don't think that she didn't know about all the little maneuvers he had pulled on Lu Xingchen before. It's just that she doesn't even want to waste one more expression for Lu Yuan right now. After exiting the parking lot, He Qing let herself go. Filled with curiosity, she surveyed this sports car that could buy a whole set of highly sophisticated instruments, and finally collapsed into her seat with a disappointed face. This doesn't have the legendary pushback feeling either. Lu Xingchen looked at the densely packed vehicles in front of him speechlessly. This kind of road pushback feeling. Afraid of not looking for death. He Qing followed Lu Xingchen's line of sight to look at the blocked up lanes in front. Instantly understood. Shyly lowered her head. It's my first time sitting. You're not allowed to laugh. The corners of his mouth didn't even raise. Lu Xingchen innocently whacked. Watching the car in front of him light up the taillights again, he reached out and directly held her tender chin, pulled it in front of himself, and fiercely kissed it. He Chang, who was dumbfounded to be kissed and quickly pressed back into her seat, glared at Lu Xingchen in a petulant manner. You figure out your position. I'm the one who's underwriting you, and you concentrate on driving. Wang Yihao is no longer good with you. You can't not compensate for touching you. In advance, I can't afford to pay for it. At these words, Lu Xingchen's lips lightly hooked. No wonder he saw himself after this sports car. A wave of unperturbed expression. The original thought that this car is Wang Yihao lent to him to drive. Lu Xingchen's hand was not honestly falling on her white and tender thighs. Chang, why do you want to harbor me? Feeling the burning palms on her thighs, He Qing shyly turned her face away and arrogantly spoke. I have too much money to spend. No? Lu Xingchen's long and slender fingers tightened slightly, and in silence, the dazzling Apollo IE left the large group and drove towards the outskirts of High City. Chapter 18 Can Eat Ice Cream. Gradually, He Qing also noticed that there were fewer and fewer vehicles around. Is this going to the countryside? He Qing looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise. Lu Xingchen glanced at her smugly, his low voice carrying a bit of madness. Don't you want to try a sports car? He Qing was unsure and stared at him suspiciously. In the next second, startled, she immediately grabbed the sides and screamed at the top of her lungs. The legendary feeling of pushing back came as promised, but the vertigo brought by the high speed of the sports car was not absent. Half an hour later, He Qing squatted on the side of the sparsely populated road and kept dry heaving. Lu Xingchen, I don't want to sit in your car anymore. It was simply a mental and physical double torture. Being scared while frantically dizzy. You don't say you want to feel a sense of pushback. Besides, this car hasn't been in my hands for 2 days, and I want to experience the feeling of a drag race while on this sparsely populated road. Lu Xingchen sheepishly touched the tip of his nose. His other hand gently patted He Qing's smooth back. He Qing didn't say anything and blankly glanced at him. After drinking the water, the discomfort disappeared almost. Now thinking about it just now, it was indeed quite exciting. Lu Xingchen encircled her from behind, his bony fingers gently gripping the jade neck, slowly lifting his jaw. Chang, raise your head. He Chang, who had been lowering her head to dry heave, just raised her head, and the stars in the sky came into her eyes. In this sparsely populated suburb, the Milky Way in the sky became more and more obvious, which was truly beautiful. He Qing obediently leaned her head against the body of the person behind her. Her remaining light glanced at Lu Xingchen's superb jawline. Her heart was incredibly touched. You still remember? She didn't expect that when she was chatting with him, casually saying that she wanted to see the starry sky when she was a child. With the stars in the sky and the Milky Way high in the sky, he actually remembered it. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows carelessly. Chang, can like it. The breath that came on her face made He Qing's gradually calming heart once again set off waves, but she still had a stiff upper lip. Good performance. Know how to please the gold master. Lu Xingchen naturally knew her haughty character, and did not reveal her small mind, but just tightly embraced her. Then shouldn't I make more efforts, and strive to make the golden master greatly inseparable from me? A large, hot, sizzling hand quietly landed on her waist. Xingchen felt the chaotic rhythm of breathing in her ears. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly grabbed his wrist. Don't, Xingchen, again, give me a little more time, okay? She didn't reject Lu Xingchen, and even had to admit that according to her face control personality, Lu Xingchen was the best choice for a boyfriend. But it wasn't to the point of love. As a maternal single for nearly 30 years, she had her own insistence on finding a man she truly loved and entrusting the rest of her life to. Otherwise, with her excellent skin and shiny education, she didn't know how many boyfriends she could change. Lu Xingchen froze for a moment, his eyebrows slightly lowered, the corners of his lips lightly curled. If you don't let go, this evening gown of yours will draw silk. Xingchen, who had been thinking about how to persuade effectively in case Lu Xingchen got in his head, paused for a moment, looked down and immediately let go of Lu Xingchen's wrist. Her pretty face exploded red, and she swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in embarrassment. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, carefully removed the car keys that hooked the evening gown, and whispered close to her ear, "Ah Cheng, how much time is needed?" "Humph." Xingchen shyly hummed proudly and immediately broke away from his embrace and returned to the car. The car had also raced, the stars had been seen, and it was time for the two to depart. An hour later, Lu Xingchen stopped at the downstairs of Xingchen's house. "Going to your office tomorrow to sign the contract?" His large hands gently brushed Xingchen's white and tender thighs, his fingertips tapping, and he turned his head to look at her. Although rich, one size does not fit all. Signing the contract is good for both of them. Xingchen, whose face was slightly red and was about to get off the bus, looked at Lu Xingchen in confusion. "What contract? Ha, so you never believe that I can come up with $50 million? Are my words so unbelievable?" Lu Xingchen's eyelashes slightly converged. Without much nonsense, he directly opened his cell phone bank, scratched to the balance interface, and placed it in front of her. Xingchen just wanted to explain, but after her eyes landed on the cell phone screen in front of her, her eyes widened. Good guy, that bank balance digits, longer than her life. A 10 million, 100 million, 100,000, a million, brother, father, $150 million, so you own this car? Or else, she suddenly thought of something, wanting to say something, she looked at Lu Xingchen, her complexion suddenly grayed out. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth. "Lu Xingchen, I take back what I said in the hotel just now. No, and not allowed." Lu Xingchen's voice was as cold as frost, his starry eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke without refusal. You're too expensive. Even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be able to subsequently come up with this much money. Xingchen was on the verge of crying. It was not easy to meet a man who was interested, but she really couldn't afford it. Ha! Lu Xingchen was all pissed off and laughed. With one hand, he grabbed the back of her neck and swept her up to his face. After a long time, Xingchen touched her slightly red and swollen lips with an innocent face and gave him a dissatisfied blank look. "It's not straightforward. You just want to take the opportunity to kiss me. Stinky man." She arrogantly turned her head away, muttered a curse, and seeing Lu Xingchen's hand raised again, she hurriedly got out of the car and hurried up the stairs. Lu Xingchen looked at the exquisite residential building in front of him, pondering. In the future, he would have more and more women. Although the hotel was a good place to go, but where is as good as his own home? Perhaps he should buy a house near the university and use it for his usual landing place. After that, he didn't see Xingchen for 3 days in a row. According to her, she had to draw up a contract as soon as possible and prepare for Mr. Lu's inspection. But in fact, she just needed a time to get used to the relationship between the two people that had skyrocketed. Bai Shanshan had been accompanying Mother Bai and hadn't returned to school either. Lu Xingchen these days are very leisurely. In addition to classes, is to play games with roommates. This day happens to be no class. Lu Xingchen got out of bed to go to the toilet, looked at the time as only 9 o'clock, just ready to go to bed to sleep asleep. A message just popped up. "Yao Yan, brother, are you all forgetting about me?" Lu Xingchen stopped his movement to go to bed and sat on the gaming chair. His eyelashes slightly converged. His slender fingers coiled around a piece of Vacheron Constantine that Lao Si had given to him 2 days ago. In his mind, he frantically recalled the name of this unfamiliar person. In the next second, a sexy picture wearing an OL uniform with a Parisian house wrapped around his legs was sent over. Seeing this wear in that face, Lu Xingchen instantly remembered that female guide. Yao Yan, stinky brother. Remembered yet? Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly. Interesting. He has never seen this type of woman. The impulse of the day surfaced again. Just today nothing. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and sent over a message. Lu Xingchen, didn't forget. Free? In the specialty store? Looking at the door that hadn't started business yet, Yao Yan very decisively asked the store manager for a vacation. She does not care about Lu Xingchen's some attitude. As long as there is money to take is enough. Through the mirror looked at today's makeup exquisite self, satisfied with the complimentary lipstick. Yao Yan, naturally free. I want to eat ice cream today. Chapter 19 Yao Yan's Secret. Lu Xingchen's deep eyes tumbled with hungry desire, the knot in his throat rolling slightly. Lu Xingchen, locate and send me. I'll pick you up. Without much nagging, he decided to let himself open up today. Hearing the commotion below, the opposite bed's Li wanted to stick his head out from the bed curtains, curiosity filling his sleepless face, his afterglow glancing at Lu Xingchen's chat interface, his mouth growing so long it could be stuffed with an egg. Holy, Lao air, you're finally going to become a man, and I don't have to sleep in fear every night. As the words fell, two messy chicken nest heads stuck out of the bed curtains. Be safe, don't make a mess. Lin Feng gave a steady admonition. Wang Yihao, on the other hand, sponsored a box of unopened tools of the trade and gave him a cheeky wink. Ha, you use this size? Lu Xingchen, who had committed a little offense, quickly slipped away amidst Wang Yihao's eyes that wanted to compete on the spot. Took a look at the positioning sent by Yao Yan. It was the mall next to the school. It just so happened that his car was still parked in the VIP parking lot of the mall. Look for her first, then take the elevator to the underground parking lot. Just entering the mall, Lu Xingchen saw a circle of people surrounding the mall lobby. One of the people surrounded was his female companion today, Yao Yan. Lu Xingchen had just wanted to go forward to help when he saw Yao Yan giving herself a rejecting wink. You little, I worked so hard to bring you up. I don't want anything from you. I just let you help your brother. And this is how you treat me? You're a white-eyed wolf. Yao Yan opposite an old woman with puffy hair, pointing at her and cursing. After cursing, she directly spilled out and sat on the ground, howling and screaming. The security guards of the mall wanted to go forward to stop her, but they were all tickled back by her. You are the white-eyed wolf. Your brother Amaltha's sister called you. Now the wedding short of children's money. You are not willing to help a hand. Black-hearted. You do not deserve to be a sister. You now eat well, wear well, and carry designer bags. You all this is me and your father to give you. This is how you repay us. And now turn around and dislike us for being poor. Are you still a person? One wail after another resounded in the mall hall. The surrounding crowd just bowed their heads and whispered. After all, they had seen this kind of drama too many times to prevent being bitten back by the dog. They all chose to watch the drama silently. On the contrary, there were people with bad brains. You this little girl is also working in the Gucci boutique every few days to change a man wearing a famous brand. And now help your mother are not willing. Hearts are all meat long. Help in what? One of the security guards of the mall stood on the side of that old lady. He had long been displeased with these scantily clad counter-sisters, especially this Yao Yan. Last time, he only wanted to add her WeChat, and was directly rejected by her, and now that he had the chance, he certainly wanted to take revenge, and let everyone see what kind of person she really was. Yao Yan coldly looked at these two scum with the same character and rolled her eyes greatly. What kind of thing are you? Isn't it just that I refused to ask you for WeChat a few days ago? Have you ever understood what I've been through? Do you know what kind of life I had before? Besides, who are you? Who are you to talk about me? Yao Yan looked at the security guard who was dumbfounded by the question and snorted faintly in a low voice. You don't understand anything. Today you stood out but just want to belittle me, to get back at me for my rejection. And even there is that kind of unpleasant side of me that is exposed so that you can pinpoint my dirty mind. You don't look at what you are. Yao Yan. Even if my eyes are blind again, can I look at you? Just as the crowd applauded Yao Yan's amazing fighting skills, she turned her head to look at her stepmother. With icy cold eyes that Lu Xingchen had never seen before, she stared at her dead in the face. Just you are worthy of mentioning my father, a male chauvinist, vicious stepmother who dices her stepdaughter. What? Do you think that after not seeing each other for all these years, I've forgotten all about you tampering with my volunteers, withholding all of my tuition fees without my father's knowledge in order to send your son, who is always at the bottom of the list, to school, and marrying me off to a concubine, to give your trashy son a daughter-in-law? Hearing Yao Yan's chilling and loud voice, the crowd looks at the old lady on the ground in shock, unable to believe that in this day and age, there are still such things happening, turning their heads to look at Yao Yan's gaze with pity and encouragement. You are talking nonsense. You're unfilial. If you don't give me alimony, I'll sue you and fight you in a lawsuit. The old lady sensed the change in the gazes of the people around her, and stuttered a retort in order to cover up her heart's weakness. She did think so, and coupled with her son's encouragement, it came on impulse. Yao Yan sneered and stepped forward to directly slap her. Slap? What are you? I'll wait for you to sue. But before that, you slander and create rumors in public. Wait for the lawsuit. And you, a security guard twisting the facts and maliciously retaliating. I will also react to them all. Yuck! Yao Yan had thought of playing with them for a while, but after seeing Lu Xingchen arrive, she changed her mind. A qualified hitman, how could she make the gold master wait for herself? In order not to be treated like a monkey by others, she secretly gave Lu Xingchen a wink and told him to go first. She went out to look for him. Lu Xingchen saw the reckless and lazy raising of his jaw, as if he didn't see her eyes, and walked through the crowd to her side. With one hand, he cupped her chin and stamped on her delicate red lips. Is it so unseemly to be my woman? Lu Xingchen made a high-profile display of love. That old lady's rumors were not broken. Who wouldn't love such a young and handsome gold master's package? Yao Yan suddenly had slightly red eyes. She raised her eyes and stared at Lu Xingchen. She had never just treated her as her future boss, but today, this insignificant and even somewhat greasy tactic he had done for normal people, was indeed incomparably precious support in her case. She was really a bit moved, although she knew that she was just one of his multiple choices for the time being, and she shouldn't be moved by this relationship that would be hard to maintain for even a month. But who called her stupid? It was the first support, the first recognition since her father left, and she couldn't afford to throw it away. If the day did come when he got tired of playing around, she would keep this preciousness in her heart and leave in silence. Thinking about what? In the sports car, Lu Xingchen's afterglow glanced at Yao Yan, who was staring at her cell phone in a daze, and casually asked a question. Did you do this? Yao Yan didn't hide it in the slightest, showing Lu Xingchen the notice of that security guard's dismissal sent by her little sister. That security guard hadn't been in trouble for 1 or 2 times, but because the head of security was a relative of his, he had always stayed in peace. Ready to thank me how? Lu Xingchen smiled and teased. The prerequisite for that mall to have an SVIP underground parking space was to be an honored supreme member of the mall, and the system gave the parking space came with that benefit. It was naturally evident that a small security guard and a mall's esteemed supreme member were more important than one another. Tear. Yao Yan didn't answer directly, but instead lowered her head and added a few more ragged holes in the black silk that was scraping the outlet. Afterward, smiling eyes raised her head with a flirtatious tone. Is this okay? Chapter 20 drama is hard to avoid. 2 hours later, the Apollo IE parked on the side of the hidden road set off again. Lu Xingchen looked at the road with his eyes, but the upturned corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. To be honest, this was the first time he felt that this sports car was not very good. The space was too small and suffocating. Is this going back? Looking at the sports car that was redriving in the direction of Shuangdan University, Yao Yan, who was lying on the passenger seat with a red face, asked reluctantly, although she knew that she shouldn't open her mouth to have a consciousness of being adopted. She still didn't hold back. Back where? In his mind, Lu Xingchen, who was still reminiscing, froze for a moment. His afterglow glanced at Yao Yan, who pouted, and the corner of his lips curled up lightly. There's a mission for calling you out today. Driving this far is just. Yao Yan sighed in relief. Her eyes fluttered like butterfly wings. The corner of her lips curved up again. Her stretching brows were wantonly vivid. Cocking her head to look at Lu Xingchen, who was holding the steering wheel with one hand, her red lips lightly opened. What mission? During the red light, Lu Xingchen's fingertips lightly tapped the steering wheel, pausing for a few seconds. His sight moved away with difficulty from Yao Yan's too slender and tender long legs, staring at her who deliberately seduced herself. Hooking his lips in a reckless and diffident manner, he smiled lightly. How about buying you a house near the university? It had to be said that Yao Yan was, as her name suggested, sultry and flirtatious to a fault, especially now. It was even more so, giving Lu Xingchen the idea of hiding a golden house. A set of house was just a small thing to him. Yao Yan's red lips slightly opened as she took a deep breath. There wasn't that kind of low-priced apartment near Shuangdan University to keep a mistress. It was basically a residential building, and even the cheapest one would cost more than $2 million. She and Lu Xingchen had met a total of just 2 times, and never would have imagined that it would be such a big gift. Then my legs aren't soft anymore. My waist isn't sore anymore. It's simply a whole lot of energy. Yao Yan smiled and sat up, her eyes flowing as she looked at him. At the entrance of the sales office, Lu Xingchen pulled Yao Yan's hand and directly walked in. After getting rich in the past few days, he now scoffed at those godly hero novels on tomato novels. After all, after getting rich, he hadn't met those brainless brainwashed people yet. But the great thing about plots was that no matter what you did, you couldn't avoid them. Lu Xingchen had just walked into the sales office lobby when he encountered this situation. A young saleswoman greeted him, her eyes unabashedly scanning the two up and down. Based on the experience of the past few days, she quickly and presumptuously judged Lu Xingchen's identity, a rich second-generation man with a famous brand and a woman with an OL uniform. According to the experience of these 2 months or so, this rich second-generation man would first cajole a bit with flowery words, and then point at their property. looking very dissatisfied. The end result would be to buy a cheap loft apartment and have to put it under the rich second generation's name, or just leave and go rent a house. This kind of pairing and scene, she had experienced it many times in these 2 months. Welcome to the Feng Nian sales office. If you're not sure, feel free to take a look. The young saleswoman's tone was breathless, her eyes fluttered, and she didn't take Lu Xingchen as a customer at all. Even after she finished speaking, she directly turned around and left, making Lu Xingchen very incomprehensible. Lu Xingchen and Yao Yan frowned at the same time. In a moment, are you going to act like in the novels, and pretend to hit your face? Yao Yan inquired softly in a low voice, raising her head to look around. What are you looking at? Lu Xingchen's eyelashes slightly converged. Yao Yan covered her mouth and laughed softly. Looking for a young and pretty intern. Shouldn't there be a pretty intern coming up to receive us now? And in the end, you spent a huge amount of money to buy the property, and that person just now regretted it. And the young intern got a handsome commission, and also added your WeChat, and in the end, got the beauty back. Read less novels. Lu Xingchen was speechless. However, Yao Yan was partially right. After the young female saleswoman left, a male salesman who didn't look 2 years older than him, cautiously greeted him. Handsome girl, do you need me to introduce you guys? Li Ming forced down the nervousness in his heart and immediately went forward to ask after seeing that female salesperson leave. He hadn't opened for 2 months, and if he still didn't have any performance this month, he would be sacked, so he had to fight to catch every single customer. Moreover, he once passed by the Gucci boutique and saw the exact same OL uniform. It was well known that the counter girl had a very discerning eye. The man she followed wouldn't be too bad, and the cool and reserved temperament on Lu Xingchen couldn't be fooled. No need to introduce. Jinxiu watching 2 sets of 3-bedroom apartments, well decorated, preferably across the street, or in a building is fine. You see if there is any that meets the standard. Direct full payment. Lu Xingchen's voice was as cold as frost, and his statement was straightforward. He didn't have much pursuit for that kind of pretentious and face-punching plot, and a godly man wouldn't waste his time on those irrelevant people. Ah, yes. 15 floors of the 10th building of Jinxiu Huacheng. Exactly 2 sets of opposite doors, a single set of 148 square feet, 2 sets totaling about 12 million. Do you think it's okay? Li Ming didn't get smashed by this performance that fell from the sky. Instead, he expertly picked out the houses that met the needs of the guests. He now really wanted to be thankful that the real estate information that he had memorized every day for the past 2 months was finally of use. Yes, prepare the contract. Alright, please take a seat in the rest area over here. Lu Xingchen sat on the sofa in the rest area, looked at the 2 bottles of water on the table, smiled and sighed. So that's why some people can succeed. Yes, when I first arrived at the boutique, the store manager told us that we are in the service industry. The customer always comes first, then the attitude, the details. Even when you can't see it, you have to keep a standard smile on your face. Yao Yan leaned in Lu Xingchen's arms and softly concurred. Then, raising her eyes to stare at his side face, thinking of the ID card she was asked to take, she took advantage of it to print a spit stamp. Xingchen, I'll lay down my life tonight. I'll make sure to make you feel that it's worth the money. She didn't expect Lu Xingchen to really want to put a house worth $6 million in her name. Thinking that she was now considered to have a home in High City, she couldn't help but be happy. Lu Xingchen looked sideways. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, his throat rolled slightly, his deep pupils were obscure and unknown, tumbling with a monstrous dark tide. Not to blame him for not having self-control. It is really this angle overlooking the OL uniforms that has a different flavor. Lu Xingchen's tone was lazy. You better be. Between the 2 men, the ambiguous atmosphere was thickening. Handsome girl, have a good look at the property? How about Jinxiu Huacheng? I'm most familiar with that property. Do you want me to introduce you? Or can you go directly to see the property? The young female salesperson who had just left, ostentatiously came to Lu Xingchen with a drastic change in attitude. Yao Yan, as a veteran salesperson, heard about Fairview Huacheng and instantly understood, snorted and was not prepared to waste words with this kind of person. We're ready to sign the contract. You don't have to waste your time. When these words came out, that young female sales immediately changed her face. As a woman, you don't help women. Instead you bully us. Don't think I don't know. Isn't it because he's a man that you guys signed the contract with him? The noise immediately attracted the attention of the entire sales office. Lu Xingchen, who was originally lazily and recklessly leaning on the sofa, shook his head disdainfully. Chapter 21 The Old King Next Door. He didn't expect that the little fairy in the internet segment would actually meet in reality. Yao Yan also froze for a moment and gave her a speechless blank look. Seeing that the two were silent, that young female sales thought that she had said the right thing and occupied the moral high ground, condescendingly holding her arms. You guys have to sign the contract here with me today, or else I'll expose what's going on here. This person can't be a fool. I thought that the kind of brainwashed people in web novels were all fabricated. I didn't expect it to be a realist. Yao Yan almost thought she had traveled inside those novels. Lu Xingchen shook his head breathlessly and was just about to call the caretaker. Li Ming hurriedly ran over with a bunch of contracts. Wang Ku, if you're sick, go cure it, don't bother my customers. Handsome, beautiful, I'm really sorry. I've already given feedback upwards and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Xingchen appreciated Li Ming's attitude towards his work and nodded slightly. Contract. Bring it. Can't sign it. This order is mine. You men deserve to die. The young female saleswoman was furious when she saw herself being ignored. Looking at Lu Xingchen's seductive face and the name tag on her body, she couldn't help but think of the man who cheated on his marriage, and directly stepped forward to grab at Lu Xingchen's face. Splat! Yao Yan eyes instantly cold. No one can hit her big gold master. A hand steadily accurate and fast grabbed her wrist. Crisp slap sound resounded through the sales office lobby. This side of the commotion also alarmed the security and lobby in charge. Stop! Coco, calm down. A gentlemanly middle-aged man stepped forward to stop Wang Ku, who was ready to go crazy, and had people take her to the side to stabilize her mood. After understanding what happened with the people at the scene, his eyes were obscure. Coming in front of Lu Xingchen, he bent down and bowed in a respectful manner. I'm really sorry to bring you a bad experience of buying a house. I can give you the maximum degree of discounts on purchasing a house on my side, and I hope that I can calm your anger. There was no problem at all with this kind of treatment, but the next words made Lu Xingchen, who held a watchful attitude, have anger emerge in his eyes as well. But I also hope that this lady can apologize to our staff. After all, it's not right to make a move. The surrounding staff of the sales office were dumbfounded. Manager Wang was clearly an old employee, and although he usually doted on Wang Ku, how could he be so confused? In the service industry, the customer is always God. Besides, it was clearly Wang Ku who wanted to make a move first. Lu Xingchen slightly lifted his jaw, lazily converging his eyelashes to look at him. His demeanor arrogantly opened his mouth. If you don't apologize, what can you do? Can't do anything about it, but after all, it was this lady who hit the person first. We will file a lawsuit, and as long as it's a property under Fengnian real estate, we will black out the two of you and inform the two of your behavior in the High City Property Sales Group. Manager Wang said in a flat tone of naked threat. The doubts in Lu Xingchen's heart were explained. No wonder the sales office had such brain-dead employees. It turned out that the upper beam was not straight and the lower beam was crooked. He really didn't know where this person in front of him had the courage to threaten himself. Who gave you the right? Low but full of majesty voice sounded. Lu Xingchen turned his head to look. A suit man in his 30s in the same clothes as the woman in front of Manager Wang, sweating, hurriedly ran over. Mr. Lu, Manager Li, just now Manager Wang and Wang Can. Seeing his superior return, Li Ming immediately stepped forward. His mouth was smart, and he elaborated on what happened without the slightest addition. The man called Mr. Lu's face became darker and darker the more he listened, and his gaze fell on Lu Xingchen's body from time to time, with a very apprehensive look. That Manager Wang didn't have the slightest defense, and kept a cloudy expression. With his 7 consecutive years of performance as the top seller in the region, plus the fact that he had also grasped some of General Manager Lu's dark information, he wasn't worried about what he would do to himself. His eyes fell on Lu Xingchen's body. Manager Wang knew that he was a rich second generation, but this name was not good for him. In his opinion, it was nothing more than a group of losers waiting for death. As long as this rich second generation walked out of the sales office, today's matter could be twisted into another version. Even if it was reported to the company afterward, he couldn't be caught. The big deal was that he would be criticized and have no hope of promotion after that. But thinking about what happened to Wang Ku during this time, he felt that everything was worth it. Wang Ku, and you are fired. The company's legal department will also liquidate you. You can't get away with all those things you did behind your back. Get lost. After listening to Li Ming's exposition, Mr. Lu was enraged and roared loudly. Manager Wang, who was originally on cloud 9, suddenly changed his face and pointed at himself with wide eyes. You fired me? Don't forget that you're not clean either. Liquidating me won't beat both. He knew that he had some black material in his hands, but so what? He was just a general manager of a branch sales office. This Lu Xiao was a big shot that Wang Xiao had personally called and wanted him to serve. Fengnian real estate is just one of Wang Xiao's small industries. He can still distinguish between the more important and the less important. Immediately, he fawningly groveled to Lu Xingchen's side, his tone full of currying favor. Lu Xiao, it's all my negligence. No matter what, as long as you can be smooth, kick me a few times will do. Wang Yihao explained. Lu Xingchen glanced with a lazy and diffident intent. In a flash, he guessed that even though he had rejected Wang Yihao's request to directly send him a house, the guy must have had to ding some instructions as well. Yes, I heard that you drove here. Little Li and I were ready to meet you at the entrance of the underground parking lot. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. I'm really sorry. When Mr. Lu saw Lu Xingchen's expression, his heart was relieved and he hurriedly explained. Seeing this attitude of his, Manager Wang instantly panicked. He then realized that he had messed with an unimaginable big shot. Punt. The sound of kneeling on the ground rang out. I'm sorry, Lu Xiao. I'm sorry, my daughter has just been cheated into marriage. Her parents also fell ill because they heard the news out. She has suffered a great blow. Her emotions are unstable, and only then would she do such a thing as today. I beg you to be generous and forgive her. Manager Wang's tears flowed. Aside Wang Ku also sat paralyzed on the ground and bawled when she saw this. But Lu Xingchen did not pay any attention. Why do you have to take it out on others when you have suffered? Moral abduction was a set he did not eat at all. Moreover, he did nothing. Manager Wang had to suffer nothing more than the consequences of his violation of the law. Wang Ku's downfall was nothing more than being dismissed and never being hired. Security, pull away. Mr. Lu's eyebrows revealed displeasure. This security guard should be replaced. A little bit of eyesight is not there. Turning his head, the dog's leg crouched down, smiling and fawning. Lu Xiao doesn't need to be morally kidnapped by them. He pays his due because of what he did himself. According to him doing those hooks before, he can't get out in this life. That girl is not a good person. She is actually his illegitimate daughter. The adoptive father and his own mother know this matter. She directly give up the two of them, defected to the biological father. These months in the sales office also caused a lot of trouble. If not to see in his 7 years of sales champion, that girl has long been dismissed. Chapter 22. Are you doing this to stand up to Bai Shallow? Lu Xingchen didn't pay too much attention. In his usual concept, he never distracted himself for unnecessary people. For example, the current Jiang Qingyan and the former Lu Yuan. After signing the contract, under the leadership of that mature female manager, came that person to the house in Fairview Hualien City, standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony, looking at the Shuangdan University boys' dormitory not far away. Lu Xingchen nodded with satisfaction. The corners of his lips curled lightly as he turned his head sideways, and just when he wanted to inquire about Yao Yan's feelings, he saw her lowering her eyebrows and dropping her eyes as she quietly gazed at the Shuangdan University in front of her. Lu Xingchen saw ambition in those beautiful eyes, and could also feel that she was low and regretful. Hands wrapped around her body, silently converging his eyes to stare at her empty, tantalizing earlobes, thinking about what? She had the appearance of a gold-digging woman on the surface, but there was no valuable jewelry that a gold-digging woman should have on her entire body except for that bag, and she was very knowledgeable. If she didn't have that kind of family, maybe she would be an independent and self-reliant strong woman. Seeing this, Manager Li retreated out with a great sense of humor, closing the door of the room in the process. The sound of the door closing brought Yao Yan back to her senses. Feeling the warmth of the chest behind her, her palm gently scratched the back of Lu Xingchen's hand, tilting her head to meet Lu Xingchen's gentle gaze. Her lips curved up in a slight arc. Over the years, I've earned a lot at the Gucci boutique, but I didn't buy anything, and I'm usually very frugal, just so that I can have a home in high city. I didn't expect that the wish I've always had would actually come true. Yao Yan turned around and cupped Lu Xingchen's cheeks with both hands. Her tone was sincere. Tears gradually surfaced in her eyes. Lu Xingchen, thanks for not minding me and letting me have a home. To be honest, when she was at the mall today, she was very scared. That's why in the car, she took the initiative to release herself and grabbed this man in front of her. Just as active as now. Lu Xingchen hugged her tightly, and the sweet warmth of her breath with a hint of aggressive perfume surged into his nostrils. He subconsciously lowered his eyes to look at her, and those charming and flirtatious eyes did not hide the thoughts in his mind as they directly met each other. The moment his eyes collided, Lu Xingchen, this is an unnameable line of demarcation. The afternoon sunlight broke into the room and fell on Lu Xingchen, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. He lazily curled his lips and let out a light smile. His line of sight landed on Yao Yan, who was full of grudges, his eyes burning and the knot in his throat rolling slightly. Not allowed to look. Looking like a reserved and cool school bully school grass. Behind his back, shame on him. Yao Yan glanced at the broken store clothes on the ground, quickly wearing the new clothes sent by Manager Li, afraid that he will do damage again. Thinking of just now, her face blushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet that rolling line of sight again. Satisfied, Lu Xingchen slightly retracted his line of sight, turned his head sideways and looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows at Shuangdan University, which was a block away. The ambitions and regrets contained in Yao Yan's beautiful eyes at the very beginning, once again surfaced in his mind. Do you want to continue studying? Lu Xingchen's wantonly cool voice rang out. Yao Yan's hand, which was organizing her skirt, gave a slight lurch. Just now, she looked at the Shuangdan University campus that was close at hand. She really didn't hold back her emotions. Did he notice? As an active canary, she had gone online to learn about the advantages and disadvantages of being a canary. In her opinion, Lu Xingchen's sentence was a test. Testing to see if she would be ambitious and get out of his control. I don't want to, with my handsome brother giving me money to spend in a house. It's so nice to mingle and die. Yao Yan has a relaxed expression and says the most defiant words. She super wanted it alright. When she was in school, she was always first in her grade. Obviously she could have gone to Shuangdan, but that year, she was secretly changed by her stepmother, and enrolled in a specialized school in order for her to save money. Father also died of illness in the same year. There is no money for her to repeat. Had no choice but to go to a college. But also from then on, she really out of that hell. She had thought, in dry 5-6 years, can buy a small apartment in the sea city, have a home, then go to graduate school. But now the graduate school thing, wait for him to get tired of playing, give up on her and then think about it. Raised his eyes and glanced around this 100 square foot big house, already very satisfied. A good day to take one step at a time before settling down. Lu Xingchen suddenly got up, raised his hand and gathered her into his arms, his hot palms gently caressing her smooth cheeks, his voice low. Really don't want to? I'm not testing you. I've never believed that reading makes one wise, and I also hope that you'll always tell me the truth. Hearing this, Yao Yan stiffens and holds her breath as her eyes fall on the campus directly in front of her. He supports her to go to graduate school. A hot tear slipped from the corner of her eye and dripped onto the tip of Lu Xingchen's nose. Yao Yan got up and supported his chest with both hands, looking down at the warm smile at the corner of her school bully-level handsome brother's mouth underneath. She felt that the suffering of the first half of her life was cured by this moment. I want to study. Her lips gently opened, slowly leaned down and retrieved his nose-tip-owned teardrops. Happiness filled her whole body. Another line of demarcation that cannot be named. The setting sunlight steals into the living room. Yao Yan looked back at our home and closed the door with a smile, wrapping her arms around Lu Xingchen. I'll go back to school first then. Lu Xingchen gently caressed her hair with an insatiable expression. Aha, don't worry about leaving this place to me. 3 days later make sure everything is complete. Yao Yan shook the card in her hand that had $1 million in deposits with confidence. Although she wanted to stay with Lu Xingchen all night, but nay the house lacked too much. The two had just walked out of the entrance of the neighborhood and were about to go their separate ways when a familiar voice came from the side. Lu Xingchen, you did this to me? Jiang Changyan stood not far away, a look of disbelief on her face, her voice trembling as she questioned loudly at Lu Xingchen. She had witnessed Lu Xingchen wrapping his arms around Yao Yan's waist, while she was leaning into his arms, both parties very intimate, especially the redness on Yao Yan's face that hadn't faded yet, as well as the strawberry-shaped red mark on both of their necks that resembled a strawberry. All indicated that the two had just. She couldn't believe what she saw. She thought that Lu Xingchen kissed Bai Shanshan in public just to get back at her for being cold and rejecting her, but now it seemed like Lu Xingchen had really given up on her. Lu Xingchen looked sideways at Jiang Qingyan with an expression that he had betrayed her and frowned slightly. In what capacity are you questioning me? Mind your own business. Lu Xingchen's voice was as cold as frost. Patting Yao Yan's thin waist, he turned around without mercy and walked towards the opposite gate of Shuangdan University. He was consistent in doing this to those who were not in his line of sight, and would not waste a single ounce of attention. Jiang Qingyan froze in place. Right. In what capacity was she? Lu Xingchen's so many times of confession were all rejected by her. What identity did she have? Suddenly, a flash of beautiful white color flashed in her afterglow. Glancing at Yao Yan, who was watching the show from the side, a cold smile emerged from the corner of her mouth, and she questioned in a high voice. Lu Xingchen, so are you doing this to stand up to Bai Shallow? Chapter 23. Do you like me? Since she couldn't get it, then no one should want it. Hearing Bai Shanshan's name, Lu Xingchen subconsciously stopped his steps and turned his head to see Bai Shanshan not far away. Eyes unblinking, he stared at Bai Shallow's outfit today. A purely vegan pretty face without any powder, without any blemishes, willow leaf curved eyebrows, cherry mouth, bright big eyes, beering flickering, pinkish white lips are still his favorite glittery lip glaze. The body is wearing a pure white gardenia dress that he saw online on a whim one day. The edge of the skirt that just touched the knee, the two fair and slender legs, although there was no white silk to add to it, but there was more of an innocent beauty. Today's Bai Shallow and the previous one who painted her thick face and wore JK clothing were two completely different feelings. Seeing her in this appearance, Lu Xingchen's line of sight shifted down to drop the slightly hooked corner of his lips. Remembering the scene from that night, when Jiang Changyan saw Lu Xingchen, who was standing in place in silence, Bai Shanshan over there who quickly ran over with tears in her eyes, and Yao Yan next to her who was at a loss for words and had an unnatural look on her face. A wave of relief ran through her heart. She would like to see today, in the face of the original spouse and the mistress, Lu Xingchen, how to still hold that cool frame. Preferably, both of them would fall out with him, and after making a big fuss about it, he would only belong to himself. This time, she must firmly control him. Imagination was beautiful. Reality was cruel. Lu Xingchen, I miss you so much. Bai Shallow directly jumped into Lu Xingchen's arms, her nostrils surging with familiar testosterone. She nostalgically rubbed her head against Lu Xingchen's chest and said in a petulant voice, I miss you too. Lu Xingchen's voice doted, wrapping his arms around Bai Shallow in his embrace. His fingertips brushed across her cheeks, eventually resting on the tender chin and gently lifting it. The lips were slightly wet. Bai Shanchan's heart fluttered about. Even though this was already the third time, she still had trouble overcoming that tingling electric current feeling, and softly leaned on Lu Xingchen like she was boneless. Jiang Qingyan looked at such close intimacy. Her whole body was going crazy, took a deep breath and turned her head to the side. However, when she saw Yao Yan's smiling face with the corners of her lips still slightly hooked, and even a little bit of kowtowing, the person was dumbfounded. No, big sister. People interacting intimately with other women in front of you. Aren't you angry at all? Seemingly sensing Jiang Qingyan's line of sight, Yao Yan disdainfully skimmed her mouth. She had always known her own status, a mere canary who was adopted by Lu Xingchen. What qualifications did she have to be jealous? What's more, Lu Xingchen treats her not too well, and gives her a house and cash, and also provides her with a graduate school exam. So what does she not know how to be satisfied? At the very beginning, when she saw Bai Shanchan, she was ready to be beaten up, but when she saw that Bai Shanchan didn't seem to be targeting her, she was relieved. Looking at the interaction between the reserved and high-cool rich second-generation school bully schoolmarm and the pure schoolgirl in front of her, she inexplicably felt a little good high. To be honest, seeing Bai Shallow's pretty face without any powder, she also liked it. After a long time, Bai Shallow broke away from Lu Xingchen's embrace and took a big deep breath. Blankly glancing at him, she looked at Jiang Qingyan with the corners of her lips hooked up in contempt, and turned her head with her eyes falling on Yao Yan's body. This woman she had seen before, was the clerk at the Gucci boutique that day. The breeze brushed by. A hint of sweet and seductive perfume flavor was captured by her delicate and small nose. This flavor was also on Lu Xingchen's body just now. Looking back at the red mark at Lu Xingchen's collarbone, her heart was clear. The same people at the end of the world. She should have been adopted by Lu Xingchen. Bai Shallow suppressed the slight jealousy in her heart and revealed a bright smile, stepping forward and pulling Yao Yan's hand. Hello sister, my name is Bai Shallow. Sister, perfume smells so sweet. Want to add a contact? Send me a link. The soft and delicate voice fell into Yao Yan's ears. She was slightly stunned. Her eyes crossed Bai Shallow's shoulders and landed on Lu Xingchen, who had been expecting it, secretly sighing that this little man was really scary. Her eyes looked at Bai Shanchan, who was obviously the same age as him in front of her, and she felt more pity in her heart. Good sister lives in this neighborhood. Have time to come home to play. The two of them were chatting happily, even directly ignoring Lu Xingchen. Jiang Qingyan, needless to say, did not appear in the trio's line of sight at all. Her entire being was now confused, somewhat doubting her eyes. Why were the two of them still talking and laughing like they were bosom friends? She just came out from here with Lu Xingchen. The mark on Lu Xingchen's neck. Didn't you see it? Jiang Qingyan anxiously stepped forward and loudly interrupted the two, but the two directly ignored her. The car has arrived. When the house is set up, you are invited to come and warm up your home. Yao Yan raised her hand and gently pinched Bai Shallow's tender little face. A satisfied smile appeared on her face as she turned around and left in the car. Bai Shallow obviously didn't expect this move from her. Her pretty face blushed and waved her hand at the car. Afterwards, she directly jumped into Lu Xingchen's arms, wrapped his arms around her and walked out towards the school's entrance, leaving Jiang Qingyan, who was frozen in place with an iron-colored face, making crunching and grinding sounds. I behaved well, didn't I? Tell you what, I don't get my money for nothing. Bai Shallow's afterglow glanced at Jiang Qingyan behind her and invited credit in a small voice. Not taking it for nothing. Why did you suddenly come back and not tell me in advance so I can go pick you up? Lu Xingchen hung his eyes and stared. He hadn't panicked at all just now. However, he expected that the two wouldn't pinch each other, but he didn't expect that the two of them would be able to add each other's contact information with a smile and a laugh. That's why the reason why people are people. That's why desires are always filled up. For example, now, Lu Xingchen saw no one in the four corners of the world. A handbuckle by Shanchan's waist, that pair of hot amazing, rolling with desire dark surge eyes, staring straight at her, low voice filled with a slight jealousy, seeing me and other women together. You are not even jealous. Acting skills are still not good enough. Hearing this, Bai Shallow's eyelashes trembled slightly. The breath that came on her face, the sexy low voice, was full of fatal attraction to her, and she didn't know what was wrong. Since that night in the hospital, Lu Xingchen's figure often surfaced in her mind, and it wouldn't dissipate. She could no longer control her heartbeat, like she couldn't control the hand that used to be very pampered with money. There is jealousy. Bai Shallow's voice was getting lower and lower. Those last two words were not much bigger than a mosquito's voice, but they were still captured by Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's line of sight fell on the tips of her blushing ears, her eyelashes that fluttered slightly like butterflies, and he couldn't help but want to tease her, the corners of his lips curling up lightly, lowering his head to her ear. He softly whispered, "By Shallow, do you like me?" By Shallow's eyes widened, and at this moment, her mind went blank. Who likes on you? I'm just fulfilling my obligation. By Shallow's voice trembled as she retorted. The words came out. She herself didn't believe them. The bottom line was even not at all. Oh, your relatives should be gone. Chapter 24, Jin Shuya's room. By Shania's face flaps exploded red. Before she could reply, the familiar feeling of suffocation struck again. Her lung capacity was really too much worse than Lu Xingchen. Suddenly, she stiffened, her smooth spine traced over hot fingertips, and the familiar sensation struck again. But she was no longer the washed out by Xiaoxian now. After this period of time, she had also calmed down, understanding the gap between herself and Lu Xingchen, and her position was set right. What's more, he shouldn't be lacking in women right now. Unconsciously her gaze fell on the hickey on Lu Xingchen's neck. She found a gap and violently broke away from Lu Xingchen's embrace. I still have to go and cancel my vacation today. Call me if there's something. Shaking the latest model of fruit cell phone in her hand, Bai Shalan turned around and ran into the campus. Lu Xingchen's fingertips landed on the oily lips. The corners of his lips curled lightly, and he didn't chase after her. He had just been with Yao Yan this afternoon, and out of respect for Bai Shanshan, he still suppressed the bearish fire brought on by his youthful strength. Returning to his dorm room and lying on his bed, Lu Xingchen thought back to what had happened in recent times. It had been a long time since he had triggered a trigger system mission or a divine hero behavior, and he was a little unsure of the criteria for triggering. According to reason, throwing $10 million to buy a house today could be considered a godly magnificent behavior, but the system didn't react at all. It seemed that those protagonists in the tomato novel network were not that good. No way. Old Lu, this is shriveling up? Beside the bed, Li Think's head suddenly stretched over, looking at Lu Xingchen who had gone to bed early to rest, shaking his head straight. Lu Xingchen just wanted to retort and show his manly strength, when the special concern ringtone of his cell phone rang. Ding! Qin Shuya, Lu Xingchen. Be my male companion for a day tomorrow. Qin Shuya, positioning. Qin Shuya, you must come. If you don't I'll go to your dorm room and eat cookies on your bed. A series of 3 messages bombarded over, especially the last one. Lu Xingchen, who had a slight cleanliness fetish, cursed the evil. Anything was fine, except for not allowing anyone to eat on his bed. He gritted his teeth and was just about to agree to come over when his realization landed on Li Xiang who had a guilty look on her face by the bed, the corner of her lips slightly hooked. Yes, I'm sick. Is there something on the student council side? Then can you help me top it off? Lu Xingchen's voice tone was weak, pretending to be in a deficit. Li Think, who just wanted to take advantage of the game's reading time to commit a cheap shot, froze for a moment, hurriedly said with concern, "It's not that bad. Did you find a vixen? If you don't want to go to the hospital to take a look? What is the matter on the side of the student council? 2 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival party. No time to take care of our merchants department. If Qin's sister's side of the matter, I help." Ding ding ding. Quiet dormitory room rang 3 consecutive special concern ringtone. Li wanted to reflexively run to their bed under the pick up the phone. After looking at the cell phone screen, he glared fiercely at Lu Xingchen, and sent a voice message to his cell phone very doggedly. Sister Qin, he is in the dormitory. Nothing at all. I'll let him text you back. Putting down his cell phone, he glared angrily at Lu Xingchen. Good. I take you as a brother. You take me as an ingrate. I was almost fooled by you. I clearly tell you, it's impossible to help you a little bit. It's been a minute. If you don't return Sister Qin's message. He. After saying that, Li wanted to sit on his gaming chair, his eyes once again falling on the computer screen. Lu Xingchen, I'm going. Well-behaved puppy. Lu Xingchen knew he was in the wrong and did not retort. Lying on his bed, he returned the message inside helplessly. Qin Shuya, good boy, petting. Having received a satisfactory reply, Qin Shuya put down her cell phone with a face of relief. Her eyebrows lightly arched as she looked across the room at the old man in a fancy suit. Then you'll just wait for my boyfriend to amaze the whole audience tomorrow. My dear father, don't forget to prepare 1/3 of the shares in your hand. You don't want to be known by mom that you lost the bet. After saying that, Qin Shuya, like a proud peacock, raised her jaws arrogantly and turned around to go up to the 2nd floor of the villa. Rebellious daughter. Ah, rebellious daughter. Qin Shuya's father growled angrily, took a big bite of the soft beef stew, and put down his chopsticks with a huff. Damn it. I'd like to see what kind of wild boar is the one that arched my carefully cultivated little cabbage for so many years. Kid, you'd better not come tomorrow. Qin Shuya's lips curled lightly when she heard the unintimidating growl. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to let Lu Xingchen meet his parents in advance, and in the meantime, announce his romantic relationship in the circle, so as to save that there would always be some ungrateful trash thinking about her. Furthermore, using this opportunity, she could also further close the distance with Lu Xingchen. The nominal girlfriend should have more chances to do something sweet with him than the previous schoolmate. The corner of Qin Shuya's raised mouth was about to be suppressed. She came to the second floor and walked to the innermost, the room where only she had a key. Opening the door, it was pitch black inside, and only in the center of the room, there was a bit of conical moonlight scattered through the skylight above. The moonlight shrouded the wooden sculpture in the center, which was a cool ugly puppy resembling a dinosaur, only palm-sized, but it had already taken up the entirety of Qin Shuya's life. The lights snapped on, and on the walls around it, a photograph of a boy's entire life from baby to college. On top of that, the room was filled with old objects protected by glass covers, pens with split nibs, test papers glued together, and so on. If one were to look down on the entire villa from above the hill at this moment, one could realize that this room, surprisingly, occupied 1/3 of the villa. Qin Shuya slowly walked between these old objects, and eventually came to the center, gently caressing the carved wooden puppy, her beautiful eyes filled with sentiments so thick that they could not be melted. I finally waited. At the same time, Lu Xingchen, who was solo tyrannizingly siang in the canyon, as if he had a telepathic link, raised his hand and touched the wooden carving of a puppy that was coiled to the pulp by his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lost again. No, every time you solo you bring out this wooden sculpture. It must be its power for you to beat me. Let me touch it as well. I'll be willing to gamble if I lose this time. Li wanted to watch the crystal on the screen explode again, turned around and then saw that wooden sculpture on Lu Xingchen's table, and Li came up. Lu Xingchen's starry pupils swept through imperceptible nostalgia. His voice low, get lost, cursed, silently put away the wooden sculpture, and directly opened the 5 consecutive solo victories. My mom won't let me play with stupid people. Quickly, don't your stupidity infect me. Looking at the battered Li want, Lu Xingchen satisfied with going to bed and lying down again. The next evening, Lu Xingchen looked at the positioning, the corner of his lips lightly hooked, recalling yesterday in the middle of the night in his mind, suddenly remembered the system task release beep. Looking at the distant hotel, his eyes revealed anticipation. Chapter 25. Dare to hit on my boyfriend's idea. In the middle of the night yesterday, he had just fallen asleep when the sound of a system quest release rang in his head. Ding! Triggering system mission. Godly Ho's second principle. Women who are targeted by Godly Ho are not allowed to be coveted by others. After reverse molesting Qin Shuya, you have already obtained her first kiss. Qin Shuya is already your person. Please attend the banquet and become his male companion to help her deal with the unsuspecting trouble at the banquet. System mission, become Qin Shuya's blocking boyfriend tonight. Mission reward, 70% equity in Life Medical Technology Company. Lu Xingchen saw the mission reward and let out a roar of release in the middle of the night, scaring the other 3. The big name of Life Medical Technology Company was very hot in the last half year. This company's biomedical technology had achieved a major breakthrough, and had become the anti-aging community, the newest of the newcomers to the scene. However, it was in a very difficult situation because the founders were basically all from grassroots, and the connections behind them were not enough to allow it to occupy the sweeping market unharmed. It is said that 2 months ago, the Qin Group made a strong entry to support Life Medical Technology, which prevented it from being eaten by the wolves. However, the current situation was still not optimistic. When Lu Xingchen saw this reward, he instantly thought of Li Xiang, believing that he would be very willing to get involved to improve his family's status. Just as he walked to the door, he was stopped by the security at the entrance. Of course, the security of this kind of banquet usually didn't happen, the kind of brain-dead things that didn't have eyesight in novels. Pure and simple was that Lu Xingchen had left the invitation that Qin Shua had mailed over. In the car, with an apologetic smile on his face, Lu Xingchen turned around and walked towards the parking lot. Holy, Chen Xiong is too powerful. Apollo IE Limited Edition. How does this top match take more than $35 million? It seems that Chen Xiao has developed and doesn't think about his brother. Chen Xiao, can people take pictures? Brother Chen, I also want to take pictures. Love you the most. Lu Xingchen just walked into the parking lot and saw his car, surrounded by a group of people. With a slight frown, he slowly walked over. When he saw that there were 2 moving knife faces, taking off their shoes in front of his car, ready to step on it to take pictures, the goosebumps brought on by a slight cleanliness fetish erupted once again. Have you asked the owner of the car for his opinion? Lu Xingchen's voice was as cold as frost, but full of majesty. The cheeky crowd over there turned their heads when they heard this questioning tone. Chen Xiong in the center of the crowd's face showed a hint of panic, but when he saw Lu Xingchen's mass-produced luxury goods, he breathed a sigh of relief. Anyone who could afford to drive Apollo IE, whose clothes were not privately customized, This kind of mass goods designer luxury goods were only liked by these two young models beside himself. The line of sight fell on Lu Xingchen's white jade flawless dumping face. The corner of his mouth glanced slightly. Disdain flashed in his eyes. He clearly took Lu Xingchen as a male model at the same level as these two young models. Who are you? Meddling. That's right. The car owner is right here. Use your nosy mouth. Understand him? Male models at this level. What they can't get for themselves, they think others will treat it like a treasure. So that's how it is. I really thought he was the owner of the car. A hint of sarcasm appeared in the eyes of the crowd. I'm the owner of my car. Don't bother with this jumped-up clown. Chen Xiong waved his hand. He was also very apprehensive now, fearing that the real car owner would return. At first, he was just the first one to come and watch this coveted sports car. And then this group of friends came. And once they came up, they put themselves up on a pedestal. There was someone else in here that he liked, and not wanting to lose face in front of her, he agreed stiffly. Now he only hoped that the crowd would finish taking pictures and quickly enter the banquet hall to end this farce. Hearing his words, the crowd turned to look at the surrounding Apollo i.e. they are very much looking forward to these two young models wearing short skirts, lying on top, revealing the scenery. Sports car beauties are always a point of excitement for men. Seeing those two young models take a step, a hint of coldness tumbled in Lu Xingchen's deep eyes. Buzz, the lights of the Apollo IE, which was quietly parked in the parking lot, instantly lit up, and the blinding light caused the two young models to block their eyes. The crowd froze for a moment, their gazes turning to the pretentious Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong's face showed a heartfelt panic as he surveyed the surroundings, and froze for a moment when he saw the iconic purple car keys in Lu Xingchen's hand and the iffy expression on his face. Someone in the crowd also saw the car keys in Lu Xingchen's hand and shouted, "Holy, what's going on?" Chen Xiong's car. A rich second-generation's contemptuous gaze fell on him. Chen Xiong looked around at the puzzled expressions of the people around him, and the girl he liked also showed a faint disdain in her eyes, and felt that he couldn't go on like this. He gritted his teeth. A reluctant smile appeared on his face, and walked straight towards Lu Xingchen. "I dropped my car keys earlier and let him pick them up. I was wrong to blame you just now. Thank you." The words just fell. He slowly stepped out of the crowd and walked towards Lu Xingchen, with his back to the crowd, whispering softly in a low voice, "Kid, car keys lend me for a while. When it's over, I'll give you $100,000. Chen Xiong still thought that Lu Xingchen was being adopted by some rich woman and came to help that rich woman drive the car. $100,000 for him to act like a pussy. Although it was a bit of a loss, it was worth it. He concluded that Lu Xingchen would not refuse and raised his hand to grab the car keys in Lu Xingchen's hand. Lu Xingchen converged his eyes and looked at him lightly, wantonly and arrogantly hooked up his lips and raised his hand carelessly. Ka-ching! Ah! Bone-cracking crunching and painfully miserable screams sounded at the same time. That pretender covered his arm and knelt in front of Lu Xingchen, his head full of cold sweat. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and smiled coldly. "What are you? $100,000 to borrow my car?" Sure enough, the novel still has realistic components. When the crowd heard this, they looked at Chen Xiong with more than a hint of disdain. Most of them were still smart people and dispersed, walking not far away to continue watching the show. Although he's just an unranked heir of the Chen family, the Chen family loves face. "Have you thought about what you should do after beating him?" A high and mighty voice rang out, and when the crowd saw the person who spoke out, and looked at Chen Xiong on the ground, their eyes exploded with melon-eating essence. Chen Xiong has been licking. The girl actually spoke out for him. Is it true that licking dogs? Just as the crowd was surprised, the girl directly stood out. "You follow me. With me as a guarantor, this matter will just go away." Lu Xingchen's eyes fell on her body, and there was only one thought in his head. These two are pure idiots. Lockstep perfect matches. Don't come to hobnob on him. A good young man. Idiots. Lu Xingchen breathlessly sneered. "What are you, daring to hit on my boyfriend? Chen family, the name is unheard of. Something unimpressive. I want to hear about its bankruptcy tomorrow. And Shangwan Hong, this is the security of your Shangwan family? Then I'll have to think about the cooperation between Qin clan and your Shangwan family." A voice as cold as frost fell into Lu Xingchen's ears. There was no joy on Lu Xingchen's face when someone backed him up. Instead, he turned his head to look at the visitor, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Chapter 26. Which luxury son would write a web novel? These days he deliberately avoided Qin Shuya, and the two of them barely touched each other. That night, he had acted on impulse in order to complete the system mission, but he regretted it when he went back. These people he was teasing now, whether it was Bai Shania, He Cheng, or Yao Yan, were basically the ones he could match. Qin Shuya, as the only daughter of the Qin group, was going to inherit the huge Qin group afterward, and this kind of heir from a powerful family. Marriage had long since been out of their own hands. Although he now had the divine magnificent system, the thing of heritage still needed time to accumulate. And even if he was even richer, the Qin family would choose a stable, door-to-door family union. Forget it, let's take a step and see what happens. Lu Xingchen sighed slightly. Lauren, call me your Xingchen, who was wearing a light purple deep V evening gown, walked to Lu Xingchen's side and naturally took his arm, reminding him in a low voice, raising his eyes bright white moon like bright beautiful eyes, gave him a look. Lu Xingchen remembered the mission he came here for today, the corner of his lips lightly curved, pretending to be intimate. Yaer. As soon as these words came out, a hostile gaze landed on his body. Lu Xingchen looked sideways at the man who came with Xingchen. Not bad looking, a little handsome. His whole body revealed a sharpness, especially those eagle-like eyes, the lower three whites. Not a good person at a glance. Uncle Li, you handle it here. Tomorrow morning I want to hear the news that the Chen family is bankrupt. Xingchen's voice was as cold as frost, filled with unquestionable majesty. Without paying attention to the ghostly Chen Xiong over there and Shangwan Hong on the side, she turned around and walked towards the venue with Lu Xingchen on her arm. You're nervous? Xingchen asked casually. Lu Xingchen did not hide it in the slightest. A little bit. He then stopped walking, turned to look at Xingchen, his jaw slightly lowered, hooked his lips and let out a light smile. His tone was lazy and wanton. Yaer, I'm a normal man, if you're so wanton. Lu Xingchen took a step forward, reaching out to press Xingchen against the wall, his deep eyes tumbling with heady desire. Lowering his eyes, his sight landed on her tantalizing lips, licking the corners of his lips slightly, his head suddenly lowered. Xingchen also did not expect Lu Xingchen to be so bold. These days Lu Xingchen had been avoiding her, plus she had also inquired about some of Lu Xingchen's affairs with other women, and was really afraid that he would be taken down by someone else again. She thought of her full figure and sighed that the small online methods were unreliable. Seeing Lu Xingchen's flawless handsome face getting closer and closer to her, Xingchen closed her eyes nervously. She who had never been in love for more than 20 years was purely a mouth-high pie. Otherwise, last time, she wouldn't have been molested by Lu Xingchen with a flushed face and ears, and didn't slow down for 3 days afterward. Yaer, are you waiting for me to kiss you? Lu Xingchen converged his eyes to look at Xingchen, whose eyelashes were slightly trembling, and hummed a light laugh. To be honest, it was fun to molest Xingchen, looking at the usual queen like her, now like a small unpersoned woman. There was inexplicably a sense of contrast. Hearing this, Xingchen instantly rounded her eyes and the tips of her ears were so red that they were dripping blood. She rolled her eyes fiercely, a few pouts appearing on her face. I didn't, just now. It was just a test to check your determination, to prevent you from having mischievous intentions towards me. Very good. Your performance is very qualified. Although she said this to save face, she was still slightly disappointed in her heart. Raising her eyes to stare at Lu Xingchen's tantalizing lips, she had a feeling that she wanted to kiss them. Let's go. Senior sister. I acted well, didn't I? Lu Xingchen stood up straight and glanced at the corner of the connecting corridor. This was all the self-consciousness of a blocking boyfriend. Xingchen instantly reacted, her eyes looking at Shangwan Hong's departing back at the corner, suddenly a little angry. Oomph, good. She snorted coldly, gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Xingchen, turning around and walking towards the banquet hall. Lu Xingchen, in a casual manner, laughed softly, took a few deep breaths, suppressed the evil fire that had risen steeply at his belly, and only then did he follow. The dinner party was extremely boring. It was just a group of people coming and going, saying some mellow flaky soup words. Lu Xingchen had been drowsily following behind Xingchen, blocking off one show of affection after another for her, so much so that everyone at the banquet knew that Xingchen had adopted a white boy as her boyfriend. She also had some love brain, which she announced in public, and those who had their heart set on her, seeing her with this love brain look, also suppressed the idea of wanting to join forces in their hearts. Seeing that the banquet was over, the system mission completion beep never appeared in her mind, and her heart was a little anxious. What's wrong? Xingchen noticed his abnormality and asked with concern. Tonight she was very satisfied with Lu Xingchen's actions. At least now explicitly she had the identity of his girlfriend, and in the future she could use this excuse to have more opportunities to spend time with him. Lu Xingchen was silent for a moment, not knowing how to say that his mission was not yet complete. He stammered for half a day. I've been drinking. I can't drive. Then I'll arrange for someone to drive your car back. It's just as well that you're in my car. There's another matter that needs your help tonight. Xingchen, this matter is a bit troublesome. If you don't want to. Xingchen thought that in a while, she would have to bring Lu Xingchen to meet her parents. Her heart was a little shy and at the same time, there were a few apprehensions. She was afraid that Lu Xingchen would directly refuse. After all, this was not a small matter. Once Lu Xingchen heard this, he was suddenly in the spirit. Arrogant and reckless patted his chest. Sister, you can rest assured, no matter what the mountain of fire, I will help you. Ridiculous. 70% of Life Medical's shares were worth at least 300 million to start with. Even if he was asked to sleep with him today, He didn't even bring a moment of hesitation. It doesn't need to be that desperate. Qin Shuya's brows stretched, feigning a careless tone. It's just that I need you to help me meet my parents. I made a bet with my father, saying that if I can bring back a boyfriend with a good body and high face value today, my father will transfer a portion of his assets to me. Ah, this. Lu Xingchen turned his head violently, a little surprised for a moment. Seeing this reaction from him, the big stone that had fallen from Qin Shuya's heart lifted up again, and she hurriedly explained, it's actually nothing. It's just to meet him and leave. If you have concerns, forget it. In the end, all of his assets will have to be given to me anyway. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen frowned lightly, seemed to be a little dissatisfied and scared lightly. Are you so looking down on me? Well, at least it's also this many years of friendship. This little favor I can't help. Then I'm still a human being? Just now, I was just surprised. Don't you luxury families generally emphasize the importance of being in the right family? And most of them are family marriages, baby marriages and the like. I didn't realize that your parents have such low requirements for you, as long as you look good. Qin Shuya was full of doubts. Where did you hear all this? As far as I know, although there are unions in my circle, they are usually love affairs. That kind of shaped marriage basically doesn't exist. Door to door is not very important for people like us. After all, I'm rich enough. Ah, isn't it? I see those mansion bully novels in Tomato Novel Network are written like this. Lu Xingchen didn't expect it to be this answer. Qin Shuya, you've seen the one in that mansion that writes web novels. Chapter 27, The Queen Still Uses Cos? Along the way, Qin Shuya talked to him about some things about her family. Soon, Lu Xingchen arrived at her home. Senior sister, your home is really rich. Lu Xingchen looked at the mansion that covered several thousand square feet, and after a moment of silence, he spat out this sentence. He had finally seen the mansion where he had to walk for half an hour to eat a meal. Good to know. Treat me with respect in the future. If you mess with me, I'll punish you for cleaning this villa all by yourself. Qin Shuya smiled and teased. Wow, this is your boyfriend, isn't it? Too handsome. This body, this face, and abs, eating too well. Mom is envious. As soon as Qin Shuya's words fell, a dainty pop came from the large villa. Immediately afterward, in Lu Xingchen's astonished gaze, a woman who looked to be just 20 or 89 years old rushed out. Surrounding Lu Xingchen, she looked up and down for a long time, and finally had a poke at his abs, and with an excited face, she grabbed Qin Shuya's arm and shook it to death. When Lu Xingchen heard this woman's words, his pupils slightly shook, and he looked at Qin Shuya's expression of helplessness plus favor. A real mom in her 40s. Qin Shuya nodded her head affirmatively. TSK. The woman sked in dissatisfaction and muttered, how can a girl's age be told to just anyone? If you weren't my own daughter, I would have flipped out today. Lu Xingchen could hardly tell who was the daughter for a while. Qin Shuya was unperturbed by this, obviously used to it, and tilted her head carelessly. Flip out? Taking the opportunity to touch my man's abs, and you still have the nerve to flip out on me? Shu Tingting, how dare you touch another man? A violent shout came out from inside. The man's features are very decent, stern and at the same time without losing a warmth. Pure black shirt wrapped under a straight and shapely body. Perhaps it is the reason at home. The correct and rigorous British shirt, collar open, cuffs slightly pulled up, revealing a section of the small arm that can be vaguely seen tendons. The muscle line is like a sculpted version. Truth be told, if not for his somewhat wrinkled-looking face, and Qin Shuya's mom standing in a piece really some match. A veritable overbearing president and a soft and sweet little dainty wife. But her mom was obviously pampered and somewhat overly young. Shu Tingting was startled by the bellowing voice and hurriedly hid behind her own daughter. Damn old man, not just checking her future son-in-law for her daughter. As to what? Kid, you are the little white boy that Yor has adopted? Seeing his wife hiding behind Qin Shuya, Qin Xiong's gloomy gaze landed on Lu Xingchen. Seeing his excessively young, flawless and handsome face, Qin Xiong's eyes burned with rage. It was true that Qin Shuya was just like her mother, a proper face value controller. Thinking that just now, Shu Tingting called him an old man and poked his abs, he could not look at Lu Xingchen in any way. Lu Xingchen's eyebrow peaks moved slightly, sensing this old man's hostility, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was good, uncle good, sister good. My name is Lu Xingchen. I'm yours boyfriend. Qin Shuya's seductive peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the little fox like Lu Xingchen, glancing sideways at the old man with an iron face, the corners of her lips curling lightly. He was going to be angry. Well, sister supports you. Shu Tingting stretched out a small fist from behind Qin Shuya's back, cheering Lu Xingchen on, but when she felt Qin Xiong's gaze that wanted to eat people, she shrank back in fear. Lu Xingchen watched the family's pattern of getting along with each other. Amusingly, she is your aunt, so big, you should know the seniority. Learn more, when Yor leads out in the future. Don't let people think that my Qin family Can't look at people with a good eye. Xingchen quickly refocused his eyes on Lu Xingchen's body, his tone arrogantly conspiratorial and admonishing. Uncle, I don't go out. I'll just be good at home with Yar. Enjoy it first while I'm young and strong. Save for when I'm too old to do it. Lu Xingchen smiled and put on an expression of a pure little white flower. In his heart, he sighed that no wonder so many people like to be green tea. It's just too good to be true. Looking at Xingchen's face black to drip ink, he secretly gave Qin Shuya a smug look, perfectly completing the task she had given him. It's too cold. Come inside and talk. Qin Shuya's lips curled lightly, one hand holding her own mother, the other hand wrapped around Lu Xingchen, lightly glanced at her father. The family of three happily walked in. Holy, good daughter, this little boyfriend of yours is too awesome. It's the first time I've seen that old man's face look ugly like that. Shu Tingting was also very relieved in her heart. She also knew that Qin Xiong had been brainwashed by those people in the old mansion, arranging blind dates for her daughter with those ugly people that she couldn't even look at. If it wasn't for Yer saying that she had her own way, maybe she would have taken Yair and run away to find her an 8-pack. Young, handsome and reasonable stepfather. She also and Qin Xiong thought that this matter has quarreled, but she is a small person. Every day just eat and drink and do not care about things. Cannot intervene. These days can only call him an old man, specializing in poking him in the heart, angry at him. Thinking of that expression on Qin Xiong's face, she couldn't help but give Lu Xingchen a thumbs up. Little Lu, I support you too. You're very good looking. My daughter must marry a good looking man. Thank you sister. He found out that Qin Shuya's mom was properly face value controlled. Hearing this address, Shu Tingting was even more satisfied. Well, sweet mouth and sexy voice. Good daughter, you've picked up a treasure. Xiao Lu simply kills your father when he was young. Ahem. Before the words left his mouth, a light cough of warning came from behind him. Qin Xiong looked at the sweet family of three and felt a little aggrieved in his heart. At the dinner table, Lu Xingchen looked at his father-in-law across the table who had been staring at him with a sly grudge. His scalp was a little numb. That uncle. I like your. My sexual orientation is normal. He held Qin Shuya's soft razor and displayed it. Seeing Qin Xiong's face darken a few more points and his eyes move away, he hooked the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. Father, I've brought the people. In the future, those crooked dates should not be brought to me. What you promised to sort out as soon as possible. Over to my name, and tell the people over at the Qin family's old mansion to be at peace. I'm not my mother. She'll be beautiful and kind-hearted. I'm cold-blooded and heartless. If you're expecting some more that doesn't belong to them, you'll probably be sad for a while. Qin Shuya was like a queen at the moment. Her cold words were filled with unquestionable majesty. Shu Tingting looked at the range of silence, cocked the orchid finger, raised his hand to cover his heart. Dainty opening. Good daughter is too handsome. How to do? Straight to the mother's heart. Small Lu, you can be blessed in the future. Cost don't have to. My daughter is directly the queen. The undisguised meaning in the words made the silent atmosphere on the field become strange all of a sudden. Lu Xingchen thoughtfully looked at the blushing ear-tipped Qin Shuya. His heart unexpectedly some expectations. Ahem. Qin Xiong on the opposite side also seemed to cough lightly with some shyness. Afterwards, sighed, I will warn them. You have company. Your mom and I are also relieved. Okay, go back to sleep. You, go back to the house with me. Qin Xiong grabbed Shu Tingting's arm and wrapped her in his arms as he turned around and walked towards his territory. He actually wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to push her. He was almost 30 and still hadn't had a relationship. Which parent wouldn't be worried? As for those brothers in the old mansion, Qin Xiong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing a hint of coldness, but Shu Tingting saw the coldness in his eyes, obviously misunderstanding, pleasingly gently caressing his heart. Hubby, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I'm just heartbroken for Yor. Qin Xiong lowered his eyes and stared at this little fool who had been protected by him for more than 20 years without a trace of worldly affairs, and laughed softly in a doting manner. Then have a good heartache for your husband tonight. Okay. Chapter 28. She really loves Lu Xingchen. Actually, your father is okay. Lu Xingchen stared thoughtfully at the back of the two of them. Knife mouth and tofu heart. Deserve to be angry. Good performance tonight. Qin Shuya revealed a trace of warmth between her brows, turning her head to show appreciation to Lu Xingchen. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen's mind floated with a mission success tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Perfectly becoming Qin Shuya's shielding boyfriend from being coveted by other men. Received a system reward. 70% equity stake in Life Medical Technology Company. Reward has been issued through legal channels. All equity changes are expected to be completed in 2 days. Please look forward to it. It finally worked. Lu Xingchen arched his eyebrows lightly, slightly relieved. Looking at it, it was getting late. He should retreat as well. Accompany me for another show. Qin Shuya saw that Lu Xingchen had the intention of completing his mission and wanted to leave, and hurriedly found an excuse, pretending that it was difficult to speak. It's not over yet? Lu Xingchen looked at her suspiciously, but seeing a difficult expression on Qin Shuya's face, he immediately agreed, okay. He had triggered 2 system rewards on Qin Shuya one after another, so he couldn't just throw them away after utilizing them. He couldn't do this kind of thing of tearing down a bridge after utilizing it. Qin Shuya breathed a sigh of relief. Then her pretty face slightly red, pasted on Lu Xingchen's ear and whispered softly. After a moment of silence, Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Shuya in front of him and lowered his head to touch the tip of his nose. Not long after, Lu Xingchen sat on the 3-meter-wide princess bed, somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't expect that the play Qin Shuya asked him to put on was to accompany her to deal with a night in a room, on the grounds that he was afraid that her parents would get suspicious. What's wrong? Tell me directly what's missing. I'll have Uncle Li prepare it. Qin Shuya's voice came from the bathroom doorway. Lu Xingchen raised his eyes to look, instantly froze and unconsciously saluted her, only to see Qin Shuya's wet hair casually draped over her shoulders, her white bathrobe neckline in a V-shape, her delicate figure, a complete picture of a beautiful woman out of the bath. Bathrobe is very short, just over the thighs, due to the hot water through, stained with light pink long legs, stained with some undried water droplets, undisguised exposure in his line of sight. This scene, gripping the heart and lungs, directly ignited the blazing fire in Lu Xingchen's body. There is no shortage. Lu Xingchen's voice was low, seemingly holding back some emotions. The quilt on the bed was pulled down by him, covering half of his body. Silent. Oh, then wait for me. I'll turn off the lights after blowing out my hair. Qin Shuya thought he was nervous and softly soothed. This bed is huge. Half for one won't be anything. Aha! Lu Xingchen lowered his head and softly mumbled, not daring to look at her, taking small deep breaths. He had the divine magnificent nurturing system, and judging by the way the system's tasks were triggered, he had to be a sea king or a scum in the future, and it was impossible to spend a lifetime with just one person. Qin Shuya wasn't like Yaoyan, who was realistic enough to know her own position. Even if she knew he had another woman and he gave a large sum of money, she would be so happy that she wouldn't even care. Qin Shuya grew up in a loving home. The love she wanted couldn't be shared by someone else. If she stayed with him, she would suffer a big blow in the future. And she took care of him for the past few years, and she wouldn't allow him to cause her harm. After blow-drying her hair, Qin Shuya changed into a lavender nightgown and came to the bedside with reddened ear tips. Sleep, sleep, a mosquito-like voice rang out. Immediately afterward, all the lights in the room went out. After a pattering sound, Lu Xingchen's nostrils were flooded with a light fragrance. With a sideways glance, he saw her slightly fluttering eyelashes, her motionless and stiff sleeping posture, and her very irregular breathing. Lu Xingchen's throat knots rolled, and as if nothing was wrong, he turned his body sideways, his back to her. Qin Shuya sensed his movements and also sidled over, staring at his back, a hint of disappointment flashing through her clear, beautiful eyes. Xingchen, thank you for helping me today, otherwise I would have to be harassed by those crooked people afterward. The gentle imperial voice rang out in the quiet room. The voice was small but clearly captured by Lu Xingchen's ears. Lu Xingchen's hand gripping the pillow steeply trembled. No one knew that he was actually a voice control. There's no need to say thank you. Senior sister has also helped me a lot in these years. Lu Xingchen's voice was low and sexy. What he said was the truth. Qin Shuya had taken good care of him these years, whether it was in some of the activities of the merchants department of the student union. Basically she took care of it all by herself. Study-wise, she would also give her some documents left behind by previous seniors from time to time, or send him some latest papers. The most impressive thing would be that time when it was raining heavily. He gave Jiang Qingyan an umbrella, and after Jiang Qingyan and Lu Yuan left, he went back to the dormitory in the pouring rain. But just a short distance away, he saw her with her skirt soaked through. Not only sent him back to the dormitory, but also personally brought him medicine the next day when he had a fever. In fact, he was not emotionally numb. He could feel the difference between Qin Shuya's treatment of him and that of the other 3 roommates, but just pretended not to notice it. Because of his experiences as a child, he was really sick. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen noticed that the quilt behind him was lifted at one corner. You really can't detect it? Qin Shuya's voice rang in his ears. Lu Xingchen felt the arm and hot body heat reaching out from behind him, and stiffened up, not daring to make any extra movements. Lu Xingchen, can you really not feel my fondness? Qin Shuya's voice trembled slightly as hot, rolling tears colored Lu Xingchen's back. She didn't understand. Obviously he had already given up on Jiang Qingyan. Obviously he was able to flirt with Bai Shallow, pull the strings with He Cheng and Yao Yan, so why couldn't he accept her? Obviously, he had already taken the initiative to have intimate contact with her in the car last time, so why was he still avoiding her later? She had already so boldly expressed her feelings tonight. Why was he silent? She really liked Lu Xingchen. He was the first person to treat her well, the first person to give her a birthday, And the first person to say I'll marry you in the future. She didn't know what happened. It was as if he didn't remember everything in general. All those beauties in the small mountain village. He had completely forgotten. Hearing Qin Shuya's crying, Lu Xingchen sighed and turned around to hug Qin Shuya tightly. School sister. Just as he was about to explain, his mouth was blocked by Qin Shuya's hands, pleading, if it's a rejection of me, don't say anything, okay? Consider me drunk tonight and babbling again. We'll be the same as before in the future. Please. Because of the height difference between the two of them, Qin Shuya was also flustered in the heat of the moment and accidentally hurt Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's body suddenly stiffened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a low muffled grunt rang out. Chapter 29, she said I was a dog. After the excruciating pain, Lu Xingchen sighed that he had a great life. When Qin Shuya saw the dense fine sweat on Lu Xingchen's forehead, she became even more flustered. I'm sorry, are you alright? Her entire body was anxious. Her voice was trembling a little, and she didn't know if it was fear or shyness. It's fine. Lu Xingchen's voice was low, and he gritted his teeth and returned. Qin Shuya's teary eyes, panicked and helpless, apologized. Chun, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I like you. This sentence, like the last spark that ignited the dynamite. Lu Xingchen froze, supporting his arms on the bed. He half rose, looking down with deep eyes, staring straight into her eyes. Qin Shuya could feel the abundant emotion in those eyes. Lu Xingchen, I like you. I want to be with you. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Qin Shuya also went out on a limb and confessed to him with deep emotion. Ka-ching! Lightning streaked across the night. The room was instantly illuminated. Lu Xingchen was silent as he looked down at her, whose eyes were lit up with little stars. That face full of love made him feel very surprised. She really loved. Then he was even more unable to hurt a girl who was full of love. He did not know how to love people. Just as with Jiang Qingyi, he was just used to having him in his life. His heart was hard. No one could walk into his heart. Being with her can only hurt her, because he has nothing to offer her. He had nothing now except money, and that happened to be the last thing she needed. I love you, Chen. Can you try to like me? Qin Shuya was nearly humble. She raised her eyes to look at this man on her body. Those starry eyes were always so deep and charming, and his face was also full of restraint and concealment. These years have passed. His character has not changed at all, only that the heart that loves her has changed, or perhaps at first it was just a child's playground. He did not move at all. The burning, suffocating feeling came. Qin Shuya took a big deep breath after his heart softened, secretly hating the lack of lung capacity. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm sick, I can't. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and stared at the mellow red-faced Qin Shuya, softly apologizing. A long pain is better than a short pain. He wanted to confess his unbearable to her. Ding bell, ding bell. The vintage old cell phone ringtone rang, instantly interrupting this ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Xingchen glanced at the caller ID and looked very nervous, instantly getting up and walking to the window to pick up the phone. Xingchen, can you come to my place? A low and gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Clunk. I just want a drink of water. Qin Shuya immediately apologized when she saw him turn around. She quickly got out of bed and picked up the water cup, wiping the water stains with toilet paper. The person on the other end of the phone heard the female voice on this side and immediately called back. I'm not in a hurry. If you're free tomorrow, please come over. As soon as the words fell, the other side quickly hung up the phone. Lu Xingchen looked at the time on his cell phone. 1 a.m. The peaks of his eyebrows moved slightly, as if he had thought of something, and his complexion was a bit flustered. Turning his head and grabbing the paper towel in Qin Shuya's hand, he quickly wiped the water stains on the floor clean. Senior sister, I am not suitable for you. Let's just be friends. I have a friend who might be in trouble. I'm going to take a look. On his way out, Lu Xingchen left such a sentence with a grave expression, and then walked out of the room. Qin Shuya sat on the princess bed, her brows furrowed as she thought about his last words. She understands Lu Xingchen's character very well. If he has no feelings for her at all, like so many girls who confessed to him, he directly rejected it. There is no reason for him to make up some trumped-up reasons to cheat people. Qin Shuya didn't care if the time was early or late. She directly picked up the phone. Uncle Li, check for me what happened after he turned 7, and check where Lu Xingchen went tonight. Woke up with a start. Uncle Li, yes, miss. Lu Xingchen drove the Apollo IE in the rainstorm towards the west of the sea city. The purple sports car was as cool as Batman in the dark night. But at this moment, Lu Xingchen in the driver's seat looked at the more than 10 consecutive missed calls, but his complexion became more and more ugly. Don't let anything happen, he whispered apprehensively. The late night was still unobstructed, and in less than an hour he arrived at a neighborhood close to a forest park. The environment here was nice and very quiet, but it was also very remote. After parking his car, He ignored the torrential rain outside and directly got out of the car and ran into the cell building. Stepladder 7th floor. Lu Xingchen, slightly panting, heavily knocked on the door a few times. See, no one opened the door. Directly entered the password to open the door. Just entered the door. Looked around the dimly lit living room. Turned and ran into the bedroom, but still did not find anyone. Turning his head into the bathroom between frowns. He was heartbroken when he saw the woman hiding in the bathtub with her hands clasped tightly around a large basketball puppy dog doll, trembling. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no accident. He slowly walked to the side of the bathtub. The woman in the bathtub seemed to have sensed, slightly raised her head, and when she saw him, she was stunned and froze for a moment. Why are you here? Zhao Yuro, do you really want to die? Lu Xingchen lazily and slowly raised his eyebrows, rippling starry eyes looking at him with dissatisfaction. With that, he reached out and snatched the dog doll from her hand, seeing that it had marks on it that had obviously been rained on. His eyes revealed realization. Lu Xingchen raised his hand to clasp her smooth neck and slightly raised his jaw. Woof, don't be angry. Zhao Yuro revealed a pleasing expression of admitting her mistake. Then she grabbed Lu Xingchen's wrist with both hands and took a big whiff of his wrist scent. After that incident when she was young, she developed a mental illness called skin hunger. Every time she had an attack, she needed to touch Lu Xingchen's skin in order to relieve it. And with both of them being older and having a certain amount of tolerance, she now only needed to smell Lu Xingchen's scent, and some of the remaining discomfort could be hardened. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuro felt better and let go of Lu Xingchen's arm, taking back the dog doll that had been held in his arms. When you go back, help me apologize to Light Smoke. Today is a working day. I didn't expect you two to go out. Sorry, ha. She and I already broke up the other day. There's no possibility in the future. Lu Xingchen's deep eyes tumbled with obscure and unknown light, and said indifferently, Ah, is it because of me? But just now I also heard, that was a schoolmate of mine, who took care of me, and I went to help her as a shield. Mentioning Qin Shuya, Lu Xingchen's mood was complicated. Then he turned his head to look coldly at Zhao Yuro and warned, Don't mention her. She said that I'm very much like a dog, and that there's no possibility for the two of us. Hearing that latter sentence, Zhao Yuro also fell silent and didn't say much. She knew that Zhang Qingyan had already touched his scales, and there was no room for moderation in this matter. After a moment of silence, she opened her mouth and joked, Fine, let's just split up. I think she's also quite average. No, you still have me. I'll be your spare tire. Why don't you not leave tonight? Just stay at my house. In case I have a flare-up, you can also help me relieve the symptoms in time. Save me from being so upset every time. Zhao Yuro laughed and flirted. She didn't take it seriously. According to Lu Xingchen's character, he wouldn't accompany her even if he broke up. Chapter 30, Accompanying You Tonight. Lu Xingchen absently sked lightly, glancing at her who was tightly hugging the dog doll, narrowing his eyes and dropping his eyebrows. Thinking for a moment, he slightly lifted his jaw to meet Zhao Yuro's eyes, and when he saw her obviously snickering expression, his voice was wanton. Fine, then I'll stay. Anyway, he had broken up with Zhang Qingyan and didn't have an official girlfriend, and he was going to become a sea king in the future, so it was fine if he stayed to accompany her tonight. It's not a bad idea to fertilize her, just so she can have a good night's sleep. Hearing this, Zhao Yuro rounded her eyes and opened her mouth in shock. You actually agreed. Then her face changed. Raising the dog doll in her arms, she looked at Lu Xingchen warily. Who the hell are you? Get off of Lu Xingchen's body, or I'll be impolite to you. Lu Xingchen snorted lightly, lethargically leaning against the bathroom wall. Resting his eyes lightly, the corners of his lips hooked up. Snort. Zhao Yuro, are you afraid? Don't worry, I'm not that hungry. A glance was seen through her small mind. Zhao Yuro's quirky expression on her face froze. Doubtful peach blossom eyes looked up and down at Lu Xingchen. Her face rarely had more than a few points of seriousness. Are you serious? Lu Xingchen lazily and romantically cocked his head, stifling a soft hum. I'm going to the room. The cool voice echoed in Zhao Yuro's head. She sat dumbfounded in the bathtub for a long time before coming back to her senses, her eyebrows lightly arched. Rubbing the dog doll in her arms fiercely, she whispered excitedly, Do I have a chance? The happiness between her eyebrows rippled out to the surface, completely different from the careless look she wore just now. Zhao Yuro took a big deep breath for a while, calming down the corners of her mouth that couldn't be suppressed. Her face returned to that careless expression. Holding the dog doll and slowly walking out, came to the bedroom, through the bedside nightlight, looked to the quilt of the person's superb side face, the tip of the ear slightly red. Her afterglow caught sight of the cluttered floor. A hand threw away the dog doll, turned off the nightlight. The corner of her mouth lifted a few arcs, and quietly burrowed into the quilt. Her entire body leaned against Lu Xingchen's body. The hot skin was like a large furnace, roasting her entire pretty face mellow red, but brought a sense of security that the dog doll did not have. Zhao Yuro's nose tip was close to his shoulder, greedily inhaling the scent of his body, just like the fox spirit in the myths and monsters, enjoying this hard-won night. This was the first time she was so relaxed. The stress of these 10 years had instantly dissipated without a trace, and now she was in the most comfortable state to let her die. Since leaving that ravine with him, she had been placed in an orphanage while he had returned to his home, and the two had barely seen each other. A year later, because of the aftereffects from that incident, she contracted the disease, and stumbled upon his scent healing herself, and it just so happened that he came to visit her at that time, and that's how she learned that he also had the disease, and had been undergoing treatment for almost all of the year. Since then, he came to her often, and each time she held his hand and sniffed it for hours to ease the excruciating pain. This stopped when he got a little older. However, as his parents introduced him to a girl from the neighborhood who didn't let him go out much at will, she also had some self-control and piped up and asked him for a dog doll that was tainted with his scent, topping it off for a week or two at a time. After that, when she went to college, it seemed like he officially started courting her, and since then, even though she moved to High City with him, she tries to avoid being alone with Lu Xingchen except to renew the doll's scent. She was already a perverted and troublesome orphan. She couldn't afford to cause him any more trouble. Come on, it's not like there won't be a next time if you get respiratory alkalosis in a while. Lu Xingchen reached out and pushed away her head, which was still breathing heavily, and whispered with his sideways glance. Zhao Yuro froze for a moment, staring blankly at Lu Xingchen's superb jawline, her tone full of anticipation. There will be a next time? Aha! Lu Xingchen lazily answered, receiving an affirmative reply. Zhao Yuro just looked at him straight on. Her slightly curled eyelashes blinked and blinked, like fluttering flower butterflies, and suddenly a bean-sized teardrop dripped onto his shoulder. Why are you crying? It's not for you. Lu Xingchen didn't have the good sense to wipe her tears. Lying flat on his back and looking at the ceiling, he muttered to himself, I've figured it out. From now on, I'll be a scumbag and won't get married. People like me don't know how to love people anyway. How nice it is to play the game. In the future, if you are sick, call me, touch me if you want to. It's no fun to hold back. We both need to live well. Live well. These 5 big words kept echoing in Zhao Yuro's mind. The deer in her heart thumped and thumped, and she was full of anticipation for a better life in the future. Good. The two of us must live well. Just for little fatty and the others. Lu Xingchen sighed when he heard this name. A trace of remembrance flashed in his eyes. After a long period of silence, Zhao Yuro suddenly spoke. Why don't you take off your clothes when you sleep? Lu Xingchen sidled his head and stared at her with deep, suspicious eyes. Flirtingly speaking, your condition has gotten worse again? How do you want me to eat nesting grass? Nasty. People with hearts listen to anything dirty. In the darkness, Zhao Yuro pretended to be disgruntled and retorted. But it would have been a bit more convincing if her face wasn't so red. Next time, prepare a change of clothes for me, 3XL, better quality. Lu Xingchen opened his mouth nonchalantly, although Zhao Yuro didn't even go to high school, but she had been writing novels and buying copyrights for all these years and was a little rich. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to afford this $2+ million house. Letting her spend some money would also dispel some of her sense of indebtedness. Got it, Zhao Yuro happily agreed, then thoughtfully glanced at his legs that were braced up and asked curiously, say, if I hug you with such a figure, do you really have no reaction? How about I help you out? Just as payment. I'm not going to look for a man in my life with this disease anyway. At the same time, a small restless hand touched his cheek. Lu Xingchen stifled a grunt and glanced at her coldly, his voice clear and cold. Don't think I don't know that you've come to relatives. At these words, Zhao Yuro's hand instantly froze. She really forgot. It was really the pain of a relative, and compared to that disease it was just a small thing. Suddenly, a pair of big burning hands clasped her waist. Her mood was tense, excited and thrilled. The only thing she didn't have was a trace of fear. Lu Xingchen's hand finally landed on her neck, grabbed her head and placed it in the crook of his arm, holding her tightly and whispering in his ear, if you dare to seduce me again, be careful that I'm really nonchalant. I've been pretending to be a cool schoolteacher for so many years. You really forgot that I'm actually a pervert too. I'm wrong. Zhao Yuro's pretty face pressed against his skin and muttered, her heart secretly picking up. Next time, you'll still dare. Lu Xingchen looked at the well-behaved Zhao Yuro in his arms, hooked his lips in satisfaction, and gently stroked her fluffy head as gently as if he was petting a dog. Chapter 31, Memories of Biased Red Meat. This sleep, both of them slept very peacefully, as if they had returned to the cellar where they relied on each other as children. Although there was a class today, it didn't matter if he went or not. After all, he could get perfect scores on every test, and his GPA was always way ahead of everyone in the major. If he didn't go to class one day, the teacher would just assume that he had gone to do an experiment. Until 1 p.m., Lu Xingchen slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. As soon as he turned his head, he met Zhao Yuro's swirling peach blossom eyes. eyelashes slightly falling, eye waves flowing, quite a clear and stupid feeling. How do you look at me? This time finally no, I didn't lie to you. I'll tell you that my sleeping face is superb. Lu Xingchen flirted narcissistically. Zhao Yuro silently rolled her eyes, puckered her pink lips, and a wilting look appeared in her eyes. She had grown up in an orphanage since she was a child, and was not a guy to be messed with. Lu Xingchen instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air and glared at her. Raising his bony palm, he curbed her delicate chin and warned in a deep voice, Zhao Yuro, have you ever heard of the story of playing with fire? Before the words left his mouth, he directly got up and glanced at her who was doing bad things, his deep eyes flashing as he prepared to counterattack. He wasn't a character to suffer. Wanting to hold the emperor hostage, Lu Xingchen could only send her 2 words, dream on. This is a simple demarcation line. Dusk came, and the evening sun dyed the sky red, and also fell into the interior through the window. Lu Xingchen stood in the kitchen, embracing the afterglow of the setting sun, cooking a very homely meal. The whole person relaxed after an afternoon of fighting back. Today is a good day. The happy song drifted into the bedroom. Pervert, rascal, big bad egg. Zhao Yuro's face was blushing. Her head was stuck in the cotton pillow, and she cursed Lu Xingchen repeatedly in a low voice, and she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. She was afraid that this was just her yellow dream, closing her eyes and not wanting to open them. Even if it was a dream, she hoped that it would last longer. Get up and eat while it's hot. I'll go back after eating. Less takeout in the future. After Lu Xingchen made the meal, he yanked away the pillow and quilt from her head. Like fiddling with a puppet, he thoughtfully dressed her and patiently persuaded Zhao Yuro, who was somewhat bedridden. Humph, my mouth hurts and my hands are sore. How do you want me to eat? Zhao Yuro pampered herself by staying in bed. As long as she could eat a little later, Lu Xingchen could stay with her for a little longer. Even if it was just 1 more second, it would be happiness for her. After so many years of coming over, Lu Xingchen saw her small mind at a glance. The deep eyelight tumbled with a few points of desire, wantonly and languidly bending his waist, dotingly hooking his lips and whispering, stay with you tonight. I'll get up early tomorrow to go to class, okay? Zhao Yuro raised her head in surprise. Seeing his demeanor that didn't look like a joke, she arrogantly nodded her head. Those peach blossom eyes with flowing waves were very bright, revealing undisguised joy. She got a satisfactory answer, and in order not to aggravate her rumbling stomach too much, she immediately prepared to get out of bed. However, Lu Xingchen grabbed her ankle, and she blinked her big, puzzled eyes at him, only to see Lu Xingchen's eyebrows lightly arched, his voice low and sexy, mouth aches and hand is sore. I'll feed you in a while, don't walk on these feet, or else it's a long night. What am I going to do? After saying that, his bony palms clasped her wrists, making her circle his neck, and her legs were also clasped by him. Zhao Yuro's entire body was like a wombat as she hung onto his body and walked towards the restaurant. It was only when she sat down in front of the restaurant that she reacted to Lu Xingchen's words. Her pretty face was so red that it was about to drip blood. She pursed her lips and lowered her eyes, looking at her white and tender feet. Lu Xingchen, I regret it. Why don't you go? Zhao Yuro recalled the madness of the afternoon, so scared that her crying voice came out. Lu Xingchen laughed softly, pretending not to hear, clamped a piece of pig's foot, sent it to her mouth, his tone soft like coaxing a child. Good boy, open your mouth, eat what you want to make up for what you want to eat. Eat the pig's foot and then you won't be afraid of it. She then remembered that this person is a big pervert inside, and did not pretend to be pitiful. Humming proudly at him, she opened her mouth with a puff of air and swallowed the piece of collagen. People are iron and rice is steel. Eat enough to have the strength to deal with him. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuro wrist is not sour. Grab the rice bowl and chopsticks. Board head large mouth dry rice. She is also really hungry, and Lu Xingchen cooking is really better than takeout. Lu Xingchen dotingly touched her little doggy head. His eyes were dark. This scene was very familiar to him. He always felt that he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't recall a single thing about it. The braised pork you made is so delicious. Still the same flavor as before. Zhao Yuro took a bite of the fatty but not greasy braised pork. Her pretty face was full of satisfaction. She recalled the hard-won piece of braised pork from her childhood, when it was only the size of a walnut, but it was the first oil of the year for the two of them. Since then, she had eaten braised pork many times, no matter how famous the chef was, but she couldn't make that flavor at that time. She had thought that that flavor was the result of memory filters embellishing it, but today she realized that it was Lu Xingchen who made it really tasty. Lu Xingchen froze in surprise for a moment. He didn't remember sending her braised pork although he had often gone to the orphanage before and sent her meals secretly. It was usually beef, mutton, ribs and the like, because his mom didn't like fatty meat. The family never made braised meat. After that, when she went to college, she cooked a few times, but since she moved out of the orphanage, she has never been given a meal. What? Just as he opened his mouth, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Lu Xingchen looked up at the clock in the living room and raised his eyebrows slightly. Sister Chang, it's so late. What? Xingchen, my contract and report are done. Are you at school? Do you have time? Both of them opened their mouths at the same time, and stopped in the middle of their words at the same time. Yes. I'm too excited. You can come back tomorrow. The two replied at the same time again. Lu Xingchen looked at Zhao Yuro, who had folded her hands and begged him to say yes, and hooked her lips in a light smile. I'll be there in an hour. Thanks. On the other end of the phone, He Ching whispered her thanks, seemingly a little embarrassed, and immediately hung up the phone. Zhao Yuro saw Lu Xingchen promise, completely relieved. After eating her fill she was unusually sober. Tomorrow she still had to go and talk to other companies about the copyright of the novels. She couldn't be greedy for a moment of tenderness and get over the small amount of money. This point she and Lu Xingchen were very much the same. After all, both of them were people who had been poor. What? You are also developed? Another contract? Another report? Zhao Yuro curiously sized him up. In the past few years, with her several books being a big hit, she had also seen many stars wearing high fashion, which made her realize that although Lu Xingchen's outfit had no logo, both the design and materials were top-notch. Seeing her gaze, Lu Xingchen lowered his head and realized that he was still prepared by Qin Shuya, and after sending a safe message to Qin Shuya, he showed his balance and raised his eyes and smiled lightly. Earned a little bit of money, just now was to invest in a small project. Not much, just $50 million. Chapter 32. Lu Xingchen is such a good person. $150 million. Zhao Yuro rounded her eyes and let out a pop, a jealous powerlessness rising steeply in her heart. Then I won't lose. She was really afraid of Lu Xingchen's bitterness and the fact that he drove a Land Rover. No, the Land Rover was no longer in his sights. Woo-woo. Lu Xingchen caught sight of her self-hating expression. His deep pupils brightened slightly. The corners of his lips curled up lightly, thinking of a joke from his youth. Lu Xingchen, when I make a lot of money in the future, I'll rebuild this orphanage, put soft mattresses in every room, and repair the independent bathrooms, so that the little ones who come in the future can enjoy a good life. No, when I'm rich, the first thing I'll do, I'll adopt you, so that you and I can be together every day, sleeping in the same bed. Just thinking about it makes me happy. This way, I heard my brother and sister in the orphanage say that a small goal is lots and lots of money. If both of us earn a small goal first, we will adopt the other one. If I earn it first, you will be my daughter-in-law. If I earn it first, I will be your daughter-in-law. This was what Lu Xingchen said to him when he received psychotherapy and met Zhao Yuro for the first time a year later. Lu Xingchen looked at this as she hugged his arm and sniffed happily. His other hand skillfully stroked her messy little head and smiled dotingly. Good. After that day, his illness seemed to get better. His mom and dad seemed to be very happy, which is why he went to the orphanage so many times afterward to see Zhao Yuro. Lu Xingchen's eyes were steeply very sharp, like a vicious wolf in the forest. He violently lowered his head towards Zhao Yuro, and the distance between the two of them was less than a finger. Zhao Yuro was startled and reflexively leaned back. However, at some point, the back of her neck had been clasped by Lu Xingchen's large hand, unable to move. What for? Her voice trembled a little in shock as she stared at the inexplicable daughter-in-law. Lu Xingchen's voice was low and sensual. Zhao Yuro's pupils were slightly dilated and her eyes rounded. These two words were like fireworks, exploding in her mind, causing her entire body to go weak and fall into his arms. He still remembered. He hadn't forgotten. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen's breath intruded into her nostrils, and her whole body was like electricity passing through it, crispy and defenseless, allowing him to exert his magical powers. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yuro pushed Lu Xingchen away, panting heavily. What's wrong? Lu Xingchen gently caressed her back. After Zhao Yuro calmed her breathing, she stared at him in contemplation for a while and whispered softly, I'm not ready. Don't call that title. Let me slow down, okay? You give too much love at once. I'm afraid. She was afraid that like when she was a child, behind the sweet candy hid a dark cellar, and a miserable hell. She unconsciously clutched her limbs tightly, her head buried in her knees, her body trembling as she cowered on the stool. She really didn't want to go through that kind of pain again. Lu Xingchen stuffed the dog doll in her arms and gently hugged her, using a gentle tone of voice that he had never seen before to appease. Okay, I won't scream. The days are still long. Take your time. The same disease, only he knows how she feels at this moment. Zhao Yuro is different from him. After he was picked up, he went through psychological treatment in time, although there will be some after effects, but his character is inherently calm and able to control it. Zhao Yuro was sent to the orphanage. At that time some policies were not popular, although it was able to make her fed and clothed, but the psychological shadow stayed, not only derived from this disease, she is now this social fear. Do not dare to go out to meet people with the character also has a lot to do with it. That's why she became a writer of online literary novels. Half an hour later, seeing her fall asleep, Xingchen put her on the bed, covered the quilt, and walked out with a pile of takeout bags. Boom! Xingchen drove the Apollo IE and directly entered the campus of Shuangdan University. At this time, more than 20 minutes had passed from the hour, he said. The top-of-the-line sports car Apollo IE appeared on the university campus, instantly setting off a crowd of university men and women. The bright purple streamlined body, the cool shining lights, and the roaring sound of the engine made everyone where he was stop to take pictures, and there were even some black silk beauties who wanted to go up and hit on him. Xingchen didn't have the heart to pretend or hit on him. He just finished the campus access license plate a few days ago, and he needed to activate it for a while to enter the school for the first time, so he parked in front of the school for a few minutes longer. As soon as the red and white stop bar was raised, Apollo IE did not linger for a moment, leapt out, and drove towards the experimental building. After parking the car, he ran up the building with hurried footsteps. At this moment, in the laboratory where Xingchen was, a boy wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, with a pair of glasses of not too small a degree, hitchhiking his eyes to see that he was the kind of boy with good grades, looked dissatisfied and lowered his head to sort out the documents. The mouth also muttered and complained, "Sister Chang, in the future it's better not to trust those little boys, not reliable. I've also heard of that Xingchen. He doesn't look like someone who can study properly. You're purely talking to a cow if you expect him to understand our research. And it's rumored that he's also a scumbag. While confessing his love to that by shallow, he's still having an affair with a girl outside. You have to be careful. This kind of boy is the most oily." "You, shut up." Xingchen converged her eyes to hide the worry in her eyes and turned her head to yell at the boy. "He's the investor I found. Are you complaining that I don't know people well? He doesn't look like he's studying properly. So did you inquire that he's the first in his specialty back and forth? Now the research is so intense. You still have time to pry into other people's gossip. You really do research properly? Pang Hao, it was your mentor who recommended you to me, saying that you are down to earth and capable. And that's why I let you into the project team. Look at the data these last few times. How many times did your senior brother help you modify it? If you really don't like my project, go out and turn right. I definitely won't stop you." Xingchen showed no mercy in her public reprimand. This time she was really angry. Xingchen was such a good person. Why should he be slandered and chewed on behind his back? If it wasn't for the fact that his mentor had helped her out when she was converted, and that although he was a bit stupid these days, he hadn't made any major mistakes, she would have definitely kicked him out. Although Xingchen was a little late, he had spoken to her half an hour in advance, and Xingchen had extended the rest time for the students below, so it wasn't his turn to complain in a sensible way. "Sister Chang, Xiaohao is young and doesn't know any better. Why don't we penalize him for cleaning for a few more days? Don't be angry with yourself. You're our backbone." An older doctoral student stood out and pulled Pang Hao, easing the frozen atmosphere in the lab. Xingchen snorted coldly and glanced at Pang Hao with indifferent eyes. "This will not happen again. Who dares to make my beautiful and touching sister Ching angry?" Xingchen stood at the door and knocked, panting slightly and snickering with a careless smile as he slowly walked in. Chapter 33, Athlete's Fondness. Just as he ran up the stairs, he heard Xingchen's furious voice, vaguely did not hear it, and when he arrived at the door, he saw her furious scene. Hearing Xingchen's voice, Xingchen instantly changed her face, from iceberg beauty to gentle imperial sister. She smiled wisely and waved at him. Her tone of voice was as gentle as possible. "Running over here? Go to my office and rest for a while. It just so happens that the people from the research lab haven't come together yet." Xingchen looked at her exquisite makeup, convergence of a few points of moist luster of the lips, as well as in the laboratory also wore his favorite diamond-studded fine heels, the corners of the lips lightly hooked, softly teasing. "Sister Chang, is this being heartbroken for me?" Xingchen's cheeks slightly red, her eyelashes lightly trembling, facing his deep and charming eyes. Remembering the day she blurted out that she wanted to adopt him, she uncomfortably averted her eyes. "Be serious. Go to my place. You read the contract in advance." In order to prevent him from continuing to talk out of turn, she reached out and pulled on his wrist, walking towards her office. The man in the research room was dumbfounded and internally screaming madly. "Holy, you're telling me this is Sister Ching?" "No, although Sister Ching is very nice. When did she have this kind of little woman moment? Could it be that Sister Ching is a face controller?" She didn't scold her when she discussed with Vivian. "For goodness sake, can't you give us ugly people a way to live?" "Shut up. Vivian's family doesn't make mistakes either. If you have the time to look for God, why don't you take a good look at your own data? Your focus is skewed. Shouldn't you be focusing on that handsome guy? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't say I've forgotten. Did Sister Ching just take the initiative to grab his wrist? And when he came in, that look wasn't innocent, was it?" Sister Ching can't be a love brain. She is the backbone of our project. Without her, who else can we rely on? In the lab, a group of oligarchs and masters chattered and issued a heated discussion. Shaoli, notify not come back as soon as possible, in advance to prepare the debriefing materials and conference room. All have nothing to do? Chattering here. Heqing's voice as cold as snow covered everyone's ears in the lab. Then she received a cup of ice water and walked into the inner office again. Phew, it's comfortable. It's still that Sister Ching. The boy who had just said words of love playfully pretended to be relieved. In the corner, Pang Hao, who had just been scolded, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he stared at the office covered by the blinds, a mouthful of sulk hovering in his chest. Damn Lu Xingchen. He hated so much. Hated why that man wasn't her. Why she took the initiative to hold his wrist. Why she didn't angrily scold him when he spoke out of turn. Just because he had money to invest? The doctoral student who stood next to him to relieve him, sighed helplessly, patted his shoulder, with a voice that only two people could hear, softly persuaded. Don't think so much. You make achievements. Sister Chang will naturally see that she is not that kind of person. Otherwise our project investment would have been found long ago. He looked at Pang Hao, who unclenched his fists and sighed in relief. He didn't want to experiment the critical moment. Pang Hao went to give Heqing a hard time and delayed the progress of the experiment. He was counting on this experiment to graduate. Heqing's office. She placed the cup of water in front of Lu Xingchen and handed over a tissue, signaling him to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Lu Xingchen softly thanked her, his eyes always falling on the contract, reading it very carefully. It wasn't as if he had gotten carried away by beauty, and had voted for Heqing on impulse, especially after having 70% of the equity of that company rewarded by the system yesterday. Once Heqing's project was successful, although he wouldn't be able to earn any money, he would be able to show his face on the military side. And if he invested through Life Medical Technology, the crisis that the company was facing now could be solved with an official endorsement. 20 minutes later, Lu Xingchen raised his head with furrowed brows. Heqing heard the sound of the contract being closed and looked up suddenly. Looking at the expression on his face, her expression tightened. If there's a problem, you can say it straight. After all, this is just a preliminary version. The follow-up can still be changed. Lu Xingchen cocked his starlight eyes and looked over, and said softly, rather irritatedly, Sister Chang, how did the total investment become $30 million? Are you helping me save money? Before the words fell, he suddenly moved closer and sat down next to her, his palms quietly falling on her lithe waist, his astringent eyes cocking his eyebrows as he looked directly into her eyes. What? Do not want to spend all my money? Is to the words do not count? Do not want to harbor me? Whispering softly, the scorching breath hit Heqing's earlobe. The ambiguous atmosphere spread throughout the room. The quiet office and the noisy lab outside formed a stark contrast, but also had a different kind of excitement. Heqing held her breath. Her body stiffened and didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements, and the skin from her collarbone upwards quickly flushed red, not daring to answer his question positively. These days she had been immersing herself in day and night work to avoid thinking about her ridiculous self that night. She didn't dare to face her heart head-on because she was a full 8 years older than Lu Xingchen. In fact, the contract and the report were done last night, and she had given herself a day of mental construction during the day today before she made that call after dusk. I haven't thought about it yet. Heqing's voice trembled slightly as she replied in a low tone. She now somewhat despised such a cowardly self, but she didn't dare to use to gamble on something that would affect her whole life like this. Her mom had lost her bet the second time around, and the previous experience was too tragic. Oh, okay. Lu Xingchen could feel her nervousness and loosened his grip, moving some distance away. There were also a few targets at the moment. He was not in a hurry. For him and Heqing, whether or not this project would be successful was more important than lovemaking. In his words, day by day, Heqing felt him let go without hesitation. Her heart suddenly tightened with a sense of loss, raising her eyes to look at Lu Xingchen, who was beside her as if nothing had happened. Looking down and flipping through the contract again, she was a bit at a loss. Emotionally, she likes him. Rationally, she dares not gamble. Under the self-pull, the corners of Heqing's eyes were slightly red. Looking at Lu Xingchen's superb side face, she gritted her teeth and made a bold decision. Lu Xingchen. Hearing his name, Lu Xingchen looked up in confusion. In the next second, hot, wet, soft lips landed on his face and quickly left again, like a dragonfly. Looking at Heqing, whose cheeks were pink and fidgety, Lu Xingchen gave a meaningful light laugh. Reaching out, he wrapped his hand around her light waist, lifted his tender chin. His deep eyes stared straight at her. His tone was lazy and low. I don't want to be responsible for kissing me. Scum girl. Heqing closed her eyes and eyelashes lightly trembled, and her heart was not able to do so. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen's breath forcefully occupied her body, crazily plundering the oxygen in the body. At this moment she has completely lost the ability to resist, or simply do not want to resist. Chapter 34 He is my own father. After a long time, between gasps, He-Ching raised her hand in front of her, blocking his lips, her voice slightly trembling as she pouted. Xingchen, give me some more time. Let's get along slowly, okay? Good. I'll wait for you. Lu Xingchen's throat knots rolled. Lifting his finger to land on the corner of her lipstick-stained lips, he gently wiped the traces of going out of bounds. He-Ching stared at his gentle yet restrained eyes, her heart fluttering, her hands circling his neck, rightfully exercising her lung capacity which was far from his. Sister Chang, everyone has arrived. Do you think you should go to the conference room with Mr. Lu? The oldest doctoral student outside the door inquired softly. Got it. Coming right away. He-Ching woke up with a start and hurriedly separated from Lu Xingchen, fixing her hair in a panic. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at the varying shades of lipstick on her lips and glared back at that audacious little rascal. She dressed up in this makeup today, all in order to greet him, thinking that it would be over after signing the contract, and she didn't bring anything else in her bag except loose powder. She had no choice but to wipe off all the lipstick. Originally her lips were pink, and with this makeup it was still watchable. Lu Xingchen encircled her waist from behind, looked at her glowing in the mirror, and whispered in a low voice, Ah Chang, it looks good anyway. He-Ching's heart was hit hard. Damn it, this man is like a vixen. His flowery words always hit one's heart, preventing her face from blushing again from his molestation. She immediately pulled him out of the office. Chang, Sister Chang, it's ready over there. That doctoral student waited for a while, and the moment He-Ching came out, she noticed that the lipstick on her lips had disappeared. His eyes fell on Lu Xingchen's springy face, and his heart was slightly sour. He had followed He-Ching for more than 3 years as well, and he had applied to join in since the beginning of this program. It was impossible for a top beauty of a comparable age to spend 3 years with you to not have the slightest idea. He also fantasized late at night from time to time. As long as this project was completed, he would be able to graduate successfully, and then maybe he would have the courage to confess to her, in case she said yes. He knew He-Ching very well. She was a complete academic fanatic. She probably never wanted to get married in her life. She needed a partner who didn't have to be with her often, but who could be there when she needed to be, and who could give her some emotional value when she was helpless. He had been playing the same role for the past few years, so when Pinghao showed his liking for He-Chang, he didn't care at all. He knew Pinghao couldn't even make it to the table, but Lu Xingchen was different. He could see in He-Ching's eyes, which had just come out, that there was joy, fluttering and love, and he was so rich and handsome. Looking at the parallel backs of the two, he sighed. It was ultimately his unrealistic fantasy. It was better to focus all his energy on successfully graduating. He took a deep breath. A gentle smile appeared on his face once again and followed. In the conference room, Lu Xingchen sat in the main seat. On his left was the project team leader He-Ching, and on his right was her deputy, the doctoral student from earlier. Mr. Lu, this is the information for this report. Please take a look. Thank you. Lu Xingchen looked at him in surprise, and looked down to see the name after that deputy on the report. Li Zhang. It was a good talent. At least the emotional control was on point, and the address was appropriate. Not like the idiot who had just made Ah Ching angry and was now blaring at him from the corner all the time. The debriefing soon began. He-Ching was worthy of being the youngest full professor in Shuangdan, and considering his situation, the debriefing was very easy to understand and clear. In less than 20 minutes, the project's use and future development direction, difficulties, irreplaceability, dissected cleanly in front of him. Lu Xingchen listened to this report, only to realize that this investment he really earned a lot. If this project was successful, once they cooperated with the military, then they were bound to be valued by the military, rather than simply showing up. You were with those investors before, and you said the same thing? Lu Xingchen looked curiously at He-Ching. If she really wanted to account for all of it like this, there was no reason for those businessmen not to invest in her. Even if the commerciality wasn't strong, there was still money to be made, and with this relationship, the future development of the business had a certain level of security at critical moments. No, I don't like that there are so many profit considerations in this project, and I also don't like that they are not moving to commercialize it, saying that they can make as much or as little money as they want, and that's my dream, so I've hidden all those in the back. He-Ching's tone was casual. Thinking of those businessmen's mouths, the corners of her lips hooked out a few points of disdain. Lu Xingchen nodded. It was indeed true. If this project was commercialized, the benefits were staggering. It was unlikely that anyone would give up having money to not earn in exchange for that possibly unprotected security. It just so happened that his Life Medical Technology Company, which had no shortage of commercialized projects, needed this nebulous name, and foxes and tigers were sometimes effective. During the break time of the meeting, Lu Xingchen quietly talked to her about this matter. After all, the transfer of shares had not been completed, and it was not good to make a big fuss about it. He Chang, on the other hand, was astonished and looked at him with starry-eyed admiration. Xingchen, I didn't expect you to be the major shareholder behind Life Medical Technology Company. One of my recent topics is to study the hottest anti-aging project under your company. No wonder you keep asking me about anti-aging knowledge. You're really great. Then for this project, I'll invest in the name of the company. Of course, you need the name and I need the money. The best of both worlds. He Ching blinked happily. No wonder he was so rich. Everything was explained. After solving this matter, the meeting that followed was very relaxed, until Lu Xingchen frowned again and shook his head after seeing the 30 million. I just read your analysis report in the office. Change 50 million. Use the best equipment. The faster the project succeeds the better for us. Lu Xingchen's fingertips knocked on the table. His tone was quite a bit of unrefusable meaning. He Ching's eyes flickered. Knowing that he was the major shareholder behind Life Medical Technology Company, he did not object. Indeed, the sooner the better. Li Zhang, who was on the side, froze for a moment, staring at Lu Xingchen with burning eyes. The trace of stubborn dissatisfaction with him for stealing He Qing completely disappeared. Li Zhang, he is my own father. The sooner the project is done, the better, and you can also graduate earlier. Lu Xingchen was startled by the switch in his eyes, and silently moved his stool, and He Qing was about to get next to him. Unlike the ecstasy of the crowd, Pang Hao in the corner stared at Lu Xingchen, who was about to stick to He Qing, his heart burning with jealousy, almost losing his mind. But after seeing that everyone was happy and only Professor He Qing was expressionless, he remembered He Qing's sentence at the very beginning. I don't like the fact that there are so many interests in this. This is my dream, and instantly let out a cold snort, as if he had found a way to drive him away. Especially Lu Xingchen's next words made him feel that his chances of winning had reached the peak. After all the reports, Lu Xingchen looked at the contract on the desktop. The others did not object. Quite good. The amount of modification, and so on a few days, that side of the matter is dealt with. We privately discussed the specific time to sign the contract. Lu Xingchen tilted his head lazily to look at He Qing. After all, it's not him personally, and the company signing the contract also needs both sides to docking process. Complicated sum. Chapter 35 I have face and money. What do you have? Furthermore, this experimental project has not yet been successful. Prematurely released the news of cooperation, perhaps by the villain meddling. He and He Qing in the matter of not prematurely announced the news of cooperation, reached a consensus. Seeing He Qing nodded, originally lazy and wanton Lu Xingchen suddenly got up, lifted his hand to hold He Qing's tender and smooth soft razor, without any trace of light hooked down her palm. Mouth foppish, since a preliminary consensus has been reached, then can I have the honor of inviting the beautiful Ms. He Chang to have dinner together? He Qing was startled by this sudden move of his, cocking her beautiful eyes to secretly glare at him. The burning heat coming from her hand caused her cheeks to blush slightly as she fought to try and pull her hand out of his confinement. Seeing this scene, Li Zhang on the side secretly sighed that Lu Xingchen was young but had great tactics. No wonder people could chase girls. Glancing at the blush on He Qing's cheeks and the shyness in her eyes, this was clearly the reserved pull of a groom's love. If she herself didn't want to go, with her notorious iceberg beauty personality, her empty other hand would have already slapped her. In the lab, the others watched this scene, their eyes interacting crazily, the fire of gossip burning brightly. Let go. He Qing saw the snickering eyes of the people below and pouted and whispered, Then do you promise? Lu Xingchen's voice tone was reckless. Yes, he did it on purpose. Although he promised to give her time and the two of them slowly get alone, it didn't stop him from swearing his sovereignty. Nearly every boy in this project team had a small heart for her, especially the fool in the corner whose eyes were about to burst into flames. Let go of Haru-san. I'll call the police if you don't let go. Jealous angry shouts came from the corner, and instantly everyone's eyes landed on that dumbass. As expected from Lu Xingchen, that stupid guy Pang Hao couldn't help but be jealous and jumped out. The corner of Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly, slightly lifting his jaw. He looked at him with a cold and uninhibited glance, his eyes wild and disdainful, waiting for the following. When he chatted with Ah Cheng during his gap, he chatted about this dumbass. He didn't want this great project to be rubbed off on him for nothing, and with a slight trick, Pang Hao took the bait. When He Qing heard this, the peaks of her eyebrows moved slightly, and her beautiful eyes with flowing waves revealed a hint of displeasure at his meddling. Just as she wanted to open her mouth to reprimand, her little finger was gently ticked by Lu Xingchen. She suspiciously tilted her head and looked up, meeting his deep pupils, and after noticing the smile, if any, she helplessly sighed, and instantly understood what he meant. She only hoped that Pang Hao could stop before it was too late. The project was nearing its end, and for the sake of his mentor, she could still tolerate it for a moment or two to make his resume look good, or else don't blame her for not being humane. Pang Hao is a spoiled senior. Where can he see the situation at once? He only felt that it was his own chiding that made Lu Xingchen afraid and let go of He Qing's hand. Lu Xingchen's current look was nothing more than pretending to be relaxed, and for the change in He Qing's eyes, it was a crazy glorified brainstorm. Thinking that the unhappy expression on He Qing's face was upset with Lu Xingchen's harassment, and that looking at him now was encouraging him to keep up the good work, and to poke through the mask of hypocrisy of this Lu Xingchen person. Humph. What I, Pang Hao, hate the most is rich second generation like you, thinking that just because you have $2 stinking, you are able to bring everyone to their knees and buy everyone's dignity. Don't think that no one can see your purpose. Don't you just want to use this opportunity to get close to Sister Qing and take advantage of her? You're no different from those business, just as nasty and disgusting. Get lost. We don't need your investment. Sister Qing can pull and clean and dry investments. We don't need those dirty investments of yours. Pang Hao stood on what he thought was the moral high ground and gave an output. While berating Lu Xingchen, his afterglow caught the surprised and dismayed expressions of the people around him, who should have been shocked by his outspoken courage. In the conference room, the expressions of those seniors looking at Lu Xingchen with disdain, as well as the small gesture of He Qing discontentedly rolling her eyes at Lu Xingchen. He enjoyed the moment when the spotlight hit him, as if everything here was in the palm of his hand. Perhaps after today, He Qing's attitude towards him would change drastically, and those pretty schoolmates in the lab would look at him differently. Thinking of these, he only felt fluttering, as if he had already stood at the peak of his life. Do you think that if you raise your money, Sister Chang will look at you differently? You are polluting her dreams with that stinking money. You obviously don't know anything, yet you sit here and act like you can understand. It's really ridiculous. Enough Pang Hao. Shut up. He Qing really couldn't listen to this idiotic speech. Her aversion to stupidity was coming back. Pang Hao, I am now officially informing you that you have been formally expelled from the project team. Tomorrow morning you will receive a system notification. You don't even have to come back in the future. I will give your mentor a copy of what happened here. So behave yourself. He Qing's face was as cold as ice and frost, showing no mercy at all. After saying that, she turned her head and looked down with downcast eyes at someone who was leaning on the chair, pretending to be innocent, and snorted coldly, "Let go." Lu Xingchen bared his teeth and smiled, loosening the palm that was drawing circles on her palm, pretending to look down at the contract. Looking around at the gossiping eyes of the project team, she thought that she could just borrow Lu Xingchen's identity to dispel some people's thoughts and prevent them from encountering this kind of troublesome matter in the future. Eyebrows gently raised, red lips pro-open, biting in reckless tone, Lu Xingchen is chasing me. I also have some good feelings for him. You guys can put out the message. If someone wants to come after me, at least be better than Lu Xingchen, or don't come to bother me. Alright, the meeting is over. Everyone go back and rest. Gathering her eyes and glancing at Lu Xingchen's hooked lips, she glared petulantly. Wait for me here. I'm going to go change. I'll treat you today. As He Qing walked off to his office, Lu Xingchen harvested a few thumbs up before the crowd dispersed. Only Pang Hao hadn't reacted from the huge fallout and stood frozen in place. Why? Why is this happening? She clearly encouraged me? Pang Hao couldn't believe it. Lu Xingchen leans back lazily and recklessly, leaning on the chair, crossing his legs, his tone still arrogant. Encouraging you? How did you create this illusion? You wouldn't think that because she loathes me, she would like you. I have money and face. I'm still younger than you. My body is better than yours, and my brain is smarter than yours. What do you have? A stupid brain? When you enter the project team, you don't focus your mind on experiments. Your mind is full of unrealistic delusions. And I'm still saying you're simple? Or stupid? Pang Hao opened his mouth, but didn't make a sound, because he was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong with what Lu Xingchen said, and he didn't have any room to retort. As it happened, He Qing changed her clothes and walked over from the office. Pang Hao, you are somewhat talented. Your mentor has praised you, but after you entered the project team, your work was a mess. There wasn't a single time that you didn't need the team to wipe your ass for you, especially yesterday's experimental data, which was ridiculously wrong. It can even be said that you didn't pay any attention at all. I hope that you will be able to use your mind on your studies in the future, so be good to yourself. Lu Xingchen saw him like this and shook his head. A little frustration now was better than being eaten up by others when he enters society. Then he converged back to his eyes and looked at Ah Qing beside him. A few moments of amazement flashed in his deep gaze. Chapter 36, Ruining Me by Entering the Game? Different from the last time when the champagne-colored evening gown set off a bright atmosphere. Take off the white coat He Qing, the upper half of a black vintage small suit, slightly spacious neckline shining white delicate collarbone, a silver white platinum LV necklace, perfectly highlighting the slender swan neck. The lower half of the same suit short skirt, can touch over the thigh, but perfectly outline her mature curve. Slender straight long legs, wrapped in seductive black silk, Diamond-studded fine high heels stepped on the smooth floor, issued a shocking crunch. Properly a domineering, highly educated woman, she was the existence of a big heroine in all novels. However, when she was in front of Lu Xingchen, there was a trace of gentleness between her brows that was incomparably moving. "Didn't you say you'd treat me to dinner? Right here?" He lightly blinked her eyelashes, flirtatiously stroked through her hair, and delicately and vividly hooked her lips. The bright beautiful eyes that contained a smile, looked at the dumbfounded and infatuated Lu Xingchen and smiled as she joked. "Hiss, ah Chang, you are also too beautiful. This long leg of yours wants my life. All of it." Lu Xingchen sucked in a mouthful of cold air, where in his mind was there any thought of eating. His eyes did not leave that pair of black silk legs that were longer than his life for a moment. "Pa, rascal, don't reach out." Chang blushed and smacked away his stupid hand, pouting in warning. The corner of Lu Xingchen's lips lightly hooked, his deep eyes tumbled, his bony fingers slightly trembled, forcibly suppressing the thoughts in his heart. Raising his eyes and lifting his eyelids, he looked at the charming and moving Chang, his nasal voice thick. "Good, all listen to Chang." Such an intimate address caused Chang's cheeks to redden to the point of dripping blood as she fiercely glared at him and directly walked out of the lab. Behind him, Pang Hao stared blankly at Chang, who had a small woman's posture in front of Lu Xingchen. His heart was incomparably sour, and he was eventually pulled away by the lab's elder brother who was watching the door. Looking back at the large laboratory, incomparable remorse. Obviously after the success of this project, he can be infallible, successfully obtain a place in graduate school. But now, dazzling cool blowing street Apollo IE, once again sailed away from Shuangdan University, compared to come an empty co-pilot. This time Lu Xingchen sighed, but more black silk legs of Chang. The two had a chat about the new progress of the anti-aging industry. Lu Xingchen looked at her smiling, the corner of his lips curled. She should shine in her favorite industry and blossom with her own confidence and style. Such a her should not be colored by a patient like him. "What's wrong? Keep staring at me and smiling?" Chang tilted her head in confusion and blinked her eyes. Lu Xingchen converged his eyes back and looked at the dog that was being held on the crosswalk in front of him with a gray head. His eyes flashed with a hint of obscure meaning, and he laughed softly. "It's just that I think you're very beautiful. Ah Chang, please keep this kind of self-confidence all the time, and don't give up yourself for anyone." His voice was relaxed and reckless, but there was more than a hint of detachment and sobriety in his tone. Chang noticed the steep change in his mood and lifted her eyelashes, her eyes falling on his thumb that kept rubbing against the steering wheel. He was torn? She lifted her hand and landed on Lu Xingchen's large hand holding the steering wheel and spoke without a head. "Lu Xingchen, Happy New Year." A light-hearted tone flooded into Lu Xingchen's ears along with these 4 big words that healed everything, crushing the annoyed and low mood. He froze for a moment as he looked at the brightly smiling Chang. "Happy New Year." Lu Xingchen's eyes brightened slightly, and in an instant, he resumed his cool and reserved, dandy and uninhibited schoolmaster look. For the rest of the journey, he never again swept his afterglow over that pair of tantalizing black silk legs. Looking at the top restaurant that will arrive soon, Lu Xingchen's side-eye delusion on the co-pilot fell asleep. Chang secretly sighed, her heart is really big, really not afraid of him to take advantage of chanting. "Wake up, almost there." The cool voice fell into the ears of this sleeping beauty. Chang gave a light hum and slowly opened her eyes, sleeping in a bit of a daze. She suspiciously surveyed her surroundings. Her eyes widened when she saw the sign of the WestKey Hotel. There's no need to break the bank like this. This restaurant was notorious for its high extravagance. A piece of red wine foie gras the size of a fingernail cap was priced at 38,888. It was said that in order to have a meal at the WestKey Hotel, the meal price would start at least 5 Ws. The people who come here are either rich or expensive, and those who want to enter the store need to go through an asset test, commonly known as the rich man's world, because the waiters in here are basically all million assets to start with. "Am I poor?" Lu Xingchen spoke carelessly. To be honest, this was also his first time here, bringing Chang here for the secondary purpose of eating, mainly to see if he could actively trigger the godly hero behavior. No one would mind having too much money, to have a system and not think of taking advantage of it, pure and simple idiotic behavior. Chang was suddenly speechless, remembering Lu Xingchen's bank balance. She talked too much. Buzz. Suddenly, a cell phone vibration sounded in the narrow space of the sports car. Lu Xingchen, who was waiting for the red light, saw Chang's pupils suddenly dim through the rearview mirror. It seemed to be very displeased with this caller. After hesitating for a moment, she still picked up the phone. Chang adjusted the voice of the phone very small. Even in this same sports car, Lu Xingchen did not hear the content of the phone, only to know that the opposite side of the phone was a relatively soft female voice. Chang's emotions were not apparent on the surface, but through the tightly clenched fist of her other hand and the faint snort of mock disdain from time to time, it could be seen that she was not at peace within. Not a minute later, she put down the phone, facing no expression. she took a deep breath and adjusted, and turned her head to tenderly apologize to Xingchen. Xingchen, I might not be able to accompany you to dinner. Something happened at my house. Why don't you drop me off at the intersection in front, and wait for the next time I'll treat you? Okay. Address. What? Xingchen turned his eyes to gaze deeply at Yiqing on the co-pilot, revealing a few moments of wantonness between his brows. I'll say the address you're going to, and I'll send you there. No need, ma. Just as the words left his mouth, Xingchen's fingertips pressed on her lips, sidling closer, his thumb gently rubbing her lips. Not to be denied, you're the one I brought out. It's so late. If something happens to you, there's still that girl who dares to come out with me in the future. What? You love me so much that you're entering the game with your body. Are you going to ruin my reputation to end the future? Yiqing felt the touch on her lips, the tip of her ear drunkenly red, shyly stuttering reply. No, the address I send you, the light is green. After the car came horn sound, Xingchen loosened his hand. Apollo IE at the end of the green light leaped out. Rear car driver, ILOA. Ding. The special concern tone sounded. Yiqing pupils slightly open, silently pursed up red lips, clenched fists slightly slack. Xingchen saw the address sent on his hand, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, opened the navigation and sped away. He knew that only by saying this, Yiqing would agree that he would send her, and from her reaction just now, it seemed that the call was not simple. Chapter 37 Catharsis. After this phone call, the atmosphere in the car was unusually dull. Xingchen had his own considerations and thought shifts, and Yiqing also had her own worries and irritations. The address she gave was very remote, in a neighborhood on the outskirts of High City. Although it was nighttime, the infrastructure of this neighborhood was quite good, with dim yellow lights, clean and tidy streets, and a plausible sandalwood scent. This place is rather secluded. Xingchen shrugged his high nose and suddenly opened his mouth. Yiqing froze for a moment, and the increasingly gloomy expression on her face eased for a few moments. Clearing her throat, the corners of her lips hooked up. Quite a bit of disdain, indeed secluded. Behind this is the Buddhist temple. For some people, it's a good place to go. Xingchen's side eyes gently looked at the unusual Yiqing, and did not say much, just holding the steering wheel with one hand. His other hand abruptly held her soft razor, his tone solemn. If there is trouble, you can trust me. As soon as these words came out, Xingchen clearly felt Yiqing tremble lightly. Aha! Yiqing lowered her lofty head that had never fallen, converging her eyes to gaze at Xingchen's large bony hand. The burning heat transmitted from the palm of her hand seemed to warm that icy heart. Tick! A drop of scalding hot tears fell on the back of Xingchen's sinewy coiled hand, followed by a downpour of tears. Xingchen looked at Yiqing in surprise. She who was bright and beautiful and endured her illness to attend the banquet to pull in investments was sobbing uncontrollably because of this simple sentence. Squeak! After a sharp break, Xingchen slowly and methodically wiped the tears on her face, lifted his hand and wrapped it around her slender waist, leaned over and gently held her in his arms. Oh! This move seemed to break down Yiqing's heart defenses at once, and the whole person flung herself into Xingchen's words, tears wetting his clothes. Xingchen did not ask more questions, just gently patted her back with the palm of his hand, silently soothing her. Yiqing also did not explain, frantically venting her inner emotions. 5 minutes later, Yiqing cried until her voice was hoarse. Xingchen, thank you, I can do it. He loosened his arms around her, looking at Yiqing whose sobbing stopped instantly and whose emotions were gone. His deep eyes revealed a probing color. Yiqing slowly and methodically tidied up her slightly messy hair to cover her slightly red eyes, constantly taking deep breaths to adjust the rhythm of her breathing. In less than 2 minutes, she once again resumed her image as a cold and beautiful female professor of high knowledge. I'm sorry to hear that. Yiqing's beautiful eyes gently glanced, revealing a bright smile, lightly coughed, and her voice slightly lowered to explain, preventing that I can't control my emotions in a while, so I cried a little first, and then I'll be able to be invincible in a while. Is it think I'm crazy? In fact, I'm such a person in my bones, scared or not. Xingchen did not answer. The corner of his lips slightly hooked, leaned in. The light through the windshield was nearly blocked. Yiqing's entire body fell into her shadow. He raised his hand and steeply pinched Yiqing's tender and smooth chin. A few points of madness flashed in his dark eyes, and he suddenly attached himself to madly plunder the few air inside the sports car. Yiqing was forced to exercise her lung capacity and had a feeling of suffocation after many times. Her cheeks were suffocatingly red, her flowery butterfly eyelashes slightly trembled, and she stared wide-eyed at the closed-eyed handsome man near her. Unable to resist, she raised her white palms and kept tapping his shoulders as a reminder. The long-lost gap made her stifle a loud gasp. Sorry. The light from the street lamp once again fell on Yiqing through the windshield, and Xingchen's low, apologetic voice rang in her ears. Suddenly, he turned his head, a few moments of obsessive madness still remaining in his eyes. His tone arrogant. No one can make the current me afraid. You don't have to worry about that. The place you gave is here. I'll wait for you down there. After saying that, he turned his head again and looked at the car window on the other side. Yiqing arched her eyebrows lightly, looking at him whose eyes were evasive. Her fingertips landed on the red and swollen lips, and she was just about to say something when the cell phone in her hand once again rang with a vibration. Steeply, her eyes were obscure, and she turned her head and whispered softly, "Then you wait for me here, F***CK. Looking at Yiqing's disappearing back as she went upstairs, Lu Xingchen hammered his fist heavily on the steering wheel, rarely bursting out his first foul language since he had been in college for 4 years. He had just lost control of his emotions, a feeling he disliked. This wasn't the first time. The last time was when he bought a building with Yao Yan. He just thought that it was his first time. That's why he was so obsessed and crazy. He didn't think about that matter at all. He wanted to be a scumbag, but didn't want to lose himself again because of this matter. After taking a deep breath for a while, Lu Xingchen's emotions slowly calmed down, raising his eyes to look at himself in the rearview mirror. Looking at the reserved and cool eyes, the corner of his mouth pulled out a few points of disdain. After opening his cell phone and sending a message to a friend, he leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes to meditate. Residential building 4th floor 402. Yiqing's face was as frosty as ice at this time. Her eyes were cold as she looked at the mirror above the door and hummed lightly in disdain. Da da da. The knock on the door had just sounded, and the security door opened from the inside without the slightest delay. Fu Bo, you're finally back. Quick, come in and sit. A woman whose hair was mixed with a few strands of gray hair, and who bore a slight resemblance to her, greeted Yiqing with warm surprise as she entered the house. Entering the door, she personally squatted down to change her slippers, put her bag, pulled her to sit on the futon, and took out a plate of fruits from the kitchen and placed it on the coffee table. Every action is very gentle. Help her change shoes, put the bag is even more careful, afraid of touching a little bit. Yiqing was always expressionless, following her guidance like a puppet, sitting on the futon from the doorway, her eyes indifferent as she watched the busy her. After doing everything, the woman seemed to be a bit overwhelmed, and just sat opposite Yiqing, her eyes looking at her with a scorching heat. Fu Bo, you've lost weight. Are you too tired from eating poorly and doing research? After a moment of silence, the woman took the initiative to open her mouth, asking with careful concern. Yiqing was ultimately ruthless and gave a light hum. When the woman heard this sound that was almost the same as a mosquito flapping its wings, the whole person was very elated, and softly continued. Fu Bo, wait for tomorrow. Mom will go to the Buddhist temple, and help you to beg its bodhisattva, so that she will bless your research to go well. The bodhisattva has blessed you for so many years. She won't just sit back and do nothing, and your research this time around will surely be like it was in the past, and will surely be a success. The woman's expression was very pious. As she said this, she even picked up the Buddha beads in her hand and kept turning them, as if she couldn't wait now and wanted to pray for her blessings. After these words and actions, the slightly eased coldness in Yiqing's eyes instantly dissipated. The corners of her mouth pulled out a few moments of disdain, faintly snorting. Getting down to business. On the phone you said you found something my father left behind. Bring it out. Don't waste time. Yiqing's voice was as cold as ice, as if she was talking to a stranger, her tone devoid of any affection. The Sanskrit sound in the room came to an abrupt end, and the woman showed a few moments of embarrassment, then nodded lightly. Take a seat. Mom will bring it out for you. The woman's voice was still gentle, but some tears floated in her eyes as she slowly got up and walked into the bedroom. Chapter 38. Loneliness in the Heart of a Godly Hero. Not long after, the woman took out an army green hat from the room and curtly handed it to Yiqing. Yiqing's eyes were obscure. Her converging eyes gazed at the hat in her hands. Her slightly trembling fingertips gently scratched through the folds on it, revealing a nostalgic look. Fu Bo, Mom, alright, I've got the stuff. I should go back too. Yiqing directly interrupted her words, carefully put the army green hat into her bag, and got up to leave. She was too embarrassed to let Lu Xingchen wait down there for so long. Residence downstairs parking space. Lu Xingchen, who had organized his emotions, was paralyzed in the driver's seat, thinking about life in a bored manner. He felt that he had been thinking a bit too much lately, and had lost his original intention of being a scumbag at the very beginning, thinking about the fact that he had contacted several women now. In addition to Yao Yan, he had somewhat forgotten his roots. He is a scum. If you want to go on, and if you have too many worries, you will lose your heart. Lu Xingchen, who felt sorry for the system, was ready to brush up on his short videos, and fill in the scum attribute with his sister, who was a fat and thin woman. Suddenly, the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission under specific circumstances. The life of a godly man never needs to think too much. Looking forward is licking the dog, and going forward is the scummy man. The long night is long. God Ho is lonely in his heart. You have decided to correct your hesitant character and take the initiative. Please take the initiative tonight and sleep in the same bed with Xingchen before 3 a.m. and keep it up for at least 3 hours or more. Mission reward, Starry KTV. Xingchen sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This quest was not good at all. According to Xingchen's character, she wasn't that fast. Even sleeping in a suite wasn't so easy, let alone sleeping in a bed. Hearing the mission reward, Xingchen's eyes fell on the short video playing on his cell phone. The starlight bright KTV was exactly the background where the beautiful women in the video were dancing. He now regretted it a bit. Had he known that he could have triggered the system quest and swiped some videos of commercial buildings worth a lot of money. However, he was quite satisfied. Although the scale of this starlight bright KTV was not large, but the decoration was very luxurious. The most important thing was that the 5-story building where the KTV was located was also attached to the system. In the sea city where every inch of land is gold, this piece of land starts at least 300 million. Duck duck duck. The car window was suddenly knocked. Xingchen immediately put away his cell phone and opened the car window. The corners of his mouth couldn't be restrained from rising as he briskly asked, "Going back?" When Xingchen heard this, she was instantly a little embarrassed to say that she was going to let Xingchen go back by himself, and that she was going to stay here for another day. After hesitating for a moment, she thought of that environment upstairs. It was really not suitable for Xingchen to deal with overnight. Besides, there was no extra room. But looking at Xingchen's expectant expression, she casually politely said, "Today I have to stay at my mom's place for one night, and go back in the morning. It's getting late. Do you think it's better to deal with it here for one night, or go back to?" "Good. Then we'll go back together tomorrow. Just take my car." Xingchen arched his eyebrows lightly, not waiting for him to finish his sentence. He immediately agreed. He could see Xingchen's thoughts at a glance, but for the sake of the system mission, he absolutely couldn't just walk away. That was an asset that started at 300 million. What was cheek? Cheng, let's go up then. He immediately got out of the car, a smile rippling from the corner of his eyes, and stood in front of her in a well-behaved manner. Raising his head, he glanced at the lights on the residential building and walked up on his own, not giving her the slightest chance to regret it. Xingchen stared at Xingchen with rounded eyes, realizing that she had still underestimated this person's degree of cunning. He clearly saw that it was on purpose, the same as the last time he tried to, in the hotel, trick her into adopting him, playing dumb. "Xing, come on, are you unwilling to let me go up? It's fine. You don't have to worry about me driving on the night road in the middle of the night. You don't have to worry that I'll be scared if I drive back from the suburbs by myself. If you don't want to, I'll drive back here." When Xingchen saw Xingchen standing still, he had a flash of light, and the corner of his lips lightly hooked. Turning his head and pretending to have an innocent and very hurt expression, he returned to her, muttering pitifully. Xingchen's eyelashes fluttered slightly, looking up and down nonstop at Xingchen. How did she not realize before that this little man had such a green tea side, pretending to be weak and helpless? It was as if the person who was like a little wolf dog forcing her to exercise her lung capacity just now, was not him. Don't think she didn't see that Xingchen didn't have the slightest intention of opening the door of the sports car when he said these words. She sighed helplessly, her scallion-white fingertips gently tapped on his cheeks, hooking her lips in a light smile. "Afraid of you. Go up, and talk less, especially with that woman up there." Xingchen heard her words, eyebrows lightly arched, face quite a few points of everything to take the arrogance. "Do not worry, I must abide by the male morality. Never talk to other women alone. If you are not assured, we will sleep on the same bed tonight, so that I am in your line of sight at all times." What a thought! Xingchen's cheeks blushed slightly, wrinkled her delicate little nose, and turned around to go upstairs. Xingchen let out a light laugh, hands in his pockets, and idly followed. The long night was long, and he had other tricks up his sleeve to complete the task. Walking into her door, Xingchen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking around with his sight, he could only say that it was hard to comment on the style of this home. Stepping into this house, Xingchen felt like he had entered a Buddhist temple. At first glance was the golden bodhisattva statue in the center of the room. The surrounding walls were all painted with 18 luohans, and a woman was sitting on her knees on a futon, constantly knocking the wooden fish in her hands, gabbling and whispering the Buddhist scriptures. The woman seemed to have heard their footsteps entering the door and immediately stopped mouthing the Buddhist scriptures. "Buddha treasure, Mom knew you wouldn't leave. Who is he?" The woman immediately got up and gleefully turned back, but when she saw Xingchen behind Xingchen, her face instantly became very ugly. "Hello auntie, my name is Xingchen. You can just call me Xiao Lu. I'm Ching's." Xingchen politely reached out to greet him, but just halfway through his sentence, the woman directly ignored him and walked over to Xingchen. "Fu Bo, who is he?" Xingchen's mother looked at her with a grave expression, quite a bit of questioning. Xingchen's cold and uninhibited lifted her jaw. The corner of her mouth pulled out a few points of disdain. Reaching out to hold Lu Xingchen's arm, red lips slightly opened. Late at night to bring home, who else can there be? My man chanting. Lu Xingchen is also considered to have known. Okay, you don't need to know her name. You won't cross paths in the future. I'll take you to my room, where you'll sleep tonight. She turned her head, the disdain on her face instantly dissipated, gently pulling him towards a bedroom. She was a different person from the one she had just spoken to. You finally gave me a name. Lu Xingchen also saw that the mother and daughter were abnormal, but didn't ask more questions. Reaching out and wrapping his hand around her waist, his fingertips gently traced over the soft flesh of her waist, whispering softly in his ear. He did not notice that the woman behind him saw this action, pupils shrinking slightly, cold and bland, staring at Lu Xingchen's back, his expression revealing a displeasure that had never appeared before. Chapter 39. Is it time to give me a name? Walking into the bedroom was like entering another Buddhist hall. The walls of the same Luohan pattern were decorated with Buddhist scriptures carved everywhere. Even the table lamp on the bedside table could reflect the shadow of Buddhist scriptures once it was turned on. He obviously hadn't been back for a long time, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes when she saw the bedroom. Ah, Cheng, oh no, it should be girlfriend. Are we going to sleep here tonight? Lu Xingchen held her hand that was trembling with anger, pointing briskly and expectantly at the only bed in the room. His eyes narrowed and he laughed softly. Think beautifully, it's you who sleeps here. I'll sleep in the living room and watch you not be disturbed by that woman. He blankly glanced at this guy and skimmed her mouth. Suddenly, her heart instantly tightened. Raising her eyes to look at Lu Xingchen, who was close at hand, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Not the slightest bit of resistance anyway. Her voice trembled. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Lu Xingchen's palm tightly clasped her thin waist, sniffing the fragrant and soft He-Ching in his arms, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a few points of wantonness. Ah, Cheng, there is no rebuttal to this title. Is it about to give me a name? Searing sight landed on He-Ching's pink pretty face, his deep eyes tumbling with rolling desire. He-Ching's cheeks instantly burst red. Nervously looking away, she pretended to be at a loss. WH. What name? Just now it was just to deal with that woman. Lu Xingchen let out a light laugh. His fingertips slightly ruffled her trembling eyelashes, then crossed the delicate face, and finally landed on her soft ears. Very interesting. Leaning down, he whispered, Ah, Cheng, are you going to go back on your word? The atmosphere in the room was very cordial. Lu Xingchen wantonly teased. He-Ching was shy and twisted. Clang! What are you guys doing? The door of the room was pushed open vigorously, and He-Ching's mother let out a cold question. Lu Xingchen was startled, and as a thief, he loosened his hands and stood beside He-Ching in a good manner. Hearing the woman's questioning, He-Ching was uncharacteristically calm, reaching out and wrapping her arms around Lu Xingchen's neck. Her eyes coldly skimmed the woman in the doorway, and she applied her hand as usual. I'll entrust you to rest here for the night. Call me from the living room if you need me. Wiping the lipstick from the corner of his mouth, he softly patted his shoulder. Turning around, He-Ching's face once again resumed its indifferent and icy expression, gazing at the mom at the doorway. Her voice tone as cold as frost. Bring me a quilt. I'll sleep in the living room. After saying that, he directly bumped away from her shoulder, thoughtfully closed the bedroom door for Lu Xingchen, walked straight to the living room, and took a few futons and placed them on the floor, arranging them in a row. Lu Xingchen was the only one left in the bedroom, sticking to the door of the room, and did not hear any quarrels, before he put down his heart and turned to lie on the bed. Regarding the abnormality between He-Ching's mother and daughter, He-Ching obviously didn't want him to know too much. He also had his own secrets, so he chose to respect them. When she wanted to talk about it to him, he would naturally help her out. Ding ding ding. Lu Xingchen hadn't been lying on the bed for a while, his mind still thinking about how he could complete the system quest, when his cell phone's message tone suddenly rang. Yao Yan, pictures, Yao Yan, pictures, Yao Yan, the house has been decorated, but someone didn't come. Pathetic. Lu Xingchen swept a glance. It was two pictures of the house. One was his own European minimalist style house, and the other was the more homely, warmer house under Yao Yan's name. His eyes fell on the line of words. Yao Yan's meaning was clear at a glance, but unfortunately today he had business to do and was no longer in the dormitory. Lu Xingchen, not in the dormitory. What are you doing? Yao Yan, no you. Cough cough cough. The profound words of the great and profound, so that Lu Xingchen the unseen was choking on his own saliva. Yao Yan, thinking about her brother in the middle, picture. Yao Yan, picture. Lu Xingchen hadn't slowed down when a picture of black silk legs wrapped in Parisian house was sent over. Next, not more than a few seconds later, a picture of Yao Yan in her pajamas, standing in front of the window of her new homeland, was presented in his eyes. Lu Xingchen, after looking at love to see want to see more. Understand all understand. Lu Xingchen, transfer 30,000 yuan. Su is the power of money. A beautiful picture bombarded looked at Lu Xingchen directly choked on his own saliva. Coughing sound is getting bigger and bigger. Duck duck duck. What's wrong? Drink some water to smooth it out. Heqing walked in with a cup of warm water, looking at Lu Xingchen who was coughing up a storm, gently patting his back, smoothing his air. No, it's okay. Lu Xingchen, who had slowed down, wiped the tears he coughed out of the corners of his eyes and waved his hand. Go to sleep when you're fine. You have to get up early tomorrow. Heqing's mom's faint voice came. Lu Xingchen raised his eyes just in time to see a thoughtful and with a hint of dislike expression on her face. His vision slightly converged. A little puzzled but did not say much. Go to bed earlier. Heqing's mood was not very good. Softly soothed Lu Xingchen, got up and walked out. Lu Xingchen lay on the bed thinking back to the woman's expression just now, and suddenly sat up. She wouldn't think I'm vain. More than 10 minutes later, he carefully observed Yao Yan's photography technique again, learning very seriously. Lu Xingchen, why don't you charge money? He looked at the understanding interface stuck at the last transfer message from 20 minutes ago, somewhat puzzled. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingchen, who was brushing the video of repairing donkey hooves to lower the fire, Yao Yan's message popped up above him once again. This time, unlike before, it was a 13-minute long video. Glancing at the cover of the video, Lu Xingchen's heart immediately raced, and the blood pressure that had been lowered by repairing the donkey's hooves spiked once again. Clicking on the video, Yao Yan was wearing expensive, but well-made pajamas, lying inside her new home. Cozy, handsome brother, people have already decorated our home. The seductive voice startled Lu Xingchen and immediately turned the volume of his phone to the lowest level. Although Yao Yan's face value was inferior to Qin Shuya and Heqing's category, her body simply blew them away. With her convex front and curved S-shaped curves, she gathered the advantages of Qin Shuya's body and Heqing's beautiful legs, and her face, which wasn't overly gorgeous, happened to make her even more alluring. Lu Xingchen did not expect that this is only the beginning of the transition picture. The next is even more weighty. That $30,000? Not at all. An hour just passed. That video Lu Xingchen carefully appreciated his home several times, resulting in him now staying in the room with the air conditioning on, sweating profusely, tossing and turning how can not sleep. The whole person is almost hot fried. He could only take big, deep breaths and look at the weird Rohan murals around him to relieve the heat radiating from his body. What a pest! Looking at the transfer that was received, Lu Xingchen gritted his teeth and cursed. He glanced at the time, and without realizing it, it was already past 2 a.m. The mission isn't finished yet. Lu Xingchen smothered the white water in the water cup on the nightstand in one gulp, took the empty cup, and gently opened the bedroom door. Who knew that when he entered? He saw Heqing lying in the middle of the living room. Her steady breathing instantly shortened. She unexpectedly did not cover the quilt, and slept with her clothes on, lying on her side with her knees bent with her back to this side of the bedroom. Chapter 40, Sister, I'm afraid of the dark. It was only when she got closer that she realized that she didn't have a quilt here. Not even a mattress. The whole person was lying on top of 4 futons that were vertically arranged side by side. Lu Xingchen thoughtfully looked back in the direction of her mother's bedroom, and instantly somewhat understood the indifference in Heqing's eyes earlier. Ah Cheng, are you asleep? Lu Xingchen pinched her throat and tried in a small voice. After half a day passed, the only thing that replied to her was the sound of even breathing and the wafting sandalwood scent in front of that bodhisattva statue. Lu Xingchen slowly squatted down. His eyes drifted for a moment. His movements suddenly gave way. Perhaps it was the living room that lit the incense. The feeling of heat once again. The sound of deep breathing was particularly clear in this silent late night. Suddenly, his line of sight lurched, gazing at the tip of Heqing's ear that was so red that it was dripping blood. The corner of his lips pulled out a few points of lightness. Pretending to sleep. Right. In a while, you'd better be able to obediently pretend, so that he can complete the system mission. Noticing that Heqing was awake, Lu Xingchen's movements were a bit more casual, no longer tiptoeing around. The corners of his lips lightly curled, and a smile tumbled in his deep eyes as he lay down on his side. Hands encircled the slender waist. His chin fell on her shoulder, his breath hitting her ear. His voice whispered in a low, hoarse tone. Ah Cheng, I'm afraid of the dark. The person in her arms, stiff, seemed to be truly asleep, without the slightest reaction. However, the ears that were so red and delicate betrayed her fiercely. At this moment, with her back to him, Heqing's breathing was slightly disorganized, and in the dark night, a pair of watery and tender eyes, her eyes flowing, her face was very complex, and her heart was accelerating like never before, especially after hearing Lu Xingchen's low voice full of magnetic Heqing. The whole person as electric current through, blushing cheeks, eyebrows exposed shyness and nervousness. The corner of the lips pulled out a few points of joy that could not be suppressed. Lu Xingchen sensed the nervousness of the person in his arms. A hand fell on the back of Heqing's white and tender hand, whispering softly, not afraid of cramps. He-Ching froze for a moment, instantly realizing that Lu Xingchen behind her had already discovered the fact that she was pretending to be asleep and deliberately molesting her. She deliberately stretched her arms, then pretended to look like she had just been woken up and raised her hand to rub her eyes. Wrapped in a thick nasal voice, she spoke in a sticky voice, "The living room is really hot." Then, pretending to be surprised, she realized that Lu Xingchen was also in the living room, and panically reached out to try to move away from his palm. "Lu Xingchen, why are you also in the living room? There's no air conditioning here. Go back to your room and go to sleep." In a flash, the sound of stifled laughter resounded extraordinarily loud in the silent living room. She stared round her eyes, not pretending that she had just woken up from her sleep and couldn't get out of the embrace of Lu Xingchen's arm. She directly turned to stare at Lu Xingchen. After staring at each other for a moment, she raised her eyes to look angrily at the smiling Lu Xingchen, and pouted in dissatisfaction. You are unbridled." Lu Xingchen's right eyebrow was slightly raised, staring good-naturedly at the shy and angry He-Ching in his arms, with a few flirtations in his voice. "Not pretending anymore?" 3 short words completely destroyed He-Ching's shy protective shell. The entire person reddened like a boiled prawn, dropping her eyes and pursing her lips, not daring to look directly into Lu Xingchen's eyes that were strong enough to see through everything. "How did you find out?" He-Ching expressed great disbelief. Obviously she acted quite well. Lu Xingchen faintly snorted and laughed softly, the corner of his lips lightly hooked, whispering softly, "A walk in the park is like a mountain. Your stiff acting skills, it's a good thing you didn't go to the theater. Otherwise you'd have to starve to death." Hearing this, He-Ching was even more shy and couldn't raise her head, cursing her toes for not being able to compete, allowing her to be caught in a ridiculous position. The two were silent for a while. He-Ching, who had calmed down her emotions, simply stopped pretending, raised her eyes and stared straight at Lu Xingchen, in a delicate reserved tone. "Still not hugged enough? Quickly go back to sleep, and then do not sleep. Tomorrow will boil out the dark circles under the eyes." Lu Xingchen eyelashes drooped, looking at He-Ching's butterfly-like fluttering eyelashes, as well as that shelled egg-like delicate face, hooked his lips and smiled gently. "I'm afraid of the dark, especially in this unfamiliar environment." His voice was sticky, and he pouted on top of a big sunny male face. The palms of his hands that were clasping He-Ching's waist tightened again, with an air of "You won't stop until you agree with me and won't let go." He-Ching was extremely angry and laughed back, not realizing that such a shameless Lu Xingchen had seen 2 times today. "No, you promised me to take it slow." "I'm afraid, Lu Xingchen, you're a 21-year-old grown man. Don't think I don't know that you still practice sparring. Don't be so childish. I'm scared, Lu Xingchen. If you do this again, I'll ignore you, and invest in me. Can't not want. Please, be good and go back to sleep." "Okay." Facing the robe like Lu Xingchen, He-Ching really had no choice but to coax softly. Originally wanted to say that if you do this again, she will not invest. Contact information all black, but then thought about it. The investment is still important, especially this kind of investment without any desire to intervene in the project. Can not be. When He-Ching could not see the line of sight, Lu Xingchen pulled up the corners of his mouth were about to be unable to suppress. He had discovered that when facing women with different personalities, he also had to use different ways. A great heroine like He-Ching, who had been independent since childhood and advocated self-reliance and self-improvement, couldn't use the tactics of dealing with Yao Yan's kind of overbearing rich second generation. Instead, this kind of small green tea tactics was more able to make her fall. "Ah Cheng, I'm afraid." Lu Xingchen's starry eyes were incomparably pure. His face pretended to be innocent and pitiful, and his originally clear and cold voice line hardened into a gentle male clip. "Mouth pitiful, bedroom walls are all Luohan, a closed eye seems to be someone staring at me. I'm afraid, tonight can you accompany me?" He-Ching just wanted to speak, then she thought of herself before. Her expression flashed a few points of despondency, and after a long time, she sighed, gently patted his arm. "Helplessly spoiled, afraid of you. Let go. Promised you okay." Lu Xingchen absently hooked his lips, looked at the time, quickly got up. The Buddha statue before the romantic princess hug, turned into the bedroom. 2:52 in the morning. Lu Xingchen diffidently inclined his head, staring at He-Ching next to him with downcast eyes. His eyes were soft. His mood was so good that he looked at that Buddha statue above his head a little more smoothly. "Loosen up some. Turn on the air conditioner and it won't be hot anymore." He-Ching, dissatisfied, whacked the arm that tightly encircled his waist, and opened her mouth with a delicate reserve. "Hugging is just hugging. What's the point of hugging so tightly?" Feeling Lu Xingchen's arm loosen, He-Ching adjusted a comfortable position in his arms and slowly closed her eyes. Tonight, just think of him as a big, soft, whirring rag doll. He-Ching wasn't very repulsed by this kind of request from him. Instead, she enjoyed it a bit. Lu Xingchen's body was like a big fireplace, making her whole body warm, and his figure was really good. He-Ching, who had this novel experience for the first time, felt very at ease and full of security even in this room that disgusted her. Chapter 41, Where is that woman? Xingchen was as if she had been immobilized, not moving a muscle. Even her breathing was careful, not daring to take a big breath. But even if she didn't think or do anything in her head, the atmosphere was still ambiguous. Dum. The rapidly beating heart was so fast that there was no way to control it. Xingchen, dead hand. I don't share the same fate as you. Right at this moment, she suddenly gave the feeling that Lu Xingchen's relaxed arms were once again taut. The expression on Xingchen's face was very chagrined. At this moment, she really didn't know what to do. Lu Xingchen, breathing slightly short, slightly lowered his head, almost close to the face, whispered, Xing heard the story of playing with fire? Practice makes perfect. Paper is shallow, isn't it? His low, hoarse, magnetic voice drilled into Xingchen's ears. His words were full of teasing and jokes, and every word and sentence hit her in the heart. Xingchen did not dare to move, pretended to be innocent expression, pretended not to understand his words, deliberately changed the topic. Fire extinguishers with fire extinguishers. This is not fire, common sense. So sleepy, she said so. He should be able to understand it. In the middle of the night, she shouldn't have coveted that little bit of security, causing herself to fall into the dangerous forbidden land. Many thoughts came to her mind. What if he didn't control himself? Should she resist? His body shape. He must have to work out relentlessly for many years in order to keep it so good. He's so good looking. What if he has a baby? Will it be super cute too? Thinking about it, Xingchen's thoughts went askew. But after waiting for half a day, still nothing happened, so she raised her eyes in doubt. In a flash, the monstrous waves that tumbled up in Lu Xingchen's deep eyes were reflected in her eyes, scaring her so much that she hastily closed her eyes and her breath trembled. Cheng, what are you expecting? Lu Xingchen's low, husky and sexy voice rang in his ears. The next second, after a long time, helplessly, she bit the corner of his lips fiercely. Cheng, you are so cruel. Lu Xingchen wiped away the blood on his lips with his fingertips and spoke in dissatisfaction. But it would have been more believable if he could have put away that obscure look in his eyes. Now that this behavior had reached the maximum range that Xingchen could accept for the time being, he directly chose to ignore his White Lotus speech. Reaching out, she lifted his face, her gaze meeting his eyes, her tone very calm. Me and her. Who is better looking? Lu Xingchen paused for a moment. The blazing fire in his chest was doused by a single sentence, and the desire that surged in his eyes gradually faded away. After the two just stared at each other for a full 10 minutes, Lu Xingchen sighed, and the hand that was clasping her waist loosened a bit. His voice returned to its original coolness. You look good. He was not lying at all, although Yao Yan's figure was very good. But in terms of the beautiful legs wrapped in black silk alone, Xingchen was undoubtedly the top existence here. Glancing sideways at her expressionless side face, Lu Xingchen sighed. This relationship had already announced its end before it even started. He didn't think that he would be treated like the male lead in the tomato novel website. Xingchen was obviously not a love brain and couldn't possibly accept such scummy behavior from him. After a moment of silence, Lu Xingchen looked at that big Buddha on the ceiling and spoke in a pretense of relaxation. When we go back, I'll let the company send someone to hand over to you on the side of the project, in accordance with the fulfillment of what we discussed. Forget it, go to sleep. Sorry. Lu Xingchen finally apologized in a low voice, then turned away. He had nothing to explain, and there was no way he would give up the mission of the divine hero raising system just for the sake of Xingchen. The feelings of the two were destined to be two parallel lines that would not intersect. Why? Xingchen's low voice sounded abruptly. Lu Xingchen pursed his lips. He couldn't say it was the system. What's more, he had also discovered that his did have the talent to be a scumbag, and there wasn't the slightest feeling of guilt in his heart when he spent time with them, and it was expected. If you don't feel relieved, you can make some demands from me, or after this project is over, I can invest $50 million in the next project for free, just as an atonement. Lu Xingchen's voice was calm, but his hand gripping the pillow tightly betrayed his nervous and guilty heart. He had thought about situations like today's since he got the system, but when he was really faced with this situation, he was still a bit clueless. Perhaps, he had another kind of different feelings towards Xingchen. Unlike Yao Yan's money deal, Bai Shanchan's temptation to flirt, and Zhao Yuro's attachment to each other, he had an urge to fall in love for real with Xingchen, but that was all, because he knew he wouldn't love any of them. At this time, that grumpy emotion resurfaced again, and Lu Xingchen's eyes struggled a little more. He was the master of his emotions. Suddenly, a burst of aroma came from his back, and his slender white arm drilled out from his waist, tightly encircling his waist. Lu Xingchen's figure lurched, his eyes once again regained their clarity, and he was just about to turn around. The shirt behind him was wet with tears, and Xingchen's sobbing voice was faintly heard. Why can't you be like that woman and adopt me? Are you really just having a momentary fling with me, with no real feelings at all? He Qing's hoarse sobbing surged into his ears. Without waiting for him to speak, his shoulder was pressed against He Qing's jaw, and tears fell low on his shoulder. A small white and delicate hand fell from his waist on the side of his face. Gently exerting force, his head was tilted over. His eyes fell on the reddened ends of He Qing's eyes. A few moments of guilt and heartache flashed in his eyes. Lu Xingchen, don't leave me, okay? Follow our agreement to slowly get along and slowly like each other. Can you? He Qing's almost humble attitude made his heart ache even more. Lu Xingchen felt that she was so stupid. Obviously a genius great heroine. A full professor who was less than 30 years old. Why did she have to like him? A sick scum. Ah Cheng, you. Well, He Qing gathered her courage. Afraid of hearing some bad answers from him, she opened her eyes this time and looked straight into Lu Xingchen's starry eyes, as if she had returned to that afternoon that changed her life. Clattering tears dripped down Lu Xingchen's face, and he took advantage of the gap in his breathing to stop her lips from falling again. Ah Cheng, I have a good feeling about you. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to talk to you for a year and treat you like this, but I don't have the means to give you what you want for a lifetime. I don't care. I don't care about that. As long as you can think of me from time to time, that's enough. Chen, I need you. I don't deserve you. You can. Shut up. It's enough for you to know that I like you. Chapter 42, Playing the Rascal. The sky was slightly bright. Lu Xingchen's arms around He Qing still hadn't loosened, still maintaining the position of hugging her from behind, and with a height of 1 meter 9, he almost completely enveloped her. Sleepy, I must have dark circles under my eyes. He Qing's cheeks rolled as she moved away, muttering softly in dissatisfaction. Her heart had been beating all night and she was afraid of arrhythmia. After she and Lu Xingchen talked away, it was like this. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost, is not to be trusted one bit. This day is almost dawn. He is still exactly the same as that time, even more hateful. This you are somewhat unreasonable. Soft fragrance in the arms. I am not a eunuch. You think about it differently. If you were me, maybe more. Lu Xingchen's voice was low and sexy. He Qing skimmed her mouth. Disgruntled side-eye glanced at the smelly man who got a bargain and still sold out. Then you just let go and let me go hit the ground, not just fine. Don't. I'm afraid. Lu Xingchen immediately played the scoundrel. There were less than 10 minutes left until the mission was completed. No matter how he said it, he couldn't let the person in his arms run away. That was a KTV worth 300 million to start with. So don't be shameless. Humph. Little rascal. He Qing wasn't the least bit surprised by this reply, because in the past 2 hours or so, this kind of conversation had appeared at least 10 times or more. It all ended up with Lu Xingchen's faceless silence. He Qing could do nothing but let him play tricks on her, as she also loved the feeling of being surrounded by him, very secure, especially in this annoying room. There were only 3 minutes left until the mission was completed. Fu Bao suddenly, He Qing's mom's voice rang out in the living room. Lu Xingchen remembered the way her mom looked at her, and instantly held his breath as his heart tightened a bit. Gathering his eyes, he stared at the clock in the room. He Cheng, who was leaning on his chest, clearly heard Lu Xingchen's breath grow short, and his thumping heartbeat shook her head through his rolling chest. This is fear, so don't let go? Could it be stimulation? Playing quite perverted. He Qing's beautiful eyes turned. The fingertips that were originally resting on his arm, slowly scratched along the rippling veins on his arm. The corner of her lips lightly curled. Chen, is it exciting? Lu Xingchen, who was originally a little nervous and afraid that the woman had spoiled his good deed, froze for a moment, and when he lowered his eyes and saw the playful expression of "I'm going to make things happen" on her face, he secretly sighed a bad sigh, just about to raise his hand to cover her delicate lips. The next second, a clear and bright light cough accompanied by a petite petulance. Extraordinarily clear, cough cough a Chen, pain pain. As soon as the words fell, with a clang, the bedroom door was vigorously pushed open from the outside. Looking at the fact that there was less than a minute and a half left, he secretly hated himself for not unlocking it last night. You guys, what are you guys doing? A tremor ran through his body as he raised his head to look at He Qing's mom's enraged expression and the look in her eyes that she couldn't wait to kill him. Even though she and her mom were no longer on good terms, he was in someone else's house, straddling someone else's daughter. So how could he say that he was at a disadvantage? He looked at the countdown that was approaching 1 minute, and subconsciously loosened his arms. Forget it, let's just take the beating. Thinking of the system reward that was about to arrive, Lu Xingchen's sight turned to He Qing's body. As long as he let her get out of bed a minute later, he was just about to use the excuse of his clothes hooking up to retain her, when a pair of tender white small hands firmly grabbed his arm and clasped it with force, while she leaned tightly into Lu Xingchen's embrace. Ah Chen, it's cold. He Qing daintily shrunk into his arms, sweetly pouting. With this action, she did not notice the silent Lu Xingchen behind her, and the gradually sinking breath. Lu Xingchen's deep eyes set off monstrous desires. The knots in his throat rolled madly, and he kept gulping. Loosen, let go, quickly let go. The woman outside the door had a somewhat maniacal expression, seemingly somewhat unable to believe Heqing's behavior, shouting angrily. Seeing this, Heqing directly ignored her. The corner of her mouth pulled out a few points of disdain and snorted faintly. Turning around as if smiling coquettishly, she looked at Lu Xingchen, the corner of her lips slightly hooked up, laughing lightly. Ah Chen, isn't it time for a good morning kiss? As soon as the words fell, Heqing supported her hands on Lu Xingchen's chest, leaning down and converging her eyes to stare at Lu Xingchen's slightly dry lips. Flop! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the doorway. Lu Xingchen was surprised and froze as he inclined his head to look, only to see that woman had long since burst into tears, kneeling on the ground with both knees, her eyes filled with begging as she looked at Heqing above him. Fu Bo, mommy please, don't be like this, okay, please. The trembling crying voice made Lu Xingchen feel very overwhelmed, turning his head to look at Heqing above him, only to see Heqing still maintaining the same position from earlier, her face full of sarcasm and disdain, her eyes so calm that there wasn't a single ripple, as if she was used to this kind of thing, long ago. Ah Chen, good morning. She opened her mouth in a gentle and delicate manner as if she was oblivious, feeling the slight pain at her chest, caused by her nervousness. The corners of his lips curled lightly, his expression extremely gentle. Ah Cheng, good morning. Lu Xingchen's voice tone was low and sexy. Lu Xingchen couldn't care less. He couldn't do what he could do when he clearly saw the resistance in her eyes, but instead he wanted to please her mother. He only cared that the person in front of him was happy. As for the two to make up in the future, then again, he then raised his hand to clasp her neck, and slid his other hand down to his slender waist, kissing her deeply. Heqing this time there is not the slightest resistance, in front of the woman's face but extremely active, seems to deliberately give her embarrassment. Only after a long time did the two of them pant and separate. The bedroom doorway had long been empty. His mind also transmitted the system mission success tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the system mission. Being in the same bed with Heqing before 3 a.m. Keeping it up for more than 3 hours. The Knight of Gods Ho was never lonely, casting off his worries and striking out bravely, initially capturing Heqing's heart. Please keep up the good work and continue to keep it up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward, Starlight KTV. Task reward has been issued. Starlight Bright KTV ownership will be completed within 3 days of the transfer. Please look forward to it. The hints from the system in his head were certainly important, but Heqing's lips brimming with a few moments of watery light above him at the moment were even more exciting. Heqing did not even dare to look at him at the moment. That subconscious rebellion just now had left her deep in danger now. She looked at Lu Xingchen who was holding back his red face and quickly left his embrace. After getting out of bed, she didn't forget to help Lu Xingchen cover the quilt, and took out a pack of tissues from the nightstand and threw it in his hand. You fix it yourself. After saying this, he ran out in a panic, closing the door in his hand. Lu Xingchen, on the other hand, looked at the pack of tissues in his hand with a grimace, threw it to the side with a muffled grunt, and flopped down on the bed to watch the donkey hooves being repaired. Since having a woman, he could no longer look at that kind of inferior means. With a red face, Heqing, after leaving the room, looked at the woman kneeling in front of that bodhisattva statue, constantly knocking on the wooden fish. The shyness in her heart instantly dissipated. Walking up next to her, cold eyes and faint voice, when will that thing arrive? You better not have lied to me. Otherwise that dispensable mother-daughter relationship can also be broken. Chapter 43 Ah Ching, I support you. The woman turned her head and raised her eyes to look at Heqing's indifferent and icy eyes. Her heart tightened and she bitterly persuaded. Fu Bo, how can you say such words? You are a piece of meat that mom gave birth to in October. How can you just not want your mom? As she said that, the woman's rolling teardrop slid down her jaws, her eyes full of longing and pleading. Snort. I didn't give a woman to my own man's mom. If Heqing wasn't the one involved and had experienced something as dark as that, she wouldn't have believed that such a mother would personally give her own daughter to her man. That man had tried to plot against her in front of her, and she had just knelt in front of the Buddha statue and kept reciting that broken scripture, without the slightest action to block or persuade. If she hadn't lifted up the statue, smashed the man, ran out and sought help from the Child Protection Association and the Martyrs Families Protection Organization, she wouldn't have dared to imagine what kind of purgatory she would have been in the days that followed. It was from that day that she completely understood. All this woman did in the name of motherhood was to fulfill her own inner desires. Less than half a month after her father's sacrifice, she took her and defected to another man and quickly got a license to get married, but ridiculously used the excuse that she didn't have tuition for school. The $300,000 from her father's sacrifice grant would have been enough for her to finish 4 years of college. Instead, she gave that $300,000 to that man, saying something about him being the one they both depended on. The most ridiculous thing is that man believes in Buddhism. This woman also began to believe in Buddhism. She even attributed all her achievements to the Buddha's blessing, her good behavior and understanding to the Buddha's manifestation, and everything she gained was denied. All the Buddha's blessing. How ridiculous. When the woman heard He Qing's words, her cries came to an abrupt end, her eyes glaring round, not daring to believe that these words were coming out of her mouth. Wow! Right at this moment, the Buddha string in her hand broke and the beads scattered all over the place. Ah Chang, are we going back? Lu Xingchen, who had suppressed the fire in his heart, organized himself and had just stepped out of the door when suddenly his feet slipped and he almost fell. Fortunately, he was quick to hold on to a wall to the side, and only then did he avoid slipping and falling. Is it okay? He Qing instantly showed a worried look on her face when she saw this and came up to hold his arm. If Lu Xingchen had sprained his wrists or ankles, she would have had to burn these trash things. Before Lu Xingchen could reply, he was pushed away by He Qing's mom. It's all you. You're the one who's unsettled. If it wasn't for you, Ah Qing wouldn't have treated me with such an attitude. You even stepped on and shattered the Buddha beads that I've been enshrining for so many years. It's all because of you. You plague. Get out. Get out of my house. The woman baby picked up the Buddha beads on the ground that were broken into two halves, pointing at the front door, shouting hysterically. Lu Xingchen looked at the Buddha beads in her hand and also felt a little embarrassed. After all, he did not know the mother-daughter thing. For stepping on the broken people enshrined for several years of Buddha beads also some guilt, but also secretly complained about the quality of this Buddha beads really worrying. The quality of these beads is really bad. Even if you step on them, they can be broken. The businessman can really cheat people. Auntie, why don't I buy you another one that has been enlightened by a master? Just as a reparation. Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment and apologized softly. Scram! I don't want to see you again. Get out of my house, Fubo. Lu Xingchen felt it. This woman seemed to have some inexplicable hatred towards her. It wasn't the kind of hostility that her own cabbage had been arched by a pig. It was a kind of hatred that bordered on insanity, as if his presence here had gotten in the way of her lifelong endeavors. Ah Chang, then Lu Xingchen just wanted to say whether he should go down and wait for her first. Before he could open his mouth, He Chang, who had finished checking that Lu Xingchen was not injured, raised his hand and blocked his lips. Don't bother with her. She's not qualified to be my mom. He Ching raised her eyes and gave Lu Xingchen a reassuring look, softly explaining. Afterwards, turning around, the tenderness on her face instantly disappeared, her cold eyes gazing at the crazy woman on the ground. Seemingly sensing the coldness in He Ching's eyes, the voices in the room came to a screeching halt and fell into a silence. After a minute, the corner of He Ching's mouth pulled out a few points of disdain, snorting softly and faintly. Wang Xiaoxiang, I remember I said to you last night, don't yell at my man and show this crazy look. Otherwise I will have someone take good care of that man of yours who was sentenced to life imprisonment. Did you really take my words as a whisper? As soon as these words came out, the woman instantly raised her head and reached out to grab He Ching's hand, her eyes full of pleading. No, don't. After all, that's your stepfather. He's already gotten the punishment he deserves. Please let him go. Consider it as repaying my gift of procreation. Back then I saved you from his knife. The gift of procreation has long since been paid back. And I also prepared this house for you regardless of former suspicions. Being a human being you have to know how to be grateful, don't you? He Ching's eyes flashed a few points of dislike as she shook off her hand, her voice tone as cold as frost. She very much didn't understand why this woman couldn't rely on herself, why she always had to rely on a man, even though that man often beat her and scolded her, and even several times she was beaten into the hospital, especially that time, after she smashed the Buddha statue, escaped from that home and reported that man. After she rushed back with her people, she was out of breath, and after seeing those people from the aid station, that scumbag even raised his knife. Luckily, she was nimble and once again raised the half-broken Buddha statue and smashed it against him, saving the woman. That scumbag was also sentenced to life imprisonment and deprivation of political rights for attempted murder, intentional injury, and previous crimes against some girls just like her. If it wasn't for the fact that she woke up and gave him a letter of understanding, that scum would have already gone to hell. Thinking of this, the chill in He Ching's eyes added another point. Hearing He Ching's words, the woman completely broke her defenses and crouched on the ground, crying, Fu Bo, mommy, just wanna have a rely. A woman always needs to have something to rely on. Otherwise, in old age, what to do? I'm rich and powerful. Why can't I stand on my own 2 feet and not have to serve anyone else for the rest of my life, and find the best caregiver in my old age? He Ching had always disliked this look of hers and chided angrily. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her body that was trembling with anger, warmly affirming, I support you. Ah Ching can release the warmth on her own. She doesn't need other people's charity. He Ching inclined her head and raised her eyes to stare at his slightly hooked lips, her heart filled with warmth. He was always like this. able to understand her thoughts and respect her needs. That was why she was willing to chat with him every day for the past year. Only from him could she feel genuine respect and understanding. Turning her head to look at the disgusting room, Xingchen really couldn't stay any longer. Let's go. Not waiting. Bad luck. After saying that, she reached out and pulled Xingchen towards the door. Seeing that the two were leaving, Wang Xiaoxiang panicked and hurriedly retained. No, can't go. Fubo is mom's fault. Mom will never say it again. Don't you still have to wait for dad's relics? Express delivery is very convenient. Just send it to me when you get there. Consider it as my reward for giving you this house. Xingchen replied coldly, her footsteps not stopping for a second. Suddenly, the door of the room was knocked, and Wang Xiaoxiang was instantly relieved. Chapter 44 Haru has a fiancé? Caught up. Finally, the master had said that this man was Fubo's destined one, and was also a famous Buddhist ritualist. As long as Fubo marries this person, she will be converted and be happy. When Xingchen heard the knock on the door, she thought it was a courier coming to the door, glanced at the woman behind her suspiciously, and opened the door. Outside the door, a man in a dark gray suit with a big belly, smiled and maintained his knocking posture, holding a delivery box in his hand. This is Auntie Wang's daughter. Right. After the man's line of sight locked onto Xingchen, a greasy and lewd smile appeared on his face. Smugly straightening his tie, he stretched out his fat, chubby hand. Hello, my humble self, Yang Zhixiang, is your fiancé. Saying that, seeing that Xingchen didn't show any indication, those fat and greasy fat hands grabbed towards her white and slender hands. Next to her, Xingchen was still sizing up this greasy middle-aged man, always feeling as if he had seen him before. His afterglow caught a glimpse of him trying to touch his woman's hand, and he let out a cold snort. Raising his hand like an iron clamp, he pinched his wrist and gently twisted it, and in the blink of an eye, his wrist directly twisted 180 degrees, and the whole person knelt down in front of Xingchen, letting out a gurgling scream. Who the hell are you? Dare to delay my good deed? Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in high city? Barking dogs early in the morning, really not a good habit. The corner of Xingchen's lips hooked up a few points of disdain. His wrist slightly exerted force. A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. That arm was directly removed by Xingchen. He then let go of his hand and took the wet towel handed over by Xingchen, disgustedly wiping the hand that was lecturing him. What are you doing? Wang Xiaoxiang's angry shout came from behind, and in the next second, Wang Xiaoxiang barged through the middle of Xingchen and Xingchen and forcefully separated the two of them. With a worried face, she picked up the middle-aged greasy man on the ground and apologized. Is Xiao Yang alright? Auntie didn't expect this situation to occur today. Don't worry, Auntie will definitely not let you suffer. You sit down and rest for a while. Auntie let Fu Bao send you to the hospital. Humph, Auntie Wang. I came here because of the master's face. Plus you are also a regular Buddhist worshipper. If there isn't an explanation today, let's forget about this marriage contract. Yang Zhixiang's expression twisted in pain as he coldly expressed his dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for the fact that chick had some good looks, he would have definitely turned his head and left by now. Then his eyes glanced at Xingchen, who had been watching coldly, as well as Xingchen, who looked just like a little white boy, and his eyes flashed with a burst of viciousness. When he got her home, he would definitely torture and torment this. Don't forget it. It's all this wild man's fault. Auntie will take it out for you. Wang Xiaoxiang panicked when she heard this, and hurriedly explained, turning her head and picking up the cleaning chicken feather duster, glaring fiercely at Xingchen. It was all because of this wild man. If it wasn't for him, this situation couldn't have happened today. You quickly apologize to my son-in-law. Leave Fu Bao as soon as possible. Don't bother her again. She already has a fiancé and will be getting married soon. If you dare to ruin my family's good deed again, I will personally go to your school to make a scene. I would like to see which school it is that can educate you. This soft-eating little white boy. Quick, apologize. Apologize and get lost. Wang Xiaoxiang's face appeared with a gloomy expression that she had never seen before, her whole body hysterically shouting at Xingchen, while constantly waving the chicken feather duster in her hand to build up her courage. That's right, it's all about guts. All her yelling was to give herself guts. She was now rather like a fox in a tiger's hide. It all started when that greasy middle-aged man came in. Xingchen looked at the scene in front of him, and instantly felt that his Qing was truly remarkable, and he also felt heartbroken for Qing. The stepfather who was unsuspecting and couldn't move without hitting someone, the mother who blindly prayed to God and relied on men, and the self-reliant Qing who had to rely on herself for everything. He couldn't imagine how much suffering she had swallowed through her teeth after living in such a family for so many years. Thinking of this, Xingchen, as usual, ignored the yelling crazy woman in front of him, reached out to hold Qing's soft razor, and softly consoled, Qing, you've suffered. In the future everything will have me. Hearing that fiancé, the whole person froze. Xingchen felt the warmth of the palm. Lax eyes finally more than a trace of luster. He-Ching raised her eyes sideways to look at Lu Xingchen's sincere eyes mixed with heartache. Tears could not be controlled down the corners of her eyes. Some years ago when she was still in college, although she was a study fiend, known as the Widow King all the way to the Master's representative, but her own imperial sister level face value and body also attracted many suitors. Among them, there was no lack of one or two outstanding ones who entered her eyes, but without exception, all of them backed off when they saw her as a disruptive mom and learned about her family situation. What's more, while despising her, they also wanted her to be an underground lover. Last night, she had long predicted this situation today, and hadn't wanted Lu Xingchen to get involved, but she still had a hint of anticipation rising, so much so that he did not fail her expectations, and only he could understand her suffering. Only he, in the face of this situation, came to care about her feelings at the first opportunity, draping a beam of warm sunlight in the darkness towards her. "Ah Chen," He-Ching called out to him in a soft, trembling voice, no longer able to tense up, directly jumped into Lu Xingchen's arms, sobbing in a low voice. Yang Zhixiang, whose arm had been removed, saw this He-Ching unexpectedly jump into the arms of the little white boy in front of him, his face as black as charcoal, so angry that the fat on his face trembled. Glancing at that indisputable Wang Xiaoxiang, he coughed heavily. "Cough, Auntie Wang, why don't you forget about it? Since your daughter has a boyfriend, then give me back the jade tablet that the Grandmaster has blessed with light and peace, and this marriage contract will be treated as if it never existed." The words were spoken frankly. If he could restrain that sinister look, Lu Xingchen would be able to think highly of him. No, it can't be forgotten. Mentioning the jade medallion, Wang Xiaoxiang's spirit rose. The hesitation she originally felt after seeing He-Ching shed tears instantly disappeared. "You vermin, quickly let go of my daughter and get out of my home." While shouting and cursing, the chicken feather duster in his hand drew towards Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's eyebrows slightly knitted. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes, directly reaching out and grabbing the wooden pole of the chicken feather duster, shouting angrily in a deep voice, "Enough!" Shocking Wang Xiaoxiang, he dodged the chicken feather duster with one hand, flicked it and threw it on Yang Zhixiang's face, causing him to cover his nose in pain, tears and snot flowing from his eyes. It seemed that he didn't expect Lu Xingchen to really fight back. Wang Xiaoxiang was so shocked that he froze in place, staring at him at a loss for words. "Damn, you still dare to hit me? Call the police." "Kid, I'm the senior HR of Life Medical Technology. I have contacts with all the famous big company HRs in High City. Unless you kneel down and kowtow and beg me right now to send that to my bed, I'll definitely make sure that you can't hang around in High City and can't find a job." Yang Zhixiang covered his bleeding nose and stared viciously at Lu Xingchen. Chapter 45. Not coincidentally, I'm the chairman of the board. While letting out his harsh words, he was also stealing glances at He-Ching's expression. Seeing the dismay and shock on her face, staring up sympathetically at Lu Xingchen, he seemed to have a plan in place, raising his jaw and waiting for this damn brat to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and for that attitude to make a 180-degree turn and take the initiative to curry favor with him. It wasn't the first time this kind of thing had happened. He was already comfortable with it. Full of smugness, he spoke very condescendingly. "He-Ching, right? Listen well, that you are a doctor in biomedical. Then you should be able to understand the gold content of Life Medical Technology Company in High City. Only I can give you a better job in future." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiang, who was shocked by Lu Xingchen, also reacted and once again glared at Lu Xingchen with a strong bottom. "Hear that? Don't let go of my Fubao yet. How can a white boy like you be worthy of my family Fubao? My son-in-law and Fubao are destined to be together. Fubao, let go of him and go take care of Xiaoyang. With him, you'll surely have smooth sailing in the future and be blessed by Buddha. You have to serve my son-in-law well, before asking her to find you a stable job. Save for those crappy experiments. No womanly look for a good life. I'm so lucky to have met such a son-in-law as Xiaoyang. We finally have a backer for us, and your father is blessed with a jade tablet in prison, so the days will definitely get better and better." Wang Xiaoxiang said, more and more excited, eyebrows fluttering. Seems to have already fantasized about what she thought would be a good life in the future. When Yang Zhixiang heard her words, he was also very pleased with himself, especially glancing at Lu Xingchen with contempt and snorting coldly. "Ah Cheng." Lu Xingchen wrapped his arms around He-Ching's trembling shoulders, and just when he wanted to softly comfort her, he received a look from her to stop him. With this scene today, she was completely and utterly dead to the only woman in this world who was related to her by blood. She was also grateful to have found a confidant who could understand her. She couldn't let him suffer because of her. Everything should be understood. Phew! He-Ching left Lu Xingchen's embrace and let out a long breath, restraining her eyes to gaze at the familiar yet disgusting face in front of her. Seeing her movements, Wang Xiaoxiang thought that she finally understood, and secretly sighed in her heart that she hadn't looked for that master in vain. Sure enough, once Xiaoyang came, Her daughter finally obeyed. The line of sight fell on Xingchen, who picked up the cell phone next to her, and with a cold snort, she nonchalantly pointed at the door. Don't get lost yet. Fu Bao has already made his choice. Suddenly, a light cough came from behind her. She instantly changed her tone and raised her jaw with a sneer on her face. You hit someone, you can't leave without apologizing, or my son-in-law will make it impossible for you to mix in high city. Quickly kneel down and kowtow and apologize. No, can't just let it go. Take the chicken feather duster for a bit. I want to return it. Saying that, she once again picked up the chicken feather duster on the ground. Expecting Xingchen didn't dare to fight back, and shone it at his face to hit him. In her life, she was most unable to look at good-looking men, just like Heqing's father, who died early and was not blessed. Seeing this, Heqing directly reached out and held the wooden pole of the chicken feather duster, feeling the stinging pain in her palm. Thinking of that strength of the first blow, glancing at Xingchen's palm, a hint of heartache flashed in her eyes. Splat! A heavy crisp slap landed on Wang Xiaoxiang's face. She instantly widened her eyes, covered her face and stared at Heqing in grief. Fu Bo, how could you hit mom? Ha! My mom already died when she gave me to that man herself for the second time. Heqing's voice was as cold as frost, and as she snatched the chicken feather duster from her hand, the light in her eyes no longer had a trace of emotion. Wang Xiaoxiang, I told you not to try to challenge my bottom line. Why don't you listen? From today onwards, the last bit of our blood-sustained relationship is gone. This house under my name, you can keep living in it as alimony, but I won't give you any more money to spend every month. In the future, the two of us will never see each other again in death and life. Heqing's tone was decisive, and after she finished speaking, she pulled on Xingchen's hand and walked towards the door. Pa! As she passed by Yang Zhixiang, she let out a cold snort, and the chicken feather duster in her hand once again landed on the bridge of his nose. Blood soaring. Her tone was cold, mixed with a hint of vengeful pleasure. What are you, daring to threaten my man? Xingchen, who was following behind, watched her domineering scene, his eyes shining. My Chang, so valiant. He wasn't able to take a shot at her own mother, but he wouldn't be soft on this man. Aiming at the man's fatal weakness, he quickly raised his leg. Ow! Pig-killing screams resounded. Report, call the police, call the police. Yang Jiwen's face was pale and his voice trembled as he shouted, but Wang Xiaoxiang had already collapsed at this point, and collapsed helplessly in place, unable to hear anyone else's words at all. Xingchen looked at him on the ground with downcast eyes. His tone was wantonly arrogant. Yang Zhixiang, Senior HR of Life Medical Technology Company, 8 years in office. Because he is a relative of the company's executives, he used the convenience of his position to accept bribes of 670,000 yuan, and subterfuge interviewed female employees of 5 people. You should be able to look at the mailbox right now to receive the news of being dismissed and pursuing your legal responsibility. Looking for trouble with me? Ha! At these words, Yang Zhixiang's eyes widened, not caring about the pain of the tear in his lower body. Trembling voice, you, who exactly are you? Slander. I'll sue you for slander. Not coincidentally, I am the current chairman of Life Medical Technology Company, the absolute shareholder who holds 70% of the equity. Xingchen left behind a light sentence and followed Heqing out of the room. No, it can't be. How can it be? Yang Zhixiang was unable to accept this fact and immediately took out his cell phone after the two of them went out. When he saw the latest message in the company's mailbox, which contained dozens of names, including his executive cousin, his entire face was ashen. Damn dog couple. I curse you two to not die well. Shut up. Wang Xiaoxiang, who was originally sitting on the ground with her eyes lost in thought, angrily yelled, staring at Yang Zhixiang, whose face was covered in blood and was too painful to stand up. With gloomy eyes, picking up the chicken feather duster on the ground, she flung it one after another on his stinking mouth. No cursing Fu Bao. No cursing Fu Bao. No cursing my Fu Bao. One sound at a time, until his mouth completely rotted. There was no intention to stop. Downstairs, Xingchen looked at Heqing, whose eyes were lifeless on the co-pilot, and gently held her hand. Ah Chen, I'm still not ruthless enough to do what it takes to displace her. Am I being a saintly mother? Heqing glanced at the upstairs window, mocking herself. Ah Cheng, hearts are made of flesh, just make yourself comfortable. Thanks, go away. I won't come back in this life. Heqing retracted her sight, her gaze looking straight ahead. Starting today, in this world, she no longer had any relatives. Feeling the shift in the mood of the person beside her, Xingchen softly whispered, Ah Cheng, you still have me. Heqing turned her head sideways, her curved and thick eyelashes fluttering, smiling faintly, her tone delicately reserved and sweet. Ah Chen, I want to eat ice cream. Chapter 46. 2 women in the cafeteria fight. In the school cafeteria at noon, Xingchen angrily took a bite of the sizzling charcoal roasted duck leg. He was very excited to hear He Qing's words in the morning, thinking that she was hinting at him just like Yao Yan, but it turned out that this woman really just wanted ice cream, and after eating it, she went to the experimental building and refused to follow him with one click on the grounds that the contract still needed to be adjusted. He could only mope around alone and deal with a bite at the school cafeteria nearby. Yo, isn't this Lu Xingchen? How come big schoolgirl Bai didn't eat with you? Aren't you guys boyfriend and girlfriend? An extremely annoying voice rang out at the table. Lu Xingchen's dark eyes were slightly impatient. He sighed a dark sigh of bad luck, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Zhang Chengyan and Lu Yuan. Arms well, dare to bark in front of me. The tips of his eyebrows were slightly raised, looking straight into Lu Yuan's eyes. His careless and reckless tone was slightly arrogant. Noticing Lu Xingchen's oppressive gaze, Lu Yuan's yin and yang that was almost to his mouth was like a fish in his throat, suffocating his face. He only dared to stifle a cold snort and silently pulled away. Zhang Chengyan. She looked at Lu Xingchen with a complicated expression. This kind of him was unfamiliar, but inexplicably had an attraction to her. Thinking about the rumors about Bai Shanshan being adopted in the past few days, as well as the fact that the two had never seen each other again in the past few days after that female shopper bumped into her that day, a connection coupled with her powerful self-brainstorming, the corners of her lips hooked slightly, glancing triumphantly at Lu Xingchen. She sat directly at the table opposite him. This time around, he should always see clearly just who was his good match. Lu Xingchen, you come back. I forgive you. Who let us grow up together? Zhang Chengyan opened her mouth arrogantly, with more than a little bit of joy that she couldn't hide on her face. Lu Yuan, what did I miss? How did she forgive? Lu Xingchen, what happened? Is she mentally ill? Both of them looked at Zhang Chengyan with a confused look. Humph, you don't have to pretend you don't understand. You haven't seen Bai Shallow in the past few days. Split up. It said that she found another gold master old man, gave her a lot of famous brands. That kind of is not worth wasting your time anymore. Give you the step down. Zhang Chengyan smugly let out a light laugh. Lu Xingchen, face full of speechless, was about to quickly finish the bowl of rice, as soon as possible to leave this fool, to save being infected with stupidity. In his afterglow, a pure and beautiful person suddenly broke in. Lu Xingchen, I miss you so much. You haven't come to see people these days. Soft and sweet pampering, accompanied by a fresh fragrant wind, came to his face. In the next second, one side of his arm fell into softness, and beside him was the extra heroine that Zhang Qingyan had spoken of. Lu Xingchen sidled his head and narrowed his eyes, a slight glint in his dark eyes. The last time he met Bai Shanshan in her regular clothes it was already dark. Even then he was stunned by her innocence, and even more so today. Perhaps without the pressure and psychological burden of life, Bai Shanshan became more and more sunny and pure, the white jade flawless pretty face slightly powdered, adding a trace if not seemingly luster, pink lips brimming with a few points of waterlight, delicate, black slightly curly long hair casually scattered behind, beige slim short tee, highlighting the fair and delicate collarbone and slender waist, fullness of the place pressed on the arm of Lu Xingchen, adding charm. The most conspicuous is the blue and white plaid skirt, the pair of legs wearing shiny white silk, slender and delicate, and He Qing's flesh is a completely different experience. Lu Xingchen really couldn't hold back to look at it for a couple more moments, but just these 2 moments made him unable to pull himself out of it and fall deeper into it. This look of his put the opposite side of Zhang Qingyan about to go crazy. Is not just legs. Who does not have the heart is like this, but the eyes unconsciously fell on the pair of legs wrapped in white. She did have some weakness and lack of confidence as well. Bai Shallow originally saw Lu Xingchen just want to accompany him to act. After the play she also wanted to help her pro-housemate to bring food back, but when she saw Lu Xingchen being mesmerized, she was not so anxious. Her heart was slightly delighted. Her beautiful eyes looked at her lightly, and she softly whispered, "Does it look good? Do you want to touch it?" When these words came out, the eyes of the two people on the opposite side instantly caught fire. Zhang Chengyan, bitch, just hooking up with men. Lu Yuan, so jealous. Why does he get all the women? The man in question, Lu Xingchen, looked at Bai Shanshan tentatively and dropped his hand on her leg in a swift and thunderous manner. Noticing the rolling heat coming from her leg, Bai Shanshan's breathing was slightly short and her face instantly burst into red. She just wanted to flirt a little bit. How did he take it seriously in this big crowd? Okay, quickly loosen up. Bai Shallow converged her eyes and hung her head. Her delicate jade hand quickly moved away from Lu Xingchen's big hand, and shyly pouted. Lu Xingchen's eyebrows lightly arched, the corners of his lips slightly hooked, raised his hand and wrapped around her slender waist. His burning hot breath lay hitting Bai Shanshan's ear. Obviously Shanshan told me to touch. I obeyed and did as I was told. How come Shanshan is still shy? I satisfied one of Shallow's requirements. Then Shallow also satisfied one of my requirements. Kiss me. Damn, you're hitting me with a rake. Still getting an inch. Bai Shanshan's clear and simple eyes stared straight at Lu Xingchen. How did she just find out that this cool school bully? There is also such a shameless side. Seeing that Bai Shanshan didn't have the intention to move, Lu Xingchen sighed pitifully. Alas, this is not in school today. I was thinking of buying a whole bunch of costumes for Shallow, but I was also misunderstood as a poor and ugly old man. Forget it, being scolded is my life. Who let me like Shallow so much? I'll be scolded if I want to be scolded. Lu Xingchen finished his tea talk, lowered his eyebrows and dropped his lips, picked up his dinner plate and was about to leave. Hearing these meaningful words, Bai Shallow glanced at Zhang Qingyan on the opposite side of the table, and the article on how to become a perfect girlfriend that she had memorized in her mind surfaced. She was only fulfilling her obligation. She wasn't trying to actively kiss her. Having done her mental construction, Bai Shallow directly got up, reached out and grabbed Lu Xingchen's collar, hooking onto his bent-down neck. Wow! Asterisk. This kid is also too lucky. No, isn't that the pure school flower Bai Shallow? Then her opposite is Lu Xingchen. Not the two really go together? Goodness gracious, am I the only ugly person here to make up the numbers? The cafeteria was filled with exclamations and comments. Bai Shallow instantly woke up, cursing herself for being overwhelmed by Lu Xingchen's beauty. Just as she was about to let go of the hand hooked around his neck, she only saw Lu Xingchen's hand clasping her waist slightly harder, continuing the uninterrupted lunges training. It was killing her. Zhang Qingyan opposite the two of them was like a clown, unable to believe the scene in front of her. Didn't the two of them split up? Which designer luxury goods were sent by Lu Xingchen? Could she really tolerate Lu Xingchen being with someone else's woman? One question after another went through her mind until it was over on Lu Xingchen's side, and she was still frozen in place without slowing down. Walk with me. Lu Xingchen's fingertips gently wiped the water stains at the corner of her mouth, his tone light and reckless, pulling the reddened ear tips of Bai Shallow out of the cafeteria from the east door. At this moment, Xin Shuya, who had just heard the news that Lu Xingchen had appeared in the cafeteria and was preparing to come to look for him, quietly stood at the south gate looking at the back of the two departing, her eyes dark. Chapter 47, More Than a Shallow Taste. Lu Xingchen pulled Bai Shallow's slippery little hand and walked on the famous forest path on campus. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. Bai Shanshan, who was thinking nonsense in her head, didn't pay attention for a moment and directly crashed into his arms. Lu Xingchen converged his eyes and stared at the startled Bai Shanshan in his arms, the corners of his lips curling lightly. Slightly curved eyelashes lightly trembled. The pair of watery clear big eyes were full of doubts, seemed to be asking why he suddenly stopped. The sunlight through the shade of the trees just happened to scatter on her face. Her white and flawless face was as translucent as white jade, and the dots of water stains left on her pink lips brimmed with a tantalizing luster. Shallow can't wait and throw herself into the ring already? Lu Xingchen's throat knots rolled, his tone recklessly flirting lightly. He loved teasing her who blushed when she didn't move. Sure enough, after Bai Shallow heard Lu Xingchen's slightly flirtatious words, her pretty face exploded red, pouted her pink lips, and pouted and blanched. Surprisingly, she didn't immediately shyly break away from his embrace this time. Instead, she opened her arms and tightly encircled Lu Xingchen's mermaid line. That innocent and sunny pretty face was gently pressed against his chest, slowly rubbing against it. Scum, rascal, bad guy, if you were in a novel, you'd be that big villain who does no evil, in broad daylight, and robs good women. Bai Shallow clung to his body, feeling the hot embrace, her voice soft and sweet as she pouted. She might have really fallen in love with this smelly rascal, ever since that day when she met him in Yao Yan out at the school gate. As long as he closed his eyes, her mind was filled with the image of him hugging Yao Yan. Although at that time she pretended not to care at all and even took the initiative to chat with Yao Yan, she had to admit that she was really jealous, knowing that falling in love with this man wouldn't have a good outcome. But she really couldn't help it. Who can't love a man who looks good, gives more money, and saves you from the mire? And the image of him reaching out to her from the light that day has long been etched in his heart. Noticing that Bai Shanshan's mood was a little off, Lu Xingchen raised his hand and cupped her tender chin, his pitch-black pupils staring directly into her watery, beautiful eyes, and his tone was lazy and wanton. Cursing me so harshly, how did I offend you? No, I'm just stating the facts. Bai Qianliang looked straight at him without the slightest fear, looking at the handsome face in front of her, which was hanging on to the male stars of the entertainment industry. The words Yao Yan said to her suddenly appeared in her mind. That's right, after that night, Yao Yan took the initiative to contact her early the next morning. When she accompanied Yao Yan to go shopping and pick out household items, Yao Yan also explained her relationship with Lu Xingchen, and she naturally did not hide it. Perhaps it was because the two were in a similar situation. The two of them soon united as a front and became good girlfriends. Last night, Yao Yan said something to her that he felt made sense. Lu Xingchen, that smelly man, born with a playboy face, as long as he's not sick we'll follow him all the time. Whispering to you, he's very strong in that area. Sister can't deal with it alone. Shallow the two of us to follow him does not suffer. Good food and drink for us. To give the house to give money. Good looking and handsome. Good body. And power. Usually do not need to wait for us to serve him. Free time is a lot. Even if you go to heaven did not have this treatment. After a moment of recollection, she suddenly raised her hand and hooked it around Lu Xingchen's neck, starting a new round of lung capacity training. After a long time, her body was tingling due to the lack of oxygen, and she collapsed into Lu Xingchen's arms, panting heavily. Hearing the muffled laughter he didn't hold back, he fiercely punched his abs, like a vicious puppy no laughing, then raised his eyes to stare directly at the smiling Lu Xingchen. A hand gently stroked his cheeks. His tone softened. Lu Xingchen, can I make a request to you? Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes to gaze into her wet eyes, nodding lightly, his voice tone low and sexy, the usual, one request for another. As he spoke, his line of sight unconsciously shifted to the beige slim-fit t-shirt. His mouth rolled and his breath was slightly short. She can't come to relatives today. By shallow didn't say anything. Perceived Lu Xingchen burning line of sight. The heart is slightly shy. More is proud and steal joy. Chest out and head up expression is very proud. Until the blue and white plaid skirt slightly moving, she suddenly left his embrace. Soft, sweet and greasy opening. Lu Xingchen, I want the house of Jinxiu Huachang. On the opposite side of the Yao Yan sister, that one. And before you said to play the agreement to extend the 3 years. I agree. After saying that, her hands behind her back were nervously entangled together. Her heart was very apprehensive. She knew that the value of that house was far more than $3 million, but she just wanted that house. In Yao Yan's words, near the water tower first get the moon. Lu Xingchen is still a student. After all, he is in the school when empty and lonely. The first thing to think of is not only a street away from the Fairview Park. Lu Xingchen attitude of lazy man with his hands in his pockets, his eyebrows lightly arched, asked with interest, so you just because of this thing, a night without sleep? How do you know? Bai Shallow snapped her head up and asked back in surprise, did Zhao Yan teach you all this, or did you think of it yourself? Lu Xingchen lightly looked at the darkness under her eyes and did not answer. Seeing that Lu Xingchen didn't directly agree, but instead kept pressing the question, Bai Shaoxian's heart was a little lost. It was my own thought. In order not to involve Yao Yan, she took it all on herself. Then biting her silver teeth, she spoke with a lost expression. It's me who loves vanity. I'm just a gold-digging girl. This is my true face. Just pretend that I never said this. In the next few days, I will definitely play the role of your girlfriend properly. And when the national day is over, people won't be talking about it. The money you spent, I will definitely return it to you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Speaking at the back, Bai Shanshan was still pretending to be calm on the surface and didn't cry out, but her eyes had long been filled with tears, and her trembling voice carried a sobbing tone. When Lu Xingchen saw her like this, he inexplicably felt a little cute, just like the last time in the presidential suite. He liked the way Bai Shanshan's eyes were red. This is going to leave? Didn't you still have to fulfill your obligations before? Seeing that she turned around and was about to leave, Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly and stretched out his arm to stop her way. Bai Shallow looked up and stared at Lu Xingchen, her heart aching. It turned out that he really just liked her body. It turned out that he was just a little bit interested in her for the time being, and he wasn't even willing to extend his time with her a little bit longer like Yao Yan did. Fine. Let's give it to him then, as interest for using so much of his money. I don't have class this afternoon. Where am I going? Bai Shallow's voice was as cold as frost, as if she had reverted back to that pure schoolgirl look that was all about making money. Lu Xingchen let out a light laugh, his chin slightly picking up, indicating the direction of Jinxiu Huacheng. Of course it's to your house. And, why this expression? Could it be that in the future for the rest of your life, you're going to face me, my girlfriend, like this? Chapter 48, Class President's Crush on Bai Shallow. Bai Shallow raised her head, her tear-stained eyes flashing with a dumbfounded look. He's agreeing to this. Lu Xingchen stared at her this clueless look, stepped forward and rolled his palms to clasp her thin waist. His fingertips gently wiped the corners of the reddish eyes that were glistening with water, and whispered with deep love. Isn't it silly? Still thinking about returning the money? I told you, that money is what I voluntarily paid out. No need for you to return it. Know that or not? Go to see your house. Standing on the familiar 15th floor, Bai Qianlian looked at the cozy door number of Yao Yan's house across the street and was still a bit confused. She hadn't expected this to go so smoothly. A house of more than $6 million, said to be given. Go in awe. What are you thinking about? Lu Xingchen gently rubbed Bai Shanshan's furry head, dotingly whispered. It's too late for you to back out now, my girlfriend. Hearing this, Bai Shanshan instantly whitened her eyes. What girlfriend? And the previous lifetime? I didn't promise you. I only promised you an extension of 3 years. And it was a fake girlfriend. A fake. Bai Shallow's consciousness instantly sobered up. The ghost of a man's mouth lying to people, especially a good-looking man like Lu Xingchen. as much as she liked him, it was impossible for her to just entrust her entire life to him. Lu Xingchen's eyes narrowed slightly. A few points of danger swept through his deep eyes, staring at Bai Shanshan dead in the face. His voice low and slightly dissatisfied. You're going to fulfill your obligations. Do you mean that you still have other good-looking people? And after 3 years you'll leave me behind and look for someone else? At this moment, Lu Xingchen possessiveness burst. Quite a few points of sickly petite protective food. Who is going to fulfill the obligation? I just said I don't have class in the afternoon. That's why I didn't promise you. Besides, I'm just pretending to be your girlfriend. The last time in the hotel was already the maximum. Feeling the burning breath of the man that came on her face, Bai Shallow twisted her face over and lowered her voice in a sophomoric manner. The internet says that the easier a man gets the less he cherishes it. And Sister Yao Yan is a ready-made example. It's been several days. He didn't even look for her. And now he's still flirting with her at the door across the street from someone else. Humph. Scum man. Bai Shallow wrinkled her little nose and glared fiercely at Lu Xingchen, and decided in her heart that she must not let Lu Xingchen get herself so easily. Ha! Lu Xingchen was exasperated and laughed at this woman who went back on her word. He should have known that he shouldn't have been soft. Take her to the hotel and punish her severely before telling her those words. Lowering his eyes to look at her justified appearance, his line of sight unconsciously landed on her lips. That last sentence made him successfully recall the feeling of the presidential suite next to that hospital. The gloom in his eyes instantly dissipated, and the corner of his lips slightly hooked. Finger rubbing by Shallow's lips. Lazy manic light smile. Good then you will use the last times method again. Make me satisfied. Tomorrow this house will be under your name. Hearing this, Bai Shallow's breathing tightened, immediately breaking away from his embrace. She tightly covered her mouth, her pretty face flushed red, and lightly cursed a rascal. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of the elevator arriving rang out. The elevator door in the middle of the hallway slowly opened, and Yao Yan, wearing sunglasses and a black stepmother dress, walked out. At a glance, she saw Lu Xingchen and the red-faced Bai Shanshan in the corridor, standing in front of the opposite room door, and instantly realized what was about to happen. Giving Bai Shallow, I know all about it from the past look. She turned around and walked towards the door of her house. No, Sister Yao, help! Bai Shallow immediately ran over and grabbed her arm, hastily explaining, it just so happens that elder sister is back. Once you're back, this big pervert needs that trouble sister. After saying that, she looked at the elevator door that had not yet closed, and raised her foot to walk in. The small legs stomped very fast, but how could they not enter the elevator? Which way to go? After calling me a pervert, don't I have to live up to that name? Lu Xingchen's eyes were obscure, staring at Bai Shanshan who was picked up. Bai Shallow looked at the slowly closing elevator door, hung her head and resigned herself to her fate, raising her head again, her eyes full of currying favor. Who said you're a big pervert? You're clearly a handsome, jade-like, suave, cool school bully, reserved school bully, and my gold master father. I'm grateful to you for. Whoa. Before the rainbow fart was finished, Lu Xingchen, whose breathing was sinking, covered her mouth. Carrying Bai Shallow, he walked into the house across the street without a word. Yao Yan, who was still carrying dishes in her hand, stared at the back of the two men, blinked, and quickly ran through the two men's conversation in her head, glancing down at the stepmother dress she was wearing. Perhaps she should change into what she wore last night to greet the fire-filled Lu Xingchen in a moment. It's a line of demarcation where people are on edge. 3 hours later, in the living room across the hall, Bai Shallow's eyes were red, and the 2 lines of tears left behind by her tears still remained on her pretty face that was bursting red. Her lips were slightly open as she lay on the white blanket in the living room, chagrined and pounding the doll pillow in her arms. Damn Lu Xingchen, just a big pervert and smelly hooligan. Humph, just flowery words. Hiss. Cursing and cursing accidentally, her red swollen upper and lower lips touched and it hurt so much that she sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Exasperated, she punched the pillow again fiercely, thinking of Lu Xingchen who had just coaxed her with flowery words, living as an evil big bad wolf. She didn't know what she thought at that time and fell for it. Stop talking. The culprit, Lu Xingchen, let out a light laugh and took out 2 popsicles wrapped in washcloths from the refrigerator and walked over. He narrowed his eyes and stared at her red and swollen lips, and after a guilty second, the popsicles wrapped in washcloths in his hands, gently pressed them onto her lips, icing her to reduce the swelling. Hiss, it hurts. Bai Shallow hurt so much that she squeezed out a few drops of tears, glaring fiercely at him. This again, she won't be able to eat properly again in the next 2 days. Woo, good boy, get your documents ready, we'll take you to the transfer tomorrow. Lu Xingchen recklessly laughed softly, using the classic tactic of hitting a stick and giving a sweet date. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the ghostly expression on Bai Shallow's face dissipated a bit. When Auntie is completely healed, let Auntie move in with you, and don't go part-time. Before graduation, I'll support you. Lu Xingchen moved out the great mother-in-law. Bai Shanshan was not in a good position to be angry anymore, and nodded her head obediently. In fact, ever since Lu Xingchen paid for her mom's medical bills, she quit most of her part-time jobs and only left a flower store to earn some living expenses. But Lu Xingchen said so. She decisively decided to quit this part-time job, go to school well. In the future maybe it will be her turn to support Lu Xingchen. Seeing her well-behaved appearance, Lu Xingchen smiled and straightened her fluffy and messy hair. Suddenly, Bai Shallow sat up and stared straight at Lu Xingchen. Not tomorrow. Lu Xingchen? At a glance you didn't read the class group message. Tomorrow the whole day is the Mid-Autumn Festival rehearsal. In the morning the class rehearses on its own, and in the afternoon it goes to the auditorium for rehearsal. I also participated in the program. I can't not go. The 28th is the Mid-Autumn Gala. Don't forget. After that our class organized a group activity. It seems like we're going to a KTV. Yes, it's that Starlight Bright KTV that's very famous for its sound. It's said that the class president found it. At that time, Bai Shallow stared at Lu Xingchen's blank expression, knowing that he never cared about class group news, and patiently talked about the more important class activities in the past few days. He never cared about this kind of news. It was usually Lin Feng, the boss, who informed them, and he hadn't returned to the dormitory in the past few days, so naturally he didn't know. Class president? When Lu Xingchen heard this name, he glanced at Bai Shallow, and the corner of his lips fell slightly. It seemed like he had heard before that the class president had a crush on Bai Shallow. Chapter 49 Open your mouth. I'll feed you. He remembered that when Wang Yihao went there to play before, he had shared a photo in his dormitory group. The main character of the photo was Bai Shallow dressed as a waitress, and he had just glanced at it at the time, directly filtering out photos that had nothing to do with studying. When he mentioned it today, he remembered this matter. The dark pupils of his eyes stared at Bai Shanshan's uninitiated pretty face, and the tone of his voice sank slightly. You used to work part-time at Starlight Radiance? Yeah, before the summer vacation part-time for a period of time. Should say not to say, that KTV is really beautiful, and there is no such thing as messy things. Into the job there is a person to train, to give more money. No wonder people can do it for a long time. Bai Shanshan did not pay attention to Lu Xingchen's mood change. Carefully blah 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 said a lot. Lu Xingchen this kind of see out. What pure and cold school flower. Background properly a small chatterbox. Lips swollen, still so able to say. However, listening to her say this, he is also more satisfied with the original team of Starlight Bright. If possible, there is no need for a round of bloodshed like the Life Medical Technology Company. After talking for half a day, Bai Shanshan realized that Lu Xingchen didn't move, curiously stretching out her white jade foot to hook his pant leg, curiously asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Xingchen felt the smooth touch on his calf. The knot in his throat rolled, converging his eyes to signal. His voice was low and hoarse. "You said it. I was wrong." Bai Shallow discovered the difference. Her small face flushed red, immediately retracted her white and tender feet, apologizing from the heart. Lu Xingchen's face suddenly cold, leaned over and pressed on top of Bai Shanshan, looked down at the well-behaved her, revealing a few hints of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Bai Shanshan, stay away from that class president. He's secretly in love with you. I don't like my woman being stared at by another man." I know. Get up. Lu Xingchen. Bai Shallow's entire person was like a boiled prawn. Her red color was unusually obvious. Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly, staring at her red and swollen lips with intent, and finally decided to let her off the hook. After getting up, he quickly went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Just as he came out, he saw Bai Shallow sitting on the floor with her head tilted, her small brows furrowed. When she saw Lu Xingchen come out, she looked up at Lu Xingchen and spoke curiously. "You just said that the class president has a crush on me? But we haven't seen a few faces in these 3 years. Could it be that you're feeling wrong?" Lu Xingchen glanced at her and looked down at his cell phone. Double Dan Xiaoling Wang Yihao had sent over a file 20 minutes ago. He skimmed through it for 2 minutes before letting out a cold snort and forwarding it directly to Bai Shanshan. Create a chance encounter at the supermarket where she works part-time. The class party was the place where she worked part-time every time. Falsely inviting her to dinner in the form of a dormitory fellowship. Sneaking to her part-time place every week. Really, he's trying to get close to her with every intention. Disgusting. Lu Xingchen inexplicably had a kind of jealousy, relying on the sofa with his head down to swipe his cell phone, without the extremely strong possessiveness that the aftereffects of that disease of his had brought to him kicking in again. 5 minutes later, Bai Shanshan put down her cell phone and let out a long sigh of relief, not realizing that the class president really had a crush on her. The silence in the room also caught Bai Shallow's attention, and when she looked up, she saw Lu Xingchen with his lips falling. Lu, boyfriend, jealous? Bai Shallow threw away the popsicle in her hand and directly jumped into his arms, softly pouting, feeling the aroma emanating from the person in his arms. Lu Xingchen's emotions gradually smoothed out, reaching out to encircle by Shallow's thin waist, burying his head into her chest. His tone was low. Shallow, I have a strong possessive desire. If you have a favorite person, tell me, I will let you go, but must not betray me, okay? By Shallow felt the hot breath in front of her, her face blushed, and she was likewise very surprised. The current Lu Xingchen was like a little pitiful person that no one loved. His tone was very humble, and when he spoke, he hugged her arms, tightening them again and again, as if he was very insecure. He was so rich and had a happy family, how could he be like this? Although Bai Shallow had doubts in her heart, she held back her curiosity and reached out to tenderly touch Lu Xingchen's head, softly and sweetly consoling. Lu, I do like you, give me some time to get along, I will give myself completely to you, don't worry, I will never betray you. Hearing these words, Lu Xingchen lifted his head and looked straight at Bai Shallow sitting in his arms. Her smile could really heal the heart. Gradually, Lu Xingchen became obsessed with looking at her, and the flame that had just been suppressed, once again flared up. Bah, bad thing, I'm still comforting you, can you think of something serious in your head? Bai Shallow blushed and wanted to leave his embrace, but realized that Lu Xingchen was holding him even tighter. Don't move, give me a hug. Lu Xingchen roguishly didn't let go, holding her tightly, lying on the sofa, enjoying the leisure of dusk. It wasn't until night fell and the street lights from the street shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the house that Lu Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at Bai Shanshan, who was lying sweetly asleep in his arms, he carefully picked her up and walked into the bedroom. Under Yao Yan's arrangement, the bedroom was well stocked. Lu Xingchen gently placed her on the bed, changed into her pajamas, looked at the delicate figure breathing tightly, forced the desire to cover her with a quilt and slowly retreated out. 5 minutes later, Yao Yan with a mouthful of red oil opened the door of the room. Her eyes scanned up and down, saw the pants leg that was obviously short, lightly grunted, took out the exclusive slippers for him, turned around and walked in. People are iron and rice is steel, even if it's the gold master's father, he still has to let her finish her meal. Lu Xingchen also did not care, walked in on his own. The line of sight fell on the pile of kebabs, kiln chicken and crayfish on the round coffee table in the living room, and directly sat down to fill her stomach with a big mouthful. After eating for a while, he raised his eyes and looked at Yao Yan's expression of not knowing what he was thinking, willfully and lazily wiped the grease stains on the edge of his mouth. Next month's living expenses will go up by $20,000. Wow, brother atmosphere, stop, how can I let my handsome brother shell it? Come, let sister come. Actually, Yao Yan was just thinking about wearing that little set of clothes in a while. I didn't expect that just this effort. The salary went up by 20,000. I can only say that the handsome brother is bullish. Ah, open your mouth, I'll feed you. Yao Yan peeled a crayfish and reached out to send it into Lu Xingchen's mouth. Just as she wanted to go back and continue peeling, Lu Xingchen's hot palms clasped her waistline, his breath puffed on her ear, and his entire body collapsed helplessly into his arms. A low, husky, sexy whisper rang out. I'm full, it's your turn. Yao Yan instantly held her breath and stiffened her body, her cheeks bursting red as she fiercely glared at Lu Xingchen. This ingrate was worthy of being a school bully, and after just that one time, he had learned to take her. Yao Yan's flirtatious and seductive eyes flooded with watery light, her red lips lightly opened. Handsome brother, so will you still leave tonight? She was afraid that Lu Xingchen would be like last time. Although she was a canary that had been adopted by Lu Xingchen, this was also her home in High City, and she did not want to turn into Lu Xingchen's hotel. And with a new home and a new residence, that newly purchased double bed also needed to have a male host to warm up the residence. Lu Xingchen picked her up in a hug, picking his lips and smiling warmly. This is also my home. Chapter 50 Anchorwoman Who Weigh Air. After feeding Yao Yan to her heart's content that day, Lu Xingchen's life was very cozy for the past few days. He basically attended classes honestly these days, and played games with his roommates in the dormitory in his spare time. When it was late at night and his body was hot and dry, he went to the Fairview watching across the street from the school to take a nap. In a flash, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival party at the end of September. If it wasn't for the fact that their class had a program chosen, and it also happened to be the program Bai Shallow participated in, he swore that he would never come to this extremely boring Mid-Autumn Gala. At this moment, he was sitting in the corner seat of the auditorium, boredly swiping the Shake C mini video. The beautiful women dancing inside the small video were no better than these stinky fish and shrimp. Next, welcome the ancient style dance brought by the Material College's Junior Class 1, Red Wish Shao. On the stage, the female host Zhang Chengyan's voice rang out, and sparse applause sounded below. Ancient style dance? Lu Xingchen raised his eyes slightly, the corner of his mouth pulling out a few points of disdain, glancing at the less than 200 pieces of clothing of those on stage, as well as the tightly covered outfits. Their thoughts were simply more feudal than the ancients, with no trace of the flavor of the ancient style. He shook his head and once again lowered his head to slide the screen of his cell phone. As it happened, the next video was the same ancient style dance. The blogger in the video, a blue water brocade embroidered flowing fairy dress. That dress light green noblewoman tulle, smooth and soft, light as a feather, vaguely revealing the white fullness and fleshy legs, charming but not windy. A delicate figure with a convex front and curved back, a soft light appearing between her eyebrows and eyes, with a vague aura of a mature woman, completely different from He Qing's imperial sister temperament. Her face was covered with a milky white gold cloud brocade veil, covering the lower half of her face, and even then it could be seen that she was indeed very beautiful. Although dressed flirtatious, dance is not at all rubbing. Every move, pause gap, force control, can be seen as a professional martial artist. Lu Xingchen looked at the blogger in the video, his brows slightly knitted, his eyes flashed a few moments of contemplation. He always felt that there was something familiar about this person, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen him before, nor could he think of a name. TSK. Just take a look at the short video. Wang Yihao's head stretched over, looked at the video on Lu Xingchen's phone, shook his head and continued. This kind of short video anchor woman can only be viewed from afar, can't be played with, looks like a heavenly fairy in the video. Offline there is no filter beauty, even if you put on makeup, you can't bear to look at it. Your little girlfriend is going to be on stage, but someone else caught you not paying attention. Lu Xingchen looked at the people waiting under the stage, even if the uniform clothes, in the crowd. Bai Shallow with her pure temperament and school flower face value, is also properly the most dazzling existence in the crowd. Seemingly sensing Lu Xingchen's gaze, Bai Shanshan turned her head, and their eyes intertwined. With the experience of the last time, Bai Shanshan was now more and more able to step into the role, and was not shy. In public, she revealed a sweet smile to Lu Xingchen and waved her hand at him. Oh, an uproarious sound rang out in the large auditorium. On the stage, Jiang Qingyan, who was reading the manuscript, stared at the shameless Bai Shallow, her eyes narrowing slightly, jealousy burning in her heart. This, shameless, not at all reserved, just a gold-digging girl. Although Jiang Qingyan was indignant in her heart, she maintained her professionalism as a host on the surface. She already knew about Lu Xingchen giving Bai Shanshan a house. It was a coincidence the day that a rich second generation in the school was preparing to buy a small apartment so that he could exchange feelings with some female classmates in the future. When handling the transfer, Lu Xingchen and Bai Shanshan were right in front of him, and one by one, they inquired about Lu Xingchen's intention to transfer the house worth more than $6 million in Jinqiu Huaqing to Bai Shanshan. And in the spirit of the lively college student's character, this matter went straight to the confession wall of Shuangdan University. For a time, Lu Xingchen was in the limelight, directly crushing the other school grass, becoming the top of the list of the most wanted to marry list of Shuangdan University. So much so that Lu Xingchen had been attending classes for the past few days and received dozens of love letters every day, as well as harassment from some gold-digging women. Jiang Qingyan's eyes flashed a hint of obscurity when she thought of this. It was really cheap for this. After all, she hadn't married Lu Xingchen yet, and he couldn't get back the house he was giving away now. Her eyes unconsciously looked towards Lu Xingchen, who was low on the stage and swiping his cell phone. A look of determination flashed across her face. Lu Xingchen, only I can be worthy of you. Jiang Qingyan confidently murmured softly, thinking of that person who had recently contacted her. Soon she was going to become a real phoenix again. At that time, all these so-called school flowers, guides, and beautiful professors would be eclipsed and give way to her. And she believed that when Lu Xingchen saw her at that time, he would polish his eyes and know who he really loved the most in his heart. Lu Xingchen naturally did not know about this past tense mental activity. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and lowered his head, directly clicking on the live broadcast of the female anchor in the video. Welcome brother Grazing Star to the live broadcast room. In the live broadcasting room, Hu Weier's voice was charming and gentle, and she didn't mince words in welcoming Lu Xingchen, who was ranked less than level 10. Lu Xingchen didn't say anything either and clicked on her homepage to take a glance. 33 years old, professional folk dance retired actress, and an 8-year-old daughter. IP address is also High City. Posted more than 50 videos. Indeed very professional, charming but not demonic, and has more than 800,000 fans. Checked out her past videos, basically wearing a veil, either back over the body of the state, and no valid information. Maybe it was seen somewhere a walk away. Lu Xingchen retreated back into the live room, and just as he wanted to exit, he realized that there were some beats in the live room due to himself. What's that low-level account welcoming him for? Say less of this nonsense in the future. That's right, we watch the live broadcast to see you dance, not to see you welcome people. No wonder you have so many fans and less than 100 people live. I'd say you should find an MCN organization to help you with your operations in traffic. When they set up a house of cards, are here live to show off, but also pretend what? Yesterday that big brother gave her 3 carnival brush. Just add a V exit. Add after she gave people to pull the black. Scattered. Oh, the lower head. Gone. In the future let her welcome those level 10 or less than the poor pussy to go. The following public screen pop-ups are one sentence worse than the other. And the discerning I can see that they are being blacked out by people buying water armies. Originally there were only more than 90 people in the live room. And after this pandemonium of speeches, it managed to drop more than 40 people. Huier was furious when she saw that there were less than 40 people left in the live broadcast room, and it was getting less and less. Looking at the pop-ups, she knew that it was the scumbag who swiped money yesterday, added VX and said he wanted to adopt her, and after being rejected, he gave a filthy speech, because that scumbag was the owner of the not-so-big media company that had flaunted it yesterday. Huier is not used to them. Immediately one by one to open scolding pull black. Anyway, she will not be like those rubbing anchor, live after the maintenance of the line. It does not matter to these black powder with rhythm. However, when she saw that in the end there were only 17 people left in the live room, her heart was inevitably still a little sad. Chapter 51, My boyfriend won't let me take other people's flowers. This web video, she had been doing it for more than half a year. Her own dancing skills, coupled with very attentive editing, allowed her to increase her powder by more than 800,000 in just half a year. During this period, there are also many media organizations looking for her, want to sign, but without exception, they are all interested in her looks and body, and the direction given out is without exception rubbing the edge and charming men. Because of the ancient Win dance blogger this track is really not good cash. Advertising cannot be received. Live light dancing is certainly not compared to the quality of the video. She also does not want to rub the edge, although it is said that the live broadcast cannot earn money, but every month video broadcast earnings, but also enough to feed her daughter. Only recently her daughter said she wanted to learn the piano. Bought a piano, basically spent these months extra savings. The rest are essential. No money and teachers to learn. Only then did she think of opening a live broadcast to add a channel of cash, not realizing that the road of live broadcast cash is so difficult to get. Boy, it looks like the plan to learn piano will be postponed for a few months. Huier glanced at the piano next to her and sighed helplessly, ventriloquizing in her heart. Soon after, she adjusted her state, and the live broadcast room resumed its initial state of song and dance. But after that earlier, the number of people in the live room was at most 60 or so, and the gifts were pitifully small. Occasionally, a lighted sign or a small heart floated by, and Huier seemed very happy when she saw it all interspersed with the action of comparing hearts in her dance. Hey, don't look, your little girlfriend is making an appearance. If you really like it, brush 10 carnivals, this kind of little anchor will take the initiative to kneel and lick you. Not that I'm saying, your account level is too low. It's only strange that people can pay attention to you. Wang Yihao disliked Xingchen with his arm, glanced at the live room with less than 100 people, and pointed out carelessly, with his level 75 Big Brother experience, this kind of small anchor was the best to handle, but it was also risky. Who knew if it was a human or a ghost after the beauty? Xingchen glanced at the stage prepared with black lights, and did not dwell on where exactly he had seen this female anchor. Dropping his eyes and glancing at her who was dancing vigorously, he thought of the rhythm that had just started because of himself, and casually charged 100,000 into it. He was a future godly hero, but not a brainless ingrate. Swish swish swish. After 30 carnivals were swiped out, Xingchen retreated and put down his cell phone, his eyes falling on the stage where the lights were relighted. Huier, who was dancing, looked at the successive carnival effects on her cell phone screen and covered her mouth in shock. Thank you for the 30 carnivals from Big Brother Grazing Star. I can dance to whatever my brother likes to see. Huier's voice trembled a bit as she said that while tapping on the contribution list, but she didn't see that name on the list. Through the live broadcast gift prompts, she clicked on Xingchen's homepage. It was empty, pure and simple. A Lu Rin Big Brother account. But when she saw on the profile, that familiar place name, the whole person froze for a moment. Grazing Star, could it be him? Huier murmured in her heart, but quickly dismissed the idea. Although his family was rich, it wasn't a family that could casually spend 30,000 on the internet. Moreover, he should still be in college right now. Without the ability to work independently to earn money, it shouldn't be possible. Huier glanced at the closet behind the live broadcasting equipment, on which there was a very conspicuous photo of her and her daughter in addition to the photo of her together. After a moment of trance, she looked at the more than 2,000 people in the live broadcast room because of the 30 carnivals, and after giving Grazing Star a nod of attention, she put up a gentle smile on her face and put on her best dance music. She was going to seize this wave of traffic and make it big. As for that Big Brother just now, wait for the next broadcast to check out the character. She was afraid that it would be another person like the last one. On the stage of Xuandan University's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, their class dance as the finale received great acclaim. When the dance ended and the crowd was giving their curtain call, Jiang Qingyan, who was the host, called out in time to stop the crowd that was about to get off the stage. She then stood aside, her eyes full of complacency, ready to watch the next big show, only to see the stage. The class president sitting in front of Lu Xingchen suddenly got up and walked onto the stage holding a bouquet of red roses. Wang Yihao watched the fun and elbowed Lu Xingchen, not restraining his volume at all. Hiss, I've long heard that the class president is secretly in love with our white school flower. This can't be a declaration of love. Lu Xingchen, what do you think? Now the auditorium was very quiet. Wang Yihao's voice had a wide range. The next second a burst of whispers resounded in the auditorium. Lu Xingchen, lazy diffident light smile leaning on the seat, raised his eyesight fell on the stage Chu moving by shallow body. The corner of his lips lightly curved, very confident, a leisurely expression, did not reply, but let the crowd know his attitude. The class president who just went up to the stage heard Wang Yihao's words. His footsteps lurched. He didn't prepare to confess today. He just wanted to take the opportunity of going up to the stage to offer flowers, and by Shanshan some interaction, so that she initially understands her own feelings. As for the recent rumors on campus, he didn't believe them at all. No one can understand shallow than him. She is only interested in working hard to earn money. Every penny is earned by her own efforts and sweat. How can she be impressed by Lu Xingchen's money attack? If it is so easy to be impressed, before those 2 years so many rich second generation, she would have been impressed. When he thought of this, he turned his head to look at Lu Xingchen below who looked like he had a sure win, and a trace of imperceptible disdain flashed in his eyes. Full of smiles and affability, he walked towards the center of the stage. Shallow, congratulations on the success of our class performance. The class president's words were very smooth, pointing out by Shallow's name at the beginning, and later indicating that it was to congratulate the class on the success of the performance. And on such a big stage, even if they knew some of his little thoughts, normal people wouldn't refuse. But it so happened that Bai Shallow didn't belong to that category of normal people. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the red roses in the black package, a few points of displeasure surfacing between her brows. Lu Xingchen said that his possessiveness is very strong. Accepting other people's roses is not giving him a hard time. Bai Shanshan raised her eyes to look at the class president. Before she was still unimpressed by Lu Xingchen's words, now it seems to be that she was the one who had a ton of feelings. Then her eyes full of love through the class president in front of her, fixedly fell on Lu Xingchen. Her red lips lightly opened. This dance when committee's contribution is the biggest. The class president might as well dedicate it to when committee. Oh, as soon as these words came out, a burst of uproar from below resounded once again. The class president's face was a bit ugly, sensing the direction of Bai Shanshan's gaze, thinking of those luxuries on the confession wall before, and Bai Shanshan's helpless expression when she received the courier. He thought to himself that Bai Shallow was threatened by Lu Xingchen's gaze, and sidestepped to block the line of sight where the two met. With a gentle expression, Shallow, you as the main dance. This, just halfway through her words, she was impatiently interrupted by Bai Shallow, only to see her eyes obstinate. Her voice cold, is it because I didn't understand? My boyfriend doesn't like it when I receive flowers from other men, so please give them to someone else. Class President, Chapter 52, $1,000 playing with a beauty. Instantly, the entire auditorium went completely silent. The eyes of the melon-eating college students shuttled back and forth between Bai Shallow and Lu Xingchen, while more male universities were staring at Lu Xingchen with eyes full of anger. If eyes could kill, Lu Xingchen would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts and died an unknown number of times by now. On the stage the class president stood very awkwardly in front of Bai Shallow. Things were out of his expectation and he was a bit at a loss for words. Thank you class president for caring about the class performance. Then I will temporarily keep this bouquet for my classmates, and when it's over, we will take a photo together and keep it as a souvenir. Fortunately, the Literature and Art Committee member came out in time to solve the situation, so that the scene did not remain awkwardly in place. You change your seat. Lu Xingchen's eyes stared unblinkingly at Bai Shanshan who came down and waved at her, glancing sideways at Wang Yihao. There's heterosexuality without humanity. Wang Yihao snorted in anger and obediently gave Wei his seat to go somewhere else. Happy? Bai Shallow sat in her seat and turned her head to look at Lu Xingchen, her voice soft and playful as she asked, what? Lu Xingchen pretended not to know and teased. Bai Shallow wrinkled her little nose and glared at him with dissatisfaction, hugging her arms in front of her chest, no longer bothering with this guy who had gotten a bargain. Space out. Lu Xingchen's hot big hand wrapped around her neck and landed on the delicate white collarbone, his fingertips gently rubbing the tender skin on the collarbone, and he laughed willfully and recklessly. Shallow, congratulations on a successful performance. As soon as the words fell, the hand rubbing the skin of the collarbone suddenly opened. A flowing white gold patterned ruby necklace hung between his fingers, presenting itself in front of Bai Shallow. It just so happened that the spotlight of the auditorium passed by, and that piece was instantly illuminated by the ruby's refracted luster. Wow! Why don't we say that people are the most wanted schoolboys? A scream rang out, and the gazes of the crowd unconsciously landed on where Lu Xingchen was. Seeing the expensive-looking ruby necklace on his hand, envy and jealousy rose up all over. Among them, there was no lack of insightful people who spoke eloquently. Damn! Envious to death. This ruby necklace appeared in an auction 3 days ago and was sold for more than $5.7 million, which is equivalent to hanging a suite of rooms in High City around your neck. The moment these words came out, the university livestock presence sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. 5.7 million, perhaps most of them, in their entire lives, would not be able to save that much money, and he just gave it away in such a watery manner. Now they all understood what Bai Shanshan had done. If they had such a boyfriend, not to mention rejecting that person in public, they would have to jump up and beat him up violently. That's not courting love. That's cutting off someone's happiness. Bai Shanshan heard that person's words, also a little confused. Such a small ruby necklace, but is comparable to a suite of rooms in the sea city. Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly, his dark pupils looked straight at her, reaching out to bring this necklace for her. Isn't it moved to give your body to me? Wearing this necklace, you can't escape from me for the rest of your life. It's not too late to back out. When wearing the necklace, he whispered softly close to her delicate earlobe. Searing breath pounded on her ears, and the tips of Bai Shallow's ears flushed a slight red color. Her eyelashes fluttered, her beautiful eyes gazing lightly at Lu Xingchen's face near at hand. Making up her mind, she turned her head closer to leave a mark on his face like a dragonfly. Then her cheeks flushed red, shyly bowed her head and softly mumbled, "Aha! I don't regret it." The young girl's heart, which was pounding chaotically, had already overwhelmed her mind. She couldn't care less. At this moment there was only one idea. She wanted to be with Lu Xingchen forever and ever, even if there was no name and no points. To be an underground lover. Lu Xingchen's eyes were stunned. His face revealed a few tenderness, gently patted the back of the person in his arms, and softly said, "I like you." The affectionate confession made the ostrich-like Bai Shallow head completely buried in his chest, her heart full of happiness, her hands wrapped around Lu Xingchen's powerful waist, her sense of security bursting. Although she, Bai Shallow, was able to be self-reliant and self-supporting, after that, if there was a need for her to have a man behind her who silently stood up for her, a man who was stronger than the dads of those who said she didn't have a dad and was a wild child. "I like you too. Like it a lot." Bai Shallow's voice was not much bigger than a mosquito, but it was also clearly captured by Lu Xingchen. 5.7 million? It was well worth it. Lu Xingchen arched his eyebrows lightly, staring at Bai Shanshan in his arms, a few more points of doting in his eyes. Suddenly, the long-lost system beep sounded again in his mind. Ding! In order to win a smile from a beauty, throwing thousands of dollars, the main fight I have my money. I'm capricious. Congratulations to the host triggered the god's heroic behavior, thousands of dollars to play beauty. Reward, 52-carat deep blue diamond. The system rewards have been issued through legal channels, and are expected to arrive in 10 days, so please look forward to it. The unintentionally triggered rewards for godly heroic behavior made Lu Xingchen's breath slightly short. At the same time, the impression of that oversized deep blue diamond surfaced in his mind. It was surprisingly a pure heart-shaped deep blue diamond that didn't even want a single bit of engraving, and was extremely beautiful in itself, especially at 52 carats. It added a touch of legend. The original shape of the famous movie Heart of the Ocean, which was just 42.25 carats, was a world rarity, and was auctioned off at a sky-high price of $20 million. Then this one in his hand after the past 20 years or so, the value at least doubled. This weight with a special meaning, can be called priceless. Lu Xingchen, let's wait until after the party tonight, okay? Bai Shallow's soft and sweet, slightly shy voice entered Lu Xingchen's ears. He froze for a moment, restraining his eyes to look at Bai Shanshan's head that had long been raised, her lips slightly open, her cheeks flushed, and her brows slightly furrowed in a manner that she wanted to say something. In the next second, his line of sight quickly glanced. It turned out to be that just now he was excited and subconsciously, coupled with his short breathing, was misunderstood by Bai Shao. Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly, and he gave a light and did not make any other movements, and his gaze fell wantonly on the school leader who was summarizing his speech on the stage. At the end of the evening party, Bai Shanyan didn't even know how she walked out of the auditorium. At the moment, her cheeks were flushed and she was sitting on the steps in front of the auditorium, waiting for Lu Xingchen to drive over. Shallow, we've called a car over here. We can go directly to Starlight Bright KTV from the South Gate. Want to come together? The class president looked at Bai Shallow who was sitting alone on the steps, and the ruby necklace on her neck had disappeared. The original gloomy mood was swept away, but instead, she was more certain of the original idea that she was accompanying Lu Xingchen in the play. in the same class, how could he not know that Lu Xingchen, that obsessive kind of love, has always liked Jiang Changyan? How could he suddenly turn to Bai Shallow, who has not even seen a few faces? Thinking of this, he had a big smile on his face and reached out his hand to Bai Shallow. DDT. The sound of a bright horn accompanied by dazzling lights shone on his big pancake face, stabbing him to reach out and block his eyes. Backing up a few steps. Chapter 53, I'm not mean at all. The flowing dark purple Apollo IE looked dumbfounded at the class. Crap. Elegant language expressed the inner surge of the college livestock. Lu Xingchen got down from the car and glanced at the class president with reckless arrogance, the corner of his lips slightly hooked. Ignoring him, his eyelashes drooped to look at Bai Shanshan on the steps, reaching out to put his jacket around the hem of her skirt, and picking her up in a boyfriendly princess hug. Noticing her empty collarbone, he suddenly opened his mouth, his voice low and sexy. How did the necklace come off? It's too expensive. I'm afraid you won't be robbed again. Well, get going. Bai Shanshan lowered her head and buried it in Lu Xingchen's arm, sweetly pampering. Being princess hugged in front of so many people was really shy enough. Then class president. I'll go home with Shallow first to change clothes, and then I'll be there. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows lightly, turned around and nodded at him, with a look of a proper palace, grinning broadly as he hugged Bai Shallow into Apollo IE. The class president's eyes stared darkly at the departing supercar, muttering self-deceivingly, she's not a girl who loves vanity, and that's vain? It's also true that you haven't experienced a rich man's love. It's normal that you don't understand. Work hard to make money. Junior. Wang Yihao ghostly walked out from behind him. His tone was light-hearted, his look disdainful as he glanced at him and followedly wanted to get into Lin Feng's Bentley. After getting into the car, Li wanted to look through the car window, glanced at the class president who had an iron expression on his face, and laughed disdainfully and lightly. Digging into our dormitory, purely unself-conscious. Lin Feng looked through the rearview mirror, raised his eyebrows slightly, stopped Li Think who was preparing a long speech. His fingertips gently tapped the steering wheel, and said in a deep voice, shut up, headache. After the National Day is Sister Shriya's birthday. Ready for a gift? The moment these words came out, the carriage fell silent. Li wanted to scratch his head, frowned and opened his mouth. Why don't we still send a big one from our dormitory like last year, and let the oldest two send it? We pay for the idea. He contributes. Anyway, as long as it's the oldest two who send it, Sister Qin will surely like it. Wang Yihao was originally a dude. He didn't comment on this proposal. Lin Feng thought about it and shook his head. I don't think it will work. The other day the oldest two acted as a shield, and now he is explicitly Sister Shriya's boyfriend. Lu Xingchen, whom the three were discussing, was currently enjoying the scented car. Lu Xingchen, drive properly. Bai Shanyan's pretty face was flushed, and she glared at him with a puff of air, pouting. But Lu Xingchen didn't listen to him. The sports car beauty, one of the great pleasures in life, wantonly lifting his eyelids, the corner of his lips hooked out a few lazy light smile. You're my girlfriend, what are you shy about? Rascal. Speaking of which, Bai Shaoxian was furious. This guy wasn't honest at all, and when he returned to the dormitory the next day, he was mocked by his roommates for a while. Today he was even more excessive. Bai Shanshan glared at him fiercely, so angry that she fiercely pinched Lu Xingchen's arm. This performance outfit is going to be returned tomorrow, and it's all your fault for making it like this. Lu Xingchen raised his eyes diffidently, glanced thoughtfully, his tone reckless and lighthearted. Wait a while after the party. I'll wash it for you. Boyfriend personal laundry service. Consider it. Right. Bai Shallow instantly understood his words. Her heart tightened, and her speech was a little stuttering. No need. At home, there's a cat's paw washing machine. What's the point of using you? He didn't say anything, just glanced at her carelessly and let out a light laugh. The Apollo IE that was traveling slowly on the road suddenly sped up and drove towards Fairview City. A Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove by the roadside of the east gate of Shuangdan University. In the car, Qin Shuya looked through the window and watched Lu Xingchen's Apollo IE enter the opposite side of Fairview Huacheng, her eyebrows slightly raised. Uncle Li, buy me a house in Fairview Huacheng opposite Shuangdan University, preferably across the street from him or upstairs and downstairs. Putting down her cell phone, Qin Shuya's red lips curled lightly, her eyes surging through channels of refined light. You, how did you get in? Get out. Get out. Bai Shania's pretty face flushed red, her eyes glaring round, looking at Lu Xingchen who walked in lazily, disgruntled and pouting. Lu Xingchen carelessly converged his eyes, his eyebrows slightly raised, lazily collapsed on one side, sideways looking straight at her, wantonly laughing softly. This is shy. Your previous contract is even more excessive than this. I'll go out if you don't. Bai Shallow was really helpless against this thick skin of his. Although she didn't exclude Lu Xingchen from looking at her, there was still some shame in her heart. There was no way to act as if nothing was wrong. The shame was extremely heavy. Condition. I'm not coming back tonight. Lu Xingchen lifted the curtains of his eyes. His voice was as cold as frost. There didn't seem to be a hint of blasphemy. Hearing this, Bai Shallow instantly stopped in her tracks. She still needed another day of classes tomorrow before the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays began, and she didn't want to go to class with a tired spirit at all, so it didn't matter if she was on vacation. With this offer, she was really heartened. After hesitating for a moment, she still stayed. After thinking for a moment, she finally gave in and agreed to it. Lying is for puppies. Bai Shallow glared at Lu Xingchen and muttered, the tips of her ears red and shy. Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly, lying on his side on the bed, humming good luck, in a wonderful mood. Tonight, because it was a party at a KTV, Bai Shallow dressed more casually and randomly. Black pleated skirt, with the most suitable for her bow white silk. The upper half of the body is Prada's latest models of slim white small suspenders. Outside the black knitted jacket, slightly curled waves casually draped on both sides, pure and with a hint of sexy, giving people a sense of contrast. Hurriedly changed clothes by Shanshan just wanted to bow her head and take the performance clothes out. Steeply, Lu Xingchen got up and blocked her way. You promised me, if we don't leave in a while we'll be late. Bai Shallow looked straight into Lu Xingchen's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Xingchen didn't reply. His arm slightly exerted force. Bai Shallow sat on the edge of the bed in the next second. I'm not stingy with my girlfriend at all. A low, sexy voice resounded in the room. The tips of Bai Shallow's ears were slightly red, and she opened her mouth in a delicate and reserved and twisted manner. I don't love to see. I don't love to see. Lu Xingchen looked at her unblinking eyes and smiled a wantonly lazy smile. The tips of his eyebrows flirtatious, mouth smacks of righteousness. At these words, Bai Shallow's face exploded red, and in her heart she cursed her indisputable eyes. Dead hand. Don't move. This is my boyfriend. He's using the beauty trick. Please, don't fall for this stinky man's tricks. Oh, but in the end, her sensibility overcame reason. Chapter 54, in early childhood. Due to Bai Shallow's self-control, the two of them were more than half an hour later than the scheduled time. Just after arriving at the entrance of Starlight Bright KTV, Lu Xingchen spotted the general manager waiting at the door and waved his hand slightly, signaling that he would talk later. Under the guidance of the attendant, the two managed to arrive at the box where their classmates were. Traveling Dragon 4C's box. This is the box the class president booked? Bai Shallow lifted her eyelashes and looked at the box nameplate with a face full of surprise. She had previously worked here as a part-time employee for 2 months and had received some internal training on Starlight Radiance KTV, so she naturally knew the gold content of this box. Dragon 4C's is one of the 10 top boxes of Starlight KTV. The sound equipment inside are all professional program level, bouncy dance floor, leisure and entertainment facilities, everything, which is equipped with 8 service personnel. Are some professional school top beauty? A month's salary is 20,000 to start, and is not selling the kind of art. At first, with her own face value, the manager in charge of the top box also specifically solicited her, but she still have to go to college, can only be part-time gave up. This kind of top box cost naturally not expensive. According to her memory of the price list, this kind of box by the hour billing, 88,888 yuan per hour, plus inside some top cuisine. The minimum consumption is also to 100,000 to start. There were only 30 people in the class in total, so each person in this party shared equally at least 3,000 to start with. Is the class president crazy? Bai Shallow muttered, turning her head to look at the waiter who was leading the way, confirming once again, this is still Su Fengdi's box? That's right, it is indeed Mr. Su under the name of this box tonight. Bai Shallow was still a bit in disbelief, but with the waiter opening the door and seeing the familiar classmates inside, there was no way for her to disbelieve it. Shallow, come on. The steak here is so delicious. Come. Don't pull that boyfriend of yours. A sister is bigger than a sister. Come back to me quickly. Come on. We specially left a piece for you. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Didn't you say that your favorite steak is the starry one? Bai Shallow looked at the table in front of the 3 sisters in her dorm room, as well as the plates next to her classmates who were spread out in the large and small corners of the box, and gave a dark cry of bad luck. This plate of steak was worth more than 1,000, plus those dishes from various countries on the table, adding up to another 50,000 or 60,000 more. She herself was naturally not afraid of such a big expense. After all, with Lu Xingchen here, she had just taken enough advantage of her, and she wasn't that bad. But most of the sisters in the class were on good terms with her, even though she often worked outside. When she bumped into them, she would greet them warmly, and from time to time, they would even throw in some small snacks. She sighed and directly picked up the microphone under Lu Xingchen's surprised gaze. Has the class president not arrived yet? Whoever has the class president's phone number, ask him if he booked the wrong box. I did a part-time job here for 2 months during the summer vacation of my sophomore year. This box is 888 an hour, plus all this food. It's estimated to be 140,000 or 150,000. As soon as these words came out, the joy in the box came to an abrupt end. Everyone looked at Bai Shanshan with wide eyes, the food in their hands neither eating nor not eating. Most of the children in the class were from ordinary families, and their monthly living expenses were only about 3,000. Although there were a few families that were a bit better off, but their monthly living expenses were only $10,000. The most important thing was that it was already the end of the month, the poorest time for all college students. Earlier they had discussed the standard of $300 per person, not expecting it to exceed by so much. Shallow, there's no mistake. That waiter said that all this food is given away for free, and the total price for this box for one night is only $88.88. One of Bai Shallow's roommates looked at the steak in her hand in silence, her voice trembling a bit. Don't be the waiter got it wrong and made them the wrongdoers. She had just discussed with her little sisters in the class how the steaks here were so delicious, how could they be given away for free in unlimited quantities, and had even specifically asked the waiter. It was only after receiving a positive reply that they dared to place their orders, but they also didn't think that Bai Shanshan was lying because it didn't do her any favors. Why don't we confirm it with the waiter? A word woke up the dreamer. Bai Shaoxian was also a bit confused and just wanted to press the call bell. In the next second, Lu Xingchen's powerful arm wrapped around her thin waist, directly holding her in his arms and sitting on the sofa. He took a steak that was still steaming hot, and put it in front of Bai Shallow, his chin lifted willfully, and his accent was diffuse and lazy. No need to confirm. This box will charge you 8,888 tonight, and the rest will be put on my account, so let's all have a good time. Baby, open your mouth. He forked up a small piece of tender steak and put it to Bai Shallow's lips. He could guess that it should have been yesterday when he said that he had a party tonight, and after that, he stopped by to look at the KTV's business management, and that manager should have raised the specs and fractured the price for them. Lu Xingchen did not care. That manager is after all giving himself face, and then again, it is nothing to invite classmates to eat and drink a meal. White light color was stunned, looked deeply at Lu Xingchen, did not say more, squinted and smiled up, opened the cherry small mouth to eat the steak around the mouth. Once these words came out, the crowd's eyes fell on Lu Xingchen in unison. Mr. Lu's atmosphere. Mr. Lu's mighty. Mr. Lu is a good match for Shallow. I wish Mr. Lu and Shallow to grow old together, be blessed as the East Sea, live as long as the South Mountain, and give birth to a noble son early. Under the leadership of Bai Shanshan's best friend who asked the question just now, the crowd was loudly kissing their asses in unison, with 4 big words willingly written on everyone's face. As for Lu Xingchen's lack of money to settle the bill, don't even think about it. The 35 million Apollo IE these days has already proved Lu Xingchen's strength. Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly and waved his hand. Everyone continue. Immediately afterward, the deafening music in the box resounded once again, and the crowd played even more happily. Mr. Lu, can you return Shallow to us now? You guys have a long future ahead of you, so you shouldn't care about this little bit of time tonight. Bai Shallow's roommate came up with a smile and joked loudly. Bai Shanshan's pretty face flushed red and immediately broke away from Lu Xingchen's embrace, pulling her roommate towards the pile of girls. Lu Xingchen watched the singing and dancing and laughter in the box, and was also very happy. But it happened that at this time, someone had to destroy this joyful atmosphere. Lu Xingchen was just about to walk to the class boys' pile, when the door of the box was opened once again, and the class president and Jiang Qingyan, who had arrived late, walked in quickly. The class president's face was as black as charcoal when he saw the food on the table in the large box. Ignoring his roommate over there who greeted him, he went to the main console himself and stopped the music in the box. Everyone be quiet. The waiter brought the wrong one. This is not the box I booked. In a moment, I'll go and communicate with the KTV people. Just halfway through the words, someone in the class came out to explain. Class president, no need. Mr. Lu said that today we only need to pay 8888 on the line. The rest will be solved by our handsome and gold-rich Mr. Lu. Come, let's thank Mr. Lu again. The box once again set off a cheer. Hearing this, he saw on the sofa, Lu Xingchen's enjoying and cozy appearance, and was instantly enraged. Don't need your charity, Shallow, before you worked here part-time. Let's go find them and communicate. This was their mistake in the first place. Don't need someone to pay for it with fake kindness. Who does he think he is? A little bit of stinking money can buy everything? Everyone raised their eyes in unison and looked at the class president, who was filled with anger, all with a head full of question marks. Everyone, is he sick? Chapter 55 Rhubarb Girl. Wake up. His gaze went to Bai Shallow, who knew that Bai Shallow had no intention of taking care of him at all. Instead, she lowered her head and ate the salmon sashimi in front of her with relish. The squad leader froze for a moment. He didn't expect Bai Shallow to be so heartless. Shallow, you were part-time before. Seeing that he still has to ink, Lu Xingchen looked a little impatient. His voice was clear as frost directly interrupted. The music is turned on. Shallow over. Accompany me to fill my stomach. This time Bai Shallow immediately put down the fork in his hand, walked from the sisterhood to Lu Xingchen's side to sit. Try this. It's delicious. She picked up the salmon sashimi in front of Lu Xingchen that hadn't been touched yet and sent it to his mouth. Her eyelashes blinking, adorable and a bit playful. A picture of love and affection, spreading a huge wave of dog food. The class president standing opposite them, his face as ugly as if he had eaten that, staring unbelievably at Bai Shanshan. His trembling voice mixed with a few moments of anger. Bai Shanshan, you, how did you also become this kind of person? You used to obviously dislike this kind of rich second generation who was full of copper odor the most. You, are you being coerced by him? You can talk to me if you have a hard time. I like you with all my heart. Not mixed with a trace of interest. I can help you. Will Shallow go with me? I'll be good to you. Lu Xingchen, he's not worth it. The class president, who had brainstormed a bit, glared angrily at Lu Xingchen, seemingly already sitting on the fact that he had coerced Bai Shallow into committing herself to him. Bai Shallow's movements in her hands lurched, frowned at him, rolled her eyes in front of the crowd, and muttered, sick. Then she put down her fork, her eyes coldly staring at the self-righteous class president, her tone indifferent. Like me, I went to part-time cashier, went to the supermarket in the middle of the night by chance, didn't buy anything, shopped round and round, finally went out empty-handed. Do you know that if it wasn't for you I was off work early? There was that time I was lying in bed resting. Like me, the class party picks the place where I work part-time. Is it to make me remember those bitter days? Who's a nice guy who has to go back to work after work? Like me, several times a semester. I was invited to dinner on the pretext of dormitory bonding in class bonding, and I had to AA. Don't you know what I work part-time for? Earlier, my boyfriend said you had a crush on me and sent me documents of your various behaviors. I didn't think so, but now it seems like you're really disgusting, and I could have had it much easier without you. This deafening and domineering speech successfully broke his fragile glass heart. His face gradually twisted, seeing Bai Shallow re-sitting beside Lu Xingchen, directly tearing his face and cursing. Ha, you think you are something good. Say good. Only make money in your heart. Rejected those rich second generation. And now, is not that Lu Xingchen has a few stinking dollars more than they do? What is the difference between you and those gold-worshipping women? IU*A*. What kind of animal are you? Bai Shanshan has not yet opened his mouth. Her roommate girlfriends have not been able to hold back, and directly cursed. That is a simple and rough, crisp. It wasn't until Bai Shanshan pacified her for a while that she stopped to drink water. Ha, nothing can change the fact that you are a gold-digging woman. Suddenly, a clear disdainful faint snort sounded. Lu Xingchen leaned back on the sofa, converging his eyes and raising his eyebrows to stare at the class president in front of him, the corners of his lips pulling out a few points of disdain. The tone was arrogant and cocky. You broke the defense? It's also true that you are not tall, not handsome, not well-built, not rich. Your studies are not better than that. And now it seems that your brain is not too good. So indeed you can just daydream. Go back and buy a mirror to take a look. How can you compare with me? My family shallow eyes are not blind. Bai Shanshan's best friend gently pulled down her arm. A small squeak of a nymphomaniacal voice. Holy, so handsome. Shallow, you eat too well. The class president's fragile glass heart shattered into powder. He had the intention to retort, but realized that none of the aspects could compare to Lu Xingchen, and could only stand frozen in place, his lips white and at a loss for words. It was still one of the housemates who was on better terms with him that pulled him away. Light smoke. Why don't we leave too? Lu Yuan glanced at Lu Xingchen, who was being courted by all the stars, and looked at Jiang Qingyan, who was looking bland on the side. Jiang Qingyan glanced at him lightly, since his villainous face was exposed at the last banquet. He clearly told him not to bother her anymore, but today he found a chance to stick up. His tone was cold. If you want to leave, you can leave by yourself, and please stay away from me in the future. I don't like you. What I like is Lu Xingchen. After saying that, she walked towards the students in the class who were close to her. Although she had done some wrong things to Lu Xingchen before, she still got along quite well with her classmates. In the box, there were also people who spotted Lu Yuan's figure. This student, you don't seem to be from our class. Everyone knew Lu Yuan, who claimed to be Jiang Qingyan's male best friend, and although he was always in class with their class, he really wasn't lead of their class, and wasn't even a major. It was also from the student union that he met Jiang Qingyan, and after that he became a dogpile. College students loved eating melons the most, and before Lu Xingchen and the two of them made a big fuss, for the sake of the gold master, they couldn't let Lu Yuan stay here to disgust people. I came to accompany Light Smoke. Light Smoke. Light Smoke. After calling out a few times, Jiang Qingyan didn't pay attention to him, and under the gaze of a few boys, he could only leave in disgrace. On the other side, Lu Xingchen didn't even notice the situation on this side. At the moment he was sitting inside a group of people, playing the king game. Oh ho! Let's do this! I'll designate Shallow to find a member of the opposite sex present to feed him a sip of wine and kiss him for 1 minute. The kind where you have to stick your tongue out. Oh. By Shallow's roommate's best friend smiled and gave Lu Xingchen a wink. His and Shallow's happiness was wrapped up in her. Who could refuse the bribe of a donkey brand bag? Begged yellow girl. You're the one who's up in arms. By Shallow's pretty face was pink and she secretly disliked her best friend next to her. Under the crowd's expectant gazes, her eyes drifted to Lu Xingchen, who was well on his way to the side, her ear tips reddening as she shyly pointed at him. Oh, must stick out your tongue. Right, can't play around. Oh. Under a loud coaxing, Bai Shallow took a deep breath, and with a mouthful of slightly astringent red wine, she straddled Lu Xingchen's body. Against Lu Xingchen's burning gaze, her body trembled. Learning from Lu Xingchen's previous action on her, green onion white-like fingertips hooked Lu Xingchen's chin, slowly leaned down. Her eyes gazed at his lips that were getting closer and closer. Her heart trembled slightly but didn't have the slightest pause. Getting high kills me. Absolute. This scene is so lustful. Can I be their bed, please? Rhubarb girl, wake up. You can't carry it. Just these two. Not more than hundreds of thousands of beds can't carry it. Clang. When the crowd was kowtowing to the sugar, the door of the box was pushed open sharply, and the loud rattling sound attracted everyone's pained attention. Lao air. Sister Qin was drugged. Right downstairs. Wang Yihao's anxious and angry voice rang out in the box, but just halfway through, he saw the scene in the box suddenly come to an abrupt end. Chapter 56, The sheep entered the tiger's mouth. He didn't realize that his haste had spoiled Lu Xingchen's good deed, and he quickly waved his hand. It's fine. You guys go on and on. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly, pressed Bai Qian's head and pecked lightly. You guys continue. I'll go out for a bit. Gently rubbing Bai Shallow's hair, he gave an explanation and got up to walk towards the outside. Although Wang Yihao hadn't finished speaking, he had guessed the general idea. Qin Shuya had actually been drugged in his territory. Thinking of this, his face gradually darkened as he quickly walked down the stairs. Just as he walked downstairs, he saw a circle of people surrounding the lobby waiting area. Lu Xingchen, with his tall advantage, looked through the gap in the crowd and saw Qin Shuya leaning on the sofa with reddened cheeks, and his heart instantly tightened. Randomly came to be full of anger. Just now he was still thinking that the management of the Starlight Radiance KTV management is good. Today just came to this whole thing. Sister Qin, is it okay? Lu Xingchen, with his strength advantage, directly crossed over and arrived in front of Qin Shuya. The palm of his hand gently pressed against her forehead, only to feel a rolling heat. Qin Shuya, who had only been hit by a little bit of ecstasy, was almost done, but feeling the scorching heat coming from her forehead, as well as Lu Xingchen's never-before-seen gentle and concerned eyes, made her cheeks involuntarily blush. The breath pouring into her nose was even more mesmerizing. Staring at Lu Xingchen's flawless and handsome face, her eyes mesmerized. I'm fine, Qin Shuya sheepishly replied back, but her voice was ridiculously small. This situation, in Lu Xingchen's eyes, was clearly a symptom of that kind of aphrodisiac attack, and his heart was very anxious, especially when he heard that the KTV side was still deliberately pushing back. The anger in his heart grew even more. You're not qualified to view our KTV surveillance. Call the police. Besides, this kind of thing is very common in this kind of place. Which bar or KTV has it? Looking at her dressed like this, who knows if she just came out in which bar and ran to accompany someone. A man who looked like he was in his 40s begged in defense. This woman was invited by Zhang Xiao, and specially greeted him, letting him cooperate with the incense and drug. After the incident was accomplished, he could at least get a huge sum of money of more than $1 million. Only that there seems to have been a bit of an accident now. This kind of thing he has done several times. Basically in the end is a big thing to trivialize. The woman looks like it is not what serious people. The three brats look at the dress should be in college students. As long as today to muddle through. Another 3 hours, is the KTV surveillance coverage period? Then the dead no evidence. Let her is to find the police. Are useless. As for the nearest police station to here, Zhang Xiao has already greeted them. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen was really angry to the extreme. Slap. A crisp slap sounded in the lobby. Where is Gu Feng? Such a big event happened. And he, a general manager, didn't even show up. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't have to come tomorrow. Lu Xingchen's voice was gloomy. At this moment, Gu Feng in the backstage of the KTV monitoring room glanced at the circle of police around him, wanting to cry without tears. Boss, he would like to step in, but he really didn't have the guts. How dare you hit me? The man covered his rapidly swelling cheeks and glared angrily. Still looking for our manager. Even if you get our boss to come, it won't work. Where's the security guard? Are they all dead people not? Can't see that I'm being beaten. Hold him down for me. A moment later when the police come, boy, I'll make sure to let you see what is called the means of the society. Snort! Xingchen lightly snorted lightly. His pitch-black pupils swept over the security guards who were maintaining order on the side, and finally his gaze landed on the security captain who had been accompanying the general manager at the door just now. What are you guys waiting for? His voice was as cold as frost. As soon as the words fell, the security team leader and 2 security guards behind him pressed the 40-something senior on the ground. The people present froze for a moment and looked at Xingchen in surprise. How could he command the KTV's security guards? In the next second, the fawning tone of the security chief told them the answer. Mr. Lu, it's already pressed. That we are actually. Not waiting for him to finish, Xingchen directly waved his hand to interrupt, his deep eyes surging with an obscure light, converging his eyes to stare. Where is Gu Feng? Manager Gu He. Cough cough cough. He was just about to explain when Qin Shuya on the sofa behind him coughed lightly in warning. The big drama in the box above was not yet finished, and the police's plans could not be revealed at this time. Xingchen didn't see Qin Shuya's threatening gaze at all, and when he turned his head, Qin Shuya's eyes were already mesmerized, and she resumed her previous appearance, as if the person who had just threatened others wasn't her. Seeing this scene, he didn't have the time to take care of the situation here. Reaching out in the crowd's astonished gaze, Princess picked up Qin Shuya, turned his head to that security chief and instructed, call the police. Everything here is waiting for the police to solve. Now saving people is important. After saying this, he turned his head to look at the 3 roommates who froze in place, their faces hesitant, a look of no way. Secretly sighed a sentence of the second generation is not reliable. Tone anxious, this neighborhood I just bought a villa. In this kind of medicine must be used in a special way to dissipate the temperature. You guys stay here and the police to explain the situation, as well as to speak with Asahi. After saying that, Xingchen hugged the soft and boneless Qin Shuya in his arms and turned his head to run outside. The 3 people in his dormitory stood in place wanting to say something. Wang Yihao just wanted to wave to tell Xingchen the real situation, but in the next second, he received a warning look from Qin Shuya. Only when Xingchen's back disappeared into the hall did Li think dare to gasp aloud. It's over. Lao Air, this is the legendary moth to the flame. Sheep into the tiger's mouth. What are you worried about him for? And are you not unaware of Sister Qin's thoughts about him? Only he, the wood, is so slow. As the red 3rd generation and official 3rd generation inside, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed softly. Retarded? Maybe he realized it earlier than us. He just doesn't dare to admit it. Otherwise, why would he be in a hurry to mess up today? Wang Yihao also reacted, laughed and patted Li Think's shoulder. His tone was reckless. Boss is right. The last time you got food poisoning, he was all in that dead look of not being in a hurry, not panicking, and methodical. Now it seems that he is properly overwhelmed by love. Obviously he has fallen in love, but he doesn't want to admit it. Li thought, 3 of you, then this person? Leave it to us. The security chief had just opened his mouth when 2 police officers in police uniforms walked out from the backstage, pressing down on the gagged man and disappeared into the hall. On the other side, Xingchen looked at the villa that was about to arrive. His heart was incredibly happy. When he was browsing the real estate website in the past few days, he unintentionally saw this villa and bought it in passing. It hadn't been lived in yet, and this came in handy. Hiss! Suddenly, Xingchen sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked sideways. His heart was very anxious, and he softly pacified. Qin, Sister Qin, wait, it's almost here. Chapter 57, Qin Shuya's Little Mind. Xingchen coughed lightly, his voice was low and hoarse, and when he looked closely, his ears were already colored with flaming clouds. The knots in his throat kept rolling as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva that was secreted out of his mouth. The hand holding the steering wheel trembled slightly, and the $35 million Apollo IE almost crashed into the curb. He wanted to drive safely and have a clear mind, but the scene at this moment couldn't allow him to keep a moment's peace. The situation was just a bit reminding him of his behavior with Bai Shania in the auditorium not too long ago. The evil fire in his body that had just been suppressed suddenly rekindled and grew more and more prevalent. Qin Shuya, be honest. Xingchen's voice this time had a few more points of solemnity in it. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Shuya glanced at the back of his sinewy hands, eyebrows slightly raised. In the dead corner of the line of sight that Xingchen could not see, the corners of his lips revealed a few points of triumph. Thinking, deserved. Let you should have been in my room to rest at night. Went to find another woman, and after that did not immediately explain to her, but instead and other little girls hooked up. This is the punishment for you. Thinking of this, she snickered in her heart and couldn't help but make a funny face. Squeak dash. A sound of brakes rang out. Qin Shuya was not paying attention for a moment and bumped into a car window on the side. letting out a wooing sound. Lu Xingchen's body stiffened, his breathing was slightly short, and his deep eyes tumbled with obscure and unknown desires. Looking at Qin Shuya, who had a few strands of seductiveness flowing between her charming eyes, she secretly sighed demoness. Immediately, the line of sight swept over Qin Shuya, immediately unbuckled the seatbelt and got out of the car. Opening the passenger door, Lu Xingchen suddenly breathed tightly. Just in the dozens of seconds he got out of the car, Qin Shuya even collapsed one of her clothes buttons, coupled with her now reddened pretty face and seductive winks. It was rather like an ancient concubine waiting for the emperor to favor her. Little bastard, sis can't charm you to death. When Qin Shuya saw Lu Xingchen frozen in place, his breathing disordered, a hint of cunning appeared in her pretendedly mesmerized beautiful eyes. That's right, she did it on purpose. These days, she had also figured out that although she had liked Lu Xingchen for so many years, he had never known about it. Moreover, that night through those information revealed by Lu Xingchen, she had asked Uncle Li to go and reinvestigate what had happened before Lu Xingchen, especially the experiences before the age of 7, which really made her discover the anomaly. Lu Xingchen's experiences in that place before he turned 7 were cleaned up as if he had never been there. Most importantly, Li Bo also discovered that Lu Xingchen had also spent a year in a mental hospital when he was a child, which happened to be the year he was 7 to 8 years old, and through Li Bo's investigation, Lu Xingchen had actually been seeing a psychiatrist all these years, but unfortunately that psychiatrist had stopped working 2 years before, and now he couldn't find any useful clues. Qin Shuya was still calculating in her mind how to pretend to be drugged in a while to make it more real, when suddenly her whole body rose up in the air. Ah! This time, she took off too quickly, so scared that she let out an explosive cry, and subconsciously hugged Lu Xingchen's neck, her whole body sticking to his body. Be honest, be careful, I'm a pure sunshine male big. At this moment, Lu Xingchen really wanted to put her on the spot regardless, but after thinking about her family history, he and Qin Shuya were not destined to be like he was with other women. It was also impossible for the Qin family to watch the sole heir share a man with another woman. This kind of centuries-old powerful family has a face bigger than the sky. Hot, I'm so hot. Qin Shuya thought to herself that she couldn't wait for him to do so. Soft and sweet voice with a few flirtatious nasal sounds, slightly powdered pretty face gently rubbed his chest, delicate and soft pouting. This time Lu Xingchen really couldn't stand it a bit. He also could not care so much. A foot stepped down the car door. Holding Qin Shuya rushed toward the villa inside. Just entering the living room, the buttons on Lu Xingchen's shirt were unbuttoned by Qin Shuya's restless hands. He didn't even want to talk about it. Now he should really that cell phone to record her like this, to see how she would explain tomorrow. Lu Xingchen threw her onto the sofa with a hand. His eyes darkened, and he restrained his eyes to look directly at the winking eyes of her. The rapid breathing caused qi and blood to rise, successfully blocking the rational intervention of the brain's nerves. He lifted his hand and wrapped it around Qin Shuya's soft, boneless, slender but delicately muscled waist, gently clasping it. With his other hand, he cupped her tender chin, and his line of sight fell on her orange-red lips. Hoo-oo! Qin Shuya to the side panted heavily. On the contrary, Lu Xingchen was surprised and lifted his eyelids. A trace of doubt flashed across his brows and his measuring eyes scanned Qin Shuya, who was now breathing deeply. Sister Qin, have you regained your senses? Lu Xingchen was slightly puzzled. At these words, Qin Shuya, who had taken a large breath of fresh air, stiffened, her instinct to survive just now making her forget her disguise. Vainly, she proceeded to take a big gulp of air, and suddenly a flash of light came to her mind. Hot, so hot, I'm so hot. Same way, same routine, same tone, but this time, Qin Shuya was clearly much crazier than the last time she said this, only to see her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, pretending to have a look of misty eyes, like a female demon. She tore at Lu Xingchen's shirt worth more than $20,000 without a care in the world. Now this kind of appearance again did not look like she had regained her senses. It seemed that the scene just now was just her subconscious survival instinct. Alas, it seems that it is still necessary. Lu Xingchen sighed. Looking around, he didn't see anything that could hold Qin Shuya in place, so he could only draw out the belt around his waist and tie it to Qin Shuya's hands. Wait a moment, I'll go to the bathroom to put on some water. I'm only doing this today to save you. When your medication has worn off, you can't blame me, much less hit me. Lu Xingchen, in order to prevent the losing her mind Qin Shuya from struggling hard to break free, he also specially patted her with his own shirt worth more than $20,000. After mumbling to himself, he turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Hot, so hot, I'm so hot, Qin Shuya delicately shouted at Lu Xingchen's back. Only after seeing this Lu Xingchen walk into the room on the second floor did she stop her performance. Gathering her eyes to look at the belt on her hand, she laughed softly. Hitting you? Sister, won't beat you. Sister will only heartache you. Said a pause. looked in the direction of the second floor, heard the sound of water coming out faintly. The corners of her lips curled lightly, still quite love cleanliness, this kind of time, but also to go to take a bath. Chapter 58, Harvesting the Net. She then looked down at the message on her cell phone. The KTV side had people from Chin's group watching it, and the joint layout with the police to make a bureau had already closed the net. The Zhang family, who used biomedical anti-aging technology as a means of whitewashing, but secretly made some drugs that violated human nature, had all been caught. Because of the exposure of this matter, the upper leadership is very angry, began to thoroughly investigate the biomedical industry of some illegal pharmaceuticals. The biomedical circle set off an unprecedented earthquake. General Manager of Life Medical Technology, Qin Dong. The above people came to investigate. Please rest assured, Life Medical Technology Company, Ltd. All anti-aging pharmaceuticals, all are legal and compliant. The production process I personally over several times. There will never be behavior like the Zhang family. General Manager of Life Medical Technology, and this matter. Should we notify Lu Dong first? Qin Shuya converged her eyes to look at the message sent on her cell phone, glanced in the direction of the second floor, and the corner of her lips slightly hooked. Qin Dong, no, go by the process. Wait until tomorrow's document is sent and then tell him. He has something tonight. That's right. Qin Shuya is the remaining 26% shareholder of Life Medical Technology Company. The rest are some loose shares, distributed in the hands of the company's senior management. Originally, this 26% of the shares were also distributed in a very scattered manner. But the other day she heard that Lu Xingchen had acquired 70% of the shares of this company, and deliberately paid attention to this company. After learning about the form of crisis that this company was in, she immediately became the part-time executive director of Life Medical Technology Company, in the capacity of Qin Group's executive director. Suddenly, the faint sound of water upstairs stopped. Qin Shuya immediately put away the smile on her face. Her eyes resumed their mesmerized posture. Her lips slightly opened, and she collapsed on the sofa. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Xingchen hadn't come out yet, she gently tore the clothes on her body again, in a wretched state, as if she was exactly the same as the person who had been hit by the bewitching incense. What a sin! Lu Xingchen put water in the bathtub and just came out. Bending his head down, a large area of blinding snow white appeared in his line of sight, and he was at this angle. Unnameable. Gulp! The knot in his throat rolled, and a mouthful of water was swallowed, causing the flames he hadn't completely suppressed to burn even more fiercely, as if he had added a handful of firewood. Lu Xingchen. Qin Shuya saw him walking down the stairs and gave a flirtatious wooing cry. In the next second, the whole person rose up in the air, the belt that bound her hands was undone, and the whole person, like an octopus, clung to Lu Xingchen's body. The orange-red lipstick on his lips left starry lip prints on Lu Xingchen's white shirt. Lu Xingchen, anxious to fly fast, stretching long legs, 3 steps and 2 steps, stride across the stairs, short of breath, he, at the moment very anxious, because this is less than half a minute, that worth more than 20,000 shirt, was Qin Shuya hard tear, into a strip of white silk cloth, scattered all over the place. The arm was also bitten hard by her a few bites, and that pair of restless hands, randomly gesticulating on the air, a little, his eyelashes slightly converged, reached out and clasped Qin Shuya's pair of restless soft razor, and the other big hand that was holding her waist nest, slightly exerted. Lu Xingchen unexpectedly held her up with one arm. Good man, oh, how much strength does this require? Then can I still go back to the meeting tomorrow? Qin Shuya's beautiful eyes surged with watery light, staring dead on at the veins on Lu Xingchen's arm that had rippled up due to his exertion, and a shy question flashed through her mind. For a while, she actually forgot to make a mistake. Lu Xingchen also didn't notice her abnormal pause. He now only wanted to hurry in so being teased by her, he was really afraid that he couldn't control himself and transformed into a wild beast. Soon, Lu Xingchen brought Qin Shuya to the bathroom. Qin Shuya froze for a moment, thinking, he doesn't have a slight cleanliness fetish, and to give me a bath. Shifting her line of sight, she sucked in a mouthful of cold air after her gaze came into contact with the floating square of ice cubes in the bathtub. He's not going to throw her into this bathtub full of ice cubes, Qin Shuya thought to herself. In the next second, she got her answer, only to see Lu Xingchen loosening his large hand that was clasped around her waist nest, and at this moment, she was already in the middle of that ice-filled bathtub. Ah, Lu Xingchen, don't! Qin Shuya let out a screaming burst, her arms wrapped around Lu Xingchen's neck in death, her legs unconsciously coiled around his waist like a wombat, frightening her to the point that she was trembling all over. Lu Xingchen froze for a moment at his words, his eyes lowered to gaze at Qin Shuya, who was hanging on him, endless flames surging in his deep eyes. His large, burning hand easily cupped her neck, causing her to raise her head to meet his gaze. Looking into her eyes, which were filled with emptiness and fear, Lu Xingchen understood it all at once. Wasn't school sister drugged? Lu Xingchen wantonly languidly averted his eyes and looked straight at her, his lightly furrowed brows, as well as his low tone mixed with a few points of displeasure. Bad. Knowing that she had already been exposed, Qin Shuya's gaze averted for a moment, and she just turned her head sideways, but was forced to turn around again by Lu Xingchen. Liar! Lu Xingchen snorted coldly when he saw that she didn't speak. I'm not. Qin Shuya defended with a stiff upper lip, but those heartsick eyes solidly betrayed her. She wanted to slap herself a few times now. Dead mouth. Just blame you. Lu Xingchen loosened his hand, converging his eyes to look at her lightly. Still not loosening up. Really take yourself as a wombat? Loose it. What's the big deal? Humph. Knowing that the Qin Shuya can only whisper beep lie, loosened legs and arms, reluctant to come down from Lu Xingchen's body, because Lu Xingchen was in a hurry to release the water, causing the ice water to splash all over the place. At the moment the bathroom floor was slippery. Qin Shuya is not like Lu Xingchen wearing shoes to come in. Just now she in order to a moment and Lu Xingchen convenient, early to take off the shoes. A pair of white jade feet touched the cold icy water. She subconsciously tried to lift her foot. The slippery floor made the other foot lose balance, and the whole person fell backward towards the bathtub full of ice behind her. Ah! Help! The words just came out. A pair of large, hot hands clasped her waist, and Qin Shuya, also frightened, jumped onto Lu Xingchen's body once more. School sister. A low and sexy voice rang in her ears. As soon as she looked up, she saw Lu Xingchen's vicious wolf-like eyes, and her heart trembled. The opportunity is back? This was the first thought in Qin Shuya's brain. She raised her head, her rippling eyes staring at the 193 Lu Xingchen, swallowing slightly, like a werewolf incarnation. He had the feeling that he could do it at first glance, and she was a little worried about her stamina. Xingchen, be gentle for a while. It's my first time. Qin Shuya's cheeks blushed with shame, and after stumbling through her explanation, she shyly closed her eyes, her hands tightly grasping the quilt underneath as she waited for the long-awaited moment. After today, she would finally be able to get Lu Xingchen, and she would finally be able to appear in front of Lu Xingchen in a bright and honorable manner, without any excuses. Chapter 59, Hui Air with extensive business. Ding! Box fracture. Free wine and food. In this class party to earn enough face, the identity of the boss behind the Starlight Bright KTV ruthlessly shocked the crowd. There is a saying that money is used to get loaded, not loaded rich nothing. Congratulations to the host triggered the gods' heroic behavior people in front of the show of honor. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine hero behavior showing off your wealth in front of people. Reward obtained, top all-round musician professional ability. System reward has been issued. The ability is rapidly fusing in the host's mind. It is expected that complete fusion will take 1 year. The system's voice sounded in Lu Xingchen's mind. In the next second, his mind suddenly had more knowledge about vocal music, as well as some simple music theory. Lu Xingchen was stunned, not realizing that the divine hero raising system had rewards for this kind of aspect. Immediately, he figured out that the divine magnate was not that kind of thug. The divine magnate itself should be that kind of decathlon, although he now looked reserved on the outside, but on the inside, he still lacked some of his own substance to support this kind of reserved and cool temperament. This kind of professional ability is not comparable to money, but 1 year. Have other people a lifetime cannot learn things simply horrible like this. On the bed Qin Shuya waited for half a day, but did not feel Lu Xingchen's hot body temperature. Eyelashes lifted a small slit, hitching an eye to see Lu Xingchen, who was standing on the sidelines with an inexplicable smile on his face, standing motionless and fuming. Could it be that she scared him with such proactive behavior? Qin Shuya reflected in her mind. But the girls inside those little videos she watched were all like this. Then the boys inside would pounce on them like wolves and tigers, and a wonderful thing would happen. Now there was obviously a big difference. The way she looked at Lu Xingchen, it didn't look like he wanted to have something with her. Lu Xingchen's afterglow noticed the small expression on Qin Shuya's face. The smile on his face abruptly withdrew. His eyebrows slightly moved, his complexion gazing at her scattered clothes, coughing lightly. Cough. Senior sister, why don't you change a piece of clothing and we'll talk? What? It's all come to this. She's taken the initiative to become like this, and she still wants to talk about it. When had she, Qin Shuya, ever received this kind of aggravation? Qin Shuya also stopped pretending, opened her eyes and sat on the bed staring at Lu Xingchen with a grudging face. Aggrieved. She was very aggrieved, only feeling the tip of her nose sour. Crystal clear tears gushed out from the corners of her eyes, following her smooth and flawless face, dripping down onto the bedsheets. Lu Xingchen, are you a man or not? This was the second time. The second time he had done this to her. Lu Xingchen didn't expect Qin Shuya's reaction to be so drastic. After a moment of silence, he converged his eyes with a lowered demeanor and looked directly into her eyes that were slightly red from crying. His dark pupils were full of apologies. Senior sister, I believe that you've also found out some things about me. Once these words came out, the originally furious Qin Shuya looked a little weak. This kind of investigating someone behind their back and being discovered by them made her lower her head slightly. She frowned slightly, thought for a moment, raised her eyes to meet Lu Xingchen's deep eyes. Her tone eased a bit. If it's because of this matter, I can apologize to you. Lu Xingchen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have investigated you privately. I just want to know why you rejected me, why you refused to accept me. I won't in the future. Please forgive me and try to accept me, okay? I really like you. She was going to say that she had liked Lu Xingchen for many years, but then she remembered the things in that hidden room, and thought about the situation of the psychiatrist that Uncle Li had investigated about the psychiatrist that Lu Xingchen had been seeing. She was afraid that if she rashly brought up the matter of that small mountain village, it would cause some harm to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen sighed, his hands propped up on the bed couch, lazily and diffidently sitting beside Qin Shuya. His tone solemn, senior sister, I'm not a log. In fact, I've always known your feelings for me. Then why did I pretend not to know and intentionally avoid you, right? Lu Xingchen carelessly took over the words, looking sideways at her with reddened cheeks and swollen lips, his tone wanton, because I know I don't deserve you. Do you know why I've been pursuing Jiang Qingyan? A puzzled look appeared between Qin Shuya's brows, blinking her beautiful eyes flooded with watery light as she stared straight at him in disbelief. Lu Xingchen collapsed on the bed with reckless indolence, staring at the ceiling, and spoke thoughtfully, for one thing, Jiang Qingyan grew up with me, knows her roots, and is a good match, and for another thing, I wanted to try and see if I could really fall in love with someone. As it turns out, I'm just a stone-hearted person who can't love people. In fact, if Jiang Qingyan hadn't said those words, the two of them wouldn't have become a familiar stranger like they are now. At least they could still be friends. After all, they grew up together. Senior sister, you should have found out something in the past few days. By Shanshan, Yao Yan, He Cheng, I've been more or less ambiguous with them. Your parents can accept that I'm a soft-eating gigolo, but they definitely can't accept that I'm a soft-eating scumbag. I believe this is something even you can't accept. Qin Shuya fell silent. She stared sideways blankly in the direction of the doorway, her voice trembling. In the end, Qin Shuya still didn't say anything. She didn't leave a word behind, wearing one of Lu Xingchen's shirts, and left the villa. Lu Xingchen, on the other hand, collapsed on the bed, a little sad in his heart. The afterglow through the floor-to-ceiling window hit Lu Xingchen's body. He slightly lifted his eyelashes and faintly snorted. Lu Xingchen, Lu Xingchen, you're too greedy. Surprisingly, there was a slight reluctance and greed within him, but he knew that he couldn't give Qin Shuya what she wanted. For by shallow, Yao Yan, he could give material needs, He Cheng, Zhao Euro, he could give spiritual needs. No matter which one it was, his presence was able to make her life better. But Qin Shuya was different. His existence couldn't bring Qin Shuya anything. Instead it was a harm to her. Although he was trying to be a scumbag, he should at least be a scumbag with a conscience. Getting up and coming to the bathroom. Through the bathroom mirror, he saw the orange-red lip prints speckled on his chest. He silently wiped off the lip prints, and slightly cleaned up and re-entered the master bedroom. Just picked up his cell phone. He saw a message from Bai Shallow, simply replied, and boiled the phone porridge for another 1 hour. At 2 a.m. Lu Xingchen, who was depressed and tossing and turning, once again opened the Shivering Sea video. Babies, lie down obediently and prepare to receive the hypnotic knocking sound attack. Oh, the soft voice that pressed the volume was like a cotton brush gently brushing over his heart, very decompressing. The line of sight fell on the screen. Lu Xingchen's complexion was stunned, his fingertips absently tapping on the cell phone case, the corners of his lips lightly curved. I didn't expect this to be an acquaintance. Her business scope was really a bit wide. That's right. The anchor in this Sleep Aid live broadcasting room was precisely the Xingchen-style dance anchor woman that he had inadvertently swiped at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Welcome grazing star into Weir's Sleep Aid live room. The fluffy voice, like a seemingly unnoticeable electric current, passed through his brain, taking away the worries in his brain. Chapter 60, the young woman's sister next door, Weir, who was about to start tapping the tones to help her sleep, habitually welcomed the new viewers who had entered the live broadcast room. Suddenly, she looked startled and curiously tapped on Lu Xingchen's homepage with her cell phone. Good fellow, it was really fate that this big brother had swiped into her Sleep Aid live room again. With just a welcome, she started the last Sleep Aid mini-program of the day. Crystal clear glass cups, smooth textured square wood blocks, rough dry rotten wood and so on, a variety of small objects. In her hands, like a musical instrument, issued a pleasant, soothing percussion sound. Lu Xingchen looked at the brain completely relaxed, and even produced a slight drowsiness. Have to say, this kind of Sleep Aid live and repair donkey hooves can heal the heart as well. In the blink of an eye, not waiting for Lu Xingchen to pay for the video to brush the gift. The screen of the live broadcast was caught off guard. The uninterested Lu Xingchen frowned slightly, and the starburst of sleep that had just arisen instantly dissipated, and his annoyed heart skipped a beat once again. He had just exited and was ready to find the next live broadcast when suddenly a private message popped up at the top of the screen. Ancient style dancefear, thank you brother for your 30 carnival support. Lu Xingchen slightly raised his eyebrows. This was Wang Yihao saying that he had come to take the initiative to fall back. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the mood to tease tonight. Grazing star, no need. You dance. I appreciate it. Just paying for the content. Wire, who had just gotten off the air, looked at the flashing private message, a hint of surprise appearing on her pretty face. Lu Xingchen's words were considered a clear stream in the live Big Brother circle. A pure brush Big Brother with no desires. And that's how I met him? Air blinked blankly. Frozen in this half a day. No more messages were sent over there. Ancient Wind Dance Air, brother, want to add a VX? I don't mean anything else. It's just that you've swiped so much for me. And I also do some small crafts and want to mail you a copy. This is still the first time Air took the initiative to add the network of Big Brother VX. After all, this kind of pure brush sentiment Big Brother is rare. If she maintains good, perhaps in the future Liv can earn a little more. But she is not the kind of an Big Brother ambiguous chat operation and so on. Instead, she wants to Liv screened Big Brother to develop this kind of ancient style. The era of Trinket's online store customers. That's right, in addition to her live broadcast, is to use their own craftsmanship, do some ancient style or era, regional characteristics of the trinkets or clothes for sale. Every month can also have 7,000-8,000 income. At the beginning of the live broadcast, in addition to the daughter to earn the cost of learning the piano, but also want to make a name for themselves online store. On the other side of the screen, Lu Xingchen looked at this paragraph and became more convinced of his inner thoughts. He was just about to turn off the private message reminder. Ancient style dancefear, is brother also from the black market? I happen to have a small trinket from the Northeast era on my side. I wonder if you like it. Ancient style dancefear, pictures. Pictures? Lu Xingchen paused for a moment, his eyes falling on the two pictures. A snow-white goose doll. The goose was also wearing a large northeastern flower vest, looking very festive. The other was an orange ginseng doll, also wearing a red and green floral northeast cotton vest. The whole doll was in the shape of a hug. Cute. And these two dolls seemed to be at least 1 meter high. Well made. Looks very exquisite. He stared at these two very distinctive dolls. His eyes revealed a few moments of nostalgia. He still remembered that when he had just started high school, a very beautiful young woman's sister had moved in next door to his house, with a 1 or 2 year old baby in tow. At that time, he had a sudden relapse of his illness and was often depressed and cranky. One day when it was snowing heavily, he was extremely depressed, and he was so confused that he skipped school and went home, but the door was locked, and he huddled in the yard, his lips turning purple from the cold. At that time his mom and dad were at work, and could not imagine that he had skipped school. Just as she went up to the second floor of the house on the balcony to collect the clothes, saw the huddled in the corner of the Lu Xingchen, so that he did not freeze to death in that -30 degrees Celsius winter. He remembered that the young woman's sister's home, there is this variety of dolls, the same very delicate, just not as big as these two. Lu Xingchen recalled this period of time. Wire covered her daughter's quilt, looked at the cell phone that did not move, and thought that such a high-quality customer was lost. Suddenly, the shaking C private letter popped up again. Grazing star, have you ever been to the black market red flag area Shan Shui Mingyue? Air's eyes were wide open, her lips slightly opened, her eyes full of unbelief. Her mind instantly recalled the small 2-story house and the sunny and handsome neighboring brother that she had lived in when she went to the black market that year. Ancient style dancefear, you're Lu Xingchen's younger brother? Lu Xingchen saw the private message reply and the corners of his lips curled lightly. It was really her. Grazing star, QR code screenshot. Air is still a little unbelievable. A flash of 5 or 6 years passed, when she left in a hurry, and later returned to Shanghai also because of some force majeure changed contact information. I did not expect to contact again on the network. Scanned the QR code, looked at the familiar avatar and nickname. It is really him. Lu Xingchen, sister is so cruel, that you're said to leave, but also pulled my VX black, just so do not want to have contact with us? Seeing Lu Xingchen's message, Air's face showed a heartfelt embarrassment. Air, back then things happened too suddenly. The phone was stolen, and after coming to the C city and redoing the local number, the previous contact information are not available. Air, brother forgive sister, please. Lu Xingchen lazy reckless light laugh. From the live broadcast he can also see, Air has not had a good time. Everyone has everyone's difficulties. He did not have a hard time for Air. And then again how people are also his life-saving benefactor. Lu Xingchen, is sister okay now? Do you need my help? He's still so kind-hearted. Air looked at the VX message and whispered softly, He was also like this that year, and after saving him, he often helped her with her laborious work, always saying that he wanted to repay her for saving his life. Suddenly, Hu Wei'er remembered Lu Xingchen's family conditions, and those 30 carnivals flashed through her mind. Hu Wei'er, you swiped 100,000 for me today. In a moment you apply for that refund. Don't be so impulsive in the future. You're still a college student. Wait until you make a lot of money in the future. How do you want to swipe it? Lu Xingchen's eyebrows slightly raised. The corner of his lips pulled out a few points of smug smile, and casually sent over the photo of him driving an Apollo IE. Lu Xingchen, sister, I'm developed, so you can talk to me if you have a hard time. Oh. Although Hu Wei'er didn't know about cars, this kind of cool sports car was a lot of money at a glance. She immediately utilized the knowledge map to search for it. Apollo IE top supercar, price range $28 to $35 million. Instantly, Hu Wei'er sucked in a breath of cool air. Could it be that piece was demolished? While muttering, a few moments of regret grew in her heart. Back then, the price of that small house neighborhood was very cheap, and it was estimated that she could take down the two-story small house she rented for just over 600,000 yuan. If she had taken it down then, she wouldn't have to do crafts during the day and broadcast 2 live shows at night. Hu Wei'er, the enviable and jealous demolition household. Hu Wei'er, cat frenzy emoji. Chapter 61, my husband died long ago. Lu Xingchen arched his eyebrows lightly, knowing that Hu Wei'er should have misunderstood, but he didn't explain. Anyway, it was a fact that he was rich now. Lu Xingchen, so you can accept my reward in peace. It's also just a day's pocket money. He was spending more and more money now. 30,000 a day was said to be less. However, he wasn't worried at all about spending all his money and still not being able to trigger the godly cashback. Ever since Life Medical Technology had reached a strategic cooperation with He Qing's project, He Qing's research project had progressed by leaps and bounds after a large amount of money was injected into it. Now that the project had entered the next stage and had successfully made contact with the official forces, Life Medical had also joined in utilizing their existing technology, and the 3 parties stood for a new round of cooperative projects regarding the research of frontline first aid life potions. With the above connection, some giants in the biomedical field also had scruples, and the company's development moved forward in a great way, which could be described as a daily income. In fact, there is also a factor of Qin's group down. Only Lu Xingchen now does not know biomedical. Another major shareholder is Qin Shiya. The equity change announcement will only be publicized tomorrow. On top of that, Starlight Bright KTV can also bring him tens of millions of dollars in revenue every month. Hu Wei'er, I'll fight you rich people. Cat growls. Lu Xingchen, how is Xingxing? Shouldn't have changed her name. Hu Wei'er saw this message and glanced sideways at her daughter's bedroom door, thinking of her soundly sleeping and well-behaved daughter. A happy smile appeared on her face. Hu Wei'er, of course not. This is the name I obtained. Only the surname changed. Now with my surname Hu. A few moments of curiosity surged in Lu Xingchen's deep eyes. He suddenly remembered that before he had not seen the husband in the mouth of Sister Wei'er, which changed her surname. Tentatively, he sent over a message. Lu Xingchen, brother-in-law is true love for you. Hu Wei'er, that man has been dead for how many years? True love. Snort. Bull asterisk. After he died, he didn't leave a single point for us. Otherwise I couldn't just let his family die out. Hu Wei'er blah 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 said a whole bunch of things. Basically all of them were dissatisfaction with that once man. The more she thought about it, the more angry she was. She was really blind at first, seeing him study well and look good. She went against her parents' wishes and married him. Before and after the marriage, he seems to have changed a person. Said a good point called the people light as chrysanthemum, to put it bluntly is false noble. All day fiddling with those broken books. Not make much money. Spend money too is a big handful of money. At that time, she wanted to divorce him, but exactly Xingxing came. At that time she was too young, and parents fell out. A moment of weakness for the apricot will endure the past. However, in those years she had been formally married. She earned her own money and spent it on herself. That waste of a man all day long. And then, perhaps by luck, he got an opportunity to go to the black market on secondment. She also moved next door to Lu Xingchen's house at that time. That day she suddenly left without saying goodbye, is because that man got sick and died. After learning that did not leave a penny inheritance, she rushed back to the sea city with her daughter to fight for the inheritance. Fortunately, by virtue of her shamelessness, splashing and rolling, she raised the man's ashes, got half of his pension in this dilapidated suburban house, and settled in the sea city. Those money plus the money she made in handicrafts over the years. It is also considered to live in the sea city, but also for her daughter to go to school. Hu Wei'er, sorry for letting you hear my negativity. Unconsciously, she looked at a large string of negativity spewed out and was slightly embarrassed in her heart. Lu Xingchen said that he loved to listen. Looking at the cell phone screen, her dancing appearance and her charming body suddenly came to mind. Speaking of which, Hu Wire was only 33 years old, the peak of the young woman's charm. The loneliness of the darkness of the night had actually made him have some delusions about Hu Wire. Next, the two chatted. Xingchen was slightly unrestrained, and his unintentional teasing soon increased the distance between the two. The barrier of not seeing each other for 5 or 6 years instantly dissipated without a trace. Unconsciously, the sky of the city of the sea flooded with a trace of light. Hu Wire only then woke up. Time went by so fast. Xingchen, good morning, good sleep. Q version of a small person holding up a love heart emoticon. Looking at the last sentence of the chat box between the two, a sweet smile inexplicably appeared on her face. She had been struggling to make a living for so many years, basically doing crafts at home, or packing and shipping, and seldom talked to people. Xingchen's appearance instantly filled the void in this part of her life, and the sunny and handsome Xingchen emerged in her mind 5 or 6 years ago, wrapped in the quilt and slowly closed her eyes. Xingchen looked at the time and the faint light of day outside, and had no more thoughts of sleeping. Thinking that today is the last day of class before vacation, packed up, drove the windy Apollo IE to the Shuangdan campus. After driving for more than an hour and eating breakfast slowly and leisurely, he came to the early 8 classroom. 7:30 a.m. There were very few students in the classroom. College students. Basically, they were all stepping point freaks. Xingchen casually chose a seat in the back row by the window and lowered his head to swipe his cell phone. 10 minutes later, a young girl's fragrance rushed into his nostrils. When he looked sideways, he saw by Shallow's white jade flawless, pores can't be seen pretty face, facing the sunlight and showing him a sweet smile of a young girl, with a sweet and delicate voice. She greeted him, good morning. By Shallow froze for a moment as she looked at the red bloodlines in Xingchen's eyes as well as the faint bags under his eyes that were showing, and asked with concern, do you want to go back and take a rest? I'll sign in for you? Don't, just let me lean for a while. Xingchen's voice was low. He put away his cell phone, and naturally leaned on by Shanshan's shoulder. Wet and hot breath hit her delicate collarbone, and her large, bony hands carelessly landed on her light white short skirt, the hot temperature stimulating her thighs through the skirt. Although Bai Qianshan was used to this kind of roguish behavior from Xingchen, her body instinctively still blushed in shame. Then you sleep for a while, I'll call you in class. She tilted her body in Xingchen's direction, and said these words in the eyes of the neighboring roommates who were snickering. Aha! Xingchen whispered a soft leaning on his shoulder, smelling the fresh scent of the young girl, slowly closing his eyes. Even if he didn't sleep, squinting for a while was comfortable. Soon the class bell rang. Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. Hitching his eyes, he saw the 3 detrimental friends in the front row. Wang Yihao's line of sight met with him, specially giving him a count your bull thumbs up. At a glance, he misunderstood what happened between him and Qin Shiya yesterday, but Xingchen didn't explain. It would be too hurtful to Qin Shiya's face to talk about this kind of thing. Glancing lightly at him, he turned his head to the side of Bai Shania who was seriously looking at the exam books. Xingchen remembered that this little girlfriend of his, it seems that there are only a few compulsory courses, and all 4 years of university courses are finished. Looking at the exam books on the desktop, he inexplicably remembered Yao Yan, who had left him, the golden father, behind on National Day and went to the prairie with her good sisters. Will you accompany me on the National Day? Xingchen approached Bai Shanshan's ear and whispered in a low voice. Chapter 62, Classmate, love can be talked about after class. Wet and hot breath sprinkled on her ear. Bai Shallow lifted her eyelids. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Xingchen and decisively refused. Don't. The National Day I want to accompany my mother. The doctor said that her condition is now stable. She can properly go out for a walk and relax. It's better for the next phase 2 surgery. My mom doesn't know about our relationship yet. I don't want her to be irritated. Although she saw the expectant gaze in Xingchen's eyes, it was still her mom's illness that was important. The days to come were long. The two of them could still spend many more national days, and besides, she would be able to spend a lot of time with him at school afterward. Oh, okay then. Xingchen's helpless eyelashes lightly converged. Bai Shanshan had moved out her sick mother-in-law, and he was too embarrassed to be dead set on getting together. Really can't? No. Xingchen, who tried and was decisively rejected, leaned over his desk in boredom and looked through the window at the sunny university campus. The line of sight happened to land on the Fairview Huacheng across the school, and he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He was a godly man who was a prodigal florist, and he had no one to accompany him during the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival, which was a 10-day-long vacation in a row. Yao Yan went to the prairie with her good girlfriends early. He Qing's project is now at the beginning of everything. There is no time to accompany him. Zhao Yuro, that guy, is even more ruthless, letting him mail the few pieces of clothing stained with his scent, saying that she wants the novel to be in the process of being filmed in television, and that she has to close her eyes to revise the script. Love would only block her career that was about to soar. Originally he thought about going home, But his parents had gone crazy after Lu Xingchen gave $10 million for the second time. They were now traveling around the globe, and even Lu Xingchen didn't know their exact location. He now finally experienced the loneliness of those rich people. Lu Xingchen converged back to his sight, his starry eyes landing straight on Bai Shallow's light white pleated skirt. Bai Shanshan, who was seriously studying, stiffened the pen in her hand, bit her lips lightly, and glared down at Lu Xingchen. Be honest. A gentle warning was given, but it didn't work. Lu Xingchen's originally crisp and snarky eyes instantly took on more than a few points of fire, and his burning line of sight landed on Bai Shanshan's body, as if he wanted to burn her through. Lu Xingchen came closer, his tone wantonly loose. Can I understand that you are deliberately seducing me? Rascal! Bai Shallow hung her head and cursed in a delicate voice, also realizing how much she was irritating him with this act. Her cheeks blushed and she removed Lu Xingchen's hand from her leg. After this provocation, her cheeks flushed, and with a pair of watery eyes, she glared warningly at Lu Xingchen. This bad guy was getting bolder and bolder. Last night in the auditorium, she shouldn't have agreed to that unreasonable request of his. Lu Xingchen wasn't the slightest bit embarrassed, the corners of his lips lightly hooked, and he looked straight at her warning without changing his color. Ahem, those two students in the back, although you two study well, but this is after all a classroom, not an occasion to fall in love. Love can be talked about after class. The university professor on the podium really couldn't stand the ambiguous eyes of these two youngsters. He is a university professor, more than 30 years old or a single dog. The class as well, forced to eat a bellyful of dog food. In order to be able to attend class peacefully, he could only temporarily interrupt this pair of young people with extremely high face value from talking about love. Teacher, yes, I'm sorry. Bai Shallow obviously didn't have the same thick skin as Lu Xingchen and immediately apologized, her face reddening to the point of dripping blood. Like an ostrich, she hung her head, not daring to look at the snickering gazes of the surrounding students. Lu Xingchen is obviously a thick-skinned, coupled with the fact that he is very confident as the first in the specialized performance points, does not care about the gazes of those people, but instead has a sense of smugness of swearing sovereignty. The morning class quickly passed. After lunch, Lu Xingchen lay in the dormitory board. There was no class in the afternoon. Wang Yihao had already taken his sister on vacation, and that guy Li Xiang had also gone home to enjoy his happiness. Besides him, only Lin Feng, the stoic single dog, was left in the dormitory. Boss, how are we going to spend the national day? Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, his fingertips tapping the desktop. You don't want to spend it with me. I have to attend some business banquets on the national day, so I can't take you with me. Who wants to spend it with you? Lu Xingchen, who had been recognized in his mind, returned with dissatisfaction. Well, he was such a handsome and gold schoolboy, but he didn't have anyone to spend the national day with. Blue Thin Mushroom, Sister Qin's birthday is coming up. Don't forget to prepare a gift. We won't send it together this year. Lin Feng reminded and walked out of the dormitory with the Bentley's car keys. After coming back last night, the three of them discussed for a while, since Lao Er and Qin's sister, that it was obviously not suitable to send gifts together with the three of them anymore. After that it was decided that we would all send them separately this year. It just so happens that Qin Shiya's graduate school is about to graduate this year as well. Lu Xingchen looked at the empty dormitory and was silent. He naturally understood what Lin Feng meant, but that situation yesterday was not at all what they thought it was. As for the gift for Qin Shiya, his deep blue diamond weighing 52 carats was just the right thing to take. This morning, he received the announcement of the company's equity change in his mailbox. Only then did he realize that Life Medical Technologies development was so unimpeded. And apart from some of the factors above, the rest of the green light was basically given by Qin's group. Thinking of the company's market value that had skyrocketed several times, Lu Xingchen was very willing to part with that oversized deep blue diamond. Only that carat number was a bit troublesome. Just don't say anything when the time comes. Lu Xingchen comforted himself, thinking about Qin Shiya's matter. He vaguely had a bit of a headache, and for the time being, there was no better way to solve the gap that had appeared between the two. Thinking about it, sleepiness took over and he yawned, sinking into dreamland. Officer, let slaves serve you. In his sleep Lu Xingchen incarnated as an ancient dude, and saw Hu Wei Er, dressed in an ancient style, smiling coquettishly and twisting her waist, walking slowly up. That fleshy, convex front and back, should be fat and skinny body type, could not help but swallow his saliva, without the slightest resistance. Bold adulteress, how dare you cheat on me behind my back? Suddenly, a masked man in black holding a large sword broke through the door, breaking Lu Xingchen's beautiful dream. Crap! Lu Xingchen, who was awakened, got up violently and glanced at him with awkwardly downcast eyes. Luckily, there was no one in the dormitory after the vacation. Otherwise it was a real shame. He actually had an aphrodisiac dream about Hu Wire, and also, coincidentally, The screen of the cell phone on the side suddenly lit up. Xingchen hitched his eyes to see that it was already 7 p.m. And the latest message in the message bar was the reminder of Huwaier's start of the broadcast. Chapter 63 Boss Atmosphere. Xingchen subconsciously tapped the screen of his cell phone and jumped directly into the shivering sea live broadcasting room. Today's Huwaier a light red ancient style dress, the signature cloud brocade flowing veil, holding a rose red oil paper umbrella. Actually, and he just dreamed of a look of 10 or 9. This. Xingchen looked stunned, looking at Huwaier in the live broadcast room with a slight bit of weakness. Welcome Grazing Star Brother into the live broadcast room. Huwaier already knew that this person was Xingchen, and the previous elder brother's name was not quite appropriate, changing it to younger brother. Hearing this coquettish and tingling voice, Xingchen's mind inexplicably conjured up the bold and wanton her in his dream just now, and the knot in his throat rolled slightly. No, have to go change into a clean set of clothes first. Xingchen sheepishly put down his cell phone, got out of bed, took a shower, and looked for clean clothes in the closet to put on. By the time he got his cell phone again, most of an hour had already passed. Xingchen, whose stomach was grumbling, was just about to drive out for a good meal and take a look at a large downtown flat that he bought a few days ago. With that, just as he got his phone, he saw that Huwaier was piking with a female anchor of the same style and had bottomed out her blood bar. The pop-up screen was full of speeches mocking her, and there were so many people who ate him. To put it bluntly, what strength do you have? The blood bar has been beaten out. Just this little score. Still have the nerve to play PK? Regret it. Others big brother look at you, but also buy you pull black. Your kind is not just a rubbing anchor. When they also set up a house of cards. Really disgusting. No wonder people's big brother pick you opposite PK anchor brush. Laugh me to death. Still here to pretend to be noble. Didn't you welcome a new big brother yesterday? Where is he? At Grazing Star older brother. What kind of strength do you have? Snatching people from my big brother. Don't pretend if you don't have money. At Grazing Star. Laughing. Now you're a turtle. Where's yesterday's bravado at Grazing Star? Don't be an old man. Brushed all the low insurance yesterday. Ha 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 ha. After a while, Xingchen also figured out the rhythm of the live broadcast. It was just that after Huwaier pulled the black on that big brother who wanted to plot against her yesterday, he happened to brush 30 carnivals, hitting that so-called big brother's face, and came to find the picture today. Huwaier originally didn't care about the rhythm of these people. Just now when the live broadcast room was being brought up to speed, she realized that someone was behind it. So taking advantage of the effort of going to the toilet, she let some of the small anchors that she had known in the past half a year to open the broadcast, one by one to play PK. Pitfalls do not die. As expected, just as she expected, this big half hour, she played 4-5 minutes PK. The opposite anchor earned a lot, basically earned a few $1,000s. She was happy, but she didn't expect that the public screen brought up Xingchen's rhythm. Huwaier, don't mind them. If you want to see, wait for the next broadcast sister to record a video for you to jump a few paragraphs. See sister pit that obscene man on the line. Xingchen looked at the message sent by Huwaier on the VX and arched his eyebrows lightly. Opening the recharge interface. Utilizing the privileges of the SVIP exclusive VIP of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, his finger gently clicked, and 5 million was directly transformed into 50 million shivering sea dollars. Afterwards, he exited the recharge interface and absently glanced at the public screen with a colorful touting plus disparaging pop-ups. It turned out that the big brother of that guild had come in. Cloudy, you've seen my strength. In less than an hour, I've already swiped out 80,000, and this was all supposed to be your gift. I'll give you another chance. As long as you agree to my requirements, I'll not only be able to give you an A-rank contract, I'll also be able to match you up with a professional operation team. Following me will allow you to make a lot of money in the future. Last time, that level 52 account was blacked out. This time he came in and purposely used the guild's level 75 account. As soon as the rank came out, the audience who followed the trend in the live broadcast room quickly began to kneel. The corner of Huwaier's lips pulled out a few points of disdain. Softly snorted lightly. I repeat, I'm not a rubbing anchor. If you guys like my dance, you can stay. If you don't like it, you can go live and click on the fork in the upper right corner to exit the live room. As for the kind of lewd men who plot against me, I can only say the farther away from me the better. Huwaier's words were not merciless at all. In fact, she didn't rely on this live broadcast to make money. It could be said that this ancient-style dance live broadcast was the least profitable of all her side businesses. It wasn't even as good as buying a Sleep Aid video package in the Sleep Aid live broadcast and earning more. Even if she doesn't live in the future, her account of more than 800,000 fans, the middle video earnings are enough to earn. Live is just to increase the powder. She doesn't have so much time to operate and maintain Big Brother, and she doesn't want to do that. Cloudy, good. Before he could send it out, the prompt that you have been hacked by this live room popped up. Exasperated, he directly swiped another shake one in the opposite live room. Hu Wei'er glanced at another cell phone group message with her eyes downcast, looking at the opposite anchor's thanks. The corner of her lips gently hooked up. At the same time, his family guild's water army also rushed into Hu Wei'er's live room. Looking at the pandemonium of the screen and glancing at the progress bar that only had blood skin left, Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. The finger gently clicked. Grazing Star sends Carnival X30, 90,000 pieces, hitting right on the bonus. Hu Wei'er's PK score instantly broke 1,000,000 plus, and the blood bar crushed right back down. Holy, she sent it. The opposite anchor looked at the 1,000W plus score and stared at it with a wide-eyed expression of disbelief. This kind of PK score was not something that a small anchor like them, who had more than 100 people in their live room, could have. For a time, their faces were filled with envy and jealousy, but only no hate. Her pro-good wire had already let her transfer more than 5,000 today. Contentedly, Hu Wei'er was also confused, looking at that familiar name, the number of carnival after carnival, and looked down at her cell phone. She had indeed told Lu Xingchen not to brush. With the addition of these 30 carnivals, the popularity of her live room had instantly surpassed 10,000 people, and it was still continuing to rise. Looking at the carnival special effects that were still being displayed on the public screen, the crowd chose to stay. Grazing Star, everyone, help point the attention. Lu Xingchen sent out a floating screen pop-up and casually sent out 5 more 10,000 coin second packs. Boss Atmosphere, X288. The public screen was instantly swiped by these 4 words, and only then did Lu Xingchen nod his head in satisfaction. Grazing Star, show off your talent, don't bother with those jumping clowns. With me here, you won't lose in PK tonight. Once the bold words were released, it instantly captured the adoration of a large group of people. The one on the opposite side, Cloudy, was furious, but seeing the huge difference in the scores, he chose to remain silent. He didn't believe that Lu Xingchen would still be able to score so much in his next PK, and this wasn't his own anchor, so brushing it would be for nothing. He had already sent a message to his biggest anchor just now, and in a moment. Thank you for Grazing Star Brothers 30 Carnival. New into the live room of the baby. Give the anchor point of attention. The anchor is the ancient wind dance anchor. Nonsense, not much to say. First send a 10,000 coin son of the blessing bag. Next to show you the recent popular Red Wish Jiao. Hu Wei'er instantly understood Lu Xingchen's meaning, sent a message over, and naturally picked up the live rhythm, and began to show professional dancing skills. Lu Xingchen sighed, looked down at the cell phone message, slightly raised his eyebrows, and his eyes rarely revealed a few points of dissatisfaction. Chapter 64, calling you 10,000 times in private. Hu Wei'er, brother, don't brush it off. This is not how we spend our money even if we have it. Looking at this name, Lu Xingchen still liked it when she called her brother. Lu Xingchen, Sister Wei'er, let's talk about each other. I'll call you sister. You'd better call me brother. Love to hear it. Hu Wei'er, who was displaying her dance, looked at the message from her cell phone on the desktop and almost flashed her waist. In her mind, she unconsciously recalled last night's oily talker. Her face flushed with a slight red color, and on the addition of this ancient style dance, she appeared to be even more human, and more fitting to the scene in Lu Xingchen's dream. At the end of the song, Hu Wei'er's professional skills, the pleasing dance, and Lu Xingchen's second bag and the lucky bag in the upper left corner, retained a large number of people. After such a long time had passed, the number of people in the live broadcast room still remained at the level of more than 8,000 people. Suddenly, the public screen was flooded with another large group of unlicensed water armies. My brother is on the air. Big Brother Cloudy asked if you dare to do one. Oh, what strength do you have? At Grazing Stars, brother will definitely beat you down. Let you see what it means to be a real big anchor. Cynicism such as these instantly took over the public screen of the live broadcast room. Lu Xingchen, fight him. Lu Xingchen, screenshot of shivering sea coin balance. Damn rich man, I'll fight you. Hu Wei'er saw Lu Xingchen's screenshot and accidentally blurted out the words in her heart. As soon as these words came out, the anchor fans of that guild thought that she had agreed to go down and went back to report the news. Not long after, the little sister who had just piked, sent a PK invitation. In addition to that little sister in the room, there was also a male with insufficient yang, who kept saying something like so cool. Looking at Lu Xingchen was a burst of stomach. After that little sister pulled the PK, she collected one carnival and retreated with good sense. Cloudy likeness, hee hee. Today I'll let you take a look at our guild's anchor so you know what you're really missing out on. The account of this guild, Cloudy Likeness, had 100 WS ready to go. He also saw that Big Brother in Hu Wei'er's live room was a sentiment pure brush Big Brother, and was generally more powerful. Their guild could just use this opportunity to hype it up a bit, so that their guild's sneak peek anchor could be promoted to the 50,000 online count anchor ranks. Lu Xingchen did not expect this PK to open the public screen sharing, and saw this brain-dead speech, his eyebrows slightly raised. Those who engaged in the internet had no heart and mind less, and in a flash, he recognized their guild's intentions, but he didn't care. He just took this opportunity to help Hu Wei. Besides, his traffic wasn't that tasty. Be careful of traffic backlash. Grazing star, open directly, cut the crap. This arrogant to the extreme reply from Lu Xingchen instantly caused a riot from that anchor's brainwashed fans. One by one, they transformed into Zhuan warriors and began to storm Lu Xingchen. The party being rushed smiled contemptuously, stating that the intensity was too small to have the slightest feeling. Casually in Hu Wei's live broadcast room, he waved 101W shivering C-coin password red envelopes. Instantly the entire public screen was brushed with all kinds of greetings, and the passers-by who grabbed the second packets also began to defend Lu Xingchen, frantically cursing with their opponents. These 100-second packets successfully blew up Hu Wei's live room, and the original number of people of more than 8,000 broke through 5W plus in the blink of an eye, and also rose at a terrifying speed. The opposite guild's people also didn't expect Lu Xingchen to be so rich and generous. 100,000 second packs without blinking an eye, just to win this scolding war. Cloudy-like immediately sent a private message to that anchor, asking him to quickly open a 5-minute PK. When these 3 minutes passed, he was ready to directly second the opposite side in a magnificent reversal. Thank you Grazing Star Brothers second package. Grab the red packet babies, pay attention to the anchor. Also give Grazing Star Brother a little attention. Hu Wei saw the cursing war below, their side won with an absolute advantage, and proudly began to pull up the attention. She also purposely called her brother twice, to fulfill the wish of Lu Xingchen, the big gold master. I guess. Grazing Star, love to hear it called more. Hu Wei saw the pop-up screen blushing, and in her heart she cursed Lu Xingchen this brat. She was over 30 years old, calling him a young man in his early 20s brother. It was really shy. The shyness added to the live broadcast made Hu Wei look even more charming. For a time, the number of her fans rose rapidly, breaking through 900,000 in the blink of an eye, and the number of people online in the live broadcast room also broke through 10W plus. Half a day without hearing the third brother, Lu Xingchen tapped his fingertips on the cell phone screen. Grazing Star sent Carnival X70, because it is still in the first 30 seconds of Park, the gift doubling session. This PK is not uncapped, 4 million capped, 70 Carnival 25 seconds, directly killed the opposite side of the anchor of several million fans. 25 seconds to brush 210,000 cash. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room are all numb by Lu Xingchen's inhumanity, whole numb. The fans of the opposite guild's anchors were also dumbfounded, and the cold-eyed mockery just now was like a boomerang, stabbing them in the body. That cloudy lightning didn't even react, and was just seconded. Hu Wei had been shocked too many times on Lu Xingchen today, and had collected a small 200,000 before, and also looked at that $35 million sports car of his, and was a bit numb to this 70 carnival. Thank you brother Xingchen for the 70 carnivals. Love you yo, brother Star. Hu Wei even saved the word grazing this time, and called Lu Xingchen's name. Her voice was gentle and sweet, with a unique sense of back virtue. Lu Xingchen seemed to have returned to that dream when she called the official. Certain lewd men don't come back to me to find a sense of existence. I can't even look at you if you're rich, and I have people to support me without you. Never again. Hu Wei angrily grunted. Her words were very sharp, and after being sarcastic, she directly hung up the connecting microphone and pulled the plug on this anchor. If it wasn't for them, Brother Star wouldn't have swiped so much and let the platform earn half of it. Ha! Why did I call it so smoothly? Could it be that I've been beaten down by the money offense as well? Mentally spitting at herself, her line of sight fell back to the live broadcast room, maintaining the new fans that had come into the live room. She adjusted the pace of the live broadcast again, and her remaining light glanced at the message that Lu Xingchen had asked her to start a handful of random PKs, and she frowned slightly. Hu Wei don't. You've swiped enough today. We don't spend our money like this, so letting the platform earn half of what we've swiped is a big loss. If you want to hear it, I'll call you 10,000 times in private. She never thought that this sentence let her regret for half a year. Lu Xingchen, then I can take it seriously. But you open another hand. Let me also experience the feeling of a divine hero, and by the way, I can also let me rise the powder is not it. Of course these were Lu Xingchen's excuses. He was just looking at the more than 40 million shivering $C left in his account, and it was a little hard not to spend them. After Hu Wei thought about satisfying Lu Xingchen's request and told him that he was not allowed to brush anymore, a random PK was opened. Perhaps the shivering C official and Lu Xingchen shared the same mind. Hu Wei directly mistakenly entered the continuous PK of 3,100,000 plus anchors. Chapter 65 1000 Carnival Bombings. Those three people were dumbfounded, looking at this unfamiliar 100,000 plus female anchor. They immediately glanced at the message sent from operations on their cell phones. Hello, play a hand? These big anchors are basically human, knowing that the opposite Big Brother's firepower is fierce. The attitude is naturally too good to be true. By the way, in rubbing the heat of this new up to 100,000 plus, tomorrow's clip slices a cover, and is able to harvest a large wave of fans. Hui Air also did not expect that she had mistakenly entered the high-end bureau. A moment of surprise. Silence PK began. These more than 100,000 people in her live room are basically attracted by Carnival and Lu Xingchen's second package. Basically all poor buddies. A few popularity votes for a lighted sign was already tops. Those three big anchors on the opposite side all had resident Big Brothers, and less than 30 seconds after the park started, the scores had basically passed over 500,000. In this way, Hui Air's 40,000 PK seemed a bit out of place. Well, it's still the younger brother who is obedient. Hui Air was relieved in her heart at the sight. She didn't care at all if she lost face or not. After all, before she was only a small anchor with a live room count of less than 100, and today's temporary experience of a 100,000 plus live room was already enough. Besides, the income of this 1 hour today can top her total income for a year. What is there not to be satisfied? This was enough. She couldn't let Lu Xingchen break the bank again. Welcome to the new babies entering the live room. Where is the ancient style dance anchor? If you like Weir's dance, click on the upper left corner to pay attention. After Weir's unhurried self-introduction, in front of the 4 live rooms, a total of more than 700,000 people, she showed up her best Nei Shang Fei E dance. It had to be said that a professional was a professional. Her posture was light and airy, charming but not demonic, and just halfway through the dance, the popularity of her live room broke through a new high again, reaching 18W. The following public screen pop-ups were basically voices of praise. However, there were also some rhythm-carrying blacks, and that Cloudy Gill's restless water army, grabbing her scores and clamoring in the live broadcast room. 3 minutes have passed, only 50,000 points. How good to play laughing to death. Where's your big brother? It won't be that one just now that dumped it. Continue to pretend at Grazing Stars. Oh, in front of the real big anchor revealed it. At Grazing Star, Cloudy Breeze opened another number looking at the rhythm of the live broadcast and laughed softly. This is what happens when you offend me. The Who Gives Face. Prepare the slicing group. Send out a clip of today's events. I see after that big brother of hers shriveled up, and that big brother went back to brush gifts for her. And the curb I'll let you crash too. For this reason, the cloudlight also specially go to the other 3 big anchors live room. Each person brushed 3 Carnival, but people resident in the 100,000 plus head anchors, behind them all have a huge operation team, naturally also know that they are not into the guild of the cat and mouse. After brushing, before the big anchor could thank him, his level 75 account was blacked out by the management of the live room. Dog's eyes. He was so angry that he cursed angrily, but only angrily. 9 minutes had passed in the 10-minute PK, and even the 1.5x add-on was gone. Opposite the 3 big anchors live room each is a million-plus score. Even an entertainment anchor Big Brother temperament score has broken through 400W+. Fortunately, the opening of the uncapped PK did not end. However, in such a comparison, although Hui Air's dance attracted most of the audience, but the reward was few and far between, and now it was only more than 200,000 points. In the dormitory, Lu Xingchen looked at the time and felt that it was almost time. His fingertips landed on the Carnival on the gift interface without being light or heavy. In the next second, Carnivals worth $3,000 apiece flew like crazy in Hui Air's live room without any money. Grazing Star rewarded Carnival X 100. Grazing Star reward Carnival X 500. Grazing Star reward Carnival X 1000. 1000 Carnival. Worth 3 million. In less than 40 seconds, it's all swiped out. This person is crazy. The audience in the live broadcast room, already bombarded by Lu Xingchen's trenchant Carnival, had their scalps numb and stared blankly at their cell phone screens. The 3 100,000 plus big anchors were also shocked by Lu Xingchen's large sum of money. Their mouths were wide open as they stared at Hui Air's live room, their eyes full of envy. Hui Air herself was red in the face. Note that she wasn't excited. She was purely infuriated. 3 million This was not a small amount of money. Lu Xingchen just brushed it in her live room. More importantly, the Shivering Sea platform also has to share half of it, and then in paying taxes, what can come to her hands is only 1/3. It would be better to give it to her directly. How can I accept this with peace of mind? Hui Air smiled on the surface, but cried on the inside. Lu Xingchen, selling me to you isn't even enough to return the favor. Thank you. Brother Xingchen for the 1000 carnival. Thanks. Hu Wei'er gritted her teeth and thanked Lu Xingchen, her address changing from brother to brother again, followed by the top 10 on the contribution list. After exchanging pleasantries with those three anchors on the opposite side, under Lu Xingchen's monetary attack of 30 carnivals each, another wave of attention was raised for Hu Wei'er, and they clicked on each other's attention. And did PK. Hu Wei'er had palpitations about Lu Xingchen's defeat, and when more than 20 W+ viewers in the live room didn't react, went off the air. That's right, she went off the air. Going off the air when she was at her hottest gave her another wave of popularity, and she even made it to several entertainment hot searches. Some of the Shivering Seas slicing group saw the situation and immediately put in a huge amount of slicing matrix, rubbing this wave of heat to earn a large wave of airplay. The vast number of netizens downward slicing mercilessly crushed the evil cutting plan of the Cloudy and Light slicing group. Even the netizens saw those lewd speeches he made before, and a brain rushed his guild, not only picking up the fact that their guild had defrauded anchors before, but even the almighty netizens found evidence of their tax evasion and reported it with one hand. That reporting video happened to be Lu Xingchen saw. He also specially put her Shake Plus, by the way, sent 10,000 super likes worth 66 Shake High coins, appreciated the video. So far, the nickname Grazing Star completely caught fire in the Shivering Sea. Ding! How horizontal consumption of 1000 carnivals and trenchless reward, so that the name of God Ho resounded through the Shivering Sea platform. The money offensive. Hu Wei'er has fallen into the trap that the host unintentionally laid out, and the distance to capture the young woman's heart, close at hand. Congratulations to the host for triggering the behavior of a godly hero, and for experiencing the godly hero's surefire technique, spending money like dirt, formally embarking on the road of a godly hero. Sensing the host's thoughts, I've obtained a reward, 100% of the shares of the WestKey Hotel. The reward has been issued through legal channels, and the transfer of all the equity is expected to be completed after 3 days. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. When Lu Xingchen heard the system's voice in his head, the corner of his lips lightly hooked, and he converged his eyes to look at the video of the WestKey Hotel store visit that was being played on his cell phone, which was known as a rich man's paradise. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng suddenly forwarded him an exclusive birthday invitation connection. Lin Feng, Sister Qin asked me to forward it to you. Lu Xingchen was surprised as he clicked on the exclusive link and froze when he saw the text inside. Dear Mr. Lu Xingchen, Miss Qin Shuya's birthday banquet will be held at the Dragon Four Seas Hall of the Zykel Hotel. Looking forward to your arrival. Chapter 66 Late Night Invitation. Below this line of words, there was also an exclusive verification dynamic chip, one for each person, factually transformed, unrepeatable, unlike paper invitations that could be easily bought and sold. Thinking that this was still a pie-in-the-sky idea that Lu Xingchen said to her, I didn't think that she really took it seriously. Looking at the invitation, Lu Xingchen was slightly silent for a moment. Or coincidence, he just got 100% of the equity of the WestKey Hotel. The next second, the invitation was sent over. Lu Xingchen drooped his eyelids, his fingertips gently rubbing the kitten wood carving. Thinking of the current awkward relationship with Qin Shuya, he couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, take a step and see what happens. The 52-carat deep blue diamond is given to her. She has to pretend that she has to pretend to be in superficial harmony with me. Big deal. I'll just that her and be an irresponsible scumbag. He self-soothed and came back to his senses. Touching his deflated stomach, he prepared to go to the WestKey Hotel, currently his most valuable and most profitable property, to first make a private visit, and fill his stomach. In the meantime, he suddenly thought of He Qing. The last time he took her there, he happened to run into that thing with her mom and didn't go on it. Lowered his head and sent her a message. He Qing, no time. Well, this woman is really cold. Lu Xingchen smacked his lips and sighed. He also knew that He Qing had never been a career-oriented big female lead, or else she wouldn't be in her early 30s, still maternally single, and taken advantage of by him. He was just about to put down his cell phone, fix his hair and go out. The cell phone beep sounded again. Hu Wei'er, your parents know that you are such a loser. I can't even pay back that much money even if I sell myself to you. Cry cry cry. Hu Wei'er's jam's cell phone only replied after some private message bombardment, and the first thing she did was send a message to Lu Xingchen. Hu Wei'er, you want to not apply for which refund? Pay the tax, before the more than 100,000 just can top it. Lu Xingchen only converged his eyes and lightly looked at the VX message, carelessly opened the background balance of the cell phone bank, cut off the picture and casually sent it over. Lu Xingchen, at ease with the collection. Lu Xingchen, if you let me take it back, you don't have to say it again. A day without food. People are starving. I'll go eat first. Lu Xingchen swiped so much today, just because he had a spring dream and had an inexplicable sense of guilt towards her. And another reason was that he also wanted to try to see if he could trigger the divine hero behavior. The result, naturally, was a happy one for all. Hu Wei-er, who was sitting in front of the computer table, looked at the picture sent by Lu Xingchen, and her heart instantly tightened. A 10 million, 100 million, 100,000, father, grandfather, ancestor, absolute, Hu Wei-er, another day of envy and jealousy. She read Lu Xingchen's meaning. Know that he does not care about this amount of money. Also do not want to listen to her rambling. Fortunately, let's not talk about it, and later slowly pay back the favor. The mood of the Gold Master dad is the most important. Seeing Lu Xingchen has not eaten, she brightened up. The Gold Master father swiped so much. To him to cook a meal is not excessive. One after another unexpected things that happened today has made her brain a little confused, and did not think much, subconsciously still take Lu Xingchen as the year he, and sent a message in passing. Hu Wei-er, come to my house. I'll cook for you. Braised pig's feet, sweet and sour pork ribs, pot roasted pork, onion blown lamb. What else do you want to eat? Send me. I'll go and buy it for you now. Hu Wei-er, address connection. Lu Xingchen looked at the latest news. A ripple rippled through his dark pupils. Now it's already more than 8 o'clock. Just arrived at her that remote place at least more than an hour. How to get there is also almost 10 o'clock. 11 or 12 o'clock after dinner. This late at night. Lonely men and women. Sunny men big. Lonely and widowed young women. Sharing a room of ambiguous atmosphere. Instantly dream scenes in the mind emerged. Lu Xingchen, good. He subconsciously agreed. Half a day before coming back to his senses. I'm just craving for northeastern food. Well, that's all. Lu Xingchen muttered to himself in a low voice. Getting up, he grabbed the car keys and quickly walked out of the dormitory. 9:54 p.m. 2 beams of blinding low beams illuminated a dilapidated neighborhood on the outskirts of High City, and the Apollo IE flashed with dark purple streams of light as it slowly drove into the neighborhood where there were no streetlights to sparsely light the streets. Star, this way. Hu Wei-er, who had waited downstairs early, saw the dark purple luxury supercar and enthusiastically stood in an empty parking space and waved. In dilapidated residential buildings like theirs, the general parking spaces were simply a few lines painted on the side of the road, and parking spaces in such neighborhoods were very scarce. Worried that Lu Xingchen's car had been scratched, she had specially spent 200 yuan to have her neighbor move her car and leave this parking space empty for the night. Lu Xingchen lifted his eyelashes, looked at the long-lost Hu Wei-er, as if back to that winter. She was also so enthusiastic to wave at him, to bring him from the freezing cold courtyard corner to their own home. Parked the car. Just getting out of the car came Hu Wei-er's exclamation in his ears. Wow, this is the $35 million worth of sports car in your photo. Really grand. Looks better than the photo. Hu Wei-er looked at Apollo IE 2 doors like wings unfolding, carefully touched the body, eyes full of appreciation and envy. I'll take you for a ride? Lu Xingchen's lips curled lightly, speaking slowly and methodically. Hu Wei-er froze, got up and shook her head. Forget it, the pot at home can't be away from people for too long. Her clear and moving eyes looked straight at Lu Xingchen. The corners of her eyes unconsciously reddened slightly. Hot tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice was gentle. You've really grown up, but you're still as good looking as you were back then. The eyes looked at Lu Xingchen without blinking. The line of sight met with his rolling eyes, and surprisingly, there were a few more points of shyness. She also didn't expect Lu Xingchen to be so handsome now, and so manly, with long legs and thin waist and broad shoulders, making people's legs go weak just looking at him. Long time no see. Lu Xingchen's voice was low and sexy. Hu Wei-er was dressed in very ordinary clothes. A simple floral shirt, somewhat loose, but the fabric was also very translucent. Her delicate and voluptuous figure was hidden, and the lower half of her body was the common blue jeans, but it perfectly emphasized her meaty long legs and hips. Different from Yiqing's pure lust royal sister, she was a completely different kind of young woman's atmosphere. To Lu Xingchen such male big attraction is undoubtedly fatal, especially the dream on the daytime. It gave him an inexplicable urge. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his hand and hugged Hu Wei-er in front of him in his arms. Long time no see. Hu Wei-er didn't wonder, treating it as a hug after a long time. Well, Lu Xingchen also understood that it wasn't appropriate to do that. It was just a simple embrace, and let go of his hand. Go upstairs. Sis has made you a big table of dishes. Hu Wei-er was still enthusiastic and bright, subconsciously holding Lu Xingchen's hand and pulling him towards the upstairs, completely forgetting that the current Lu Xingchen was no longer the clueless one he was back then. The soft and slightly hot temperature covered Lu Xingchen's bony palms, his throat rolled slightly, and he was silently pulled up the stairs by Hu Wei-er. With the narrow and dark stairs, the two could only go up the stairs one after the other. As a man, Lu Xingchen naturally acted as a flower protector and walked behind Hu Wei-er. He slightly raised his head. His line of sight unconsciously landed on her rounded blue jeans, his breath slightly short. Chapter 67 Sister, call your brother. Ah! Suddenly, Hu Wei-er woke up Lu Xingchen with a scream. only to see Hu Wei'er's ankles twisted and her entire body tilted backward. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen stepped forward and opened his hands. Hu Wei'er's entire body fell into Lu Xingchen's embrace to prevent secondary injuries. "It's alright, there's me. Don't be afraid." Lu Xingchen's low and sexy voice resounded in the darkened hallway. Wet and hot breath pounded on Hu Wei'er's ear. The chest that was pressed against her back came from burning and rolling. The aggressive hormones from Lu Xingchen's body surged into her nostrils, and Hu Wei'er, who hadn't been in the presence of a man for several years, instantly breathed with a slight stagnation. If Lu Xingchen could see it, he could instantly notice that Hu Wei'er's pretty face was as red as a burning cloud, and her eyes quickly flashed a few moments of covetousness. "You, let go of your hand first." Hu Wei'er lowered her head in shame, pouting angrily. A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Xingchen's eyes, subconsciously moving his bony fingers, only to feel a burst of softness. Hiss, cough, cough cough. "Sorry." He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, instantly realizing that his hand had unintentionally landed on a part where it shouldn't have, and hastily opened his mouth to explain, a mouthful of saliva nearly choking him to death. But, as far as that goes, Hu Wei'er was already a young woman in her 30s after all, and although she was shy, she quickly returned to normal. Hearing Lu Xingchen's rather innocent choking, she didn't hold back her laughter for a moment. "What? You're in your 3rd year of college and you haven't fallen in love after all these years? I remember back then. Weren't you like glue with that little girl from the Zheng family?" Hu Wei'er, who stood up steadily through Lu Xingchen's assistance, turned on the flash of her cell phone, glanced at the tip of Lu Xingchen's slightly reddened ear, and teased with a smile. This look of a pure-hearted male great was really seductive, making her unable to resist wanting to snicker. "Is your ankle alright?" Lu Xingchen did not reply and immediately changed the topic. The reddened ear tips weren't shy, it was just that the touch just now reminded him of the exact same touch in his dream, and he was a bit vain. After his reminder, Hu Wei'er frowned slightly. A slight pain did come from her ankle, and sighed with a sigh of bad luck. Seeing her appearance, Lu Xingchen understood, reaching out to assist her waist, his voice warm and concerned. "Let's go. I'll help you up." Narrow stairs, 2 people walking side by side, inevitably some back and forth collision, ambiguous atmosphere quietly breeding. A few minutes later, finally came to the top 6 floors. Opening the door, dim yellow light shot from the living room into the hallway. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes and looked at the dark hallway, the messy wires and pipes, and the narrow staircase behind him, and couldn't help but frown. "This environment is too dangerous for you to be alone." The voice was low. When he turned his head, he saw Hu Wei'er bending over to look for slippers in a shoe cabinet on the side, her back facing him. An evil fire sprang up in his body, swallowed and looked at Hu Wei'er, who turned her head to look at him, her eyes a little evasive. "What did you say?" Hu Wei'er looked at the strange Lu Xingchen. She really didn't hear it just now. Lu Xingchen pretended to be serious and coughed lightly, pointing at the environment in the building. "Do you want to change your house? It's too dangerous for you to live here as a woman." Hu Wei'er put the largest pink slippers in front of Lu Xingchen, her eyelashes lightly blinking, unconcernedly said, "There is no danger. Have lived for so many years. Besides, it's good to have a house in high city. Your sister, I am at least a family of houses. Besides, you think everyone is like you." 3 million without blinking an eye. Less than a minute to brush out. "Speaking of this, I'm angry. You say you have that money to do something bad. Brush to me. I can only get 1/3. Not cost effective at all. It's just that you came. You directly apply for a refund. The account and then open one is. To give the platform half of the heartache died me." Lu Xingchen silently put on the pink slippers, carelessly lifted the eyelids, the tone of reckless lethargy. "No refund. I have a lot of money, and you owe me 10,000 voices, brother. That was all a joke in the heat of the moment. Why are you still taking it seriously?" When Hu Wei'er heard the latter half of the sentence, her cheeks slightly reddened and her eyes averted as she moved her head away. The more she spoke, the less she had under her breath. She was also in a hurry at that time. She was about to let her call Lu Xingchen brother in person. Looking at his sunny and handsome standard male big face, she felt very ashamed. She couldn't open her mouth at all. "Whatever, I'll take it seriously. If you lie to me, I'll continue to brush in your live room tomorrow. How about brushing 1,000 carnivals tomorrow?" Lu Xingchen directly played a rogue. He knew Hu Wei'er's character too well. Saying this, she would definitely agree. Looking at the silence glaring at him, Hu Wei'er, Lu Xingchen index finger rubbed the tip of his nose. Gathering his eyes to look at her slightly red ankles, he slowly squatted down and tenderly took off her shoes and socks. His rough palm covered the redness of her ankles and gently rubbed them, wanting to dissolve the bruises. Hiss, it hurts." Hu Wei'er was just about to say that Lu Xingchen was thick-skinned, when suddenly the burning heat and pain at her ankle made her trembling voice remind her. "Fortunately, it's not too serious. Apply ice and spray some Yunnan Baiyao spray. It'll be fine in a while." Lu Xingchen gently comforted. lifting his starry eyes, revealing a look of deep affection even for a dog. Hu Wei-er's heart trembled slightly. This kid is too good at teasing. Can't stand it. Because of her slightly sprained foot, the next icing, medicine, serving food were all completed by her commanding Lu Xingchen. Looking at Lu Xingchen's busy figure in one trip after another, Hu Wei-er was a little embarrassed. I said I was letting you come to dinner as a guest, but now it seems like I'm letting you come to treat me to dinner. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen dropped the pot roast on the desktop not lightly. His complexion revealed a few points of dissatisfaction. 188's height stood in front of her. His converging eyes stared straight at him. His circumference air pressure was very low. A look of anger, low voice mixed with a few points of dissatisfaction, rang in her ears. I am a guest? It's true that time can wash away everything. Before you said we were family. Now you're a guest. Lu Xingchen pretended to give a muffled grunt of dissatisfaction, holding his bladder in an I'll wait for you to argue manner. How? How come? You're my good brother. Family, all family. Hu Wei-er sheepishly took Lu Xingchen's hand and gently patted the back of his hand, revealing a pleasing smile. She did take Lu Xingchen as a guest. After all, people were so rich now. She was just barely able to feed herself and her daughter now. Saying family always felt as if she wanted to climb up the ladder. Good brother? You forgot what I just said. Call your brother. Lu Xingchen leaned over and lifted his hand to hook her chin. A few points of dissatisfaction showed in his dark pupils, looking straight into her evasive eyes. His magnetic voice domineering and sexy. Hu Wei-er, is this the feeling of the idle theater-year-old overlord? Her breathing was slightly short, red cheeks, hot ear tips. Her body was just a whole stiff. Sister, call brother. Lu Xingchen was close to her ear, whispering softly. Chapter 68, you have to be responsible for me. Hu Wei-er's heart thumped. Her eyes hung down, not daring to look directly into Lu Xingchen's burning eyes at all. This ambiguous range she really hadn't felt for a long time, stimulating and unable to break. That heart that had been closed for many years slowly grew red apricot shoots. There, it doesn't hurt much anymore. Offline is really better. Shy and warm voice instantly stirred up Lu Xingchen's adrenaline. Excited heart surging incomparably. Ding! Young people don't know how good a young woman is, wrongly treating a young girl as a treasure. Congratulations to the host for triggering the raider mission. In the face of Hu Wei-er, who has not been seen for many years, is in a difficult financial situation and is in a worrying situation. How can you let it go? The sight of the god Ho is lacking a sister who knows her heart to solve your problems. Helping others is a man's necessary course. Please host within 7 days to raid Hu Wei-er's heart. Mission reward, Tianfu No. 1 villa plus a top-of-the-line supercar. The Koenigsegg 1. The voice of the system triggering the mission appeared in his mind at the right time. Tianfu No. 1, Koenigsegg 1? Lu Xingchen's pupils shrunk slightly when he heard the mission reward. Gathering his eyes, he looked at the flushed Hu Wei-er and this voluptuous young woman's delicate figure, and his deep eyes revealed an ambitious light. The Tianfu Villa area is a famous top villa area in High City, and the villas inside can easily cost $300 or $500 million. Among them, since the completion of the Tianfu No. 1 has not been sold out. Even in recent years under the premise of economic austerity, housing prices plummeted. The value also maintains $1 billion to start. Just for starters, this villa is not something you can buy if you have the money. People sitting in the Tianfu Villa district are basically at the level of the powerful and the rich. Not to mention Tianfu No. 1, the king of the villas in the Tianfu Villa district, plus rewarding the top supercar Koenigsegg 1, which is like a thunderbolt in the top supercar circle. His current ride, Apollo IE, is a younger brother in front of it. Koenigsegg 1 is limited to 6 units worldwide. Called Ghost, the weight and horsepower maintain a miraculous 1:1 balance. The top pushback feeling and starting speed in the supercar world. No car can be compared to it. The selling price reached $100 million 10 years ago, and now it's even more affordable. It could be said that as long as he raided Hu Wei-er within 7 days, he could earn a minimum of $12 billion worth of rewards. Earning $2 billion in 7 days, he was prepared to stay here all the time, not stopping until he completed his mission. Thinking of this cost-effective, Lu Xingchen looked at Hu Wei-er in front of him, his eyes getting hotter and hotter. Are you alright? Hu Wei-er naturally also felt his aggressive gaze, nervous and afraid and somewhat expectant, timidly asked. It's fine. Suddenly thought of something that can make money. Lu Xingchen quickly calmed down, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, slowly and methodically returned. After experiencing this month with a few women, he was now considered a small expert in love affairs, steady as can be. Being so interrupted, Hu Wei-er's heart was slightly lost, turning her head to look at the dining table on the side. Then let's eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold in a while. She was just about to get up by propping up the sofa underneath her. Suddenly, the originally dimly lit living room was instantly plunged into darkness. Curses and complaints from the left and right neighbors followed. Hu Hu Wei'er appeared very calm, softly pacified. This old residential building. Voltage is unstable, often blackouts. A moment will be fine. You be careful not to bump into. The words just fell. She reached out and groped around, about to stand up. Z-la, z-z-z-z-la. The sound of electricity drifted through the silent room, and the lights that had been out for less than a minute came back on. But the two people in the living room all did not make a sound, and an unusual atmosphere grew in the space. 10 minutes later, the living room was unusually quiet except for the sound of Xingchen gulping and panting as he took large mouthfuls of food. Just now, the culprit Hu Weier's face was so red that it was about to drip blood. The whole person was like an ostrich. Her head was lowered and her sight was dead on the pair of culprit's hands under the dining table. When Xingchen saw this embarrassed look of hers, a hint of laughter flashed through his dark pupils, swallowing the pot roast in his mouth, his tone wantonly flirting. Sister Wei'er, you can't be a scummy girl. You have to be responsible for me. Oh, Hu Wei'er raised her head violently, staring incredulously at Xingchen, who had a serious expression. What? You still don't want to be responsible? Do you really want to be a scum girl? Xingchen pretended to be heartbroken and covered his heart, his tone heavy with grief. He understood Hu Wei'er, this woman with a strong sense of morality, a very soft heart, and a slightly conservative mindset, without stimulation and excitement. Wanting to rip her off in 7 days was simply impossible. This. Hu Wei'er was dumbfounded and cursed this unstable voltage. Hands, please the heavens, recognize loyalty and treachery. She reddened her cheeks as she looked at Xingchen's white jade flawless handsome face, and the perfect body that was hidden in the shirt collar. Also, it wasn't impossible, but the next second she winced. No, absolutely not. How could she think that way about her neighbor's brother? Besides, she was all of a 30-something with a daughter. Being responsible for him, a big young man in his early 20s, that wouldn't be a disservice to him. No, absolutely not. Her tone had never been more certain. Xingchen could see the tangle in her eyes at a glance, and in the end, her eyes were dominated by her sense of morality. The corners of his lips lightly hooked, and he didn't say anything else. He knew that he had succeeded, and in the next few days he only needed to amplify this thought that had been suppressed by her a little bit, and he would not be far from the 1.2 billion reward. Half an hour later, Xingchen looked at the tangled knot that surfaced again in her eyes. His eyebrows lightly arched, put down the dishes in his hands, and leaned back in his chair with a lazy recklessness. So full, so tired, sleepy. No, it's not early. When driving, pay attention on the road. Hu Wei'er gazed tenderly at Xingchen, admonished him, and got up to see him off. He didn't reply, slowly and methodically rolling up his shirt sleeves and starting to clean up the table. There's no need for you to clean up. I'll clean this up in the morning. You go first. Hu Wei'er was also embarrassed to let Xingchen clean up. Raising her hand and half holding Xingchen's arm, she refused in a hurry. Oh. Xingchen converged his eyes to look at the hand on his wrist, and softly agreed. Surprisingly well behaved, did not refute, put down his sleeve and wiped his hand, turned toward the door. Only this doorway was not the other doorway. The doorway Xingchen went to was the doorway of the master bedroom, casually pushing open the bedroom door as if he was going home. You're going the wrong way. The doorway is over there, Hu Wei'er reminded suspiciously. Chapter 69, Let me hold you. Going the wrong way. He didn't do it on purpose. He did it on purpose. Xingchen tiredness on the face, eyebrows and eyes flashed a few points of sleepiness brought out by the watery light. Lazy and diffident grabbed the collar, with a thick sleepy nasal voice. That's right, I'm tired. I can't drive the car. Swiped $3 million. Can't even sleep here for a night? Didn't it used to be the same? I slept close when it was too late. Can this be the same? Hu Wei'er went forward and pulled Xingchen's arm, showing a difficult face. Xingchen was no longer the same teenager back then. How could he still be the same as before? Hu Weier's cheeks flushed and she shook her head decisively. Xingchen could never stay here. Unlike words, how is it different? Just now you treat me like that. I didn't ask you to be responsible. Be responsible for me. Let me sleep here for a night. One of the two options. You choose. Xingchen converged his eyes and looked at him lightly, reasonable and arrogant. Hu Wei'er was really stopped by his question this time. Just now in that situation, she didn't do it on purpose. Lowering her eyes to look at her own hand, her eyes happened to fall on Xingchen's body. Seeing his tall and majestic figure, her face blushed, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, slowly approaching Hu Wei'er, aggressive testosterone surging into her nostrils, his low, husky, sexy voice ringing in her ears. There is another way, and that is Sister Wei'er. Breath pounded on her ears, the ambiguous atmosphere increasing. Hu Wei'er heard this, her pupils slightly dilated, pouted and gave him a blank look, finally compromised. If you want to live you can live. Humph. There is a big villa, do not live in this small broken house of mine. Leaving this sentence, She also did not care about the hidden pain coming from her ankle, flew into her daughter's room, leaned against the door to gently caress the rapidly beating heart, breathing heavily. After a while, she didn't hear any movement from outside, and then she sighed with relief. Turn on the nightlight for the sleeping daughter covered with a good quilt, gently stroked the disorganized hair, whispered, really learn bad. The rest of the light through the full body mirror in the daughter's room, looking at the shadow of the bedside figure. The corner of the lips pulled out a few points of satisfaction. She's 33 years old. I didn't expect to still have so much attraction to young handsome men. In the room next to her, Lu Xingchen sat on the bed full of big red color and looked around the room's decoration. The hard decoration of the room was simple but not too cozy. In addition to the nightstand, small desk, and large closet, there was also a wall of specialty ornaments, ancient style, regional specialties, trendy styles, everything. And the workmanship is very fine. You can see that it is a needle and thread handmade fabric. Lu Xingchen also saw the two 1-meter-high dolls with northeastern characteristics in the corner. It looks like it has been packed, and also remembered the big red flower bow. It should be ready to give him today. Suddenly, he was on the small desk next to the bed, saw folded into the palm size of the red brocade glossy fabric. The top is also embroidered with dots of plum blossoms. The quality has simply crushed the wall of those ornaments. Lu Xingchen took a fancy to it at a glance. Just as he walked over to the desk, ready to observe it up close, the bedroom door was opened. Hu Wei'er looked at the thing in front of Lu Xingchen, sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and cried out in a pout, "Stop, stop, the human body has a rebellious heart." Originally Lu Xingchen just wanted to look, was startled by this cry. His hand unconsciously hitched up. The silky touch of the fabric, as if electric current flowed into his arm, was comparable to non-heritage Suzhou embroidery. Hu Wei'er blushed in shame at the sight, quickly stepped forward and snatched it into her hands. The square-shaped scattered. Lu Xingchen also saw it completely shaped. The movement paused for a moment. He thought it was just a handkerchief. Did not expect. I'll come to give you a new set of sheets. Hu Wei'er's voice was like a mosquito as she stuffed that handkerchief into the coat closet and took out a light blue brocade weave duvet cover from it, burying her head in preparing to change it. In the next second, Lu Xingchen's bony fingers gripped her wrist, stopping her movements. "Ah Chen!" Hu Wei'er's voice trembled. He hooked her chin with his other hand, his dark pupils staring directly into her evasive beauty eyes, and ended up flirting with a lazy tone. "What are you thinking?" Hu Wei'er looked at the corners of his mouth tugging at his smile and instantly realized that she had overreacted and was molested by this bad boy. She glared at him angrily, her tone solemn. "Chen, stop it. I know what's on your mind, but we really can't. If I really agree to it, I'll be doing you a disservice." Lu Xingchen gave her a deep look, pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed, slowly and methodically took out the ruddy plum blossom handcrafted brocade weave from the cabinet. The corners of his lips gently hooked to open his mouth faintly. "Speaking of business, is this something you made yourself?" "When? Of course, you quickly give it to me," reaching out to snatch it back, but was stopped by Lu Xingchen. He looked sideways and straight at her. His tone was not as flirtatious as it was just now. "Sister Wei'er, do you want to earn big money? Or I can make this craft of yours get the value it deserves." When he saw the fabric of this russet-colored plum blossom handicraft, he immediately recalled the online debriefing that the general manager of Life Medical had given him earlier. The company's latest high-end product was geared towards customers who were top noble women. This kind of fabric, which was enough to apply for non-heritage craft production, if it could be put into the ranks of the freebies of that product, not only would it instantly attract the attention of a crowd of noble women, but it would also allow the company's products to ride on the ship of non-heritage heritage. By the time Hu Wei'er not only can use this to earn a fortune, and can even make a name for themselves, and then do a brand, not worry about the lack of high-end customers, then to buy these gadgets strong. After listening to Lu Xingchen's ringing, silky dismantling clear analysis and vague planning, Hu Wei'er's eyes lit up. "Worthy of being a brand-name college student, or else I would say that you can make a lot of money." She excitedly clasped Lu Xingchen's hand back. Immediately, there was some concern that non-genetic inheritance. "Can I apply for it? Just based on the texture and craftsmanship of your bright-colored brocade weaving. And you also have a clear lineage of inheritance." "Sure." Lu Xingchen's fingers gently rubbed the plum blossom pattern on the red-colored plum brocade weaving, full of confidence. "That's fine. I'll listen to you. Sis isn't afraid of failure. How can it be any worse than it is now?" The corner of Hu Wei'er's mouth raised in a trusting smile. Perhaps it was because Hu Wei'er rarely went out in the past few years. Although she was in her 30s, her skin was delicate as hell. It was white and red, paired with the shy blush on her cheeks and her charming and alluring eyes. Lu Xingchen looked dumbfounded all of a sudden. "Sister Wei'er, you're so beautiful." There was no woman who didn't like sincere compliments. Hearing this, Hu Wei'er noticed Lu Xingchen's straight eyes. Her fingertips gently tapped his forehead and laughed softly. "So smart just now, and now you look like a nerd." Lu Xingchen raised his hand and clasped her waist. Caught off guard, Hu Weier's entire body slammed into his chest. Just as she wanted to struggle to get up, a soft whisper came from her ear. Don't move. Stay for a while. The tone was clearly very light, but it had a kind of magic that was hard to resist. Hu Weier leaned against his chest, listening to Lu Xingchen's thumping heartbeat, feeling the burning palm around her waist, her eyes gradually becoming mesmerized. Chapter 70, What is a Stepfather? Noticing Lu Xingchen's stupidly bad thoughts, Hu Weier brought up a rare trace of sanity. Don't be nice. Hu Weier, who was leaning in his arms, grabbed his palm and pleaded in a low voice. Lu Xingchen gazed at her for 2 seconds, his tone gentle and wanton. Sister Weier, let me take care of you in the future? Hu Weier was silent, taking away Lu Xingchen's palm, her watery eyes staring straight at him, the tangledness in her eyes overflowing. It's fine, then take your time. If you want to get the beauty, don't you have to let Xingxing recognize me as her stepfather first? Lu Xingchen raised his hand and gently wisped down her scattered few bangs. Flirting. I haven't seen you in the past few years. You've gotten bolder and your mouth has gotten flowery. You've cheated a lot of girls, haven't you? Hu Weier heard the word stepfather, shyly blanked him, gently pounded his chest and pouted. Lu Xingchen pretended to be aggrieved. Which is true. If it's really like what you said, then how come I haven't tricked you yet? Humph. On the first day, he was dead set on entering someone's bedroom, and hugged so tightly, that good man would be so rogue? Hu Weier had a disbelieving expression. Suddenly, a light cough came from the second bedroom. You go to bed earlier. I'll go check on Xingxing. Hu Weier immediately went out from his arms, turned back and barked a sentence, then went out of the master bedroom. Although he could forcefully leave Hu Weier behind, Lu Xingchen didn't do that. After all, the mission triggered by the system this time was to raid her heart and experience the gentleness of a young woman. Although he could sleep, it would be harmful for the mission. Besides, he wasn't too bad for this 1 or 2 days. These days, as long as you treat Hu Xingxing well, when the time comes, the active young woman was gentle and considerate. Besides, there was no risk of going against the woman's will. Take it. Lu Xingchen himself alone lying in Hu Weier's bed, and did not change the bed sheets. The nasal cavity soon drilled into the fragrance, and fell asleep in a daze. At noon the next day, Lu Xingchen was still in a state of delirium. He only felt that his nose was itchy, just about to sneeze, and with a slightly open slit in his eyelashes, a little girl with a powdered face, holding something similar to a cat teaser, stood by the side of the bed with interest, staring at him. Lu Xingchen, whose brain was not turned on, looked startled, opening his dark pupils to look straight at her. When did he have a child in his family? Brother, why are you in my mom's room? The brittle little milky voice instantly impacted Lu Xingchen's brain. Looking around at his surroundings, last night's scene flashed from his mind, and it was only then that he reacted to the fact that this was in Hu Weier's room. Are you Xingxing? Lu Xingchen asked tentatively. Hu Xingxing's round eyes looked at her big brother on her mom's bed in confusion, frowning curiously. How does brother know Xingxing's name? Getting an affirmative answer, Lu Xingchen had a spring-like smile on his face and stretched lazily. Of course I know, because I'm your dad. But mom said that dad is dead? Stepdad. What's a stepdad? Ahem. A stepdad is someone who can give you a princess room, buy dolls and pony poly cards, wear pretty little clothes, and eat chili bars and coke, and fried chicken burgers. Lu Xingchen cleared his throat and solemnly explained, seeing Hu Xingxing's suddenly bright big eyes, the intention of being happy and not daring to be happy surfacing on her face. He knew it was steady. No little girl could refuse these things, especially pony poly. Really? Is there really a ponyberry card? There's also chili fries and coke. Giggle. Halfway through her sentence, Hu Xingxing couldn't contain the smile on her face anymore. Turning her back, shrinking her neck to cover her mouth and snickering, she laughed for a while before turning back to look at Lu Xingchen with a burning gaze. Then, will brother be good to mommy in the future? Apricot, just 1 ponyberry is good. Brother, the rest of the money are given to mom. Mom is too hard to make money alone. Lu Xingchen's heart melted when he saw this good behavior of hers. Reaching out and pinching her little face, he said dotingly, no need to save. Your stepdad has money. Your mom won't have to work so hard if she follows me in the future. Hu Xingxing's eyes lit up when she heard this, happily bouncing around. Yeah, she thought that this stepfather has already slept in her mom's room. I'm sure that her mom is also fond of him, and he seems to be very rich, and he won't dislike her as a little drag, and he is also handsome, so he won't lose those little sisters in the class in the future when he starts the parent-teacher conference. And the key is that he will also give her a pony poly card. Stepfather mighty. Who? Apricot. The emotionless shout rang out from the doorway. Hu Xingxing looked at her mother at the doorway, who had a gloomy face and was about to explode in anger, so she stood upright in fear and waited for her mother's reprimand. In the next second, a dark shadow bravely stood in front of her. Then, The mom, who was about to burst into rage at the doorway, was picked up by the stepfather with both hands. Xingchen, run! The back father is dragging her down. Lu Xingchen skimmed at the blushing Hu Wei'er in his arms, turned his back to Hu Xingchen, and shouted with a wantonly flirtatious tone. How did Hu Xingchen know what Lu Xingchen was thinking? She looked up at the tall stepfather with glowing eyes. Stepfather is so great. This stepfather she recognized. She did not move slowly, took 2 short legs and ran out, and thoughtfully closed the door, quickly ran back to her room. Lu Xingchen heard the door closing, the corner of his lips slightly hooked. His heart secretly praised, good apricot. What stepfather? Don't talk nonsense, quickly put me down. Hu Wei'er urged. This position was really too shy. The atmosphere was really a bit ambiguous, making Hu Wei'er instantly remember last night's scene. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and glanced at the blushing Hu Wei'er, gently placing her on the bed, his arms supporting his sides, leaning down to look directly at her. Xing has admitted it. I'll be the stepfather for sure. The tone was roguish. Lying to a 7-year-old? You're still proud of it. Hu Wei'er shyly moved away from the line of sight, pouting. Lu Xingchen's gaze subconsciously landed on the lips that were brimming with watery light, and licked his dry lips. In the next second, Hu Wei'er's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Xingchen, who was close at hand. Lu Xingchen's usual technique, lung capacity exercise. Rascal! He, there are even more rogues. You can prepare your mind. I'll stay here for this National Day, as my reward for your career support. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingchen looked at Hu Wei'er, whose cheeks were flushed and whose face was sultry with some small leaps, and picked up the shirt from one side. Leave the door open for me at night, and I want to hold you tonight. Lu Xingchen put on his shirt and said to Hu Wei'er with an inch of his life. Through her actions just now without a hint of resistance, he felt that mission might not even take 7 days. Don't even think about it. Just go away and don't come. Hu Wei'er saw the smug expression on Lu Xingchen's face and kicked him in shame. In the next second, her chin was hooked again, and she immediately closed her eyes in shame. But after waiting for half a day, there was no movement, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Xingchen's snickering eyes. You quickly. Well, the effect of the 2 lung capacity trainings at noon was surprisingly amazing. Chapter 71, meeting an old classmate who pursued him. Looking at the blushing Hu Wei'er, Lu Xingchen really wanted to put her in her place. The two of them pulled at each other for a while, and after he took advantage of the situation, he left the door satisfied. Although the transfer of equity was not yet complete, the matter of Lu Xingchen becoming the new behind-the-scenes boss of the WestKey Hotel was already nailed on. There were no statutory holidays in the service industry, especially since the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day were linked together. WestKey Hotel was overflowing with customers during this period of time. Today, taking advantage of the last day of September, it's not too busy to meet the middle and senior management of the hotel and inspect it in the meantime. Driving the Apollo IE, traveling on the outer ring road, Lu Xingchen's fingers placed outside were slightly bent. TSK, not even close. Recalling Hu Wei'er's monstrous waves just now in his mind, he withdrew his hand in disappointment. Plump buttocks and thin waist, white skin and tender skin, full of the unique charm of a mature woman, made him somewhat impatiently look forward to the night. Just arrived at the entrance of the WestKey Hotel, the parking staff enthusiastically came forward. Immediately followed by a beautiful black silk uniformed waitress came out from the lobby, her voice gentle and kind. Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Lu Xingchen saw people coming and going inside the lobby through the hotel's revolving door, froze for a moment and asked curiously, are there so many rich people? Sir, you're joking. It's only like this during the National Day mini holiday, but the service, catering, and infrastructure of our Xingchen Hotel are top-notch in the country, so it's natural that there will be more people. The waitress's tone was full of pride, with honor, but there was no feeling of that kind of shoplifting. Instead, it made Lu Xingchen very comfortable, and inexplicably produced a sense of trust. This was something that Lu Xingchen was very satisfied with. Sir, if you don't have a reservation, you need to wait over here for a moment. If there is a suitable room, we will try our best to deploy it for you. If not, we will also recommend the better manner hotels in the vicinity based on your needs. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Lu Xingchen's eyes. Is the manor hotel you recommend also owned by your family? No, but sir can rest assured that any hotel that enters into our WestKey Hotel's recommendation list, we have gone through strict auditing. If there is a problem, you can call WestKey Hotel's complaint phone number and we will help you solve it. He followed the direction of the waitress's finger and looked at a large eye-catching LED screen in the lobby. On it was a dynamic diagram of the layout of the WestKey Hotel, as well as the eye-catching complaint phone number. It had to be said that the WestKey Hotel was worthy of being the top manor hotel in High City, the pin kiln of the rich. In the sprawling manor, clothing, food, housing, transportation, entertainment and culture, amusement facilities, only you can't think of. there is nothing you can't find here. There is only one drawback to the entire hotel, and that is expensive. Looking at the hotel features scrolling in the big screen from time to time, easily tens of thousands of dollars. The cheapest hotel room starts at $888, and the food and beverage is not to mention. Sir, do you need me to take a number for you? Even though Lu Xingchen grated for such a long time, the waitress kept a standard smile. Her movements and demeanor gave a sense of affinity and comfort. At first glance it was a high-end service. It was worthy that the waitresses all had millions of dollars. It was only right that they made so much money. Take a number for me. Okay, this way please. In a short while, Lu Xingchen had an extra multifunctional bracelet on his wrist, and was arranged to wait patiently on an exclusive sofa. It had to be said that the service of the WestKey Hotel was very much in place, and even in the waiting area, the scenery was excellent. Lu Xingchen leaned on the sofa, his side eyes could see the lush mountain scenery in the distance, and from time to time, there was also a special area waiter to refill his tea, or serve some small pastries. As far as the eye could see, the hotel's waiters, both male and female, had extremely high face values. If the special content of the constant tea room, the service of this waiting area is much better than those 3,999 tea rooms outside. Only want to enjoy this kind of service is also a threshold. Lu Xingchen just entered the manor when you can see. Czech capital more than 2 million people can enter. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from the side. Lu Xingchen. His gaze immediately shifted from the distant forest to the interior, and he narrowed his eyes to look askance, only to see a woman with medium to high face value, distinguished clothes, but a mediocre figure, heavy makeup, and a strong perfume scent filling her surroundings walk in quickly at the entrance of the lounge. Her age seemed to be about the same as Lu Xingchen's, but her demeanor revealed a sleek and old-fashioned, a mean temperament of an older age. Li Wei? Lu Xingchen was stunned when he saw this woman unceremoniously sitting on the sofa in front of him, and then the heavy perfume odor that poured into his nostrils made him frown slightly. Li Wei was his former high school classmate, and usually didn't have many interactions, but that day at the graduation party she suddenly confessed her love for him, and Jiang Qingyi was quite nice at the time, so Lu Xingchen naturally rejected her. After that, he never saw her again, and he didn't expect to see her here 2 years later, only that she had changed a little bit, now with heavy makeup and pungent perfume, not at all as youthful and pure as she was back then. Lu Xingchen, it's you and I ride my eyes. I heard earlier that you got into Shuangdan University. I came to High City this time and thought if I could meet you again. I didn't expect you to come in here as well. Li Wei had the appearance of an old classmate catching up and laughing, but her words did not hide her sarcasm. Her eyes scanned Lu Xingchen up and down, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up with a completely taken expression. Why don't I see Jiang Qingyan? Weren't the two of you the best at that time? After these words, Lu Xingchen's original old classmate's mind to catch up was gone. Lifting his eyelashes, he narrowed his eyes and looked at her. His voice was as cold as frost. Everyone is an adult, each with their own life. Don't you need to line up a number to go? The expulsion order was already very obvious. It was close to saying I don't want to talk to you anymore. Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, a trace of anger flashed in Li Wei's eyes, and she didn't pretend anymore. The smile on her face directly fell, the corners of her mouth pulling out a few points of disdain. Glancing at the people around her, she whispered, Lu Xingchen, don't think I don't know what you're doing here today? It's not like I haven't learned about your family's situation. Once a cool college bully, but now you're doing this kind of thing. A rich woman's meal isn't tasty. Besides, you don't want your parents to know if you're doing this. This is my phone number. Call me when it's over. I'll use my husband's money to support you. I'll be good to you, but you also need to change that stinky temper of yours. I hope you'll behave yourself a bit. As soon as the words fell, Li Wei left a business card and walked out of the lounge with big strides. She was a customer who had made an appointment in advance. She just happened to see Lu Xingchen when she passed by here and came in. Lu Xingchen looked at the name card on the table in front of him. A trace of dismay flashed in his eyes. She, treating him like a duck. Lu Xingchen shook his head and let out a bitter smile. He didn't expect that after more than 2 years had passed, she was still not dead to him, but the two were destined to be a parallel. Simply put, Li Wei's face value was not enough. Even Jiang Changyan couldn't catch up. Even if the lights were turned off, he, the face value controller, couldn't stand it. Mr. Lu, a shout rang out from the doorway once again, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 72, Liking the Stepfather. At the door stood a middle-aged man in a suit, his eyes full of dismay. Manager. The attendants in the lounge greeted in unison, and that middle-aged man ignored it and came straight to Lu Xingchen's face. His eyes landed on Lu Xingchen's face for a quick glance, confirming that he was satisfied with his expression, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Bending down, his attitude was very respectful. Good day, Mr. Lu, I'm Li Xiang who was in charge of the hotel reception. The general manager is still at the door to greet you. I didn't expect you to come in already. Do you feel uncomfortable in terms of welcoming and reception? The middle-aged man looked at this young to the core Lu Xingchen, and asked about the area he was responsible for with worry in his heart. Lu Xingchen looked at him with deep eyes and said with a smile, "It's quite good, let's go. It just so happens that I don't have to queue up." With his identity recognized, he had no need to continue queuing here for a microvisit. Getting up and lifting his jaw, he gestured for him to lead the way. "Alright, this way please. I've already informed General Manager Ma. He should already be on his way here." The middle-aged man was relieved when he got the affirmation. It seems that the future big boss should be more satisfied with the part of welcoming and reception. The job is kept. Then he respectfully and enthusiastically opened the door for Lu Xingchen. The two just walked out of the lounge to the corner of the corridor. They saw a group of middle-aged people, quickly ran over. The leader of the man Lu Xingchen in the manner after the staff wall saw, Ma Zhenhua, professional manager, part-time general manager of the Heiress Hotel. Those behind him should be the top management of the Heiress Hotel. Lu Xingchen converged his eyes and swept over. A few points of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. From this group of people's clothing and figure management, it could be seen that this hotel was not bad. The entire top management of the WestKey Hotel, surprisingly, were all going for that type of male uncle paradigm, with high face value, and the female top management were basically all half-aged women, with their knitted brows and smiles revealing an elegant temperament. "Hello Mr. Lu." Arriving in front of Lu Xingchen, all stopped in unison and shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Hello guys, I'm Lu Xingchen." He nodded his head slightly, a smile bathing the spring breeze on his face. Lu Xingchen had received Ma Zhenhua's concise and clear reporting information about the management of the Heiress Hotel last night, and was satisfied with his so-called militarized and elite service team. "I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be even younger than in the photo. Ami liar and polite ass-kissing came." Lu Xingchen also just smiled and had some new knowledge about this Ma Zhenhua. Lu Xingchen knew that he was retired from the army, but now it seems that he is not the kind of one-dimensional rigidity, like a stinking stone in a latrine, sleek with an unassuming edge. It is indeed good. Lounge door, once again returned to prepare to leave a spare room card for Lu Xingchen Li Wei. Looking at the corner of the crowd of crows, curious, she asked the waiter standing at the door, "Is there an event being held over there?" "Hello ma'am, over there is the management of our hotel welcoming our new boss." "New boss?" "Yes. Our hotel was bought out yesterday at short notice, and the new boss is said to be very young and handsome." The waitress at the door replied politely, but her gaze glanced around the corner from time to time. She saw it, their new boss was really handsome and young. That waist, those legs, those broad shoulders, it looked like the kind of man that would make people unable to get out of bed. The sisters who had just served their new boss were now going crazy, regretting that they hadn't behaved a little more perfectly. "Acquisition, how much does this cost?" Li Wei looked dumbfounded at the crowd around the corner. But this kind of person was not something she could even fantasize about. Even the man behind her was more than a hair on someone's leg. Her main focus right now was still on Lu Xingchen, thinking about Lu Xingchen's body. With his broad shoulders and narrow waist and long legs, she didn't even dare to think about how happy she could be taking him in. That old man went to find another woman, and after using her, he disliked her, so she would find a more skillful man, who could not only give her pleasure, but also for the 18-year-old her, to take out her anger. She was so rich now. She didn't believe that Lu Xingchen wouldn't follow. Pushing the door in and looking at the empty seats, Li Wei was instantly dumbfounded. "Where's the man who just sat there?" The waitress who was caught asking happened to be the one who served Lu Xingchen just now. Looking at Li Wei with this look, in association with the boss just now with a slight frown on his brow, replied with a smile, "That guest has already left. Our hotel doesn't support divulging the whereabouts of our guests. Please understand." She was just about to open her mouth when an impatient voice came from the other end of the corridor. "Stinking, what are you still grumbling about? If you delay my business, both of us will be finished." An old Mediterranean man came from the distance, grabbed her arm and walked out, looked at the eyes of the godless Li Wei, frowned and reminded in a low voice, "If you serve Mr. Li and Mr. Lu well tonight, I don't care about your unforgettable behavior to others, and I will feed you with good food and drink. If you don't serve them well, both of us have to be done for, and your days of riches and fortune are over." The man thought of being madly reported to the guild, hated and gnashed his teeth. It was all because of that damn grazing star. Hearing this, Li Wei coldly looked at the man beside her and followed him in silence. There was only one thought in her mind, hoping that Lu Xingchen would not forget to contact her. On the other side of the corridor, the surrounded Lu Xingchen's afterglow unintentionally glanced at the disoriented Li Wei and the bloated Mediterranean in front of him, and his eyes did not fluctuate. From the first time he met Li Wei, with that thuggish air, he had guessed this situation. "Mr. Lu, you know? Don't know." Lu Xingchen wasn't that rottenly kind, and revealed it with a light sentence. It's getting late. Why don't you go eat first, Mr. Lu, and we'll do the debriefing afterwards? Lu Xingchen didn't have any objections to this arrangement, turned around and got on the exclusive elevator of the hotel's upper floors under Ma Zhengguo's open path. As the elevator got higher and higher, Lu Xingchen looked down through the elevator glass at the panoramic view of the WestKey Hotel estate. It was dusk, and the afterglow of the red-gold sunset spread over the entire manor. Ferris wheels, roller coasters, castles, lakes, swans, bamboo forests, ancient-style buildings and so on. All the beautiful things are dotted all over the manor. The styles are very different but exceptionally harmonious. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take a picture and send it to Huwei Air. Lu Xingchen, at this moment, thinking of you, Huwei Air, who had just finished handling the online store Express, heard the special tone and opened her cell phone. Seeing this sweet love story, her face blushed. Glancing at the sky covered with evening sunlight and looking at the double bed in her bedroom, her eyes flickered slightly. The beautiful eyes looked askance at her daughter who was happily playing with the Pony Polly flashcards, hesitated for a moment, and asked nervously and expectantly, Xingchen, what do you think of that big brother in the daytime? Hu Xingchen blinks her big eyes, staring at the card sent to her by Flash in her hand, thinking for a moment, looking up at her mom with a smile, like the stepdad. Don't talk nonsense, call brother. Huwei Air blushed, said brother inexplicably thought of last night, pursed lips. Chapter 73, The Sound of the Toilet Partition, 22 p.m. Lu Xingchen with a tired body finally ended the meeting that lasted for more than 3 hours. There was a preliminary understanding of the WestKey Hotel's advanced development plans, business regulations and future development plans. He was quite satisfied with Ma Zhenggua as the general manager and did not interfere too much. Waiting for the people to leave almost, Lu Xingchen looked at the remaining few core management, his fingertips tapping on the mahogany desktop. After a long time, in the crowd's apprehensive gazes, Lu Xingchen smiled and spoke. No need to be nervous, it's a good thing. Manager Ma, I can take out 5% of the shares. You make a set of equity reward benefits that benefit all employees. With these words, the 5 core management present all raised their heads in surprise. Now the total value of the WestKey Hotel is tens of billions of dollars. 5% of the shares at least more than 800 million, and the shares are guaranteed. Used to do welfare, can only say that this small Lu always rich and generous. However, it can also be seen that the small Lu is very good at controlling people's hearts. Although the WestKey Hotel is now upholding the creation of high welfare, high treatment of the militarized elite service team, but after all, it is working for the boss. If the employees have a small share, I believe that the turnover rate, the enthusiasm of the employees will be greatly improved. How is it possible to be lazy when working for yourself? Mr. Lu, you understand me. Ma Zhenggua was all teary-eyed. He had been working in this WestKey Hotel since he was discharged from the army, and had worked his way up from the lowest level to the current professional manager, so it could be said that he had long since made this place his home, and he also hoped that the employees below him would treat this place as their home. Before he and the boss behind the scenes mentioned this share of things, but there is no feedback. I did not expect this small Lu general manager, directly poked to his heart. This is a young and capable boss. This is his soulmate, the soulmate who understands him. Seeing him in this tearful manner, Lu Xingchen was confused. As far as it goes, Lu Xingchen lightly laughed, his tone wantonly flirting. I haven't finished. Wait for me to finish, you don't cry, ah, so old. In addition to the 5% of the employees, I can also take out 5% of the equity, but not for nothing. Spend money in exchange, just exchange it at the current market valuation. In those words just now, the people present were only admiring Lu Xingchen. Now that this was a matter of their interests, the pupils of the 5 people present shrunk slightly. At market valuation? One of the vice presidents in charge of commerce and publicity asked incredulously. They were the core management of the WestKey Hotel, and naturally knew how big the gap was between the true value of the WestKey Hotel and the market valuation. It can be said that according to the market valuation of the purchase of each person to buy 1% of the shares, each person at least earned as much as 30 million for nothing, and in the future, they can get 1% of the annual dividends of the WestKey Hotel. To know that the pure profit of the WestKey Hotel every year is at least over 1 billion, which means that they can get 10 million dividends every year, which is comparable to half of the annual salary. Not satisfied? Lu Xingchen tilted his eyebrows lightly and teased with a smile. Satisfied. Who the hell isn't satisfied? I'll get him tonight. Ma Zhenggua immediately took over the words and burst out in a rare foul language. Lu Xingchen smiled and got up and patted Ma Zhenggua's shoulder, said in a relaxed tone, okay, it's not early, I should go. The program as soon as possible to do. The equity incentives and the annual meeting will be hot together by then. Do a good job. The more the hotel earns, the more you earn later. Commonwealth. No need to send. After saying that, Lu Xingchen waved his hand, casually ordered a waitress and let her lead the way downstairs. In the large conference room, the 5-core management of the WestKey Hotel, looking at Lu Xingchen's disappearing back at the door, sized each other up. This little Mr. Lu looks young. His wrist is not simple. That's right, but people are also willing to take out 10% of the shares. It's much better than that so-called heir of a rich family in the past. This is a really good move. I'm a 40-something-year-old uncle. Now I'm full of passion. I just want to sell my life for Mr. Lu. 1% of the shares, as long as Mr. Little Lu doesn't mess around. This share can be used as a family heirloom. A few people were discussing heatedly as you spoke and I spoke. Full of passion for work and longing for the future. Overflowing. Old Ma, why don't you say anything? Thinking about what? At these words, the eyes of the crowd looked to Ma Xingguo at the top. Ma Xingguo's eyes were slightly red at this time, with wisps of light flashing in his eyes from time to time. Regretfully, he said, I forgot to ask Mr. Lu if he's single. My youngest daughter will be an adult soon. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, a wolf-like green light flashed in the eyes of everyone present. Those who had daughters all had meaningful smiles on their faces, and those who didn't all pounded their heads and regretted not having more daughters in the first place. Lu Xingchen didn't know that he had already been thought of as a son-in-law by the group of old things upstairs. At this time, he just took the elevator to the first-floor lobby, heart looking forward to immediately return to Huire's small home in the suburbs. The day is not early. Waiting for the hotel staff to drive the car back to the door, he suddenly urinated and went to the toilet. He had just unbuckled his belt and was ready to fill the pouring rain. Suddenly, intermittent sounds came from the cubicle behind him, and after taking a look at the layout, Lu Xingchen was sure that this was the men's restroom, and shook his head and let out a light laugh. The will to return to Huire's house became even more urgent. Under this kind of sound, Lu Xingchen heart evil fire burning exuberant, instinctive reaction. Although the urine is urgent but also cannot come out. Good thing is that less than a minute. That sound stopped. Lu Xingchen, this is a smooth solution to the urgent need to urinate. Just ready to wash his hands. Through the glass mirror on the sink, he saw the door of a partition at the back slightly open, and a person wearing the Tycoon Hotel costume walked out from the partition. Lu Xingchen, who was ready to watch the fun, instantly darkened his face. It didn't matter if it was a guest, a kind of amorous interest only, but the hotel staff even did this kind of thing, obviously violating the rules. What's your name? Which section of the staff? Lu Xingchen raised his eyes and stared through the mirror at the employee, who was obviously startled, his voice low and questioning. That employee didn't expect there to be anyone. Just now he had clearly stopped for a long time and there was no movement. Could it be that it came in when the toilet was pumping? Up and down looked at Lu Xingchen clothes, sought his young face after relief. Should be a family, a little money rich second generation. Not to be feared. Kid, don't mind your own business. Play your game. It's good for everyone. Said, turned around and pulled out a flustered woman from the toilet, opened his mouth and urged, quickly go back and tell him that I'm satisfied. That thing has a chat. Seeing the woman who walked out of the partition, Lu Xingchen wiped the water droplets on his hands. A hint of surprise and dislike flashed in his eyes. Lu Xingchen, why are you here? Li Wei, whose face was flushed with red, was dragged out and was about to leave, when her afterglow steeply glanced at Lu Xingchen in front of the sink. Her voice trembled, and her face blushed with unsightly shock. Chapter 74, figured it out? She didn't expect that person outside to be Lu Xingchen. Her most embarrassing side was bumped into by Lu Xingchen on the spot, and her entire body froze in place. That hotel employee was a little flustered when she heard the shriek, whispering angrily, what are you doing? Get out of here, or else that thing is out of your hands. Then raised his head and glared at Lu Xingchen. Since he knew this woman, he didn't seem to be a rich and noble family, and warned underneath, kid, since you know her, don't mind your own business. Take her out, pretend to be a boyfriend and girlfriend, and in the future, there will be discounts for coming here and mentioning my name. Alright, get going. Hearing the panicked footsteps outside, that hotel employee pushed Li Wei to Lu Xingchen's side with one hand, and the whole person pretended to be fine and straightened out her clothes. Looking at the woman who ran in, doggedly curtly said, Sister Sue, it's fine, the two young lovers are playing some fling. After explaining, he turned his head and turned his back on the waitress who had led the way to Lu Xingchen, giving the two a warning look. That waitress saw Lu Xingchen's expressionless face, and then looked at the woman next to her who was frozen in place, her face still flushed, and instantly judged what was happening here. This kind of woman who couldn't even compare to most of the grassroots waitresses, where could she enter the eyes of the handsome and multi-millionaire Mr. Lu? Respectfully taking 2 steps forward, she bowed and opened her mouth. Mr. Lu, Manager Ma will come down right away, and we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer for what happened here today. Looking at Sister Sue, who was the standard bearer of the WestKey Hotel's waitresses, being so respectful to Lu Xingchen. That hotel employee surnamed Li's entire body went numb, knowing that he had messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. Mr. Lu, you're the Mr. Lu who acquired the WestKey Hotel. That hotel employee mumbled twice and jerked his head up to look incredulously at Lu Xingchen, who was even younger than him. When Li Wei next to him heard this, she also turned her head violently to look at Lu Xingchen, who didn't deny it, her face full of dismay. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingchen was in a makeshift box, looking at Ma Zhenghua and the others who hurriedly arrived, his face showing dismay. This is your so-called militarized elite service team? He was also a bit angry. There is no fish when the water is clear. He didn't care about some insignificant mistakes, but this kind of nasty things in the name of the hotel couldn't be tolerated a bit. Lu Xingchen opened his mouth to question. Ma Zhenghua is also very ashamed. This from upstairs down 10 minutes. The things and the causes and consequences have been investigated clearly. This employee surnamed Lu and his uncle in charge of the entry verification Li supervisor, took the benefits of a network guild, but also let people's wives serve. As a condition to allow their guild qualification does not meet the personnel to enter the hotel shooting, and this kind of thing had already happened twice. Ma Zhenghua, who can't tolerate sand in his eyes, was directly furious and fired the 2 people and the relevant inactive staff on the spot, and held them legally responsible. The entire WestKey Hotel up and down also began a self-check. The nature of the general is good. After giving the solution, Lu Xingchen looked at the time as not early. No effort in and they get these bad things. His salary and shares are not so good, explained Ma Zhenghua. Get up and go. It was past 11 o'clock. In case he went back, Hu Wire was asleep, and he didn't have a key. How could he enter the door? Lu Xingchen. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just not willing. Looking at Lu Xingchen, who got up, Li Wei, who was standing by the side, hurriedly spoke out to apologize. She was apologizing for her malicious speculations about him just now. Looking at Lu Xingchen's tall back and the flattering hotel executives around her, the unwillingness of her youth slowly dissipated. He was always such a dazzling person, and the two of them would only be parallel lines that would never intersect. Lu Xingchen paused his steps, converged his eyes to look at the downcast Li Wei, his heart slightly emotional, said faintly, "It's okay, the hotel side will pursue that man. Whether you can grasp it and live the rest of your life depends on your own, and you used to look pretty good. I hope you can live your own life in the future, old classmate." After saying that, he walked out of the box. When Li Wei heard that last sentence, she sat paralyzed in her chair and sobbed uncontrollably, but there was more than a hint of yearning for her future life in her lax eyes. Later, she also lived a new life because of those words, returning to the small town she once lived in and becoming a rich woman who lived a carefree and happy life. Lu Xingchen naturally did not know the touch of her words to Li Wei. She is not considered evil to him, just a stranger in the sea of human tide. That words, but also in the old schoolmate's feelings. At the moment, he drove a cool Apollo IE, speeding on the empty outer ring road at midnight in the morning, speeding toward Hu Wei's house at 120 miles per hour. It had taken over an hour to get here and only 45 minutes to return. The gorgeous body drove into the closed neighborhood, and looked at yesterday's parking space had already parked 100,000 or so Volkswagen cars. He didn't think too much about it, and directly parked the car in the street parking space. After getting out of the car, Lu Xingchen looked up at the dark residential building, and his heart could not help but feel a little disappointed. According to this situation, she should be asleep. Forget it, if I fall asleep, I won't go up and disturb people's dreams. Lu Xingchen sighed and muttered to himself. Suddenly, the message tone of the VX special reminder on his cell phone sounded. Hu Wire, are those your headlights downstairs? In the bedroom, Hu Wire was wearing her pajamas and looking at the headlights flashing outside the window. She still couldn't hold back from sending a message to Lu Xingchen. It was reasonable to say that it was already almost 1 a.m., and she should have gone to sleep long ago, but when she closed her eyes today, it was all about Lu Xingchen's phrase, "Leave the door open at night. I want to sleep with you in my arms." As a result, she hadn't been able to fall asleep, not knowing if Lu Xingchen was joking with that sentence. After waiting for half a day, there was no message reply. Hu Wei was a little disappointed, but the next second, a voice call dialed over. "You miss me?" And a modest and flirtatious light laugh came from the other end of the phone, and as soon as she heard it, she knew that it was the voice of that rascal Lu Xingchen. Rascal! Hu Wei pouted and hung up the phone decisively. Lu Xingchen looked at the hung-up phone with uncertainty and looked upwards, but saw that a household on that floor had turned on the lights. Not long after, Hu Wire, who was only wearing her pajamas, appeared at the door of the unit. "How can you park your car right here? There's an empty parking space over there." The moment Hu Wire saw Lu Xingchen, she revealed a smile from the bottom of her heart. Her head inexplicably hot today. Spent a lot of money to buy a parking space, specifically parking Lu Xingchen's sports car, put the car on the roadside by which Bear Child scratched. She that shall not be heartbroken bad. Lu Xingchen converged his eyes to look at the pajama's silky, quite a young woman temperament who wire, reached out and took her in his arms. Want me? He converged his eyes to stare at her beautiful eyes with flowing waves and asked in a low voice. Aha! With the hormones coming from her nose, Hu Wei Er's cheeks slightly red, shyly not daring to look at his aggressive eyes, whispering as soft Chapter 75, True Feelings. Lu Xingchen's breathing was slightly rapid, his eyes were slightly dark. He gently patted Hu Wei Er, and spoke in an urgent tone. I'll go park the car, let's go home this time. The hot tingling behind her made Hu Weier's pretty face turn red with shame, and angrily blanked Lu Xingchen. Standing in front of the entrance of the unit building, she quietly watched as he parked the car in the position she commanded. Looking at the parking space with a green protective fence on both sides, Hu Weier was finally relieved. When she went out to buy groceries and send courier, she always heard those neighbors with cars say that there are some bare children in the community, like to move their hands on the cars parked on the side of the road, and often can't find out who scratched it. Hu Weier looked up at the monitoring next to the parking space, thinking, this time there will never be someone deliberately scratched it. What are you thinking about? Lu Xingchen, who had parked his car, walked over and looked at Hu Weier, who was lost in thought, and wrapped his arm around her fleshy waist, asking softly. Hu Weier felt the burning heat coming from her waist. Her heart was like a current flowing through her. Her whole body leaned on his body powerlessly, whispering softly, nothing, go home. Good, go home. Lu Xingchen converged his eyes to look at the little woman posture of her. The corner of his lips pulled out a few points of anticipation. When going up the stairs, Lu Xingchen can be said to be honest. It is really this suburb of the broken residential building hallways do not even have lights, and narrow and broken. To prevent the kind of situation that occurred yesterday, he looked at the front of a twisting Hu Wei Er, also held back the strange hand. Until he entered the house, he could not help but hug her from behind. What are you doing? Change slippers first. Hu Weier pouted, symbolically struggled for a few moments, and then honestly stayed in his arms, letting him hold her. Lu Xingchen's nostrils were flooded with a charming body fragrance, enjoying his mesmerized eyes, and he lowered his head and rested his chin on her shoulder. Breath hit her ear, whispering softly, Sister Weier, why don't you move in with me? I still have a villa downtown. It's too dangerous for you to be by yourself at night here. It's not dangerous. I've been living here for how many years? It's fine. Hu Wei Er's eyelashes fluttered slightly, decisively rejecting his proposal. Alright, loosen up. I'll get you slippers. Saying that, she broke away from Lu Xingchen's arms and squatted down to take out a pair of obviously newly bought men's slippers from the shoe cabinet. Sit down. I'll help you change your shoes. Hu Weier looked up at Lu Xingchen and gestured for him to sit on the stool next to the shoe cabinet, then slowly lifted Lu Xingchen's feet, gently helping him take off his shoes and socks, and changing into blue house slippers. Afterward, he got up with satisfaction and said with a smile, you go wash up, I'll help you wash your socks. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. Although she was still gentle and considerate, Lu Xingchen could feel a faint sense of rejection. It seemed to be as if he was going to be thrown out the door after tonight, becoming a stranger once again. Could it be that I'm in too much of a hurry? Lu Xingchen muttered in the bathroom. After all, it had only been 2 days since he and Hu Wei Er had re-encountered each other. Wiping the water droplets on his body, Lu Xingchen glanced at his body through the mirror. Sculpted 8-pack abs, boyfriend exploding shark lines around him, full pectorals and biceps. Slightly lowering his head, the smugness at the corner of his lips grew even more. He did not believe that this look of him, Hu Wei Er, can endure. Haphazardly drying his body and hair, he walked out of the bathroom wearing only the pajama pants that Hu Weier had prepared. You, why did you come out like this? Seeing Lu Xingchen, Hu Wei Er's face was as red as fire, silently swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva as she shyly pouted. Seeing her look of wanting to look but being embarrassed to do so, Lu Xingchen's lips curled up lightly as he slowly walked to her body. Raising his hand, he grabbed her white hand and gently landed on his abs, drawing a Tai Chi diagram. Sister Weier, I'm willing to let you look and touch. Lu Xingchen was like a male vixen in a monster novel, leaning down and staring at her with downcast eyes, his voice low and sexy, full of temptation. Good touch. The answer could not be thought through and blurted out. Hu Wei Er was really charmed by him. The sunny male big with such a good body. Ask that woman cannot like but when the words were spoken, she regretted it. Hu Weier, dead mouth, just you can say, practicing lung capacity, did not see you can. Lu Xingchen wasn't in a hurry, so he held her hand and practiced drawing Tai Chi on his abs. Enough, I'll blow your hair. She really couldn't take it anymore, and whooshed out her hand, backhanding him and pulling him into the bathroom again. Strongly taking the rest of the pajamas, she put them over his body, making him squat down and gently blow drying his hair. Lu Xingchen had never enjoyed this kind of service before, and appeared very well behaved throughout. Hu Wei Er looked at Lu Xingchen, who was as well behaved as a puppy after putting down his hair, and dotingly rubbed his hair. Smilingly, she spoke, cute as hell, like a little puppy. Little milk dog? You'll know if it's a milk dog or a wolf dog when you go back to your room in a while. Lu Xingchen lifted his eyelashes and stared aggressively at her whose neckline was not open. Hu Wei-er's hand gave a slight lurch, pursed her lips and lowered her eyes as she seriously blew on his hair, not saying a word. 5 minutes later, she put down the hairdryer, gathering her eyes to look at Lu Xingchen. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she spoke softly, "Go to sleep." She then turned around and exited the bathroom, went to the side bedroom to look at Hu Xingchen, turned around and walked into the master bedroom. Lu Xingchen sensed her strong change in mood and silently followed, borrowing the dim night light to survey the room. There was only one quilt on the large double bed. Hu Wei-er had already laid into the quilt, her back facing the direction of the doorway. Unable to see the expression on her front face, he felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. There was no ambiguous atmosphere in his imagination. Instead, there was a kind of depression. Slowly lifting a corner of the quilt, he hugged Hu Wei-er from behind. His hand slowly passed under her neck, wanting to make her face himself. "Sister Wei-er," just about to open his mouth. Suddenly a wet sensation came from the back of his hand. A drop of tears don't want money to hit his palm. Careful sobbing, unusually obvious in the quiet bedroom. Even his body began to tremble slightly. "Sister Wei-er, is it that I did something wrong? Tell me, I can change. Will you forgive me?" Lu Xingchen adhered to the basic principles of a man, apologized first for crying, and spoke gently and softly. A few moments later, Hu Wei-er cried with a slightly hoarse voice, sobbing intermittently, You're right, it's my own. The reason, I'll let you hold me to sleep, but I am now I understand everything, then I'll let go, I'll go sleep in the living room, okay, don't cry, my heart hurts." Lu Xingchen also reacted. He was too anxious to finish the task. It had only been 48 hours until 10 p.m. today, and most of the reason Hu Wei-er promised him was because of that $3 million gift, right? Saying this, Lu Xingchen withdrew the hand that was clasped around her waist, lifted the quilt, and prepared to go to the living room to deal with the night. In the next second, Hu Wei-er suddenly turned around and clasped her hands around Lu Xingchen's waist with a sobbing voice. "No, don't go. I don't mean that. I'm willing to let you hold me. Stay with me tonight, okay?" Chapter 76 Reward arrives. Lu Xingchen's eyes were slightly dark. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he raised his hand to clasp her slender waist, his fingertips gently crossing the corners of her eyes, wiping the tears on them. Gently and considerately, he opened his mouth to inquire, "Have any concerns and talk to me?" "Okay." Hu Wei-er raised her brimming watery eyes, looking straight at Lu Xingchen, biting her silver teeth, sincerely spitting out her heart. I'm just afraid that, after all, we've only re-meet for 2 days. I'm just going to throw myself at you like this. Will you think that I'm an indiscreet woman?" Looking at Hu Wei-er's slightly red eyes and nervous eyes, Lu Xingchen gently brushed her hair and laughed softly in a low voice. "So it's because you're worried about this. What kind of person are you? Would I not know? Besides, to say that misbehaving is also me misbehaving, the one who took the initiative to seduce you, then will you look down on me?" Hu Wei-er raised her head fiercely, gently staring at him, pouting. "How could I like you more than I can say." When these words came out, Hu Wei-er pursed her lips and paused, burying her head in his chest, softly complaining, "It's strange to say, as soon as I saw you, I felt my heart thumping. The vacancy in my heart was instantly filled by you, and my gaze would unconsciously look towards you. After you left today, your figure always floats in my mind, expecting you to hurry back to accompany me. Most importantly, I'm still a face control. You simply grew on my aesthetic point. Xingchen also likes you. I also like you." Simple and moving love words were often the most touching. Lu Xingchen was very touched in his heart and felt that this woman was really cute. Rolling hot palms on her neck, gently rubbing, looking at her instantly red neck and ear tips. "Feel very interesting. Charming." The voice was low and sexy. "Wei-er, I like you too. Look up at me." Hearing this, Hu Wei-er obediently raised her head, her eyes flirtatious and mesmerizing, tantalizing the heartstrings. When he saw Hu Wei-er's obedient appearance, the corners of his lips curled up lightly, his breathing became heavier and heavier, and his fingertips gently landed on her translucent red lips. "Wei-er, you still owe me 10,000 voices of brother. Pay back a little bit first tonight, okay?" Brother, the voice was like a mosquito, but it completely ignited the dynamite barrel in Lu Xingchen's heart. These few days could have suffocated him, and at this moment, he could no longer hold back. "Wei-er, in the future, I'll take care of you, fill the emptiness in your heart, and give you full of happiness. Call out to your husband to hear it, hubby." 3 hours later, Lu Xingchen, with a smug expression, hugged Hu Wei-er and walked out of the bathroom, gently covering the sleeping her with the quilt. Quietly closing the door, he came to the balcony in the living room and gulped down the clouds. Sure enough, Hu Weier's young woman flavor was far from Yaoyan's current Yaoyan, and most importantly, Lu Xingchen had feelings for her, and pure desire was far from being able to compare. For Yaoyan, he is only to solve the physiological needs, spend a little bit of insignificant money, simple foster relationship only. Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered by Shanshan, perhaps sentient desire is the highest state of scum, but also the most enjoyable state. Gradually, Lu Xingchen's planning for the future became clearer and clearer, and a soft Chinese in his hand was almost at the end. Taking a hard breath of fresh air, he was just about to go to the bathroom to rinse his mouth, when the system's wonderful task completion beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission ahead of schedule. In just 2 days, he has rated Hu Wei-er's heart and enjoyed the ultimate tenderness of the young woman. Through this rating mission, the host has successfully realized that a man can only be happy if he is affectionate, and that a young man can know the goodness of a young woman, as well as cultivate a young girl into a treasure. Congratulations to the host who has already comprehended the most important half of the divine magnificent character. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission rewards. Tianfu No. 1 Villa. Top Supercar Koenigsegg 1. System rewards have been issued through reasonable channels. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. As soon as the words fell, a panoramic view of Tianfu No. 1 Villa appeared in Lu Xingchen's mind. The low-key luxurious modern-style villa is located in the top lot villa area of High City, looking outward to the Bund, and inward to the most luxurious commercial street. Inside the villa, everything is available, and all are private customized top-quality home. In the large living room on the first floor, the Red House book and a set of keys were placed on the coffee table. The line of sight shifted again, only to see the world's top supercar Koenigsegg 1 parked in the villa's garage. The body lines are light and agile, but without losing the sense of power and smoothness. The silver-white body is embellished with a few orange lines and black intersections, showing the artistry and charm of the silver body. Carved interior. Every place has been reasonably deployed design, luxury and exquisite but not flamboyant. A glance let people feel very comfortable. So damn handsome. Lu Xingchen looked at his heart. If not too far away from here, and just like that with Hu Wei-er, he may now go to experience the charm of a top supercar worth hundreds of millions of dollars. As for the Apollo IE downstairs, it had already been forgotten by Lu Xingchen. In the middle of the night, the two top rewards that were worth hundreds of millions of dollars once again made Lu Xingchen's heart pound. He didn't bother to rinse his mouth, and ran into the master bedroom with gusto. You're practically like an old yellow cow in the field. Hu Wei-er, who was woken up, looked at the excited Lu Xingchen in a daze and complained with a yawn, but still took the initiative to cooperate against her sleepiness. Perhaps the mansion and supercar had too much influence on the man, causing Lu Xingchen to settle down until dawn. After 1 p.m., Hu Xingxing, who had already gotten up early to finish washing herself, sat on the desk in the living room to write her vacation homework. Grr. She grudgingly rubbed her deflated little stomach, glanced at the still tightly closed door of the master bedroom, and didn't bother. Mom had told her yesterday not to disturb her uncle in his room when he was sleeping. Looking down at the Pony Polly flashcard next to her, she sighed helplessly. Forget it, who let him buy me the card? At this moment, in the master bedroom, Hu Wei-er, who had just slept for less than 5 hours, woke up violently. Looking at the arm pressed on her neck, she helplessly blankly glanced at the sleeping Lu Xingchen next to her, turned her head to look at the wall clock on the wall, and was startled. Blame it on this energetic dog man. It's 1 in the afternoon. Xingxing must be hungry. Quietly, she prepared to lift Lu Xingchen's arm to get up. Lu Xingchen's thick nasal voice rang in her ears. Baby, so sleepy, stay with me for a while. Feeling his restless hand, Hu Weier's pretty face flushed red and she shyly pushed him away. Stop it, it's 1 in the afternoon. Because of you, my baby girl is hungry. Lu Xingchen's eyelids lifted slightly, looked at the time, yawned, reached around Hu Weier who was getting dressed, and lazily flirted. Then what about this baby of yours who is hungry? Chapter 77, triggering the mission again. Unable to do anything, Hu Weier accompanied Lu Xingchen to fool around for more than half an hour before she got him to let go of her hand in satisfaction. Hu Weier looked at Lu Xingchen favorably, raising her hand and gently stroking down his chicken nest-like hair. Her eyes skimmed over his sword brows and starry eyes, high nose, and hormone-bursting body. Her eyes revealed a mesmerizing fondness. Her man looks really handsome, happy to die. Hurry up and get up to eat. Hu Weier gently stroked his knife-like jaw, tenderly admonished, turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Hu Xingxing, who was covering her stomach and studying earnestly in the living room, Hu Weier blushed slightly. Mom, I'm hungry. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Hu Xingxing immediately turned her head and pouted at her. Xingxing, wait a moment, Mom will make you your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Rubbing her well-behaved daughter's small face, Hu Wei'er was surprisingly happy, humming as she walked into the kitchen. In the bedroom, lying on the bed, Lu Xingchen drifted off, recalling the wonderful feeling. Suddenly, the narrative of yesterday's system quest completion surfaced in his mind. His brows furrowed slightly, and his deep eyes revealed a few moments of contemplation. Being sentient is the most important half of the Divine Magnificence's character, so couldn't the other half be being righteous? Lu Xingchen boldly guessed. Perhaps through this system tip, he could also trigger the other half of the quest regarding the godly magnificent character. The more Lu Xingchen thought about it, the more likely it was. Thinking about the musical literacy that was rewarded before. Godly magnate was never just about the amount of money. What was the difference between that and being a tycoon? The counterpart of having love should be having righteousness. Righteousness? Brotherly righteousness? No. Benevolence. Family righteousness. A moment later, Lu Xingchen muttered. Based on some of the mission narratives of the divine magnate raising system, Lu Xingchen felt that this guess was very likely. In addition to the absolute suppression in terms of money, the divine magnate should also have the magnate in terms of social reputation. Otherwise, how could they guard so much wealth? Ding! Righteousness. Benevolence and righteousness is the other half of the most important character of the Divine Magnificent. A good reputation can help you on the road to the peak of the Divine Magnificent like a fish in water. The Divine Magnificent with love and righteousness is the real complete Divine Magnificent. Congratulations to the host for realizing the true meaning of Divine Magnate's character and triggering the system mission benevolence and righteousness in advance. The specific content of the task needs to be triggered by the host in a specific situation, and is a continuous task. Note, the more widely the reputation of benevolence and righteousness spreads, the higher the probability of the task being triggered, and the more generous the task rewards. A series of system voices resounded in Lu Xingchen's mind. He didn't expect that it would really let him guess. With a clear goal of triggering the mission, Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and couldn't help but giggle. Mom, you come quickly. The stepfather is crazy. Hu Xingxing's brittle, mixed with a few anxious voices suddenly came from the doorway. Lu Xingchen tilted his head to look. At some point, the bedroom door had been pushed open a small crack. Hu Xingxing, who saw Lu Xingchen's silly and happy appearance, hurriedly ran to the kitchen. Pulling Hu Wei'er anxiously said, Mom, you quickly go and look at the back father. He seems to be crazy. He can't be crazy. I still want the latest installment of Pony Polly. Hu Wei'er looked at her anxious daughter with a puzzled face. Who are you saying is crazy? Stepdad. Stepdad is crazy. I just pushed open the door and was ready to thank Stepdad, when I saw him suddenly lying on the bed and giggling, the same as the crazy nymphets in the TV series. Seeing her indifferent mom, Hu Xingxing was anxious, but she still explained with clear articulation. Watch less dramas. Lu Xingchen laughed and scolded. Hearing this sound, Hu Xingxing turned her head to see a fully dressed Lu Xingchen, full of breathlessness leaning against the kitchen doorframe. Obviously normal. Could it be that I'm dizzy from hunger? She scratched her head in self-doubt, petulant and adorable. Alright, you two get out. The kitchen is full of fumes. Hu Wei'er looked at this pair of living treasures, helplessly stroked her forehead and gave the kitchen eviction order. Lu Xingchen looked at Hu Wei'er who had put on an apron. Something else. Her throat rolled and she directly walked in and hugged her from behind. Chin on her shoulder, whispered, I'm not afraid. I want to cook with you. Dinner. The sound of the last word was drawn out very long, and with last night's time together, Hu Wei'er instantly understood, silently blankly glanced at him and whispered, no seriousness, quickly go out, or else you'll be hungry in a while. Hear that, brat? Don't go out yet, or else you'll be hungry in a while. Lu Xingchen robed to Hu Xingxing backwards. I'm not. Hu Xingxing is very unconvinced by what you just came like sticking to my mom. I'm not afraid of the fumes. Just wanted to retort. Looked up and saw Lu Xingchen showed her the order interface of the new issue of the Little Pony Polly blind box, and the whole order of 10 big boxes, 120 small boxes. Compared to this, yesterday's set of Pony Polly flashcards was nothing but a big deal. Hu Xingxing was instantly stunned by this stepfather of hers, and grinned gleefully, smiling ingratiatingly. Yes, my dear stepfather. Your best daughter Hu Xingxing is happy to follow your orders. Please feel free to use Pony Polly to smash me. Saying this, she even gave Lu Xingchen a decent salute, turned her head and flew out of the kitchen, closing the door thoughtfully. Lu Xingchen put away his cell phone with satisfaction, and raised his jaw triumphantly to Hu Wei'er, who was full of speechlessness at the side. This dead girl, she's really spoiled. Hu Wei'er shook her head helplessly, but didn't say anything more. She was happy that Lu Xingchen was able to get Hu Xingxing's approval, even though it was a monetary attack that was used. That was enough. Then you'll spoil me more in the future. I won't be spoiled. Lu Xingchen took advantage of the situation and hugged her from behind. His tone was lazy and reckless. Feeling his restless hand, Hu Wei'er silently blanked out. Ha, you, spoiled now. However, she didn't stop it and let Lu Xingchen do the bad. It took a full hour to barely make this next lunch. Yummy, so yummy. On the dining table, Lu Xingchen took a big bite of the hot meal. He was also really hungry. Hu Wei-er, whose face was still red on the side, glared at him fiercely and stayed far away from him, fearing that one moment would provoke this tireless man again. After having enough wine and food, Lu Xingchen reclined on the sofa, looking at Hu Wei-er who was cleaning up the dining table. Happiness materialized at this moment. Buzz 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 buzz. Suddenly, a cacophonous clamor and a group of motorcycles with rising and falling sirens came from downstairs. Mom, Stepdad, it seems like someone is making a noise downstairs. Those people are so close to Stepdad's dazzling sports car. Will they get scratched? Hu Xingxing, who was enjoying Lu Xingchen's Apollo IE on the balcony, shouted. Hu Wei-er looked stunned, immediately put down the dishes in her hands, came to the balcony to see the supercar below surrounded by a group of people. Her heart lifted up. Xiao Hu, come quickly. Your man's sports car was scraped by them. A neighboring aunt below greeted Hu Wei-er when she saw her head sticking out from upstairs.